Boy, I had to get out of motherfucking illiterate city, baby. I had to get out of illiterate motherfucking city. When I tell you, those people are so motherfucking dishonest. These some dishonest motherfuckers. Hold on, because I ain't the motherfucking one that's going to talk about your motherfucking ass and not give you the motherfucking opportunity to motherfucking say something bad. Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. This is the reason why I don't deal with all kinds of people. Because if you make sure you deal with people of substance, principles, lean more towards honesty and doing what's right, you don't have these kind of conversations. And for JoJo motherfucking ass to get up there as per usual, now he'll say that ain't what he do. As per motherfucking you, and I tell him what you gonna do. Cause he's so easy to motherfucking goddamn child. It's like, are you serious? Y'all could have done better than this. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? You could have done better than this. For me, coming at me with the bullshit. Like I said, Jordan, he said, you just gonna put one person on me? I'm offended. You better double motherfucking triple team with that motherfucking bullshit. Now behind the scenes, oh yeah, you know what, I understand. Well, here's one note motherfucking ass. He know least about the motherfucking shit. So I don't understand why one handicapped motherfucker relying on another handicapped motherfucker. For what? To make what point against what? I don't like shit like that. I don't give a fuck who you are. But with you motherfuckers, I had to come to this type of to develop this type of motherfucking principles and the way I do shit. I'm not gonna come out here and lie on your mother if I don't like your mother. I'm not gonna come out here and lie on your motherfucking ass. And motherfuckers lying on you, this, that, and the third. Depending on how deep I don't like your motherfucking ass, I ain't gonna add to the lies. I'm just not gonna say shit. And let them motherfuckers drag your ass through the coals or whatever and set your ass up or whatever. But in most cases, even if I don't like you, I will come out here and speak the truth. Okay? Now I'm going to show you what they were afraid to show you. And listen, y'all. They rely, these Google motherfucking attorneys and motherfuckers ain't about shit. They rely on Google any other motherfucking time. Google the shit. Go to the motherfucking law library and support your motherfucking argument. That's what we had to do. We can put a couple words in that motherfucking search engine and come up with an answer. Not in this game. See, when you go to the ER, and when those doctors, you know, they hear the symptoms of whatever, but trust and believe they're going to a manifest for doctors. They're going to some type of medical setup, information library for doctors to get the answers. They're not going to Google unless that motherfucking resource is on Google. No. So when I give the complete answer, I'm not going to see if I give, yeah, that can mean snitching and leave it there. That's already supporting a fucking narrative. That's partially incorrect. That's not what I do. I don't deal with motherfuckers like that. And I'm so serious. And he called on Joseph with his bipolar motherfucking lying ass to give some kind of stamping of approval of what the fuck he's saying. But off this motherfucker, he understand what I'm saying. And tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. The fuck? I don't deal with motherfuckers like that. Gonna tell me because I won't give a complete answer, because I want to give a complete answer to give y'all the complete array of shit. He said, Levi said that the man said whoever these attorneys, fictional ass attorneys he be talking to, said this here and said this here. These motherfuckers that's legally motherfucking goddamn astute and shit. Said this here, said this here. For one thing, and you ain't got to take it from me, just about every attorney that has come out here, Sylvia has put out a lot of them. You've heard them all over. You ain't found too many of them that takes an absolute position on just about anything, especially without knowing the facts. And then you got somebody, and if I talk to somebody, if I talk to a girlfriend or something that's in the medical field, right? And I'm not saying that, you know, the people that he's talking to, you know, maybe at some point wasn't legal. I don't know. But if I talk to my girlfriend in a medical field and I just give her the what I'm experiencing, and she doesn't go through, rule out what I'm not experiencing, she might give me an answer based on just what I told her. So if my story about something is one-sided and I'm not giving him the facts, and he can't give the facts because he don't know the facts. He don't know the law. He don't know shit. And it's becoming a realization to me. And they say I'm minimizing them and all that shit. I need my ass kicked for thinking that I can even converse with people that seem to be able to have a conversation on several different topics and to think that they can understand this legal game. That's not me putting nobody. That's me. I'll be ignorant too if I walk up into a motherfucking the goddamn the Michelin tire place and tell the people, you know, get them and act like I know the treads of the tires and all this shit here. I can't tell you when a tire is worn. I can't tell you none of that shit. I have to go by, if it's me operate on my own, I got to go by when the papers say the tires need to be changed. Because I don't know. And I'm not going to act like I know. This is insane. Now I'm kissing Devoski's ass. Huh? And how they set up their argument is so, oh my God. He want to set up the facts that Debo was brought back in about something he had a gal in the internet, whatever. Or something he said. I'm paraphrasing or whatever. Because he had conditions at that time. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that. In R. Kelly's paperwork, if the motherfuckers take time to read it and understand it for what is written, you can't understand it for what you want to add on to it because it's not working for you. It says exactly what he can and cannot do as a part of his supervised release. And usually when something dealing with supervised release or, you know, probation or stuff like that, that usually means that you're still under the custody of the motherfucking people. So they're going to have specific rules and regulations and requirements for your bitch ass. that you can and cannot motherfucking do. If not, you will be violating those agreements. It's not. Now I'm getting into the area of the BOP. This is not what I do. I know general knowledge about agreements and stuff like that, but once you get into when you start dealing with when that pre-sentencing report and all that shit comes out, that's usually the end of my motherfucking goddamn job. What is going on? And just because I want to give a complete answer, I'm the bad guy. Well, I'm gonna be the motherfucking bad guy. Because dealing with you motherfuckers, I would love to be the motherfucking bad guy. Don't get mad at me because you're motherfucking illiterate and don't know what the fuck it is you talking about. I'm not one of them motherfuckers that just to, to be on your good side or just to be in the crew or whatever. I'm going to agree with your ass. I'm going to tell you right even though I know you wrong, or I'm going to give you half the story. That's what you motherfuckers do out here to support a narrative and shit. That's what y'all do. I don't have to live dishonestly like that. I don't have to do that. I ain't got no Instagram, no mother. What? Not like that. My exes are real deep. And that's on a family motherfucking tip. So that's something totally different. I never would run no dishonest ass shit like that. I say some shit and then want to stop me what I'm saying to think that makes me contradicting myself. I know what the fuck I said. I'll simplify for you motherfuckers. And it's a shame I got to come over here and get on the motherfucking record. What I'm saying all could be true. But deferred prosecution isn't usually used in that manner, especially when the case is already over. He even argued with me about when I said the case being over. No, it's not. The case starts when an investigation is open. The case is over when a decision has been made, when a judgment has been entered. That's when the case is over. And here's the thing, right? What's wrong with looking it up, putting it on the motherfucking screen and say to show who is telling the motherfucking truth? I'm going to show you. I just Googled this. Like, stop fucking with me. And one dishonest motherfucker want to call another dishonest motherfucker for reference and shit. The fuck? Are you watching this shit out here, how these motherfuckers move? Child, please. You got me fucked all the way up. Hold on. Let me show you what. Okay. Here is a response. This is Quora. Now listen, look at this answer. And the facts, this is just the facts. He ran out here with the BOP shit. Now, look at what he said about the BOP shit. What does the attorney on record do? She ain't running like what he said. They ran it like, okay, it's against the law to give her the email communications and have her flip on R. Kelly. That's what they reran. You ran these fucked up ass narratives. She tried to support the BOP thing with the legal argument. What happened is the text messages, that GX233, don't let them fool you. That whole thing has been known. What did J-Bo, when she got on the post-conviction motion, what did she run with it? Did she run with like, oh, it was some kind of extortion, this, that, and the third, whatever? Even though the ones that he complained about, the brother Johnsons and shit, tried to get that in, but it wasn't supported. J-Bo took him and tried to use it to support another kind of argument, which to me was more in line with what she should have used them as. Because again, I said, and I'm not second guessing the judge because I don't have the records and I don't know what the judge was thinking. And I think maybe the judge was considering if there, if mistake of fact would have been allowed for defense and all that, whatever, then extortion would have probably been allowed to complete the argument, defense's argument, right? Other than that, I don't know how, because there's an issue with consent, right? Well, anyway, I don't know if it's up yet. Let me show you. Let me show you. Like I got to make this up. Now I just Google this. If someone gets a deferred disposition in court, can it mean that they are snitching? This is Bill Combs, former trial attorney and public defender. He says it could, but it's unlikely. The most common use of deferred dispositions is to provide an avenue for the defendant to avoid either incarceration or a criminal record or both. The avenue typically requires the defendant to successfully perform or refrain from conduct to demonstrate that he or she can be productive and peaceful member of society without the need for incarceration or criminal record. This is a legal research investigator. Says, I don't know how anybody else would answer this, given the limited information you present. George Shears, 45 years, mainly litigation. While you might, and I'm reading these, so I don't know what the answer may be. It may support Levi, it may support what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm just reading. While you might dislike someone for snitching, it is the right thing to do. The person who committed a crime is likely to do it again. So the only way for someone else to protect themselves or their friends, neighbors from being a victim of the future crime is to tell the police that information they have. Why should anyone be loyal to someone who breaks the rules just so they can take advantage of others? That's about no snitching and other thing. And this I'm just looking for the thing that that would speak about. I'm so fucking pissed. Shit like that. And I don't know, I'm doing it to myself. Because I won't sit up here and agree with some bullshit that they want to conjure up. Oh, let me see if I can find something else. And even as I'm going through the Google searches, right? They're even removing snitching from the actual search words, which tells you that deferred prosecution isn't really linked to snitching. Like, what the fuck am I? And because I want to give the complete and accurate answer, newsflash. Because I know I'm suspect that most of them motherfuckers even entered into a motherfucking school, let alone perform well in that motherfucker or perform at even at C level. That's what most teachers do. Give you the complete motherfucking goddamn answer as they know it to be true. You can't take, and I'm telling this motherfucker, I know what I said. And I said the shit. Because see, I know what these dishonest motherfuckers try to do to prove their point, to get one over on you motherfuckers. They making get it over on y'all motherfuckers. But that ain't the case with this motherfucker. That's crazy. And just because, and then here's the thing, right? You want me to read, take this, that, and the third, but you won't take the time to look at the resources that would support your legal argument if you had one. Why not? You know why? Because it doesn't support your motherfucking argument. That's why. This is a bunch of bullshit. These are the most dishonest motherfuckers I ever seen in my goddamn life. I don't give a fuck how they smile up in your motherfucking face. These are snakes, and I'll cut you in your fucking ass. And I just told you, I said, this is what you do for whatever reason. You're going to go against me on this motherfucker. And every motherfucking opportunity, here we go. Here we go. Same old motherfucking example. It's about the free throw line. Same old motherfucking question. What about you? After 2 or 3 motherfucking years, I would hope that you have another motherfucking example, another question, another illustration, something else to say. You know, you could show no support at all. You don't have to do none of it if you're just gonna lie to either side. The fuck? That's why I tell you, motherfuckers. I don't even have no motherfucking penis. But whatever's swinging from between my motherfucking legs is bigger and longer and harder than any of these motherfuckers around here. Goddamn bitch ass nigga expressing shit. The fuck? They gonna take what I motherfucking say and chop it up and screw it and flip it and rub it down and shit to support your fucked up ass narrative. Why all these motherfuckers that's giving him all this confirmation on what he's saying is right? Why they don't never pop up on this motherfucker? Record them conversations and put it up. I want to hear a motherfucker that don't went through the motherfucking trenches as I've been, whether you believe it or not. I don't give a fuck. They tell me that we all ain't studied from the same goddamn book. And then if you had a teacher that was cared enough They goddamn schooled your ass on motherfucking strategy when you showed the potential that you was motherfucking interested in. Get the fuck out of here. And you got some motherfucker. I ain't got no problems with you today, but only on tonight. Won't tell me about I don't put the black people away. I ain't never had nobody black to put away. The fuck? I'm not gonna keep dealing with illiteracy, ignorant motherfucking city. I'm not doing it. Now on this motherfucker or off. And you can take that motherfucker how you want to take it. Full of shit. I wrote down the bullshit this motherfucker was saying. Gonna make me, yeah, this is what happened. When you gonna talk that shit about me, I will destroy your ass. That's prosecution 101. Tell you the fuck you said. Number one, you said that they sat up there and let R. Kelly talk to Jane Doe number 5. Huh? So if they let him talk to Jane Doe number 5, it must mean that you got to have some kind of special conditions or some kind of, I don't say special because there's a certain thing, a certain concept as a special condition, but some kind of condition. Plainly stated that you cannot talk to Jane Doe number 5 or anybody else. That you can't talk to another convict. That you can't talk to this, that, and the third, whatever. So that defeats your fucking theory that he could not have talked to motherfucking the goddamn super fan. But see, this is what happened. This is why I make fault of. I give these motherfuckers too much credit, which is another way of credentialing somebody, right? Because I will listen to what y'all say because I think that you're going to be up and up with the facts as well as your report. So if you tell me something, I'm thinking that you done read it somewhere. So if it's in his paperwork somewhere, because if you tell me, you're making a big deal about him, talking to R. Kelly, which optics-wise, it is fucked up, right? But you will be led to believe that it's written somewhere in his paperwork. Now, I'm not saying he said this. I ain't saying Levi said this. No, that's not what I'm saying. But you will be led to believe that it's written somewhere in the paperwork where the super fan, well, Debo, I'm over here, I can say this word now. Debo cannot speak to R. Kelly, or he can't speak to other convicts, or he can't do this, that, and third, whatever. You would think how he's running that there are some special conditions somewhere of what Debo cannot do. When he was about the internet and stuff like that, whatever, and making threats on the internet, whatever, it made pretty good sense that the judge would say that back then, but he can't get on the internet and do this and that, whatever, because that was one of the arenas for his alleged crimes. Making threats on the internet. So if a motherfucker, it's like if a motherfucker uses a gun to kill somebody, they most likely gonna say you cannot have guns no more. Duh, it's gonna be wrapped up in your conviction if you convicted and this, that, and the third, right? So if a motherfucker drunk drive all the time, what happens? They usually take the motherfucking your license from you. Duh. So you can't conflate that particular timepiece when he was going through whatever, when they was going back and forth with whatever he was doing, to this deferred prosecution. It's two different things. Two different stages. They don't want to take this shit in stages. They don't want to do nothing as it pertains to the law. All they want to do is get bullshit to feed their narrative, to help extend their propaganda. And then if you speak the truth, you kissing somebody's ass, you protecting the motherfucker, you dishonest, whatever. And Levi must be having taken account of his motherfucking right and wrong motherfucking goddamn fucking tally and shit. Got me talking crazy. Because he's been more wrong than he's been right with the shit you done said. And I'm the type of person, I will sit back and let you fuck your own self. Let you put your own foot in your motherfucking mouth. Let you lock your own self up in jail. Sometimes I set your ass up. I'll do that. Especially if it's easy. But nonetheless, don't do it to yourself. So I'm hoping at the end of the motherfucking rainbow, when this shit don't materialize as he says. Because according to them motherfuckers over there on illiterate and goddamn motherfucking illegal ass motherfucking city, they know more than me, you, and J-Bo, the lady on the goddamn job. And if a motherfucker too ignorant to know that attorneys use secondary, i.e. persuasive motherfucking goddamn law to make their point and use those resources to make their motherfucking point, now what you want me to do? They won't even take that. I'm telling you, look at this. Look at this. This is how to look at it. Look at this. Or if you don't want to even look at it the way I tell you, look at it the way you want to look at it. But it's going to give you the answer. It's going to tell you in the end whether or not you have a legal argument. See, there are certain things you got to go through either side to know if you got a legal motherfucking argument. You can't just charge somebody. You can't just defend somebody with whatever. And what the fuck am I? So don't come out here and represent that you know this him, and then get JoJo Mo lying ass up there, bipolar ass up there for the motherfucking moment, up there to come and sanction some motherfucking bullshit with the same tired old ass bullshit. The fuck? Just stay the fuck out of it. You can do that. That's a choice. The choice is to stay the fuck out of it. But got to be heard, got to talk. I ain't never seen a bunch of got to talk motherfuckers in my goddamn life. I mean, fucked up. So if R. Kelly was allowed to talk to motherfuckers that's in the paperwork, to talk to people who, if you're referring to Joycelyn, their parents have a whole bunch of goddamn police goddamn shit, both state and federal. He can still talk to Joycelyn. I'm just using it as an example. If there was some restrictions, what do you think was start with the motherfuckers in the indictment? Not for a motherfucker that y'all trying to say that's in the indictment, meaning Debo, after the fucking fact. after the case is closed, what could Debo, and this ain't kissing nobody's ass, I don't like that motherfucker either. But what could Debo possibly do? And then the answer I was given the other night, paraphrasing, is that his appeal. If he got a new trial. So Debo, so you saying that Debo knows that there are some additional charges he can get on R. Kelly. Because if you saying that Debo would play a direct role, a factor in the charges that he's already been sentenced to, that would mean that you're putting Debo there at the scene of the crimes. The fuck is y'all talking about? What the fuck y'all think y'all fucking with? Shit, if the shit happened 30 years ago, Debo was 10. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck is going on here? And this is what I'm saying. You don't have an understanding about the law, or you just on bullshit. How the fuck? This is what I'm talking about. It just don't work that way. That's why a deferred prosecution agreement due to him snitching wouldn't even make sense. Because he's not related to the already charged crimes. And you're saying that Debo must have intimate knowledge of some new crimes. Well, how is that when he don't know R. Kelly? And this ain't no Debo motherfucking defense. This is, you got me fucked up. Get mad at me. And here's the thing, right, y'all? Think I believe what I say? See how it pans out. See how it pans out. And the thing that, we have done so much work, right? Just getting a general understanding of this legal shit so you can know what they can do, what they can't, why they did it, why they couldn't, this, that, and that, right? And then to have some motherfuckers over there in illiterate city, motherfucker, take it all back, moonwalk your motherfucking ass back. Everybody got on a motherfucking star-studded motherfucking jacket, one glove, and some motherfucking penny loafers, and sliding back. In the Church of Levi, sliding back on the knowledge. The fuck? Got me fucked up. Gonna tell me some shit that they guessing at. That I already know. And it's easy. It can be easily solved. Why you won't pull it up? Why you won't pull the motherfucking shit up? With the BOP shit. Let's go there. It took the damn text messages and it took the emails and flip. When J-Bo comes out on the record, God bless her heart, she tried to give it a what? A legal motherfucking argument. She tried to make it a violation. She ain't said shit about it being illegal to give them text messages to Jane Doe number 5 to turn on the turn on. She tried to make like that, that it was the attorney client privilege information that was disclosed based on her client's belief. Because she knew she had to make it what? Prosecutorial misconduct. And the prosecution came back and said, what? No prosecutorial misconduct occurred here, meaning the Brady violation. That didn't happen. Because J-Bo's trying to say that the information with regards to the investigation was never disclosed to them or whatever, thereby making it a Brady violation if something that was in that investigation would have shown that her client could be innocent. This is how this works. This ain't no guessing game for me. Why ain't play out like the great Levi and the motherfucking sanctioning motherfucking JoJo and the rest of you motherfuckers say? Why? Why she ain't do that? Because it's fucking nonsense. And just having a hunch or hoping it's that way or thinking that you got enough to support it ain't enough. And ain't legally sound. You got that factor. These people are bullshitting you. And I don't know what for. And I ain't trying to get into the motherfucking bottom of it and shit. I don't give a fuck. But you can always run with your argument and leave Miss Walker out of it. Don't say, I'm trying to minimize you and all this. You're doing it yourself. There's not a firm in this world or any kind of motherfucking legal motherfucking construct, motherfucking authoritative motherfucking goddamn facility, any of them motherfuckers that's gonna ever hire your motherfucking asses over me. It is not going to happen. Unless it's an inside motherfucking job. And that's not me tooting my own motherfucking horn. But when you try to motherfucking goddamn pull the goddamn fuse out my motherfucking horn, I got to motherfucking tell you who it is. Motherfuckers. Motherfuckers can't even goddamn. You talking about legal motherfucking knowledge. I'm questioning goddamn just regular old scholastic motherfucking K through 12 knowledge. What the fuck is going on? And common motherfucking sense. And the whole time up there, Levi talking about where the jury would have went to this and they would have, say, well, they gonna, listen to this here and they would have known this or what. Every goddamn thing he was saying equals up to fuck them damn laws. Nullify them motherfucking laws. But he's so motherfucking high and zooted and booted and shit, he don't even know what he's saying that. Got me fucked up. The fuck thinks like that and getting one motherfucking illegitimate after the other, the motherfucking co-sign that bullshit. And I don't want to hear shit. Because you could have simply fucking stayed out of it. Talking about shit I'm saying now. When you the shit go down on the internet, that's where the motherfucker get addressed at. I don't give a fuck. The fuck you think? Fuck you. We up here. I don't know what quarter this is. It ain't even overtime no motherfucking more. Thank you, Diva. It ain't even a motherfucking overtime no motherfucking more. What the fuck we sitting up here going back and forth over his innocence or guilt? It's about what you can fucking prove. With the exception of if she's arguing actual innocence. That's something totally different. That means the motherfucker ain't do it. And but to them motherfuckers, when I try to point this out before, they thinking he gonna leave out innocence because of him about the law. No. That's not what he didn't do it means. He didn't do it as a defense of actual innocence. He didn't do it. It's not going to be based on no law, this, that, and the third. It's going to be based on he ain't do it. There's a problem with that defense. Because what he's charged with, majority of it, has something to do with physical touch. And if they got something to support that there was some physical touch, then you got a problem when you arguing actual innocence. Stop fucking around. Strategy. Tell me, I'm minimizing. You got motherfuckers, attorneys, and shit. You got motherfucking goddamn legal assistants wouldn't even give you motherfuckers a time of day if they heard the motherfucking shit you say around this motherfucker. That's why them motherfuckers, his attorneys and shit, y'all was harassing on motherfucking line. Didn't even bother back to give you a motherfucking response. But I'm the motherfucker. Huh? Got me fucked up. But that motherfucking bullshit. Then want to keep talking about, well, you know, just the herpes. How long that carried? How long that carried where, sir? Based on where he was charged at, it carries wherever they said it carries. Not no just no year and all this and what you think they and see, that's what I'm talking about. These some ghetto motherfuckers. And the only way that I've been managed to deal with, I ain't saying I don't know no ghetto motherfuckers. That ain't what I'm saying. But the ghetto motherfuckers that I deal with, they got an understanding. Not that what I say is right or whatever. No. They ghetto. But they motherfucking they do their motherfucking homework. And they don't be out here insulting people and misrepresenting shit and trying to use bits and pieces for their motherfucking narrative and all this motherfucking bullshit. I mean, fucked up. What kind of bullshit is this? They're gonna tell me I'm kissing his ass. Huh? Deep ass? Because I'm telling the truth? You all over the motherfucking place. I done sat right up there and pulled up the same paperwork on several occasions. And that motherfucker act like I ain't never put it up there. Acting like it was fresh. Just know that you done bit off more than you can chew. And although you motherfuckers may think, especially when you got that motherfucking shit in your system, may think that you all this and all that and all this and you can do it all whatever. Here's the motherfucking goddamn truth. You can't do shit. And you ain't about shit. The fuck is you talking about? You gonna leave me out of it. And then he want to get that motherfucking silly ass mother. Did y'all hear this silly ass motherfucker? I couldn't write down fast enough. I can't read my own writing. Analogy he gave about when somebody, when you kill somebody or something or whatever with the speeding ticket analogy. He actually said that the car and the ticket or the speeding whatever, That's a part of the motherfucking goddamn elements. What are you talking about? In order for a motherfucker to be caught speeding in a car, they had to have a car to do it, one. And two, it has to be motherfucking deemed that they went up the speed limit. What the fuck am I? Now, your motherfucking Zell, yeast, and all that bullshit to be right on this motherfucker. You can do that without offending me. And you can't show where I'm wrong. Stop saying it. Because I can show where your motherfucking ass is wrong, fucking wrong. Then the text messages. We'll come out here and ran with that. What does lawyers do with them? Then, upon further investigation, come to find out it was a pink and brain motherfucking goddamn theory. Like I always knew. That motherfucking lady ain't think that and ain't said none of that shit. What the fuck you dealing with? Then keep hollering, oh, R. Kelly was set up. You do mean that? That means he did it. And if you do something, and tell me if I'm wrong. How many times you seen what somebody done something, and it could have been a mistake. Nonetheless, they still get motherfucking punished. Because a setup means you did it. They full of it. And then, and if I'm not mistaken, and we don't went over this 1,000 times, but I thought she went over the fact about the girl told him that she was 18 and this, that, and the third, whatever. She lied. She said she lied and told him that. I think the government got out in front of that in the beginning of the testimony. So they already know that she tricked them. They already know that. Still, what was the results? Huh? It was allowed for her to say that she tricked them. You know, the dishonest government that don't want shit in like that, whatever. It was allowed for her to say that she told them a lie. I think Geronda said the same motherfucking shit. Huh? They allowed it in. Get the fuck out of here. I would demolish you motherfuckers. Dumb, stupid, ignorant motherfuckers. Don't call me out my goddamn name and try to make it seem like I'm being dishonest or I'm protecting somebody, kiss somebody's ass or what. I ain't in no motherfucking group. I ain't hooked up with none of you motherfuckers. And especially some of the shadiest motherfuckers on here. Got me fucked up. Some of you motherfuckers roster. Huh? I mean, fucked up. I'll go off on this motherfucker. Got me fucked all the way up. Come with that same bullshit. Dishonest ass motherfuckers. You ain't nothing but trash. Hold on a minute, y'all. Give me 1 minute. I had it on. No, here's the thing, right? So the jury, and this was facts in the case, right? They knew that some of them gave him the wrong age. Mm-hmm. On the record, I think the judge said that the parents, oh, I know it's somewhere, there's a mention of the parents or something about, they being who they are, this, that, and the third, whatever. That's on the record. So apparently, those factors that they're out here running with don't play in court. And all these motherfuckers do, they so motherfucking slow. All they have is one motherfucking point. Or two, maybe. And you want to get fucking mad at me. Well, I can wake out of my sleep and do this shit. That's with you motherfuckers. And I don't know him, nothing about this shit. The people involved, none of it. That's crazy. I don't deal with motherfuckers. I promise you that. I don't deal with people like that. Even the ones in my family that may, get down on the motherfucking sketchy side with shit. Always out here lying and making up shit and all that type of stuff. Fuck with them like that. God damn. Why do I can't respect that? And because I want to give the complete answer? And just because I said, yeah, it could mean somebody is snitching. But that's not the likelihood. And I said that before. And the only reason I said that about the snitching part like that is because he tried to make it seem like they was emphatic that, oh, it's snitching. You said that shit. And because I simply mean that's not all it can mean. They want to disregard. Now listen, they want to count the parts in. Why you just can't agree? Listens to that? Listen to that, y'all. Why you just can't agree? Who says that? The fuck you think this is? I'm gonna agree to get because you want to shoot me. I'm gonna agree to get shot. Listen, it's the dumbest shit I ever heard of in my fucking life. I'm not gonna agree with you, especially when I know you wrong. You don't have the complete fucking facts, and it's slow with the law. I told you there's exceptions and exclusions. So something could be plainly stated, but when you get down to motherfucking subset, hey, it could be something in subset A that may nullify something in that motherfucking plainly stated law. It could be something in subset B that's not listed in that motherfucking the plainly language of that law that can rule it in, make it apply because of something else happened. Case in point, when you go through and look at hearsay. You got to be kidding me. But if you don't understand all of this, that, and the third, whatever, and I ain't saying you have to. Because actually, you're not supposed to. How about that? As far as diminishing motherfuckers, they're not talking to you. And this is shit you aren't supposed to know. So I understand why you sound ignorant. And in order to get co-signers of the same ignorant ass motherfucking goddamn foundation. The fuck? Some of the most dishonest motherfuckers I ever seen in my goddamn life. Yeah, I said it. You simply stay the fuck out of it. I ain't never asking for a motherfucker to support me. You got me fucked up. And I always told you, if I need a motherfucking team, I need assistance, and I need some real ones, I know who to fucking call. I know what the fuck to do. The fuck? But when a motherfuckers can't even goddamn side with the truth, because all you have to do, and listen, y'all, let me tell you who's the real one, who's the rational one. I said, pull it up. Look it up. You gotta take my word for it, as they want you to take theirs. These people are full of shit. And because they have axe to grind with people, they don't give a damn. And let me tell you how crazy this is. Have you ever seen this? And when I give my hypotheticals, when I supply you with logic, or I'm sorry, opportunity to apply logic, you can do it and get you a what? A clear motherfucking answer. How many times you seen people? How many times you seen people lie on somebody and to get for them to get charged? Only when it comes time to get charged, the motherfucking either they don't go any further, or if they were charged, the case get dropped due to lack of motherfucking information and shit like that. Damn. Go ahead, Diva.
Hi, Angie. I don't know if I sound good or not because this is my tablet. I just wanted to let you know that I found a little video where there was an actual case where the parent actually sold their daughter, and it was a sex trafficking case of a 5-year-old little girl or a 6-year-old little girl. When you get a chance, I want to put it in the private chat here so you could look at it. And then maybe I was thinking maybe you can make your analogy off of that and kind of show an example, because I can't with these people anymore. I don't know what to do. I'm done. I'm done with this sector, everything. I am fucking done. I'm just rolling in people's chats right now. I'm playing off of my wall because this shit is constantly repeat, 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 repeat. And by now we sound like broken records. And people are still out here with the same type of narratives. And Levi's just becoming senile, delusional, a real big super groupie. I don't know what's going on with him. He's done, I don't know. He's done flipped his wig.
Oh, I'm getting a feed. Is that you? Wait a minute.
Wait, it sounds weird, right?
No, I'm getting
feedback. That's probably me. Okay, I don't know what the hell. Hold on, let me see. Okay, maybe I'll have to close this. Okay.
And it's so
And so
unfair when
unfair when it. Do I sound a little better now?
hold on.
Hold on.
I'm still
I'm
talking.
still talking. I just took off my YouTube channel. It was in the background. Do I sound better now?
Let me see.
Let me see.
No, I'm still
No,
coming
I'm
through.
still coming through.
Well, let me say
Well,
this.
that's why I was coming up here just to say real quick, because I know I'm on the tablet, and this just sounds like a piece of crap half the time. So let me put it in the private chat. Wait.
Okay.
And you know, you could either choose to. I just put it in there. You could choose to look at it, explain it, or whatever. But I just wanted you to check it out. It's a really sad video at the same time, but it also, you know, talks about selling children in trafficking. You know what I mean? So the real terminology of it.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Angie, I just want to let you know, I know that we had our little issues, but for me, that issue really wasn't like, it was, like I said, it was all a mistake, like, because I was trying to cover up for him, and you saw it in a different way, and it was just like a whole mix-up that wound up being drug out into some bullshit that didn't even need to be. And I'm just like over the whole shit, seriously. So I just wanted to apologize if you felt the kind of way about that situation, and how it looked and shit like that, because that wasn't my intention or anything. It's just he was like, cover it up, don't let her know. And I'm like, why? But why? And what? So it was all for nothing, I feel. You know what I mean? It was bullshit that happened that shouldn't have happened. And right now I'm at the point where let bygones be bygones, because it was all, for me, it was petty bullshit. And I didn't even know what happened. That's how I feel about the situation. Like, I didn't even know what happened. But I just want to let you know, I'm over all that bullshit. So I'm over a lot of shit. Diva is growing up on these YouTube streets, okay? It's too much. This is too much. This is too much. People are bugging out. This man is not going to get out, in my opinion. I don't care what his lawyer tries to do for his appeal. I feel like he's not. Maybe he might get a new trial for New York. Who knows? Hey, if it does happen, lucky for him. And you know what my best advice for him would be? To have a bench trial. The second time around, you should have a bench trial. Let the judge be the jury. Okay? Maybe the judge will see the shit that Bonjean sees. You understand? Maybe. You never know. Then when it comes to his appeal, the justices might just see some of the shit and maybe might drop a charge or two. Who knows? Who knows? But the way it looks according to the law and the way they laid everything out, it doesn't look good for R. Kelly. At the end of the day, J-Bo, for me, is just doing her job, man. She's paid to try to get this man out of jail. So she's got to do every part of the law that she needs to stick at the courts. Then that's what she's got to do. She has to do her job for R. Kelly. And her job is to try to get him out with whatever she can. Find the loophole, find that law, this law, the retroactive thing, the whole time guard stuff, you know, like all these things. You never know.
Right.
You never know. He might get lucky. He might get lucky again. Okay, but the Lord had to put him where he's at for a little while. He needs to learn his lesson. Maybe he will get out, and hopefully he will have learned his lesson and maybe move the fuck out this country and go do whatever the fuck he wants to do somewhere else where he can do that. And it's not against the law. And he can have his 8 wives and however old they want. However old he wants them to be. You know what I mean? Like, do shit the right way. Don't get caught up again. Even though his charges say that he'll be out by the time he's, 75, 78, 85, something like that. He could get out in another couple of years. He'll be almost 60. Hopefully, God willing, he'll learn his lesson. Right now, he said he learned his lesson. He ain't learned his lesson yet. In 5 years, you ain't learned your lesson. You haven't even admitted your wrong. You're still claiming to be 1,000% finished. You haven't done anything wrong. I could stay on the base relationship, but I could have a story in the relationship. Why we don't cut it? When you do the things that you have done for me. It's not just like the lawyers were saying, our past people were saying, it's not just a one-time incident. This is something that has happened over a period of time of years. There's been a pattern of this behavior. And he's been doing it with minors. And he's been doing it with women. But he's really more in trouble for the fact that he knew he had a disease. He didn't tell nobody he had it. He wound up traveling back and forth with young ladies and women. And then on top of that, he was abusing them. These people think that it's just because he was with minors. No, it's about the abuse too. Technically, these girls were being tortured. They were suffering. R. Kelly did what he did, and hopefully, one day, he will admit his guilt. And in these couple of years, is not enough time. Maybe in 6 more years, 7 more years, 8 more years, maybe he'll come out a different man and learn his lesson for real. And can maybe write a story about it again. The way he wrote his first book. Maybe he could talk about his trials and tribulations.
I'm gonna mute you real quick so you can. Okay. So listen. Wait a minute.
Get your goddamn system right.
What?
How many years is it gonna take for somebody to get their goddamn fucking fiber optic together? What
Okay. Listen, Diva, let me ask you a question. So, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but Sylvia and Debo was reading some paperwork or whatever, and I was listening to it, but when I looked up, I know he said your name. And when I looked up on the screen, it also said Kel's Tears and the paperwork that he was reading. Why was your name in his paperwork, if that's what it was? And if I got it wrong, I'm gonna have to go back and see. But why did your name appear, or why was it mentioned, or whatever? Did you see Sylvia's live?
I did catch some of it. Yes, I did. And he's talking about because of the fact that I did the live where I played the 5-minute clip of what he did on his video, because it was sent to me. So it was sent to me, and I played it on my live because that's what the prosecutors were talking about. So I did a comparison and said, look, I got this sent to me, and this is what it is. This is what the prosecutors are talking about.
So
So
what
that was it.
he was talking was that written from
Hey,
some
my
type of some from the prosecution team or his defense team, or who wrote that what he was reading?
His defense.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, well, I got to go back and read it so I can get my own understanding. Oh, okay.
That was from his defense.
Okay. Ms. Walker, how you doing? How
All
y'all
right.
doing, Jack?
I'm sorry, Jojo. Let me just say this last thing. That paperwork was the letter that was written to the government before his deferred agreement. He's saying that paperwork is what led them to give him the deferred agreement.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't have no questions with it. That don't have nothing to do with me, but I'm not stupid. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not stupid, and you shouldn't
Right.
perceive anyone over here as being stupid because there's no. How you doing, Miss Walker? How you do, Sky? What's going on,
What's good, bro?
man? I'm still learning. Miss Walker probably over here cursing my
Well,
ass out.
clearly we all still learning because if we sit up here still allowing young women to sit up here and think that they can engage in activities and not accept accountability, it's a sad thing. When you want to deflect and place the blame on calves, it's pitiful. It's pitiful. You got people out here saying that they pro women and they pro victims, and yet they still have said nothing about seek a better lifestyle. Don't try and go to a celebrity for a come up and for a win. Create your own scenario and create your own goals and execute them. It's pitiful. You see what I'm saying? We people want to just look at the cases, but look at your own and look at the lives of the victims. Give them some words of encouragement and give them some guidance and some redirection so they can win. It's pitiful. This is pitiful. I'm telling you, I was sitting here for a while and I'm like, this can't be true.
We are in a pitiful state. When I said that a long time ago, people looked at me and said, "Oh, he's just down enough." No, I'm talking about people collectively. How we allow certain situation that arises in our life to play a part, and we let it take on some entity that has nothing to do with our lives, but we can identify with it, and it's easier that way to take that on rather than to face what's really going on. And that's us as a people.
Fact.
And it has nothing to do with no color base, so nobody can take that and run with it. We just a sad group of people because we are guided in what any way they want to lead us, and we can see this shit. I mean, case in point, you got a group or organization that says they're fighting for this and that. What else have they fought for? Nothing.
I'm waiting.
Truth be told, they ain't fought for shit. But what they did, they allowed themselves to be caught up in something they want to identify with, which didn't have shit to do with them. And they played upon that. They ain't moved on. They got guilty verdicts on in two different jurisdictions. And they still ain't move around. You know why? Because they had no plans. I told you. We don't have any plans. We sit back and let people plan for us. And here's the evidence. Not because JoJo said it, your actions is showing it. Now, if you tell yourself the truth in the wee hours of the night, so-called victims of the one that been victimized, you know I'm not lying. Look at this shit. These motherfuckers, excuse my French, Miss Walker, don't mean to come over here and be disrupted like this. They ain't moved on yet. They still sitting around here talking about R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly, what he did, what he did, what he did and where he's not getting. Why the fuck these people not moving on as an organization, quote unquote, and not going looking for other so-called victims? I tell you why. Because they didn't have it in their heart in the first place. They found something they feel they can identify with, and this is why they stuck. Now
And
tell me I'm wrong.
and let me chime on. They also stuck and have created a fake nexus to the case because they feel that they're sexual assault victims. So they feel that that makes a difference and relates them to the case. It has
Exactly.
none. All you could
I'm
say,
full of shit.
all you could say as a sexual abuse victim is that people do get sexually abused. You can't say a goddamn
Absolutely.
comes to the R. Kelly case. I'm
Absolutely.
sick of it. I'm
Absolutely.
sick
But
of it.
you see him sitting around here in his
Womp womp.
You can womp, but you still womping over here.
listen to this.
You over here womping.
You see, you know what?
Womp 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 womp. That's
You
all I'm gonna say.
you womping.
You're not
Womp
defending.
yourself to Verizon to get your
I'm
internet
asking
up.
you to
It's
Miss Stephen
pitiful.
Divine Light, come up here and refute what I just said. Have you? Yes.
Womp.
Have you ever went sought out the person that assaulted you? If you ever been assaulted
Thank you.
in that manner, have you ever went sought justice on them? I'll wait. No, you ain't did it because you had no intentions on doing it because you probably enjoyed it at the time. And at
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I really did. I was 9 years old. Yes, I loved every fucking second of it. Every single minute of it. I loved it. I wanted it. Yes, I did. I did. I loved every second of it. I loved it so much that it made me a promiscuous child. Yes, I loved every second of it. Every moment. I appreciated it. Yes. I was 9 years old. I loved every second of it. Is that what you want? That's what you want to know?
that's
You got to know.
Womp womp.
but you still around here blaming First of all, don't get me started with you. Yeah, that's the first thing. Part of your healing is to understand it. What's really going on? You enjoyed that shit,
Oh my
and then when it
God.
didn't go your way, you got mad at it. Get the
But
fuck up out of here. I'm not gonna lie on this.
But I was 9 years old and I did it and I lied about it and nobody believed me and I never made any police report. Yeah, all this happened. Yep, yep.
hey, just like you all say for Kels, did you go get the help you need? Like he need to go get the help he need?
Oh, oh no, I didn't get the help. I didn't get the help. He didn't get the help. I didn't get the help either. No.
Oh, okay.
It's a
Well,
parenting.
I have to say something. Let me say something real quick. Just to make sure everybody understand that I don't give a damn if I fuck with you or not or whatever, and don't matter who it is, right? I do not condone any type of victim bashing, victim shaming, or whatever on no ground. Right? I just want y'all to understand that. And let me say this before y'all get back at it. Sky. So I understand what you always say. You always make that point about people put themselves in a situation and you get what you get and that's it. Well, there are some defenses for that, and in those type of cases, that only mitigates somebody's liability. That doesn't usually means that they're free because somebody put themselves into you. Don't again, you have a reasonable expectation not to be harmed. And if being a minor and having sex with an adult is a injury, then that's just what it is. Per the law, not per me, just per the law. So if that's a harm, that's considered harm. that means that someone was harmed. That means that it is potentially a crime. So, no matter what we put
Well,
ourselves
let me
in,
ask you something.
Wait,
sometimes
wait, wait.
I'm not finished.
Jojo, let me respond.
I'm not finished. Sometimes we put ourselves in situations, maybe, some told we might go skydiving. Well, we know that's dangerous, but we put ourselves into it. That do we mean is that does that mean that if we crack our brain wide open, splash our brain wide open, and that means we get what we
When you
get?
know
Yeah.
better, you do better.
Can't. Okay, I'm done now. Go ahead. Since you
When
Okay.
just
you
want to
know,
be on
when
the
you
Wait,
know,
record.
wait. Let me
let me say
respond, Joe.
this. You know better, you do better. And see, all I'm doing is looking at, as you would say, or any person with sound mind would say, what are you doing about what you went through? Are you going, because there are these laws that's readily available for you to go out and seek your victimizer. I
Well,
don't see
wait a
these
minute.
people doing that. These
Well,
people not
you
doing
said more than that. You said more than that.
Jojo,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay,
Jojo.
let me respond to what Angie said. Okay, so this is what it comes down to, where the rubber meets the road. Okay,
these
I
people.
Uh-huh.
understand what you're saying legally. Okay, however, when you are saying you are a woman and you are a victim and you want, to my understanding, to help the victim, maybe I got it wrong. Maybe you don't want to help the victim. Maybe your goal is just to prosecute chaos. If you truly want to help the victim, why not ask them and give them guidance in regards to doing better and doing different? Why not ask them, why did you seek out R. Kelly for whatever reason you did? For the money, for the fame, to have sex with him, for the come up. And now that you see it didn't work out for you, what are you doing now? And what are you using now to better your life? What is your new goals to win in life? You see what I'm saying? These people, and I got to go to my day one. If you all go back to my day one video when I got on the YouTube, there was a first day in which these quote unquote victims were harmed. And what did they do? They didn't leave. They stayed there because the reward was worth the risk. And they were willing to take whatever it was to get whatever reward they were accepting. And that's what you all can't get around, because they did not leave. If there was harm, they accepted the harm. They didn't leave. And y'all
Okay.
can't get around that.
And let me
But
say
they
this
accepted the
no
herpes.
one is saying, no one is saying,
You accept the harm. You accept the harm.
Okay.
They
no
Now,
one is
yes.
Hello,
They're abusers. That's what happened.
Wait, I
hello.
ain't
Can I
finished.
can I say
I'm
something?
not done. Let me finish, please.
Debo, no, sir, no. And I ain't trying to be funny, but the issue between you and I still motherfucking stand. Uh-uh.
and no one
I'm
is
not
saying
doing
the
it,
harm is
and I'm not
permitted.
doing it
If
because of that motherfucking reason.
that's
I'm a
not what I'm
motherfucking
saying.
real.
I'm sorry, Miss Walker. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking to Debo, because he
And
hit
what
the
I'm
note.
saying is,
I'm not playing this game with you people.
no one is advocating and saying the harm is permitted if there was harm permitted. But this is what I'm saying. It is so one-sided when you look at this. It doesn't take a blind man to see it. I'm not advocating that if anything was done wrong, justice shouldn't be sought out. But that one-sided shit is what I have a problem with. Because you can't have
I'm
it.
glad you said one side. Yes, I'm gonna cut you off. So
Jo-
why is it
Go
on
ahead.
this motherfucker
I
you
knew I
always take the position on whomever, but off this motherfucker, right? I understand what you're saying. I understand.
do.
We both, I understand
But
what you're
why is
saying
it?
too.
Yeah, why
But
when faced with the opportunity to say yes, and I understand what you're saying, and leave out whatever enemy against her. I understand what you're saying, or take the opportunity to say nothing and stay out of it.
You know why? Because of what the argument constitutes. If it's constituting one area of the argument, that's what I'm going to attack. If I'm able to do such a thing. But if it's covering the whole circumference, I will attack it then because I once came on here and said I understand both of you guys' argument. Now,
Jojo, this is Carla, and I'm gonna just say this to you. You know that half of the time that shit that Levi be talking about is bullshit, and you be bullshitting him when you say that shit. And I'm just gonna say it just like that, okay?
Now, this is an opportunity, honey, to attack me.
No,
Levi talks a whole bunch of bullshit, and you don't never call him out. You don't never call him out when he talking bullshit. But
I'm gonna get Levi over here. Y'all better stop.
I don't give a damn. You know I will tell him because I don't understand how he made it out of childhood without a busted head. I really don't. Because if I was his mother, he would have been busted upside his head.
You all don't want to accept a different point of view. Just like you said, nobody has to.
I accept a different point of view. So you definitely got the wrong one when you're talking about me.
But what's the bullshit then? What
I'm saying is that half of the stuff that Levi say is bullshit. I'm not talking about all the arguments on couch. I'm talking about the half of the things and the stuff he come up with out his mind is bullshit to deflect. I'm not talking about shit.
Speculation. How can you take speculation?
Right.
Things that we don't even know.
Just because y'all agree with his premise, y'all agree with the bullshit that he said.
He was speaking on this dude.
About bullshit.
He's speaking on this dude bullshit. As if he is.
Should I have hit this link?
No, you shouldn't have, because I'm about to say something else to you. You just said something so disgusting, Jojo, that I thought I would never hear you say.
What did I say?
That I thought I would never hear you say. When you sat there and said that she probably liked it. How?
I said what? Excuse me. I didn't hear that.
When you just went off on that spiel that you went off, and you asked her who was her abuser, and you said she probably liked it.
Absolutely. You know why?
Jojo, that is disgusting. That is a disgusting thing to say.
Let me
is it disgusting?
I'm 9 years old.
Nah.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are a 9-year-old child enjoying being abused.
I will apologize to that.
Is it okay for you all to call Kels a pedophile?
Stop trying to deflect, Sky. Stop trying to deflect. And this is what I mean. With agreeing with me to certain shit. Sky, you know that shit is disgusting. You know that shit is disgusting. But because you agree with the couch thing, you won't even speak up and say it.
Let me say this. I didn't understand the severity, and that is my fault. That's my ignorance.
Thank you, Jojo. Thank you. Because that's what I was addressing. And Sky, if you agree with that shit, you want some bullshit. For real.
Don't step into the kitchen if you can't take the heat. If you want to sling names and you want to keep raising people, get what
take it. That's why I got up here. You don't say no 9-year-old child enjoy being abused. You don't say no shit like that. And you're a disgusting person. I would never want a child to be around you if you believe that shit.
You can't create the
narrative. You a disgusting ass motherfucker thinking some shit like that.
It comes to narrative.
Let me say this.
I'm checking what he said. That's what you should have did. No, but y'all go along with that nasty shit. Y'all go along with nasty shit like that. And it's talk about your fucking character. I really thought more of you than that shit.
I'm trying to
for real.
Listen, I'm trying to give a formal apology.
I hear you, Jojo. I'm talking about Sky trying to justify it.
Who says that? I don't give a damn if she was 9.
I'm talking about Sky here trying to justify the bullshit.
You ain't talking about me. No,
yeah, I'm talking about you.
You ain't saying a motherfucking thing to me. You ain't saying a motherfucking thing to me. What the fuck I said, stand. What the fuck I said, stand.
I'm saying it all to you.
Stand. If you embarrassed now for bullshit, you all want to throw motherfucking hands up, then get ready to take it back. You ain't
I don't know who the fuck will listen to shit you gotta say after
You
that
ain't
bullshit.
saying shit to me.
Straight up,
Okay?
yes I am. I'm
You
telling
thought you
you I'm saying
was.
it to
You
you.
ain't
What
talking
the
to
fuck
me.
you gonna do?
Cause
What
what
you
I said,
gonna
what
do?
you gonna do?
You
Oh,
What the fuck you
like
gonna
that. I'm
do?
saying it to you.
You
I'm
think
saying it to you. You're the one telling me I'm not. I'm telling you I am.
you gonna do what? What you gonna do?
I'm telling you that I'm saying it to you. So
But
You
what are
not
you
talking to
talking
me.
about?
You not talking to me.
What is it about me
So
saying
you
it
ain't
to
talking
you?
about
That
shit.
you are
You
disgusting if you
ain't talking
justify
about
that.
shit. So you ain't talking to me. You
I
ain't talking
am
about
talking to
shit.
you. I'm telling you I
You
am.
thought you
What are
was.
you gonna do?
You thought you was.
No, I know I
Ignore
am.
your motherfucking ass like
I
I'm
know
doing
I'm
now.
talking to you.
Ignoring your motherfucking
Okay.
ass like I'm
I'm
doing
talking
now.
directly to you.
Now.
Okay?
Ignoring your
I'm
ass
talking
like
to
I'm
you
doing now.
with your
And
nasty
like I
ass to
said,
think that
Miss
it's okay to
Walker,
justify
you're not gonna
somebody
lose your
like
that's
I
abusing a
said
9-year-old.
to the people who can't hear, if you want to slang insults, be ready to take it back.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
not taking it back. I'm
Hold on.
standing on it. I'm
Let me
standing on it with a 3 foot, 6 foot, 20-foot motherfucking ladder. Ho, what you gonna do?
Anybody with common sense know
What
a
you gonna
9-year-old don't want
do?
to be abused. And if you sit here and justify that, then
Like
that's
I
a nasty
said, bop
ass
bop,
person.
bop bop, bop bop. I'm still
Yeah,
not taking it
okay.
back.
That's that. Just
no,
like you
let me
told
say
Diva
this.
Divine
Carla,
just
let
said.
And
me
I'm
say
If
still
this.
that's
not
all you
taking it
got to
back.
say, that's all
And
you
I'm
got to
still
say
not
because you
taking
know
it
you
back.
wrong.
What I
You
said
dead
That's
stand.
not
wrong.
motherfucking right.
What
You
I
If my
said
nasty
stand.
motherfucker
fucking
act like I'm
wrong.
better, that's
What
because
the
I'm
fuck
fucking
I
ass.
said stand.
That's
Nasty ass.
because I'm fucking ass.
Thank
You
you for
talking about
apologizing,
disgusting.
JoJo, because don't no 9-year-old want to
I
be abused. I'm sure
Ain't
say
R. Kelly
nobody
didn't want to
deserve
be
it.
abused. I'm sure he didn't want to get beat either for his bullshit.
oh my God. Miss
People's bodies,
Diva
just
Divine
because
Light.
somebody's body responds to what happened to them, they
Miss
can't help that
Diva.
from their
Okay,
feelings, but that don't mean that they want to be taken advantage of and abused.
Hold on,
And I
Carla.
ain't never been abused. But my
Okay,
God, what
hold on,
kind of
Carla.
human is you?
Guys, at the age of 12 should be
That shit comes
I
straight
don't
from
know
a
what
beast
kind of
saying some shit
motherfucker
like that.
Hold on,
I
Carla.
don't know what kind of shit
Let
R.
me
Kelly done
say.
put out here
I
in
know,
your
just fucking
motherfucking
be. He done made
Oh my
everybody lose
God.
their
life
fucking
as a
mind
fool
You're
or
not
whatever.
making it no
But
better.
And
ain't
going in
nobody,
pedophilia
ain't
and
nobody
telling children they like it.
worth this shit.
Can I say something? And y'all can go
If
at
you
it.
don't say it too much, simple as.
No. Who's simple?
You. You the one
Telling
said the
children
simple
they
shit.
like some damn
Hold on. We
abuse.
go. This
9 years old.
See, you better
Simple.
pump your
10
break.
out of
Who the
10.
fuck is
Simple to
simple?
simple.
I'm trying to rectify it, and you call me simple
Yeah,
because
you could have said it.
you
Who
wanna get
thinks like that in the first
agitated.
place? That would never come out my motherfucking mouth.
Well, that's not me. You're not me. God damn it!
You
I'm trying to
goddamn
apologize.
motherfucking right. Put that
Well,
on the
JoJo,
goddamn
I thank you for apologizing because I know sometimes shit get heated.
This woman want to stick. You know
Listen, no,
what?
no,
She
no.
want to
I
get
know
in this shit.
sometimes shit get heated and people say
just
stuff
full
without
of
thinking.
shit.
But that's why I wanted to bring it to your attention because somebody watching this is going
Exactly,
to
and I
see that. But
appreciate
then
you
for
for doing
somebody
that. But
else to
no,
justify that shit on the back
she
is
want to
fucked
jump in
up.
this shit and it escalated.
You ain't got
I
to
ain't no
When I'm
somebody me.
escalated shit.
saying,
Who the
You
fuck
ain't got
say
to
some shit
somebody
like
me
that?
because
young lady,
what I said
and she
still
want to
stands.
jump
So
Okay,
you
and then
ain't
like
got
I
to
said,
you
then
I
that
ain't
ain't
means
got to
that
got no
you's a
somebody.
nasty
motherfucking
You
bitch.
ain't got to
shit.
somebody
Now put that
You's
on
nobody.
a
the
nasty
table.
Okay,
bitch.
because when
And that's where I leave that.
your
You're right, we
ultra
don't have to
smart
have no
ass,
more
when your
conversation.
ultra
We
smart
don't have
ass
to
come
have
up
no
with that
more
argument
conversation.
details,
Cause I will
then we can
never,
talk.
I would
Okay?
never trust no children around your motherfucking ass saying some shit like that.
Miss Diva
You's a
Divine
nasty
Life.
bitch.
Let me say this to you,
You
Miss.
call me a bitch?
Yes, I did.
Your
Wait a
mama a
minute.
bitch.
Well, yeah, you
You
okay?
a bitch.
You think
You
that
a
hurt
low
me?
life
Miss
bitch.
Diva,
You
can
You
think
a
that
bitch
hurt me,
can't even
bitch?
talk.
Do you
You
think
a
that hurt
bitch
me?
that don't look like
If I
shit.
threw it to
You
you,
a
I
bitch that
could
don't
take it
talk like
back.
shit. You a
I
bitch
can
that ain't got no
guarantee you,
motherfucking
I can
education. You
guarantee you
a
that the majority of
100%
the people
low
that
life,
listen
low
to this
class
will
bitch.
see
I
you
got
as a
your
bitch
bitch
for
hanging,
what she
hoe.
said
I got
versus what
your
I
bitch
said,
hanging.
bitch. I
I
can
got your
guarantee
bitch
you that.
hanging. I got
Because
your
this
bitch
ain't my
hanging.
normal character. This
Yeah,
your
I got
normal
your bitch
character.
hanging
Your
though.
normal character is
Yeah,
fucked
I
up.
got your bitch hanging.
Your normal character is fucked up.
Yeah, and you ain't the one that's gonna call it out because you ain't shit to do it.
Like I
Now,
said,
when you level
I'm
up,
doing
hoe,
it.
when
I'm
you
doing it right
level
now.
up, hoe,
I'm
when you
doing it
get
right
on my
now.
level, then you can judge me
You
and tell
talking
me
loud
if
to
you
me
ain't got
saying
no
I'm not
talk.
doing it don't
You
mean I'm
ain't got
not.
no
I
talk,
gotta get
hoe.
into
You
it.
ain't got no
And
talk
what,
with me,
bitch?
hoe. You
And
ain't
what,
got no
what?
talk. You might as
I
well
don't give a
just press
fuck.
on. You ain't on my level to try and touch me. You can't validate me. You don't validate motherfucker. Impressive motherfuckers that don't have no education. You don't impress me, Carla. You don't impress me. It's nothing about you that is impressive. Okay? So when you go find a motherfucker who you impress,
somebody.
Like,
Bitch, I'm the one to put you in your motherfucking place.
Cause I
So
didn't
you
even
ain't
bring
got
that
shit
up.
on me.
You
You
think
ain't
I'm
got shit
somebody?
on me.
Cause I
You
didn't even
talking
bring
to the
none of
wrong
that shit up.
motherfucking
I
way.
didn't use
You
no
gotta go find
educated
somebody you
word.
can
And
check,
when I
cause you
had to
can't
say to
check
you
me.
right now, ho, I ain't used not one
You heard
educated
what I
word
said,
of what I
bitch.
had to say to you just now.
You heard what I said.
If you think I always been good with you, but if you think that a 9-year-old being
Honor,
pleasured
you
by
can't check
sexual
me.
abuse
You
is
not
okay,
on my
you need to
level,
shut
ho.
up.
Ho, you not on my level.
Okay, I'm glad
Okay,
you
so
think
shut
that.
up.
Oh, you're right.
Go
I'm not on
find a
your level.
motherfucker who level you on. You
You're
not on
right.
my
You're
level.
right. You're right. I'm not on your
You
level.
not
Cause I
on
would
my
never
level.
say it's
Get
okay,
on my
or I would
level.
never. I
Get
would
on my
never.
level.
I would never
Get on my
condone a
level.
9-year-old
Get on
being
my
pleasured by
level.
sexual
Get on
abuse.
my level.
Yeah. So
Get on
you're
my
right,
level.
ho. You
Get on
right,
my
ho.
level.
Let's talk. Let me
All
You
right,
just
so
right.
say,
y'all,
I ain't
Y'all
nowhere near
need,
your level.
all
cause
right,
You
y'all
so
done let this
absolutely
hoe get
right.
beside
let me
herself.
say what you got
Y'all
to
done
say.
let her come
Just
on
1
here
minute.
and
1
act
minute.
like
You
she
Just
didn't
the
get
1
only
minute.
beside yourself
educated
because you didn't
motherfucker.
ran your
Like
yap
she
all
gonna
these
try
years
and check a
sounding fucking
motherfucker.
stupid.
Girl, you could never check me.
Like I said, you didn't
You
got
don't
beside
have enough
yourself because you
class,
didn't ran
Carla.
your yap all these
You
years
don't
sounding
come
dumb
from a
as shit.
classy place,
You
girl.
fucking
You can
bitch.
never check me,
Okay,
Carla.
I'm doing it.
You can never check
I'm doing
me.
it. What the fuck?
You can never check me.
Like, okay, if that's how you feel, I
You a
don't have
low
to check
class
you. I
hoe.
don't have to check you.
You
I
a
can go
low
ahead and voice the
class,
how I feel just like you do.
uneducated
I'm
hoe.
doing the same shit you do.
You a low
Your
class,
voice ain't no better
uneducated
than
hoe.
mine. Your voice ain't no
Okay?
better than
Bye
mine.
hoe. Bye hoe. Bye.
No, but you,
Bye.
how you
Bye
gonna
hoe.
dismiss me from
You
somewhere where you
can't
don't
check
control?
me. You can't check me. You probably
How
gonna
are you
girl, but you
going to
can't check
Man,
dismiss
me.
me from a place
I
you
don't know
You
don't
why
can't
control?
check
y'all
me,
arguing,
hoe.
bro. I don't
You
know
don't
why.
control this
Hoe.
space. I don't
Hoe.
come to your space,
Hoe.
okay?
Hoe. And I'm glad you
Yeah,
don't,
your
because
mama
people
a
like you
hoe.
ain't welcome. You're not welcome
Your
over there
mama a
because you
hoe.
talk too
Your grandmama
motherfucking
a
much
hoe,
and
because
you
they
don't know
raised a
what the
hoe.
fuck you saying. You talk too much. I'm glad you ain't over there, bitch. We
Yeah.
don't want you.
I wouldn't be
Bye,
over there.
bitch.
That's why you never see me
Bye,
over there.
hoe.
You
Bye,
can
hoe.
never see me over there.
Bye, hoe. Good.
So
We
we
don't want you.
good.
Who the fuck wants you?
We
You act like
good.
you a motherfucking asset to
I
this
don't know
Carol's
We
what.
case, bitch. You
good.
ain't affecting
No,
this
that's
shit.
what you think.
We don't.
That's how
You
you hop
not.
on shit.
You not.
You hop
We
on
don't get. I
shit
don't give a fuck about
like
you.
you run shit every fucking
You
where.
think because you ain't come to my channel like you the
Like you
motherfucking
run shit
champ,
every
bitch.
fucking where.
Like
We
you the
don't run shit
motherfucking
no
done daughter.
everywhere.
Oh, Connor's the done daughter.
You
Everybody
don't.
make
If I
Connor
thought
come to
that
their
I would
page
be
to put
all
them on.
everywhere,
Get
I
the
don't
fuck
go
out
no
of here.
everywhere.
Girl,
And
you
I
done got
wouldn't even
delusions
hop
of
on here
grandeur.
tonight
Get your
if I didn't
motherfucking
hear what
ass out of
JoJo
here.
said. And I was
You
addressing
right.
JoJo.
Stay
You
over
had your
here.
ass in it.
Stay over here,
I
popular
was
hoe.
addressing JoJo. You
Stay
had
over
your
here,
ass in
popular
it. So
hoe.
that's why you getting it
Stay
too.
over here, popular hoe.
Straight up.
Stay
Straight
over
up.
here,
If
popular
he
hoe.
apologized for it, then
Yeah.
obviously he must see the shame in it.
Yeah.
But your ass don't.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
ass don't.
Stay over here, hoe bitch, because you
Your
so great
ass
and so
don't. Yeah,
popular.
the
I
same
need
hoe,
Carla to come to my
the same
page to
kind of hoe
make
that
it
your
great.
mama birthed.
I need
Yeah,
Carla to
you
make
the
my
same
page
kind of
great.
hoe.
Please come, Carla, because you talk too motherfucking much and you
Like,
talk over everybody. Please come. Shut your
bitch, you
motherfucking
think
ass
you
up, bitch.
don't?
Shut
You think
up.
you don't?
Shut your stupid ass up.
You think you don't, bitch?
Shut up.
Your
Shut
mama
up.
stupid. You
Shut
stupid
up.
for
You
raising a
stupid.
dumbass like you.
You,
To pull
your
some
kids
bullshit like
stupid,
this.
and everybody in your lineage stupid, bitch. They
Yeah,
gonna be
okay,
dumb
all
like you.
right. Listen,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Jojo, go ahead and can y'all mute real quick? Jojo, can you go
Well
ahead and say
documented, okay?
I'm trying.
Yeah, you know, yeah, as a teen parent, bitch.
Well documented, okay?
Yeah, as a teen parent, bitch.
Bitch, I'm not no teen parent.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And all my kids
Yeah.
belong to the
Yeah.
same person,
A
bitch.
mama
That was
out of
very cute,
wedlock,
hoe.
bitch. Take
That
all
was
the stats,
very
cause
cute, hoe.
you take them all, hoe.
Okay.
A bitch out of wedlock, yeah. A hoe out of wedlock, yeah. Take them all.
Let me
Bitch,
get
my
mine
kids
out.
all was born
Yeah,
with the
right.
person I'm married
Yeah,
to,
right.
hoe.
Let me
No
get
daddy
So
in
mine
y'all
out.
sight,
just
man,
gotta
bitch.
I have to
stop,
mute both
No
of
hoe.
y'all. Let me
daddy in
mute both of
sight,
y'all for you to
bitch.
say what he got to say. Hold on, let me
Get
mute
the
both of
fuck
y'all.
but
Jesus.
Let me get
Hold on, y'all.
out of
Good
y'all.
Lord. Y'all can take a break from the argument. Hold on.
Y'all can chop each other head. Miss Diva, first of all, I gotta know if she can hear me. She went out.
She's
I don't know. She probably hear me. I don't know if she come because I would like her to be up here when I say this because that wasn't my intention to attack her in such a way. Miss Diva, if you're listening, I'm apologizing to you because that was not presentable. That was wrong in all aspects of life. And if you don't accept my apology, I do understand, but I am extending my apology to you for my comments and what I said towards you in your situation. That's all I wanted to say. I mean, I think you guys, I mean, between Carla and Scott, I mean, it's not even that necessary. We don't even have, okay, I think she's up here. Miss Diva?
Yeah, sorry about that. I
We,
came
we,
back. Now I'm on my computer because I know I was on my tablet and I
well,
was choppy.
we don't see eye to eye because I have different viewpoints. But I have to say this to you. The comments that I made was unacceptable,
Mhm.
and I apologize to you from the bottom of my heart because I don't want you to think of me as that kind of person, even though we have different viewpoints and
Right,
different stances on life and
right,
what we fight for. But I would never diminish what you went through when you went through it.
right.
So I'm extending my apology to you, but I still don't give a fuck about you. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just
I
being
I appreciate that, and it's the
right.
feelings mutual, but
You know, but
it's
that what you
okay.
went through,
It's
what you
okay.
went through
Listen,
last night.
what happened to me, I was a child. I was 9 years old. The man was my babysitter's father. He was a 60-year-old alcoholic. And things happened to me. I didn't ask for that. I didn't want it. I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't ask for it. The man was a pervert. I was sleeping on the couch. He came over to me and started touching on me, woke me up out of my sleep. And the first couple of times I didn't say anything because I was scared, because he threatened me. This is what happens. The child gets threatened, or he was threatening my family. You understand? And these things happen.
I get that. Well, I
Keep
just
it
can't.
a secret. Don't tell nobody. Shh.
Well,
And
you
if
know,
you do,
you
this
can
is going
say
to happen and that's going to happen.
I
And
just
that's
can't
what happens.
apologize. I don't even, it's
Whether the child is 9, whether the child is 13, whether the child is 16, whether the child is 18, it still happens.
well.
That's
See,
how these
that's the point.
patterns
That's the
happen
point
with
we'll
predators.
have some disagreement with, and I'm not going to elaborate and go into that. But I'm apologizing to you for what you went through. All of that, whatever and whenever this child is this and that, I'm apologizing to you
Yes,
because
I'll accept your apology, but I'm just trying
I'm
to
not going
explain
into
to
no
you as
18
well
year old,
that
7
you
year
can't
old.
go around saying things like that, recklessly in that sense, because you
Well,
don't know what happened. And these things
absolutely.
happen to any child within any age, whether it's a toddler or an adolescent. It
Well, like
doesn't matter.
Okay, well, to my understanding, JoJo was
Miss
speaking in
Diva,
general.
what you're doing right now, Miss Diva, you extending my olive branch towards something that I'm not even inclined to even argue on. Because I don't care about, I'm extending this to you. All of the extra, I get it, what you advocate for, and I'm fine with it. I'm not saying that anyone that's with the age that you went through should go through it. No, when you starting to,
How about anybody any age?
any
Right,
age.
that's what I said. Any age
Wait, you're
between
not.
toddler
No,
and
because
adolescent.
no, see, this the thing.
You
JoJo was
said the age in which you
JoJo
went
was
through.
speaking in general. Okay.
I'm
So for a person to sit up here and act like he was specifically singling her out, he was making a general statement because in general, we make the statement that have you all went and found your abuser. That's the statement that we make. Saying that to all of the people who are trying to act like their particular situation has something to do with the chaos case. Why are we trying to go around that and
But
act like the
Okay,
Scott,
child
my
ain't
he
the
said,
issue?
hold on.
situation,
He
Scott.
said she
Wait. Can I
probably,
speak to
hold
Sky,
on.
please?
He said, it, okay, it could be a general statement. He said she probably
You
enjoyed it.
probably liked it.
well,
Yes.
Exactly.
damn,
Yeah,
man.
but
Yes,
at
that's
the
what he
time,
said.
My
that
You
thing
child didn't
is,
go
probably liked
through
it.
no
That's
nothing,
matter
exactly
Joe.
what he
what
said.
the age is,
You
if
are in
somebody's
essence
being taken
trying
advantage of, whether it be financially, whether it be domestic abuse, whether it be sexual. Can I finish? Can I finish?
But this is the problem. When the person apologizes,
you're not letting me finish. Can I get finished?
You're not even
I
allowing
accept your apology,
I'm not
JoJo.
even finished what I'm saying.
You're putting sanction on my apologies. That's what you're doing.
I ain't sanctioning shit.
Because what you
I'm
just said.
just saying what you said.
No, wait a minute. Let me say it. This is why I say you're putting sanctions on it. Because you're saying what I said, which has already been said. You don't have to point that out anymore because I'm apologizing.
Did you say to leave out when he was playing my shit back to back?
Oh, so that's what this is about.
The fuck? I'm not telling me what the fuck I'm doing. I'm saying what the fuck I gotta say.
Okay, go ahead. Now you're telling what this is about. Because I apologize to this young lady all around the board. But what you
ain't
did,
saying nothing about your apology. I ain't saying nothing about your apology.
Sanction it.
I'm responding to Sky.
No, but you just stated what I said.
I'm responding to Sky. That means,
based upon what I said,
for you not to say nothing.
It is an opportunity for me to say anything when you're putting me in a conversation.
Sometimes choose that option.
I'm not going to choose it. That is an option. You heard what you said? Option, meaning I have the right to.
Okay, well, you're going to be finished. That's going to be an option right now.
Oh, absolutely, you can finish.
Okay,
but you're not going to get away with the bullshit.
Yeah, when he said you probably enjoyed it. So I'm saying to me, this with me. I don't care what age you are when you've been victimized on any aspect. Who enjoys being victimized when you think about
it? You want me to respond?
It don't make sense to me. I don't give a damn. I mean, it's really disgusting at a 9-year-old. But when time I would have heard, if I would have said some fucked up shit like that, I would have heard, see, 9 years old. It wouldn't have taken nobody to come up here to trigger no motherfucking goddamn, no trigger no motherfucking. It would have never taken nobody to come up here to trigger no motherfucking goddamn apology.
Any age, but
when I would have heard that, I'm like, wait a minute, I ain't mean that shit. The fuck is wrong? But I'm the motherfucking one they want to chop up what they say to support their motherfucking dad. Let me tell y'all something. This is what you can write this motherfucking
This is what you really want to say.
I don't give a fuck. Let me finish what I'm saying. Y'all can write this motherfucking down. From panel to panel, from channel to channel. I ain't gonna never compromise who I am as a person. My principles, my thoughts, my beliefs, how I was motherfucking raised, and motherfucking what I fucking decided as a human being in this motherfucker. For no motherfucking body. Right, wrong, associates, affiliates, none of that shit.
And you
if it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's motherfucking wrong. I don't give a fuck if I'm the one that's doing it.
Absolutely. And that's why I apologize.
And there's no, I don't need no help. And there's nothing in between that for me. Whether it's from the law standpoint, whether it's just being a fucking normal human being. And if you're a motherfucking good person, decency gonna always motherfucking prevail, even in the face of your fucking enemies. So fuck that shit.
So what are you saying at this point?
I just said what I'm saying. Everything don't apply to you. Be quiet sometimes.
No, I want to wait.
I just said it. I don't need no help. I don't need no narration.
You still should be able to convey what you're saying.
I just conveyed it. Now, if you don't understand it, I suggest you rewind it.
A lot of people say that.
Shit.
Do you do that? Do you practice that?
Quiet?
Do you practice that?
God damn, yeah. That's why I don't say stupid shit.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me go back to what I was saying in regards to the insults. Okay, so we just had a situation where the young lady gave her narrative on what happened when she was sexually assaulted, everybody in this case knows that Kels was sexually assaulted from the age of what, 7 to, what do you say, about 14, 16. Where was the sympathy for him?
Oh,
Not
I
only
got
was
plenty
he
of
not,
sympathy for
hold
him.
on, hold
I
on,
have
hold on.
plenty
Let
of
me
sympathy
I
for
had
him.
finish.
sympathy for him.
Let
I
me
had
I have
sympathy
finish.
plenty of
for him.
sympathy for him.
Not only was he sexually assaulted by random men, he was also sexually assaulted by his sister.
Yeah,
So
I
this is
was
but
also
okay, I
assaulted by
can't
my
even finish
relatives
what I'm
too.
saying. I can't even finish what I'm saying, man.
Go ahead, Sky.
I'm saying that, and this is what happens and has been happening throughout the case. People want to forget that Kels is a victim of sexual assault. So they call him pedophile, they call him names, they just completely uh, just forget everything that happened to him as if they don't care. But yet you all want us to individually care what happened to you. And I'm just trying to understand the correlation. I don't get it. And what we saying when we make statements like that, we are talking about, because it's a fact. It's a fact that there are women in this R. Kelly sector that have been sexually abused, and that use their situation of sexual abuse to uh validate what happened in the Kels case when it has no relevance. I don't see what the argument is. What's the argument?
The relevance is that people get into domestic violence situations all the time.
We're
Whether
not saying they
you're
don't.
what?
We're not saying they don't.
Can I talk? Can I talk now? I let you have your
Okay, go
piece,
ahead. Go ahead.
girl.
Go
You
ahead.
want me to explain my side? Let me do it, okay? All right. Now, there is this thing called domestic violence,
Oh, mercy.
okay? And it
Right. Oh
happens with
God.
women who are an adult, right? It also happens with girls who are teenagers who are with older men, right? Okay, is that not the kind of situation? Okay, so a lot of people on this side can relate to that because either they know somebody that went through it or they've actually been through it themselves, right? Okay, then we do have sympathy for R. Kelly, the child, okay? Because at the end of the day, there is no excuse for him to become a victimizer when he was a victim. Unfortunately, he could have gotten the help he needed, but he didn't, right? So now he decides to continue with his sickness instead of getting help and winds up keeping trophies, right? So the trophies is what got him in where he is because he had stacks and stacks of stuff in storage. Now, sorry that Azriel had to be the one to say, listen, I'm done and I know where all his bones are buried. And I'm about to throw him in there and let the fucking prosecutors handle his ass. Sorry that happened, but you know what? At the end of the day, he had a pattern of disorderly conduct and abusive behavior towards women and minors. It wasn't just about minors. Let's not forget that. It's about women and minors. It's both together. It's not just about minors. And it's not just about traveling here and there and herpes. It's about abuse and the patterns of abuse that he did as a man in a relationship with these women slash girls. He was a
Okay,
pimp.
hold on, JoJo. Hold on.
He was
Hold
a
on,
pimp.
JoJo.
He
Let
was
me
a
let me
pimp.
respond. Boy, give me
He
one
was a
second.
pimp. He was a pimp.
Okay.
He had that pimp
Okay,
mentality.
so see, there
Remember,
you go with
he's from
another name.
Chicago.
There
Can I
you
finish
go with
talking?
another
Can I
name.
finish talking? Can I finish
You just talked
talking?
for 30
Thank you,
minutes. Like,
sweetheart.
damn.
Thank you. He has a pimp mentality.
Oh my
And then to top it all off, he was abused. So all these things, and then he became this big star and grew this giant ego, and he took it as far as he could, and he wound up with the wrong people on his team, And then he wound up with the wrong people on his team. They fucked him over, stole money from him. They kept letting these little girls hang around him. Nobody ever said anything. Everybody was with a blind eye. And that all fucked him up at the end. All of that shit fucked him up.
What about?
Okay, can I talk now?
He was an abusive child who wound up becoming an abusive.
Hold on, JoJo. Let me just respond to her. Then I promise you, I ain't gonna say nothing else to her.
I can relate to him because I can relate to him because when I was abused, I told my mom what happened to me. Like I said, it took a couple of weeks for me to.
Oh my God! Okay, you already said that. Can I talk now?
Okay,
you repeat what you said.
Can I finish?
No, because you're talking too long. You repeat what you said. I don't get to repeat what I said. Just say
I'm not repeating what I said.
You are. You're going back to your sexual abuse.
And you shut the fuck up and listen.
No, because you're repeating what you said.
You understand where my point is?
There is no point. You have no point. You're repeating what you said. You said you can relate. It stops at the relation.
I was saying,
you have no point beside the relation.
Is that happened? What happened to him with his mother? Wind up taking a $5,000 payout to let the guy go and live on the streets and continue his shit. Is the same thing that happened to me. I can relate to R. Kelly. I can in a lot of ways. I wound up becoming a nympho because of the abuse that I went through. I could understand when he used to have his hands shaking and feeling like he needs to have sex right now. I went through that.
Yeah, but there are ways that you cannot relate to him.
No, but wait, hold on. Let me respond.
I went through that.
Let me respond.
Let me just say one thing real quick. It's just a quick thing. There are ways you cannot relate to him because you did not have his kind of celebrity. And when
as far as the celebrity, no. I'm talking about relating to him as a child and what he went through as a child.
Hold on.
I can't relate. Skylife was saying that I can't relate to that and I don't have no sympathy for him. That's bullshit.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is without that type of celebrity and access, you can't say what would have become of you in that situation. So like I said, I'm not neither side on this situation. The only thing I had an issue was when JoJo said that because I know somebody else is going to hear that and take it somewhere else. Straight up.
Okay, so let me say this, Diva, and after I make this statement, I have no want for an exchange. I really don't, because we not on the same page. When it comes down to you and stating that there was domestic violence that occurs in teens and adults and youth and people who named the date when we said that doesn't occur in real life. That's what I'm saying. You all come up with things that just make no goddamn sense. Never did we say that people don't have domestic violence situations. Never did we say that sexual abuse does not occur. When did we say that? That's what I'm saying. You all come up with shit to act like
saying that R. Kelly couldn't be the man who could do this. He's innocent.
Can I finish? I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Okay, so let me finish. Okay, so let me finish.
Diva, let her finish.
Let me finish. Okay. So you come up with this shit and act like we some fucking retards and don't know that people have domestic violence incidents throughout their life at all ages or sexual abuse at all ages. Remember, I'm older than you. Okay. I've really been in the streets. Okay. So there's nothing you could tell me or JoJo, okay, or anybody really in this Cal sector that doesn't know that. For one. Two, you you sit up here and act like I said, you act like your particular situation in which you got victimized gives you a stamp. All you just like I said, all you can say is that stamp. Okay, can I finish, please? Damn. All you can say is that sexual abuse and domestic violence occurs. Everything else that happened is irrelevant to this case. Your experience does not mean R. Kelly is guilty because it happened to you also in a different situation. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't correlate. As much as you all want it to correlate, it does not.
Girl, shut the fuck up.
So let me finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish. No, you let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. And so going forward, at the same time, you all name call. You name call. You badger him. And you try and belittle him, and then when people from the Cal sector defend him, now you want to flip it and say we victim bashing. That's bullshit.
I call him a
That's
piece
bullshit.
of shit.
Okay, so if you understand this, it comes down to this, and everybody who can hear my voice who is saying it comes down to this: if you are going to belittle, berate, and talk about Kales and call him names, be ready to get it in return. That's it.
Right. He's a piece of shit. And that's all I'm
simple
gonna
as
say.
1, 2, 3. And then you want to sit up here and act like, oh, you're in denial.
He's a hepaphile.
These women went to R. Kelly. Okay? These women, let's say it again. These women went, let's say it slow. These women went to R. Kelly. Yes,
right.
No. Let's use sign language now. These women went to R. Kelly.
Right.
Okay, so for you to sit up here and try and act like he is some type. Okay, I can't finish what I'm saying. I'll let you talk your bullshit. So let me talk mine. I'll let you talk yours.
Please, because I got a question for you after you get finished. Go ahead.
Okay, she keep interrupting me. I'm saying, so I don't understand why. I don't know where y'all get this. Like he is like a super bad guy when these women went for it, and you know that, but you all have to take the narrative to act like he sought these women out. Okay, and then wait. She keep on talking, man. I can't even get my point out.
So let me ask you something.
Well, wait, let me get one more point, Ed. Let me just get one more point. Then you come up with the fucking evidence saying, oh, he got tapes. And what she call them, trophies. Tell me, name them some motherfuckers who you don't know anybody else that made sex tapes, people. You don't know people that took pictures. I bet you this hoe on one. So don't sit up here and act like you so motherfucking self-righteous and act like R. Kelly the only one that took fucking tapes and took pictures of shit. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not going for none of y'all bullshit. I'm not going for it. I'm not going for none of y'all bullshit. Go ahead, Angela. I'm done.
Because the picture is developing around.
Fuck out of here.
It's just developing. Okay.
Trying to act like R. Kelly the only one made video sex tapes. Fuck out of here.
Not with little girls. I mean,
are you fucking crazy?
Hey, can I say something? Because it's a picture that's developing based on all you motherfuckers, you know. And sometimes you don't want it to develop, but it is what it is. You have to see shit for what it is. You know, you might not want it to be a certain way, but it is what it is. So let me ask you this, guy. Take out the sex shit. Fuck that. I don't want to talk about it no more. So if a woman or a man goes into a relationship and at some point they get to getting their ass beat because they went to that relationship, they deserve to get their ass beat?
Okay, let's break it down to the fundamentals, okay? Sky Life does real life, real reality fundamentals. Okay. I go in phases. Okay. I'm dating a guy. Okay. I'm gonna put myself in the scenario. I'm dating a guy. We great. We chopping it up. He taking me out to eat. He buying me stuff. He treating me well. He doing what I need him to do. And then one day, boop, he dots me in the eye. Hits me in the eye. I'm gonna talk plain English to y'all. He hits me in the eye. I stay. What the fuck you think gonna happen next? Do you think he gonna stop? No. If you stay, that means you are accepting that fucking behavior, and that's what's gonna happen to you. I don't see why people.
Okay.
What the fuck are we doing?
Okay. So if you
fucking leave, you shift your left foot, then shift the right foot, and you shove a leg. Get the fuck out of there.
Okay, let me finish. So let me walk through this because I want to make sure everybody gets this. So you stay. Now, so there's no written consent. There's no verbal consent. It's implied consent. Because
It's
you
implied.
say you get your ass beat again, and that's consent. Implied is consent.
Yes, it is.
And you imply that you okay with getting your ass beat.
Yes.
So let me ask you this: does it make it right?
No, it don't make it right.
Okay. Thank you.
Who said it was right?
Hold on.
Nobody said it was right.
Hold on. So this is how this works, y'all. But
wait. Let me clarify my statement.
Hold on. Because I want people to see what just happened. Now I want y'all to, and I'm not talking about no R. Kelly, whatever. This is any instance, but we're gonna deal with take R. Kelly out and just keep whatever he was, whatever the premise about the women going to him and being okay with being allegedly being sexually abused. So just take out the domestic violence that I put in and put in the sexual abuse and go through the steps I just walked through. And Scott said, even though they imply that it's okay to get their ass beat or to get sexually abused, it doesn't make it right.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me clarify.
So that means you agree with the law.
But hold on. Let me clarify my statement. Because when did it become sexual abuse? When the feds came knocking on the door? Because it wasn't looking like it was domestic abuse or sexual abuse until the feds came knocking. See, that's the part that y'all don't want to see. That's the part that y'all want to try and minimize. But hold on. But
the law predated.
But hold on.
Hold on, so it was already crime. Just because somebody had discovered it, it's not here.
But let me finish.
Whenever it gets discovered, it gets discovered.
Right, but let me finish. Mm-hmm. It's still implied consent, which is still consent. Mm-hmm. So why are we trying to act like it's not consent?
But it doesn't make it right.
Okay, but if you still consenting to the behavior.
You cannot. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean
I'm trying to talk to Angie.
Buy yourself a new Fendi bag. Or buy yourself a new Gucci bag. I love you, and I promise you I'll never do that again. A lot of times that's what a man will do.
Okay.
I'm trying to talk to Angie.
Well, let me ask you. This is to all of you guys. What constitutes abuse?
Good question.
Anything that is unwanted and harmful to the person, whether it be mental, physical, psychological, anything.
Okay, does that apply both ways?
You could verbally abuse me by saying that. The matter of fact, what you said to me earlier, that was verbal abuse right there.
Okay, we have established that, but you want to harp on that when I've already apologized for that.
That's, you know what? Something like that could have caused me to go and commit suicide. Do you not realize that?
You have a problem.
Do you not realize that?
Fucking verbal abuse.
Yes, verbal abuse is real.
That was not no fucking verbal abuse.
You people don't know what it is.
That was not no fucking verbal abuse. He made a fucking statement. See, now you're trying to embellish. That's just fucking ridiculous.
You're not allowing me to articulate what I'm saying. We've already established that, but what I found interesting is how you go back and reflect to something that we kind of resolved when you yourself said you accept my apology.
Yeah, I did. I was just making an
example you go back to
a verbal abuse.
You go back to it in a reflection
right there that just happened right then and there. Just right then and there. Perfect example. Boom.
What you subconsciously did is reflected back to it.
I'm over that, JoJo. Stop.
No, you wouldn't have brought it up.
That's not what I did. Stop. You're going around circles with the filibuster stuff.
Okay. So I'm not going to be distracted by you shaking your ass and I'm shooting this free throw.
Right. And she's trying to re-trigger herself and then trying to act like you verbally abused her. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Shut the fuck up. You sound
so keep on bringing that shit up.
That's not even what I'm saying. I was just making a simple little fucking example.
But you want to go and bring it up when you want to bring it up.
Oh my God. I cannot.
What happened so much?
We see what the fuck you doing.
And what happened?
No, you don't. Apparently.
Yeah, we do. He just called your shit out.
I'm sorry that
he called you out. He called you out.
I apologize for you being a tarant.
Girl, you a fucking girl. Don't even let me get on you.
On this question
don't even let me get on you.
On your worst day.
Don't even let me. You said what on my worst day?
Huh? You can't get on me not even on your worst day.
Girl, you Diva got jokes, y'all.
Me what?
You got jokes.
Me what?
You got jokes.
What?
You got jokes.
Okay,
yeah.
Girl, you probably ain't got $100 in your pocket right now.
Baby.
Living in that 1-bedroom apartment with 10 motherfucking people. Girl, you better go get your life right before you even think about saying something.
Yes.
Yeah, get your life right. Yeah. You better remember who you talking to. You better
I know who the fuck I'm talking to, bitch.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Remember who the fuck you talking to.
Get your weight up before you talk to me. Get your weight up. Get your weight up.
My weight,
get your
life up. I don't need my weight up.
Yeah, you do. You do. And get your education up.
Who the fuck is you?
Talking to you funny.
A nobody.
Matter of fact, I ain't got no comments for you because you definitely ain't on my level.
Shut up.
So okay, let me ask this question. What
broke ass bitch?
Pendeja.
Your mama.
Sucia pendeja.
Your mama.
Yeah, puta.
Yeah.
Y'all, wait a minute.
All that in English, black English. Fuck you, kiss my ass, and find a dick to suck. All that. Yeah.
You're so tough.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh no, you tough. You tough. You tough. You the one tough. Talk about on your best day. You ain't got no best day. Bitch trying to get a job in motherfucking CPS and acting like you a motherfucking stock girl. You better go find a real job, hoe. That's why you over there struggling. That's why you sit up there caught up on the R. Kelly case because you ain't got no motherfucking real job. It's gonna take you away from this shit for 10 hours a day. Stupid ass bitch.
Come.
Get you a real job.
I live with 10 people. You
I'm
know
about
where
to
I'm
go
at.
give me a job.
You know where I live.
Yes.
Come visit me, bitch.
I'm about to go so I can take care of my 4-5 kids on the CPS job. Bitch, get out of here. Get your ass out of here.
Let's go, baby.
Get your ass out of here. Linking up with a motherfucker.
Let's go.
Because you a fucking fan.
I'm ready for any bitch that wants to come to my door.
Get a real life before you come talking to me.
That wants to come to my door.
Girl, I don't want to come to your door. That motherfucking apartment is a 1-bedroom with 4 niggas in it. Get the fuck out of here. 6 niggas in the car. You crazy? Get the fuck out of here. That tiny ass apartment. That's a problem alone. It's an apartment, bitch. You homeless. You homeless. How's a homeless home gonna talk to somebody like me? You homeless.
I love my
You homeless. I know you love it. I know you love it because you sit in your homeless ass apartment and you sit up there and talk about Kels all day and you a homeless hoe. Go get you a place to live.
I got square
Go get you a place to live, hoe. You a parent. You need to have some responsibility. You need to leave your kids something other than that when you die, hoe. Get your life right.
Gonna explode out your head.
Broke ass bitch.
Stop.
Homeless hoe.
I'll be broke.
Homeless hoe.
I'll be whatever you want.
You got be it there. Because that is not my problem. I ain't gotta live there.
God bless you. I'll be whatever the
not
fuck
my
you want me
problem.
to be,
Not my problem. We already know you that. You ain't gotta play like you gonna be. We already know you homeless, hoe. We know you homeless.
You're lonely. I know.
We know you homeless.
You're lonely.
Yeah, I'm lonely.
You're lonely.
Yeah, I'm lonely.
Your name is Skylife.
Yeah, I ain't got no broke ass man.
Skylife
no
is
bum ass
long.
kids. One apartment trying to act like I'm happy and I got something. Bitch, I'd rather be lonely and motherfucking rich than fucking overcrowded and broke on any day.
That's why you up here advocating. That's why you up here advocating and don't know or understand what abuse is.
Okay, if you ain't lonely, then go take care of them kids you got. Go take care of that man you got, bitch. Since you got people, then get the fuck off the net, ho.
That's some sad shit.
Stupid ass bitch. Getting up here on the internet talking about I'm lonely. Ooh, I'm lonely. Yeah, my bank account ain't lonely. My motherfucking bank account ain't lonely.
Anybody else have something else to say?
Bitch, my pets ain't lonely.
I'm trying to talk over no one, man.
I'm trying to sass and bring some shit up about the motherfucker.
No, what I was initially asking, what constitutes?
Bitch.
Puta.
Your mom.
Jojo,
Hey,
I think
I'm hearing y'all. Hey,
an act of violence, whether it's towards a male or female, men can be abused,
That's the
women can be
Mekuta.
abused too. But
Absolutely. So
but I don't think that every act this is where the nexus of where I come. I don't think that everything that happened need to be necessarily prosecuted. If I decide to walk away from a situation that I allowed for years, I'm not going to go to the police and make a report. I'm going to leave and go about my way and build my life. You know, like how everybody handles situations is how they handle situations. And in a lot of these situations with R. Kelly, I feel like that's exactly how it probably should have been, because a lot of these people did stay and endure this behavior, got compensated for this behavior, all types of other things. So I that's where I come in at a crossroads of, what do you do when you wake up from that moment as a victim and say, okay, I shouldn't have allowed this, and how do you respond? Of course they have a right to go to the law, but did the law have the right to do what they did to him? That's the part that I don't agree with.
well, let me ask you this
Yeah.
then. That's interesting, because that is alluding to my next question. Do you think it's prevalent on both sides?
What do you mean?
Meaning that, far as your definition on what constitutes that
Abuse.
behavior.
So what are you
Well,
saying? Do I think it can
well, as
happen?
abuse. Let's deal with the word
Right.
abuse.
Are you saying, do I think it can happen to both genders?
Yes, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
wait, because I'm not finished.
Okay.
In any given situation, and let's say, for instance, let's take an isolated situation. Let's take the R. Kelly situation, because that's what we're discussing. We can try to act like we're not.
Hmm.
Do you think there was abuse placed upon him?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I always say that. I always sympathize. I don't know.
So
I sympathize,
where does the law lies within that?
and that's why I'm saying I
Is
sympathize
it
more with
genderized?
his.
Is this
I
law genderized?
I think so, because I think sometimes the law is harsher on people who have a phallus than it is on people who don't have one.
Okay.
I do agree with that. I don't think that the law looks at abuse of men as serious as it does of women. And I also think that that's why it was not factored into the way that he was sentenced. And um I think that um if it was a woman who had experienced the type of abuse that he did and had committed those acts, and there was a history of abuse, it would have been factored more into her sentencing. And I don't think that that was done for him.
Judge
Absolutely.
Ann Donnelly did speak about that in
I
her
know that she said
sentencing
that, but
hearing.
I don't think that
And
her
she let him
sentencing
know, like,
reflected.
listen, I do understand what happened to you and everything, but at the end of the day,
I,
the evidence is the
Right, but
evidence.
she
but
said,
see, this is
And
where
I
I
am
look.
right,
going to give
but
you a lighter sentence than what she was
Well,
like. I could have
but what
technically
you
well,
thrown the
say,
book at
gave
you,
but
him, she
Diva,
gave
what
him
but
you
his
she gave
say,
law.
him 30 years instead of throwing life at him.
You
You know
know
but
what I
what?
mean?
This is where the ignorance, I think, kicks in
Thank you.
us as a group of people, because
Ignorant as fuck.
we allow ourselves to hear what's being said instead of paying close attention to society as
mhm.
such, and
I was just listening to
history
what you said. What are
using
you talking
history as our greatest teachers. And we don't do that. We don't allow ourselves to do that, because once we become fixated in our mind as such as, okay, this heinous crime was committed and he deserves everything he gets, do we even flip that to the inclination if it was reversed roles? And you pointed that out. And I don't think we do that. Subconsciously, we
Yeah,
might
we don't.
And then let
we
me say this to Angie too. Regardless, and I already know how you feel about the whole thing, but I had to say this to you because I can't say this to stupid. Regardless of what harm was done, abuse was done, the herpes, it does not equate to no goddamn 30-year sentence. It's the what they say, the punishment does not meet the violation. That's
It
overkill.
doesn't fit the crime. So,
Yeah, it don't fit the crime.
but see, this is what I mean by this society. They have in this law, in the system that I've always spoke on, they have sentencing guidelines. And see, this is when it gets tricky and it plays a big part. But it is discretionary at the judge's discretion. Because just based upon the guidelines, okay, they say this is a sentencing minimum or maximum. She's able, at her discretion, she could have said, I give you 6 months probation. She could have very well said that. Now, am I lying? Oh, I'm making it, I mean, Miss Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate?
No, minimum for him in that case was 20
No,
years.
I'm not. I'm saying what the judge's discretion is based upon.
Right, I'm telling you the guidelines for the sentencing. The
Walker.
minimum was 20 years. She
Hold
gave him
on.
30.
Hold on
He
a
ain't
minute.
asking
Hold
you.
on.
He
The
ain't asking.
sentencing guidelines are advisory, so the judge can make a decision to go
Based
outside
out of that, outside of the
guidelines.
guidelines.
Only if it's a mandatory minimum, right? It has
Listen
to
to
be
what
that.
I'm saying carefully.
Right,
Listen
Yeah.
to what I'm
mandatory
saying
minimum of 20
carefully.
years for the racketeering.
Shit. Oh my God. Okay, I'm done.
Right.
Well,
That's all it
That's
is.
the
That's all I'm
minimum.
saying,
Hold on.
Jojo. What you
That's
bring
a
up? That's
minimum
all.
or a maximum or whatever it is. I think it's the
That's
maximum for
yeah. Is that a mandatory minimum? Because if it's not a mandatory minimum, they don't have to.
the guidelines period now are just advisory. Okay. They can, decide to go according to the guidelines, or they can, freestyle. It's just what it is now. It's not like it was, you know, um back in the day.
Now
okay.
I'm gonna
Let me
ask you.
say
I'm
this.
gonna ask
Let's
you
talk
a question.
about.
But see,
Outside of those
again,
guidelines.
and this is why I tell you, and you don't even have to take it from me, because now I'm okay with hearing the law misunderstood, misstated, and whatever else. I'm okay with that. Just don't put me in it, because this is what happens, right? And I get this from people, I don't want to say that because that's going to be insulting. But this is what I get. You have some people that want to take me, and I ain't saying I'm no exception to the rule, but if you provide them an arena where they can get into the ring with you, into the stadium with your motherfucking ass, whatever, then all of a sudden there's a challenge. And they don't already like your motherfucking ass and got something against you, this, that, and third, whatever. That's even more fuel to the motherfucking fire.
Yep.
And my thing is this: I want y'all to do whatever. I said, I think that when I last left off, I said, just make your arguments, leave the law out of it. Fuck it. You can say whatever you want to say. I'm not finished. You can say whatever you want to say about the law. Do that. Just leave me out of it. I don't want to get in no arguments about no law. I don't want to do none of that with you motherfuckers no more. I don't want to talk about it no more with you motherfuckers. Say what you want to say. Just leave me out of it. Do not mischaracterize me or anything I say, because I don't like that. Don't put words in my mouth, and definitely don't leave them out if you're trying to support your narrative. We're not, and it's not about me being on a different playing ground when it comes to education third, because you motherfuckers are educated in areas I'm not, or got motherfucking social skills or whatever other kind of skills and shit, technical skills or whatever. Then I'm, so we all different. But I will stand on my motherfucking decency, principles and shit, respect and shit like that. I ride out on that shit. Don't classify me with none of you motherfuckers. Don't tell me I'm doing something, I'm kissing ass, I'm doing this when I know I'm not, when I can pull up several different instances where you're doing the ass kissing, when you're doing the one-sidedness, when you're being biased. You can't tell me because you just want to extract something I say from an answer to support your. How dishonest is that?
So that would be
I'm not finished.
Practice by
I'm not finished. When you sit up here and when there is a complete answer, I mean, like you motherfuckers ain't never taken a test where all of the above ain't an option. I don't want to play them kind of games. I don't have time to be dealing with them kind of people that play them kind of games. So say whatever you want to say. But just know an argument, a debate, cornering me up in some shit, saying you defeated me, saying I'm wrong about this way when you ain't proved where you right, is not an option anymore. Now, if I sound dismissive with this bullshit, that's my intention. Now that's on the fucking record. Go talk to motherfuckers like y'all. Because I don't say all kind of fucked up ass shit and all of that. Shit is totally disgusting. And have this old weird ass mindset over some fucking celebrity. Are you fucking kidding me? Over anybody. And then you got another motherfucker I want to bring in the black element. Why we do it to our own people? Well, how about this now? I ain't never put our own people behind nowhere. Or never assisted in it. How about that? Just be talking incorrect shit. I don't like you motherfuckers on the other side.
There's a lot going on in here. I think temperatures, particularly in this situation, because it's very sensitive when you're dealing with individuals. Individuals have their own thought. They have their own thought pattern and what they think of anything.
Let me say this, JoJo, and you're correct. But to sit up here and in the narratives that we hear, to just completely misconstrue and negate the facts, to sit up here and say, so Jane Doe number 5. Too bad she's the one that just said, I'm fed up and I'm going to the feds. It's some motherfucking bullshit. Not even mentioning the text messages, her parents, how they sat up there and colluded and worked in concert to deliberately entrap R. Kelly and to try and act like that whole incident happened, and then not even to bring up the BOP absconded email and lawyer communications, to act like Tasha K didn't have something to that, but to give a short ass narrative and to just completely leave that shit out.
Well, today's society,
I can't fucking do it.
It's such a trap that it took 5 years to set them up. I mean, what a trap.
Yeah, in 5 years they stayed with the motherfucker. That's the part I'm saying. Let's get to that too.
That's the trap.
Let's get to that.
Stay with him for 5 years, and then we'll tell about it.
Let's get to that. That's the point that I'm making. You're making my point. There was no abuse. Where was she abused at? She wasn't abused, like I said. She was not abused till the feds came to the door. You made my point. Thank you. I needed to say that.
5 years.
Thank you. Yeah. Y'all see how that goes? She was abused for 5 years. All of the women that was there, those women came. Those women came. They went home. They took the money that Kels was giving them to take care of their kids and to take care of their household. Then they went back to this sad abuse again. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, let me ask you a question, Scott.
Fuck you and your narrative.
What money? What money they left with?
What money?
Wasn't it that Azriel? Didn't it?
You heard? What's the girl name?
What money did they leave with?
The girl's daughter came on there and said, my mother
Azriel stole money from behind the counter.
The girl's daughter said, but my mother was bringing money home for us to take care of the kids. So get the fuck out of here. You heard it from the daughter's own admission that her mother was
Oh
coming
my
and
God!
going back
They
and
were getting
forth,
money,
bringing
right?
money
Because R.
home.
Kelly was
And
paying.
then don't
Right.
forget in the
They were
transcript
getting
that
money
he was getting,
because R.
like,
Kelly
R.
was
Kelly was
paying them
getting
like
stipends of money.
They were sex slaves. You have to remember that.
Yeah. But what you
He
know
was
it
the
was
trick.
money.
He was
Because
the trick,
don't
giving them
forget,
money so
Dominique
they
was
can make
taking
sure that he
money
gets enough
home.
pussy
They
at
were
the end of
all
the day.
taking money home. How were they
Right.
living if they weren't getting no money?
They were sex
Okay,
slaves at the end
Yeah.
of the day, getting
let me
paid
ask
like
Yeah.
He was a pimp. He was
Yeah.
a pimp for
In your
himself.
narrative.
Well, I think
what
they
it
can
was.
only be sex slaves if they weren't allowed to leave. They were allowed to leave.
Yes, they was allowed to
Yeah,
leave.
they were allowed to leave
So
when he
you
said it
can't.
was
They
okay.
were allowed to leave.
And
They were allowed to leave when he said it was
They
okay.
left and
They
came
weren't
back.
allowed to just get up and walk out.
They
They
left
would
and
get in
came
trouble
back.
if they did.
Okay, so
Remember,
how come
he would
so
chastise them.
when Jane Doe number
Remember all these
5
things
But
that he
wait,
would
said
wait.
do.
she
Can
went
I
home
say?
and came back, she was lying.
And if they lied to him or did something bad, they would get punished.
But can I say? So, okay, so I'm not going to say that this is the
That's
case or
part
this
of
is
the
not.
abuse.
Can I
You
say
know what I
something?
mean? What adult?
You ain't
Can
gonna
I-
bear
What adult
it.
would
I
go
say-
through that, or what person or
Can I-
minor would go through that?
Can
You
I
know what I
say
mean? Only
something?
because they're abusers, they were attached to their abuser.
Can I
Doing things
can
to
I
them
say
that their
something?
parents didn't do.
Hello.
You can't.
Hello.
You can't say it.
I'm not. I'm not saying that this is the case or wasn't the case because I wasn't there. But there are some people who have weird sex fetishes, and if that's the types of things that he would do with them during that time, if they, you don't know whether that time whether they was presenting themselves as if they was okay with that. I'm not talking about in instances where there were children involved or whatever, but I'm talking about even when it was barely legal girls, if that's what you want to refer to them to, and they're involved in these fetishes. They knew they was having situations with multiple women, so how would he know that they were not okay with what was being done?
Well, Lisa Van Allen was crying on a video, according to what happened in the court documents, and then she got chastised and all that, and Rashawn Landfair as well.
Lisa Van Allen left and went home and came back to R. Kelly.
It doesn't matter
several times. It does matter. It does matter. It does matter. It does matter. Because if somebody is bringing you home, why the fuck are you going back?
Yeah, because the only reason
they were in love with
Dominique stayed 9 years.
What I'm saying,
Dominique stayed 9 years. Going home to her mama, taking money home, coming back, then going back for damn near a decade. 9 years is damn near a decade.
And that's where I'm saying where the conflict comes is because if you have been engaged with somebody so long and time went back and you weren't forced to be there and you weren't forced to live there and you weren't forced to be in that situation, when you wake up, you realize and you walk away. You don't wait all of these years to then come down and then bring this type of thing down on somebody. To me, it's just, I know it's what the law allow, but ethically, to me, that's not right.
I mean, abuse.
It happens when people are abused. They don't always come out right away. That's just
but what I'm saying to you, it's not what I'm saying.
this
is what I'm saying to
you. But when it comes to R. Kelly, it was hard with just one person coming up against him.
They all
tried. A lot of them.
No, let's put it on the record. Cut the shit. Cut the shit.
And took settlements.
Cut the shit. Every single one of them quote unquote victims left and came back. Every single one of them. There was not one that did not leave and go back. They left and went back. Put it on the record.
Let me ask you.
Like I was saying, so sometimes it happens where you leave and come back because you're attached to your abuser. It happens. That's like, even if he wasn't abusive, right? Even if he wasn't abusive, say they broke up.
Yeah.
All right. They were split up for like 4 or 5 months. Then they got back together. It happens.
There was that, but there was no relationship.
But if that
there was no relationship, it was
bisexual. Hold on. Judge, go ahead and say what you had to say. What question you have?
Let me ask this. We're going to deal with the word abuse because we're going to argue this over and over. And we're not going to come to any medium because we're not attacking the word abuse.
Right. You just don't understand what abuse is. That's what it is.
Okay, let me ask you
We
this.
overstand
Oh
what
my
it is.
God.
You
Oh,
trying to take
see,
it.
Y'all let them get
Okay, I'm
it
quiet.
out.
Oh,
You know, it's
Jojo.
gonna take a minute. Go
Oh,
ahead.
let me ask you something, Miss D. You've been in relationships before, right? I will take that as a yes. What constitutes abuse? Now, you might look at abuse as it described in this case differently. But if we're going to go on the record for as what they constituted abuse in this case, it was verbal and physical, right? Right? Yeah, well, yeah, we know that's right because he was trialed on it.
Right. Verbal, physical, mental. Or it was all about control.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. In any of your relationships, and this goes for any of you young ladies up here, you ever been verbally abusive towards your spouse?
I
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
when I get
yeah,
mad at
okay.
him, yeah, that's
I
right.
was in my previous marriage. I felt like I was verbally abused from not putting the toilet seat down in one of the many bathrooms every day. You left the toilet seat up. You left the toilet seat up. You left the toilet seat up. That's abuse, right? That's verbal abuse.
But when she's cursing you out and doing all that crazy
Wait,
shit
see,
and
there you go.
putting her hands in your face and doing things like that, yeah,
God
that's what
damn it. Listen, she was
not
all
just saying to just
She
put the
was all
toilet
of that.
down.
Listen to what I'm saying, since you want to talk over me. She was all of that in my face, pointing, touching my nose,
Cursing you out?
touching my nose, cursing me out, saying I
Okay,
left the
okay.
toilet
Because the
seat.
way you made it seem like it was just because she was
No,
just
no,
saying to
no,
put the
no,
toilet
no,
seat
no. I
down.
just didn't have to get into those semantics.
I know what you're saying, JoJo, because my mother has OCD and she was like that with her ex. So but my mother has an obsession with cleaning and doing certain things, and that triggers her, and she would get angry, and that's abuse. People can abuse people based on that.
What I'm saying is, we have to fucking understand what we consider abuse. Because just as what they were saying was abusive, somebody might not find it abusive.
good point, Jojo. But see, what they like to do is say everything that they think is wrong. They like to take liberty with the narrative and say that everything they think is wrong is abuse. So there is no win. I understand your point, Jojo, but when you talking to people like that, there is no, you won't get a rational answer because they
Well,
think they say it's
let me
abuse.
say something, because right now, and it's not saying it shouldn't be done, but right now y'all are applying a whole bunch of psychology to these situations. You're saying, well, one may find as abusive, the other one may not find the same action abusive. That's fine. Of course, common sense, that of course that's going to happen. We're not talking about whether one person considers something abusive and the other person does not. We're talking about what the law determines that
Exactly.
abusive,
And
or what science,
but it was established verbal abuse, right? That was argued. It was
yeah.
verbal and physical. You can't have it both ways.
What you mean you can't have both ways?
It was established that he verbally abused them also, because if it wasn't, it shouldn't have been argued, right?
Right,
So it has nothing to
right.
do with the psychology aspect of it. It's either good or bad. If you consider verbal good or bad, right?
Well,
Because
it has
priority
psychology
behind
does
that,
play a part of it, because knowing what psychology is,
we're not dealing with the psychology aspect of it. We're dealing with abuse.
how we not?
But I think
Why?
that's
That's
Why?
what we
Because
talking
what
about.
was
Let's
argued
get
in
on that.
court.
Let's talk
I
about
am
something.
dealing
Because
Let me make this point, because
what
I
was
don't know what
argued.
you're
but
talking about.
if we go into psychology, it's
I'm not
gonna get too deep.
and we're taking on a different origin right now, and that's not what I'm trying to do and convey over to you guys. What I'm saying is, how do you constitute it to the point it's argued legally? Well, they said these so-called victims dealt with verbal and physical abuse. And I'm dealing with the verbal aspect of it.
Y'all don't hear what he's saying. This is what he's saying.
I don't.
What my point is earlier, when I told you, this is what I said. And my question's still on the table. When did it become abuse? And just like you said, Angie, it became abuse when the law showed up and said it was abuse. I put money, I put every motherfucking thing I own that if the law wouldn't have never showed up, these same people would have been in the same situation till kingdom come. They did not view it as abuse. They did not feel that they was harmed. They did not feel that anything was wrong with what was going on until the motherfucking law showed up. That's what he
And they gave them a definition of it.
Yes, they defined that shit for them, and they fell in line with the motherfucking lawful definition. Fuck out of here. That's why I indulge supporting.
Yeah, but they want to play
supporting
dumb
what I'm
with it.
trying to say
They want to play
about
dumb
the
with it.
application. Hold on, which is supporting about what I'm trying to say about the application of psychology with regards to the law. The psychology is the study of what the mind and the behavior. So, and you can go on from there. You can make a tree and go on from there and link it to the law. Okay, in short, to get there. Okay, so but what I was trying to say a long time ago, several points ago, is that, Scott, it is true that a person can enjoy the situation they're in and it still be unlawful. All can be true. That's what y'all not understand. Y'all want to parse shit and say, well, if they enjoyed being abused, then they weren't abused.
That's not what I was saying, though.
That's not
I wasn't even talking to you right then.
I'm saying they endured whatever happened, whether y'all think it was abusive or not. Whatever was happening, they were enduring it. So, in my understanding, if you're enduring something that you have fled from and came back to, does that not show, like you're saying,
that just show that they are in a situation
you went out.
Because they keep going back and forth, they may be willing to be in that situation for whatever means, but it does not mean that it is a legal situation. That don't mean that.
We ain't saying it's legal, but see what you just said.
But you got a problem with the law showing up.
No.
You got a problem with
what
the law
you
showing
just
up
said
saying,
is what I said.
Your behavior that you've been doing.
No, you just said my point. You just said my point. It shows that they were willing to endure whatever situation it of to reap whatever benefit they thought they was getting. Ain't got shit to do with the law. The point that the statement you just made is what I am saying. They were willing to endure whatever it was to reap whatever benefit they wanted to get out of the situation. That's my point.
I don't have anything to do with the law. When you say it wasn't illegal until the law showed up, you the one said that. Y'all got to make y'all mind on what you said that. Y'all got to make y'all mind on what it is y'all want to do.
It's not illegal until the law showed up. You're right.
I'm just asking questions, and I just pointed out something as the word abuse. That's all I did. So you cannot, you're not going to put me in a box.
Now y'all done took the psychology away from the law.
No, I didn't take the psychology away from it. I'm dealing with it from a law aspect.
Listen, let me tell y'all something. I can't get away fast enough moonwalking from you motherfuckers. I'm going to have to be a silver surfer and get away from this motherfucker.
Oh, no,
give me a silver surfer, motherfucking goddamn outfit or whatever. Huh?
I asked it
I'm
just
confused like a motherfucker. I'm like,
you know why you confused? Because and this is just my.
Well, let me ask a question.
People that's confused.
Can I ask? In what situation would y'all consider something as abuse?
Abuse as a unwanted.
Like what type?
I can give you an example. Let's use. No, we ain't gonna use it.
We got Miss Mo in the chat.
Let's use this example. Okay, you have a child who was violated by an adult or either another child. The act is unwanted. They didn't consent to it. They don't want it. It's uncomfortable. They don't want it. That to me is abuse. You're not going to get me to believe something is abuse when you are a grown, even a teenager, as a teen. There's millions of men in the world, and you happen to seek out a motherfucking celebrity, not just a celebrity, the actual king of R&B, who at the time was a multi-millionaire. You seek him out. You engage in sexual activities. You live with the man. You travel with the man. You do everything with this man. And then when the police come knock on the door, you call rape. I can't do it. I can't do it.
But Sky,
Sorry.
let me
I'm sorry.
y'all
And
gonna make me pull out.
my answer to that is whatever the law constitutes, it has been. Because when it's all over and said and done, that's what you're going to have to adhere to. So,
Yep. Whatever the law say.
But Sky, let me help you out, cause y'all about to drive me crazy. Listen, it doesn't have to be when the law show up, you start hollering about, oh, I was abused. No, and to my knowledge, when the law showed up, they told them that they were being abused. If I'm not mistaken, most of them, whatever, didn't say I'm a willing participant. I'm willing to come down here and take. Well, hold on, I'm willing before the shit people started, the shit started circulating, whatever. I'm willing to come down here and tell you I was abused. I'm telling you. So you can't say, I know I know what the laugh is. What I'm saying is you can't just blame it on the people that say, oh, I'm abused now. No, a lot of times they tell you you was abused. All we need is the evidence, and we're gonna prove it in court.
But that's what you
Okay.
said. They told them they was abused, and they
Right, but you
and
want
they and
you,
they
but you
listed
say
a
like
definition.
you're framing it up to say they were in the situation all this long time, and they didn't. It wasn't abuse until the people showed up. And what I'm saying is, they may still. And if you listen to some of those people, and as they talk about what they, the relationship they had, they don't even describe it as abuse.
Because
So
it's
it's
not.
like, okay, so the psychology that I'm applying to it is to say, hey, they're not the ones that, I'm gonna say half of them. So I don't know the number, I don't know who said what to win to the people, because I don't know that. But they're not the ones that you know uh are persuaded and sought out the law to get this man in trouble for something that they were in, a relationship as many of them describe it. Because
Okay,
normally,
let me give you an
sometimes,
May I
example.
say something,
Let me
Angie?
give
May
you an
I ask
example.
you a
Wait,
question?
hold on, because me and Angie dialoguing real quick. Okay, and I want to ask a college question too. Okay, so let me give you the example. Dominique stayed 9 years, longer than all of them.
Right.
She did not. When the feds came, she didn't cooperate. When the
She was
feds
Jane
came,
Doe number
when the
17.
feds came looking for her, they couldn't even find the girl. They kept trying to pull her in for an interview. She kept spinning them. She was getting away. So, what's the difference between Dominique, who stayed the longest, and these other young women who was there a shorter time?
but
Dominique was on the
psychology,
Surviving R. Kelly
psychology,
series.
But no,
psychology,
What are you
so
talking
wait a
about?
minute,
so
psychology is the same word that JoJo don't want in it. Psychology, that's what.
But
okay,
Scott,
but if
How
we're
about mens
saying
rea? I was
that
but
going
the
to ask
Scott,
law
about mens
came,
rea.
I'm trying to solve the Angie, please. If we're saying the law showed up and gave them the definition and told them they was abused, are we gonna say now that because they didn't get a chance to tell Dominique she was abused, that Dominique either doesn't know she abused, she running around don't know she abused? Is that what we gonna say?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I think happened. If you listened before, I said normally when it comes time to domestic violence and sexual abuse, when they don't have a victim willing to be a victim witness on that stand and supplying the evidence that they need to prove their case, they usually don't pursue those as charges. It's just a
Bingo.
decision thing.
Bingo. You
That's
just
all
said it.
I'm saying.
You just said what me and JoJo was saying. They found these women and they chose to be a victim witness because now they know, oh, hey, the law is here. I could get some more motherfucking money. I didn't get the money that I thought I was going to get by just sticking around with them. But if I take them to court, it's the lotto. We finna hit the lotto. That's the whole thing that I'm saying. And to
I ain't
answer,
say that, and we wasn't talking about money as a variable. But I can say this: some of them probably was, they talked about having a financial win for a day.
okay,
That's quite possible.
that's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair. That's
that's
all
quite
I'm saying is
possible.
be fair with it. That's all I'm saying. Let's
What
Yeah,
not
about the
let's not act like
victims? What
but
about
everybody
y'all got
was
to understand, in a lot of these circumstances, especially when it comes to law and explaining the law, all of it can be true, not just what you
Right.
need for your narrative. All of the
At the
above
same
can
time.
be true. It's gonna be pros and cons. It
All
can
I
be
was
true.
dealing with the word is abuse. And it goes both ways. It goes both ways if you want to be fair.
Well, if you don't think abuse have a psychological element to it, I don't know
I,
what else to
I,
do.
I know exactly it has a psychological
So why
element to
you
it.
told me that it was you weren't dealing with
I'm
psychology?
still thinking about the damn toilet lid. So that's psychological.
oh, this all psychological. But let me answer your question, Carla. Also, to add to what I said at the beginning, if those women, if they would have found some handcuffs, all this stuff that they did in the documentary, if they would have found some handcuffs, if they would have had proof that them women couldn't leave at their own will, if there was anything showing captivity, moving them against their will, taking them against their will, denying them food, denying them access, I would be on their side. Okay, I'm not for any abuse, any of that stuff. If you do anything to a woman, even or a person, like even if it's a grown person and the van pulls up and takes a lady and human traffics her, that to me is abuse. But when
okay,
you
but
have somebody that's a willing participant, some women that seek out a situation, 9 times out of 10, okay, they know it's going to be some sexual activity that's going to occur. The sexual activity occurs, and then you want me to have a sympathy card for you? I can't go with it, Carla. I can't do it. You see what
I'm
I'm
not,
saying?
I'm not saying that I disagree with that. And it could be something wrong with my way of thinking. I'm not saying that my way of thinking is right because like I said, if I endure an abusive situation where I stay in a situation where I can walk away, when I do walk away and I'm able to walk away and that person does not present a threat to me when I walk away, I I guess from upbringing, how women were trained to be, most of us just walk away and go on. If we didn't, a lot of our grandfathers and fathers would have been in jail right now
Yep.
because a lot of women have walked away from those kinds of situations.
Yep.
What So that's the dilemma that I'm in. I know the law allowed them to do what they did, but I'm in a dilemma of trying to determine, is this the type of president that we want to set, that this is okay? Because at the end of the day, we do have to realize that we do have sons too that can be later accused of things that didn't do, that didn't necessarily happen, or situations where like you said, if a person is experiencing, I had to explain this to my daughter. She was talking about the fact that somebody was speaking verbally abusive to her, and so because they spoke verbally abusive to her, she physically reacted because she's not a verbal person. And I had to explain to her that them verbally abusing you cannot you cannot get them locked up, but you physically reacting can get you locked up. So you have to think smarter than that, you know, like, and but we have to think about it. Is the psychology the same? And I don't know if that's what JoJo was trying to say. Is the psychology the same? Is physical? Can you
let's look at it like this. Let's put a stamp on it. Okay. And you even said it earlier. You used the part that he's a celebrity. And we're on to me, a celebrity is the maximum. Let's bring it down to common folks like me and everybody on this channel, common folks, just having a person that we feel is desirable, maybe has a substantial financial situation, whatever it is we like in a person, that person has it. Okay. I believe that, and I mean, just based on the psychology of it, those people tend to have more leeway with you when you feel like there's something you want from them. Okay. I don't believe that Rico and Ray Ray are gonna have the same situation as Kels did, especially not at that level. Because you're dealing with higher stakes. You're dealing with a higher sack of money. You're dealing with prestige. You're dealing with a man who had fans. You see what I'm saying? He just had more.
Access, right? It's
Yeah,
access, and that's what I'm saying. Like
yeah,
we couldn't say at his level without him getting the proper treatment as a kid after what happened to him, how he would respond, because there are victims who become victimizers. That does
true,
happen. Just because
true.
Hell, I am a victim. I'm a victim. I don't see y'all crying about that. That toilet seat is psychologically
Joe,
fucking with me to the day. Oh, I'm not. Oh, fuck you.
Joe,
No,
I'm not laughing, but it got silent when you said that.
right. He shocked the shit out
But
of me.
but that's
Right,
what I was trying to. That's what point I was trying to make. Can we say that physical abuse is worse than verbal? Maybe in some instances, verbal abuse is worse.
it
My
is
my
emotional
daughter was
abuse. It is.
expressing that. Yeah,
It is. It's
yeah.
worse than physical abuse because physical abuse has a tendency, from what people have told me, my friends who've been physically abused, it stops. Now you still remember the trauma of it, but it kind of has a point where it ends. Mental abuse, well, I'm telling you, you ain't shit. Ain't nobody gonna want you. You ain't gonna. You see what I'm saying? They saying that will ring on and ring on and ring on in their head, and it's like a never ending
Yeah,
situation.
like dumbass and fuck
Yeah,
you, you ain't shit,
you
and
ain't. Yeah,
Z, you
yeah,
never
So
fuck
then,
again,
so
and all of this extra shit.
so
yeah,
then I have this question then. Then what if it starts out as a situation where the abuse is verbal to begin with, and so you break the person down and make the person reduce them to nothing, and then it turns into physical? How would you characterize that? Because I think that that's the point that some of it is trying to be made, is that some of this started with maybe some verbal abuse that led to the person being broken all the way down to the point where they accepted the physical or sexual abuse.
okay.
Well,
My answer to that is
physically, it's
the same.
beating my goddamn mind. Physically, my mind is beat physically. Have you thought about it like that, psychologist?
Right. So what I'm saying is, when your mind is beat physically, does that make you more vulnerable in order to accept
It should. I
and
mean,
to accept
you
physical abuse and or sexual abuse because you already mentally broken down?
Yes, I totally agree. Yes.
so sexually. I
So
come
I
home from
think
work,
that
I
that's
want
the
to have
point.
sex. I'm made to have sex. I didn't want to have it, but I had it. I didn't
Yeah.
want to have it. I came home from work. I'm tired. I don't feel like having sex, but I'm made to have sex.
And there's something about society that says that, I mean, like, for you as a man, that they would not view that as you being abused, but it is. I mean,
Yeah.
whether it's a man or a woman.
Yeah.
He say
And
this
I'm
stuff.
sorry that happened to you, JoJo. But that's for real though, Carla. In most, if you even when you do the case studies and look at it, it
This is
mostly
foolish.
starts verbal because they're going to try and see where they can get. The abuser always tries to test the waters to see what he can get,
I don't agree
how
with you on
far he can
that
go.
shit, but I agree with you on that. The sticks and stone shit is bullshit.
Yeah.
It's words.
Can they continue the dialogue, please, without interruption? Go ahead, please.
Uh, okay, so I was just gonna say that it starts verbal, but my answer is still the same.
That goes
Do
some
not
abuse.
let anybody violate you. This how I was raised. Okay, I'm not like everybody. And see, I come from a different era. Okay, I'm older than y'all. We had a different era. We used to play Jonin. You see what I'm saying? Your mama joke. So when somebody say something to me, I say something back. Also, growing up in the city, that was a defense mechanism. You don't let nobody say nothing to you or disrespect you without you saying
Yeah, that's
something
how I
back.
grew up too. Right.
So so for me,
Mhm.
when a guy brought that to me, I brought it back. You a B word, okay? You a B word too. You see what I'm saying? So that I can't experience that. But for somebody who wasn't raised like me, they might endure it. They might have saw their parents go through that. They might have saw their mother or
And
father
Scott,
go
that
through that.
and that, yeah, and I think that's
That's
what
what
we
I'm
trying to say is that like I said, I never was abused. My aunt, my aunt recently told me. She said, "You want to know why you wasn't ever abused as a child? It wasn't because it wasn't predatory men around. It was because you had a big mouth, and you was one of them. I'ma tell my mama type children. Everybody's not like that.
Right.
Everybody, everybody is not. I think sometimes it's harder for women like you, Sky, like me, to sometimes see the more vulnerable person because we didn't have those vulnerabilities.
No, I see it. I just don't respect it. Okay.
And okay, and yeah, and that's what I think I do. I have a respect for it because I never experienced it. And so I have an empathy and sympathy for it because I couldn't imagine if I had to grow up like that. You know what I'm saying? So I have a empathy for that because I couldn't imagine not growing up being as strong as I am.
Yeah,
And
but
I think,
I agree. I have sympathy for them. But when you stay in the victimization period for years upon years, that's why I have a problem. I believe in resilience. Okay, just being an educated person and dealing with social services and human behavior and the humane factor, I believe in resiliency. I don't believe in staying in the state of victimization years after years. I want you to recover and heal from it. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, I think we all do. I want that for a person too. But I think what we have to realize is that some people either it takes them longer to make it to that, or some people never make it to that.
That's true. That's true.
And but let me say this because I mean this is where a lot of this stuff gets. I don't know. At this point, I don't even know what to call it no more. Where this shit just gets alarming. Okay, because you know, Sky, you feel like how you feel, and you find points, both legal and not legal, to support what you're saying. Okay, and then somehow, you know, you're thinking that what you're saying, and because you can find a couple things to support it in your head, that must make it true, and nothing else could be a possibility. That defies the law of a whole bunch of shit. Law of average, the law of whatever. Whatever all them different laws they have out here in the streets. Not well, in these streets, but in the streets of knowledge. That's define those not those laws. And that's the part that's the problem where I come up against what I come up against, because you think it, and it looks like, if somebody is in some shit, they must be like to be in that shit. Well, from the outside looking in, that might be the truth. It could be a situation where they're in some shit and they can't think their way out of it. That don't mean they're enjoying it. They just can't think their way out the shit. Or they leaning on that person because they have a dependency.
Right. Okay. So
You know, or
let me clarify. Nothing I say is at 100%. When you hear me talk, I'm speaking of the random women in the situation. I'm not saying 100% this applies to you, and you. Okay. When I'm speaking, I'm saying this is at least some of them, if not most of them. This is what has happened. But I don't see the difference, Angie, in between the bullshit that Diva just said, the shit that she believes and just made the fuck up, any different than what I'm saying. If my shit is make believe, how's her shit not make believe too?
I didn't say it, and I didn't say her stuff wasn't make believe. But what I'm saying is this: when you say, here's the problem, because she didn't say this. When you are under the belief that it wasn't a crime until the law showed up and told me it was a crime, or this abuse or whatever, if they stay in it, they, they must be want to be abused, and therefore a crime hasn't been committed, and things of that nature. That's when there is a problem on the table, because that's just not how life is written up. Okay.
But that's what happened.
Your legal huh?
That's what happened though. I'm not making. See, the thing is, when I'm speaking based on what happened.
What you think happened? What you think happened? But again, it does not mean that a crime wasn't committed. That don't mean that
a crime wasn't committed. I said that these women did not understand or feel that they was abused until the law showed up. That's what I said. I didn't say if it was a crime or not. I said these women did not feel that they was abused.
But fast forward through it. But then your stance is R. Kelly is innocent.
I didn't say he was innocent. I didn't say any of that. I said these women.
Maybe not tonight, but ain't that's what we've been done. See, this is what I'm talking about.
I'm not saying it. I said these women.
No, you ain't saying it now, just because you know I'm finna walk your ass into another trap.
You can't walk me into no trap because I'm solid. I'm solid on what I said.
Yeah, that's again, but you can be solid.
You can be on what I said.
You can be solid and tote whatever you have in a luggage into this trap.
There is no trap.
Something.
Yeah, it is.
Could it be?
You all don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying again, these women did not feel they was abused until the law showed up. Okay, meaning where was your police report? Why didn't you leave? Why did you go home and come back? Why did you live with this man? What shows? What did you display during the time that you was there that you was abused? Did this young girl, what was the young girl name that was saying, my mama came home and brought money home? She never said my mama came home and said that she was being abused. She ain't say R. Kelly was smacking her. She said R. Kelly was hitting her. We didn't hear these kids reporting that. That's what I'm saying. Where was the report of abuse? But you all don't want us to believe that the abuse was identified when the law came up.
And even as such,
go ahead, JoJo.
Even as such, is it possible that these young ladies didn't consider their situation? Listen to that word, situation. Abuse until the authorities defined it as being abusive?
Yes, they and let me give you one better. They probably still didn't consider it abuse after they was told that they were being abused. Okay.
Until what? But what you said. Okay, now let's add what Andrew said. Then the prosecution told them they was abused, and then went to seek out the information from them to see if they fit into the category of being a victim witness. Okay. So
to get to they solicited or elicited information from them, which they hope would turn into evidence to be used against R. Kelly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So you want us to sit up here and say, okay, Kim Fox, it's okay. Go out and ask people, for everybody who don't like R. Kelly or he did something wrong to him, to come forth and fit into this fucking narrative that I'm trying to create for you so we could take him down. Get the fuck out of here.
Everything you're saying,
I'm not supporting that.
You're technically saying that there wasn't a crime committed. What are you disagreeing with what I said? This is what you're saying.
I'm saying there's a possibility that there made it be a crime because now they know that the stakes, the money is on the table. So I need to tell these people what they need to know in order to take them down so I can get a paycheck. Why can't that be part of the scenario?
Okay, that can be a part of the scenario, but they also have
How about menswear?
evidence to support what they're saying.
Okay.
Menswear.
In order to prove it
Menswear.
in a court of law.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just trying to
saying
figure
it
this
happened.
out.
Yeah, I'm saying it happened. So that's what happened. Testimony's evidence. I can't refute it.
Well,
You know
they
what's
had some more
confusing?
stuff to
Go ahead.
allegedly to support what they were saying. Go ahead, Jojo.
What's so confusing about this? If he's such this heinous monster, all of these accusers, y'all have seen on social media, like say for instance, surviving R. Kelly and what have you. Besides those Jane Doe number 5. Where are all of these other people?
The millions. If R. Kelly had sex with hundreds of thousands, why they ain't in court?
I mean, you're going
Again,
back
apply
digging
that
up.
psychology
You're
to it.
digging
Just
up.
apply the psychology to it.
You're
All I'm
digging.
just saying. All
These
I'm
people
saying is
have
this.
dug up the same people that he was tried on before. But if he's such this heinous monster, see, this is why y'all don't want to use common sense. Where are all these new people? And if he doing it is such, where are they not and wasn't on the stand? I don't want to hear about no uncharged acts because that's bullshit. And it was overkill.
It could be a possibility that there aren't any, and or it could be a possibility there wasn't enough evidence to support charging somebody.
But
That's the answer.
I get that part of it. But if he's doing all of this, as they accuse him of being,
I just gave the answer.
uh, see, nobody want to look
And
at that.
no, I just gave the answer. And when you do that,
I get what you're saying, but I'm talking
okay,
about.
then so why are you going back on a loop?
This is not directed towards you. I'm saying to the masses.
Yeah, and it goes back to probability because if you got hundreds of people that aren't willing to come forward and say that this man did this, do they really feel that they was abused? You picked out the 5 star players. Okay, they coming off the bench.
Again, you apply the psychology
the
to
old
it.
trial. And then they even try to bring a dead woman into this.
Right, you gonna dig up the dead. Get the fuck out of here.
God damn, man. I mean, if y'all don't see this
Okay,
shit.
but let me say this. I've been trying to struggle to get it out. So before they went knocking at the door, they had the conduct plainly stated as a statute. So that's what they was able to knock on the door with. So they had the crime. It was already structured.
And my Keefe
All they had to do is, huh?
I said my Keefe D voice. What?
And conduct is so vague. Did R. Kelly fuck you? Yeah, he fucked me. How much money can I get if I get on the stand and say he fucked me? Get the fuck out of here. I'm just sorry.
But what I'm saying is all of that is fine. But what the and I don't care about the arguments and this and that. I don't say now. Just do whatever you want to do with the law. Just don't think that you're gonna be able to challenge me and then try to discredit me and use trickery doing that. Now I will bust your ass. Because I will come right over here and read your ass.
Man, you gonna make me put that bat signal on there and get Levi over here.
I don't give a fuck.
Go ahead, Mercy.
Angie.
Already
One ridiculous motherfucker, Summerson another.
Angie.
Yes.
I have a question. As far as pertaining to the law, there's that thing called mens rea, right?
Yeah.
That's basically knowing that the person was doing the crimes, right? Isn't that like the psychology part of it?
The intent part of it, yeah.
Right? Okay, I just wanted to know because with mens rea, you guys were talking about, as far as the psychology part and the law part of it. I think that the mens rea applies to that because it talks about recruiting, enticing, transport, um, patronizing, I think, and soliciting, fraud, and forcing the victims and stuff like that, and coercion. And so basically, that's basically the psychology part of it because that's how they applied it in a sense to R. Kelly
No,
because
they didn't apply it
he
because
was
you
he
didn't even
was
apply it because you the
huh?
one that sat up here and talked about Jane Doe and didn't even talk about how the men's Rhea, in which he didn't even fucking know the girl wasn't 18 because they lied to her. He didn't even know that he was taking a minor across state lines. So your whole fucking argument don't even make no goddamn sense. But you
Yeah,
don't
but
even want
that's
to admit
No,
to that.
no,
but
Scott.
that
Hold
has
on, hold
to
on,
do
hold
with
on.
that mens rea has to do with the sex trafficking portion
It
as
has to
Hold
well.
do
on,
with
hold
intent.
on.
Right.
He did not
So
intentionally have sex with that girl knowing that she was fucking 17. He did not intentionally take her across state
okay,
lines
all right.
knowing
So
that she was a minor. He didn't have the
what he
intent.
did with her at 17 was he ate her out,
He didn't have the
right? At
but he
first,
didn't
that's
have
what
the
he did. That was the
intent
first
because
thing
he
he
didn't
did.
know that she wasn't
It doesn't
17.
matter. She was
It
18. It
don't
don't matter.
matter.
It
Men's
don't matter.
Raya.
I'm just
Men's
saying this is
Raya.
how it started,
Intent.
right?
It's a crime to
He
It
eat
didn't even
started
pussy.
at
know. And,
17, but
and
she was
furthermore,
18
Ms.
according to
Raya,
him.
he didn't know he had
She's
herpes to be giving it to somebody else.
He
Ms.
knew he
Raya.
had herpes. What are you talking
He
about? He's
didn't
known he's
know
had
he had
herpes since
herpes because the
2004,
motherfucking test came back and the test came back
2007.
negative.
What are you
Ms.
talking about?
Raya. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Don't bring
mens
up no
rea.
goddamn
Yes,
word that
mens
doesn't
rea.
even
That's
apply.
exactly what he was. That's
Hold on,
exactly
hold
what
on.
It doesn't
applies to him.
apply.
It does
Hold on.
apply to him.
We're proving the prosecutor has to prove with most crimes that mens rea, the mens rea, actus reus, and the nexus in between the nexus to in between both of them, which is a causation. So, and causation is what actual and proximate.
Right.
Okay.
That's all I was just saying.
That's
You
Right.
not what
That's
you
didn't
were
have
what.
to
just
go
saying.
to.
That's not
I
what
was
you were
just
just
Because
saying
saying.
she
that
was,
that part,
Because he
mens
didn't even
rea.
know that she was a minor. If she knew
but
We're
that
not
Scott,
was a
she
talking
wasn't.
about
minor,
all
Hold
that.
on, Scott, hold on.
Guy,
She
I'm not talking
wasn't
about that. I'm just talking
arguing
about the
about
psychology portion.
the
That's
facts,
all.
the facts
That's it. That's
that
it.
y'all have out here. She
Fuck
wasn't
you.
talking about that. She was
Right.
talking
What are you
about
wilding out for? Shut the fuck up.
men's
Calm down.
you
radar
shut
and
the fuck
active
up.
rest and all of that. She was talking
You
about
bugging.
No, you
okay,
bugging.
and just and again just for a cheat sheet or whatever. Anytime in a federal crime, anytime you see knowingly, willingly, and all of that, you know for that particular crime right there, you
Right.
know that they need to definitely prove mens rea. In some federal
Right.
crimes, you don't have to prove that, but when you see the words knowingly, willingly,
Right.
and those four words, you know right there they have to prove mens rea as it relates to that particular charged act.
And
Go ahead.
that's where the whole
Right.
case
Right.
falls apart
Right.
because you have a witness in which the goddamn mens rea didn't apply. Now you all could try and put it with the other ones, but in star witness number 5, it was all came to be discredited. The whole wall came tumbling down. But some of us don't want to be fair and uphold integrity and admit that shit.
But Scott, but listen, okay, check this out. This is what I don't understand, what nobody understands. Just say all this shit y'all say out here are facts. Nothing you're putting together, nothing you're trying to read into it, nothing you're trying to use to support your narrative. Just say it's facts. How does that disprove the elements and the facts submitted in the case? Not all y'all facts or whatever went on since they've been together for 5 years. Not talking about all of that. I'm talking about the facts submitted in the case as well as the elements, and with regards to any proceeding.
Because of what we just
always hold on. It always has. It was wrapped around the law and the facts.
right. But because of what I
So
said,
how does that? How does whatever you? How does whatever you all want to go with the super fan? Now we're gonna add the super fan to the mix. How does all of that?
no, we ain't adding that one.
All of that. I'm just saying because somehow,
I ain't
I
got no
don't
words
know.
for
It
that.
all leads to R. Kelly's innocent.
I ain't got no
So
part
how
of
does
that.
all of that disprove what's on that indictment?
What
If
happened
we're going
is,
back.
what happened is it's too late because the star witness got up there and lied her ass off. Okay, and it was allowed in the court, and the trial is now over. We are finding out after the fact that her and her parents were working in concert and colluding against R. Kelly.
But no,
So the
I'm allowed. I'm saying that no, because y'all think the case is still going. I want
no,
to
the case is
know.
over. The
Just
case is
say
over. We're at the appellate period. Now, I don't know who said the case is still going. The case is over with.
Levi, because when
Okay,
I try to
I'm
tell,
not.
what
I
you mean?
No,
All
no,
this
you know what?
crazy
In
shit.
not him.
essence, some of these charges wouldn't have came about. I think that's what a lot of people is arguing.
Yeah.
If there was certain elements that was not involved in this case.
Okay, how the charges wouldn't have come about if the indictment was there? They
The
indicted
indictment
Because
was
based
they
based
on
That
because
around
what?
was
they
not
created the
in there
narrative.
originally.
R.
The
Kelly
only
did
thing is
not
that they
entice, induce, or coerce none of these women. That's something that a narrative that they created. They needed it to be.
right. Whenever
They,
he gave
they,
them money, that
let
was
me
Enticing,
answer the
enticing
enticing
them.
question,
to do what,
man.
Sky?
Damn.
That was enticement.
They
Every
needed
time he
to make
paid them,
him.
that was
They needed
enticement.
to make him a predator to
Right. He was a
suffice that
predator to
particular
entice them
element.
with
But
money.
we all
Right.
know that these women went to him, and now we found out
I
after
don't
the
know how
fact
they went to
that
him.
the
They were
parents
knocking on his
of Jane
door.
Doe #5 put their daughter in direct position and told her to entice him. So that's what I'm saying. And I ain't adding putting no spice or none to it. This is what happened. This is what happened, people. We're
Yes,
not
we
adding
know
nothing
that
to the
this is what
narrative,
happened. Yes,
but
we know that.
it's too late. We at a situation where it's too late because I ain't gonna say too late. It's we have to deal with the appellate period, but the trial is over. But what happened in the trial must stand. But we are finding out that R. Kelly did not entice these women. He didn't coerce or seduce them. None of that.
Entice them to do what? Entice them to do what, Sky?
Have sex with him. Be
Right,
with him.
every time he paid
Right.
them.
Wait. Let me
Bam.
finish.
I'm glad you said that because
Travel
that's
with
that.
him. Be with him. Stay
Hey,
with
they
him.
got paid.
Live with them. No, you just said a minute ago wasn't no money. Hold on now.
They
Did
got
you just
paid.
say
What are
you
you
just
talking
said
about?
there
You
was
were
no
saying
money
they got
given?
paid.
You
You were
lying.
saying they got paid.
You just said an hour
You
ago there
were
wasn't no
saying
money
that
given.
they got paid. So I said
No,
they were being treated like prostitutes. Therefore, there is your enticement.
no.
The
You
money,
said there was no
baby.
money
The
being
money,
given.
baby.
No,
The
you said there
money
was
was
no
the
money. Don't.
enticement.
That's what I'm saying.
Remember
You
that.
trying to, but
Remember
that's not
that.
enticement.
They had money while
Even
they
if
were with
even if
him.
it was
Some of them
money, that's
saved
not
money. Some
enticing
of them
me to
spent
say.
money. Some of them could have walked away with money, but from what I know, a lot of them didn't walk away with
Money
money
does
like
not equal enticement. Sorry.
that. Does.
Sorry.
Yes, it does,
Take it.
honey.
Sorry. Maybe
Yes,
for
it
you.
does.
Maybe
Let
for
me take
you,
five
So
thousand
let
but
dollars
not
in front of
everybody
you,
else.
Sky.
Sky.
Let me
See, this
dangle
is what
five
I'm
thousand
talking
dollars
about.
in front of you. Let me dangle $10,000 in front of you. Let me dangle $1,000,000 in front of you and be like, "Here, Sky,
That's
you want
not enticement.
don't give me a kiss on my cheek, Sky.
That's not
I'll give you
enticement. You know why it's not
$1,000,000, mommy. Come
enticement?
over here.
Let me tell you why it's not enticement.
I got you. That's
Okay,
enticement.
you ready to listen now? You ready to listen? It's not enticement because I was coming to get money in the first place. So why is that enticing me?
Oh, you sound fucking
Huh?
stupid.
Huh? Huh? How
Stupid.
was that
How
enticement
is it
when
that these
I'm
girls went?
coming to
Did
get the
they go
money in
knocking
the
on R.
first
Kelly's
place?
door? Did they go to his door and go,
Yes, they
Hey,
did.
hi,
Yes,
Mr.
they did.
Kelly.
Geronda
My
Pace
name is
jumped his
so and
fence.
so, and I
Yes,
want your money.
yes.
Can
Geronda
you
Pace
please
jumped his
make
fence.
sure you
Yes.
have sex with
Yes,
me
they did
and
all
make
that.
sure
We had
that
it
you
on
don't
camera
feed
with
me and make
Geronda
sure
Pace,
that I go on
just
tour
like a
with you
puppy,
and you
trying to
put
hunt
me
R.
on the
Kelly
bus
down at
because
the
I don't
court.
want to do what you want me to do.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yes,
We
Mr.
have it on
Kelly, yes,
camera where
Mr. Kelly,
Geronda
yes.
Pace was clearly
You
on
sound
Kale's
fucking
ankle.
retarded.
Wasn't
Stop
even
it.
that man could barely walk
You
because
sound, you're a
Geronda Pace
Stan.
was damn near up
Okay,
under his
Stan.
knees. Get the
Yes,
fuck
Stan.
out of here.
Yes, Stan. I got you, Stan.
Get the
Yes.
fuck out of here. You
Stan, you are
delusional.
correct, Stan.
You're
And you
delusional
are
and you
okay,
want shit
Stan.
to fit your
You'll be all
narrative
right,
that
Stan.
doesn't even fit.
You'll be all
Bottom
right.
line is they went for the money and they got the money. Okay, there is
Right.
no
They went over
enticement.
to R. Kelly and said, please, we want your
Okay, but
money.
let's ignore the fact
Fuck me.
that Jane Doe
Fuck me
number
right
five,
now, R.
Jane
Kelly.
Doe number
I need
five's
your
mama
money.
told her to entice him.
Right.
Actually,
They
use
did
the
that.
word
They did
enticement.
that. They
But
did
let's
that.
forget that.
And you say,
Let's
Sky,
forget
you
that.
said enticement to have sex, right?
I said what?
You said enticement to have sex, right?
I said he didn't entice them, he didn't coerce them, he didn't seduce them. That's what
But
I said.
earlier you said they entice to have sex. You said that.
To
That's
do
why he's in
anything,
jail.
yes. To be
Okay,
there,
all right. So
have
again,
sex,
and see, this is what I'm talking
all
about.
that.
Hold
Yeah.
on. This is the shit I'm talking about.
Please, I can't.
Y'all sit up there and roll around with motherfuckers such as Levi, who don't have a legal. He think his legal astuteness was running some paperwork to the court, to the clerk of court, or attending motherfucking cases and shit, sitting up there as a goddamn spectator, or reading paperwork for some niggas in the streets that's charged with drugs and shit like that. Okay? Again, we done went over this. The enticement wasn't about having sex. It's not what the crime is about. Go to the indictment.
That's what y'all made it about. But that's
No,
not
I
what
ain't made it about shit. I'm
that's what
telling
the
you what it's
law
about.
made it about. See, that's the part you're not getting.
Yes, I'm getting it
That's
all. I'm
what
getting
they
y'all
made it
gonna retain
about.
information.
But
Y'all
we
gonna know what the fuck
already
I'm talking about.
know that
Me
that's
wasn't
not
gonna
what
fuck with you.
happened. They said it happened, but that's not what happened. That's what I'm saying. It comes down to common sense. That was these women. R. Kelly did not have to seduce these hoes. That he didn't have to do it. They
Again, but
went.
it was
They
not about
showed up willingly.
seducing. It's
They
not about
they fucked
seduction,
willingly.
but about no sex.
They did
It's not
everything
about
willingly.
you are on the record, and it's not about seduction, about no sex. It's not about that. It's not about just that. It's not
Okay,
about that.
what's it about? What we talking about then? What we
God damn! No, y'all gonna learn to read. Read your indictments.
You said coercion, inducement, enticement. Those are words that I'm going with. He ain't do none of that.
I ain't say that, motherfucker. They said it in the paperwork, and you need to read it to see what enticement, what they're talking about.
I already know what they talking about and it don't apply. I don't agree.
You talking about sex.
I'm talking about getting those women in position, going to get these women to come and be around him where he was able to have sex with them. He
Right,
didn't
and you on
do
the
it.
record, wrong as hell.
I'm on, and I'm gonna be wrong.
Go to read
I'll be wrong on y'all record. Okay, I accept that.
your indictment.
Okay,
Read the fucking indictment.
I will be wrong on y'all record. I don't want to be right on y'all record. Please know that. If I'm right on y'all record, I'm fucked up on mine. Okay.
No. And
So,
on the record, meaning just how we speaking now, we on the record speaking.
Okay, we on the record, and I'm gonna say it again.
Listen,
whatever
hold on,
the prosecutors made up to act like R. Kelly seduced, induced, coerced, and persuaded, I'm saying I don't agree with it.
Okay,
Now, put that on the record.
You talking about he ain't have to do that to have sex.
He
They
didn't.
went to him.
He didn't.
That's not what it's about.
I'm saying if they not there, Angie, ain't no crime. He didn't make them get there. That's what I'm talking about.
So
when I'm
if
talking
they were
about,
not there, then there wouldn't be no crime. Why were they there?
When you're saying,
but what about the fact that we have we have rights, right? Everybody to not to be harmed, not to be injured, not to be this, not to be that. regardless if you go somewhere to somebody.
Once again, who is defining? Okay, who's defining the harm? When did they say they was harmed? When did they say? They say that they was any of this?
Lord,
that's what I'm saying. The law said it. They didn't say it. The law said it. You want me to agree?
Wait, I don't know who
them. Who didn't say?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Yes, ma'am, Kimberly Duncan.
Yeah, okay. I want to say something. It's not enticement because they were his girlfriends. He can buy them stuff, give them money. That's not enticement.
That's true.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And he told when they went to his house, he told them he had other girlfriends.
Right.
I have other girlfriends. I love women.
Sure did.
Right.
These are my rules, and they accept it.
That's right. They accepted his rules as he told them.
That's fine and dandy.
He didn't conceal the rules.
And they didn't charge him with nothing about his rules, the lifestyle, and none of that shit y'all talking about.
I'm talking to Diva when she said that he enticed the women with money.
Right. Hello. He's a superstar with money. That's enticement altogether by itself.
No, that's not. That's not.
Okay.
That's not enticement. That's not his girl. He claimed them as his women. He said these are my girlfriends. That's not enticement. So you mean to tell me that when your boyfriend, when your boyfriend comes over and he buys you stuff, he pays your bills and everything, he's enticing you?
Right. Let's go.
He's pleasing me
to make. He's a superstar.
Pleasing is a different word than enticing.
Me.
He's a superstar. He is a superstar. He's still human. He's still human.
Go ahead, Angie. I'm not even gonna say nothing.
Because she got your ass. Because she got your ass. That's why.
Ain't nobody got my ass.
Yeah, she got you.
Got my ass.
She got you. Because
I'm just being real.
Just because you'll jump for $1. Just because you'll jump for $1 don't mean somebody else will. Okay, that's
what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say because R. Kelly had money, that's going to entice them. When
that's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they was coming to get the shit anyway.
Because R. Kelly was a star with money. These thoughts wanted nothing to be there because he had money. So what the fuck you think enticement was?
That's not enticement.
His money is enticement.
That's not enticement.
That's not enticement.
That's not enticement. That's not enticement. They are called groupies. Groupies know. Most groupies get what they can get and then leave. Them women went because they wanted to be wifey. They always competed to be wifey, and they were not wife. And they knew, R. Kelly knew they were not wifey material because groupies cannot be wifey material.
He made sure that he bought them things. He made sure that he kept them good so that they can stay there. And then when they leave, they left.
That's not enticement.
It's just like in a relationship. They were in a relationship, right?
So how is that enticing? If they're in a relationship with him, how is that enticing? Listen, R. Kelly had so many women, he didn't care if they stayed or left. He didn't care.
Financially abused by a man. You know,
but you're not getting it. You're acting like he was hard up for women. R. Kelly had so many women. He didn't care if they came or left. They're groupies.
He could have had you. What do you mean he's hard up for women? He could have went and knocked on your door and you would have.
He was not hard up for women.
R. Kelly could have had you.
A lot of
don't sit up here and act like he was hard up for women. I said I can't engage that.
Performers that have meet and greets.
I can't engage in no lies.
Happens to be that
I can't engage in no lies.
Doing it with little girls.
I can't engage.
Diva, listen. Diva, you really need to get issues. You need to get help for your issues because you cannot try. You cannot try to help other women when you have not took care of your own issues.
Facts.
You can't.
That's
Because
Why
you're
am
not
I?
making sense.
Wait a minute.
You're
Why
not
am I
making
helping
sense.
women? Whoa. What are you talking about? Helping women?
If you're trying to take up for abused women, you're trying to advise abused women. You cannot do that when you have not took care of your own situation.
Right. I'm learning about my own situation. That's why I got
Okay,
into this
so
situation.
how can
you're
you
projecting.
so
That's
I'm
what you're
learning
you
doing.
and
cannot
I
You're
do what I
so
projecting.
how
do
can you call us a liar?
for
How
the
can you
people
call us a
about this
liar? We're taking
situation.
up R. Kelly when we're seeing common sense. We're seeing using
How am I
common
going?
sense.
Okay. Whoa. I wasn't calling you a liar. What are you talking about?
No, you do. You have. Oh, y'all have called us liars. Said that we're taking up for a pedophile. This and that. He's not a pedophile.
Okay.
You
Wait.
need to learn the definition of a pedophile.
Okay. Listen. First of all, I know he's not a pedophile. Okay. I
What's
know
that?
the
Why do you say it? Why do you say it?
I don't say that. I don't think he's a
When
pedophile.
you around your Oko people, when you are, I have listened, I've been in your chat. I've been
Wait.
listening to you. When you're around Oko people, you call him
Yeah.
pedophile.
No, I
Yes, you
don't.
do.
Yes,
No, I
you
The
don't.
do.
PP
Yes.
man.
No, I
The
don't.
PP man.
I
Yes,
call him.
you do.
He is what I know, which is at first I didn't know about pedophilia. So yeah,
You still don't.
when I first came out here, I did call him a pedophile. I did.
Okay.
Until
So,
I learned
but when
the
we
real
told you
terminology of it,
that he
and then I
wasn't,
found out what
you all
he
said we
really
was
is
wrong
in
then.
terminology. It's an epophile or a hebephile because he likes the girls of adolescent ages, which is
No,
teenagers.
he doesn't.
Right?
He doesn't. It said that in his migration report. He does not.
He likes adolescents. What are you talking about?
No, he does. They're not
Okay, so
adolescents.
why do you have
17
You know
why
what?
do you have
Do
why do
you
you
know
have
what adolescent
women
is? Wait, hold on.
that
Do you know
how
what
old was
adolescent is?
Stephanie? No, because you ain't gonna sit
Wait,
up here and create another lie. You ain't gonna
wait.
take him from
Do you
one
know what an
insult to
adolescent is?
another.
Hold on. Do you know what an adolescent is?
No, we don't know what adolescent is. No.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Kimberly. Kimberly, do you know what an adolescent is? Well,
Yes, I know what adolescent is. I have adolescent. I have kids. I have
okay.
kids. Okay.
So he
17 years old is not an adolescent.
he messes with adolescents.
17.
That's
17.
what
Where? Who are
adolescent
they?
is. That's
Where?
what
Where?
adolescent
Show
is.
me.
Okay, so what do you call him when he messes with adults?
That's
Huh?
a woman.
How does that fit? Okay, so how does that fit into your equation? So you're telling me that R. Kelly only has sex with adolescents? Is that what you're going on record saying right now?
No, he has sex.
Okay then.
I'm saying when you we're talking
Okay
about
He
then.
has sex with who? Wait a
pedophilia.
minute.
So you
Right?
can't. That's what I'm
He's
saying.
not
Diva.
Your
a
shit don't make
pedophile.
sense.
No, he's not a pedophile.
Diva.
As far
What
as I know,
adolescent?
I have
If
not
you have
come
sex
for
with
him
adults
to have
and
sex
you
with
have sex with adolescents,
prepubescent children, which are kids who are under the age of 12. He's not a pedophile because a pedophile has sex with children.
so what do you call a person that has sex with adults?
A man.
Okay then. So he's a man. Thank you.
Right.
That's
So
all
he
we
has sex
needed.
with
Diva. What adolescent?
That's all we needed.
an adult is 18, right?
No,
But he
that's
also
all we
has sex
needed.
with girls between the ages of 17 and 14.
Yeah, but
Right?
we
That's
wouldn't know
what's
that.
on file.
We
What?
wouldn't know that because they lied
How
about
do
their
you know
age.
you
So
wouldn't know that?
because
Who
you can't,
lied
because
about
you
Diva.
don't have the information to
Wait a
support
minute,
it.
wait a minute.
The women lied about
The
their
girl,
age.
there was only
They
two girls who lied about their
lied
age,
about
and that
their
was
age.
Bianca
If
and
Okay.
you were able to
Asriel.
substantially
All the other girls
understand,
didn't lie about their
they
age.
lied
Something's
about their
messing
age.
Those
up.
two
Sorry,
girls
boo.
went to stand
Sorry. You
on
trying to go
trial
off of
and
one
said, yes,
girl. You
I
trying to go
lied
off
about
of
my age.
one girl that
Veronica
you
No.
say
Kelly
is in a
and
video to
Asriel Kelly
substantiate
said
his
all the
whole
other girls
lifestyle.
told
It
their
don't work
ages
that way.
to
It
a
don't work that
Diva.
way.
website
You're not
I
gonna
that
want
be
to
able to
know.
prove
knew her age.
Diva.
Martina Woods, he knew her age.
How do we listen?
Halle
Diva. Diva. See, that's what I don't like about Diva. Listen. Hello. Diva. Diva.
Pauline, all those other
Diva.
girls we had sex with. Are we
Diva.
forgetting about that?
not
Diva.
in the trial, so they irrelevant. Sorry,
Who's
boo.
not in the trial?
Diva.
Irrelevant.
What are you
What I
talking
don't
about?
understand is what
Not
I
in the trial.
understand is
What?
just because they said it, R. Kelly has never came out and said inside the story. So just because they said it, does that make it true? I can call the police right now and say that you assaulted me.
His lawyers never said, well, he didn't have sex with all these girls. His
They
lawyers
never
said
said he
was
did.
in a
They
relationship
never said
with
he
these
did.
girls.
They never said he did have sex with him. So what are you talking about? You're not making no point. No.
Listen, his lawyers did not deny it and say, no, R. Kelly never had sex with these girls.
Exactly, stupid ass. So you don't need, you didn't deny it, but guess what?
And
They
he didn't
didn't do
deny
either,
it. He didn't
stupid.
admit it
They
either.
didn't admit it, dummy. Are you fucking stupid? They didn't admit it or
They
deny
didn't
it.
admit
So
it.
you ain't got no point. Shut the fuck up. You dumb as fuck. Like, how the fuck? Where do you find these fucking people from?
Yo,
One thing,
These
Diva, you
people,
guys
like,
really
are
need
you
to,
fucking
you
kidding
really
me?
need to act like grown folks
You
and
need to
stop,
stay away from
and
Kelly.
stop.
Because
You
Keller
guys
is
really
fucking you
need
up.
to grow
That's the
up.
argument that Keller comes with. Keller got y'all running around here
You
saying
guys really need
that
to
he
grow
didn't
up.
never deny it or admit it. Get the fuck out of here.
Y'all some crazy ass delusional.
No, you're
No,
crazy.
you guys
We're
need to
not
grow
going.
up.
We're not going. Okay? On no day. You're going to try and sit up here and act like his attorney said,
you playing with me,
And
Sky.
understand the words that you
So you telling me Bonjean came out and said, oh yes, R. Kelly had sex. No.
all words mean something. Not what you think that.
You know you love me, stop.
You want all of us to believe that Bonjean got on record and said Kels had sex with all of these women.
Yup, she sure did. Yup.
Okay, yeah. Show me the paperwork. Since you all deal with paperwork, show me the paperwork where Bonjean said Kels had sex with all these women. I'm waiting for the paperwork. Paperwork, please.
You guys are distorted.
Paperwork. Show the paperwork.
It's okay.
Yeah, please show the paperwork. Paperwork. That's all I need. What page and what date?
I don't know.
I know you don't know. I know you don't know because it never happened.
Different trials. I'm confused.
It never happened.
Did we just like spend $4,000 on not knowing what happened that trial? I'm confused. I don't know.
You must have.
I did.
You can't name it. Show me the paperwork. Where did Bonjean say R. Kelly had sex with all these women?
In the paperwork.
Show it. Show it. Show the paperwork where it said R. Kelly had sex with all these women.
This is, excuse me, guys. I just want to let everybody know this is for entertainment purposes only. Okay, this is for entertainment purposes only, y'all. Okay.
Are you talking about she spoke about it in the sentencing submissions, or what are you talking about?
No, I'm saying in general, as far as the case, everything was pertaining to just him being in a relationship with them. So that's not denying being with those girls. So what are you talking about?
No, what are you said?
You're saying that he
said that she admitted. No, don't try to switch it up now.
Kimberly, did you not say that he was never with these girls?
That Bonjean admitted in court that R. Kelly had sex with them women. That's what you said. Now you trying to switch it up.
By her stating that they were in relationships, that's what I'm saying in terminology of her not denying that he wasn't with none of these girls.
This is what I tried to say. Hold on, Diva, hold on. This is what I tried to explain over there on the Levi's and whatever. This is where if you just ain't got you just ain't got it. Everything it will not be plainly stated in paperwork. A lot of what's argued in court, a lot of what's written in briefs are done, and most of it for you to infer from it. So it's not going to plainly state, hey, not all the time, hey, he had sex with such. Sometimes your defense is going to leave the listener or the reader to know that, okay, at some point they had sex without actually saying they have sex. Because when you argue certain things, when you base it, whether it be written or orally, you can't, it's smart to leave the door open and to not come on the record and say, yes, they had sex, or yes, he beat our ass only one time and stuff like that. Because you playing the long game down the road. See, so that's what
But that's what I'm saying. If you all can infer, then I can fucking infer. It don't go
you
one
can.
way.
Nobody said that. Nobody said nobody can say, nobody can't infer from whatever.
But that's
But
what's
you got
happening here.
but you
It
got
gets to
some
the point.
people. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you got some people that take the rulings or the filings and try to infer from what I can't even speak wrong on this. I forgot how what I said. At least I was doing. I forgot. I can't speak wrong on it. I can't even do it. I can't
Angie,
even
I'm
do it.
spinning.
But what I'm saying is this. And when it comes to enticement, and we don't went over this over here, but this is what happens. Okay, is we're not talking about the sex. It's not. It's not about just about the sex. I'll put it like that. Okay, when it comes to enticement, you're dealing with you can entice verbally, you can imply it, you can entice by your behavior, and there are certain elements to prove enticement. So it's not about enticing. R. Kelly didn't entice these women. See, when you land on the word entice, you guys are applying the Webster Dictionary definition to it and the common sense social norm explanation of it when it comes to enticement. That's not what we're doing. We're doing legally. If that's what we're discussing, that's what we're arguing.
Make sure I'm on record for all the words, not just entice. I'm on the record for coerce, seduct, all of them. That's what I'm on the record for. Okay, not
And
just
it's
not,
all in the same element. It's all in the same element in enticement, coercion, persuasion, and
right.
inducement. It's
Okay,
all in
put
the same
uh,
element. So it's all gonna mean the same thing. To prove that the element of enticing, you have to prove that it affected interstate commerce, and they did so knowingly and willingly, and so it's hard to explain it now because I'm so just thrown off with all this shit translating to layman's term. That's why I'm saying just fuck it. Just when you calling me wrong and talking about my principles and shit, you gonna prove it. You're not gonna stop at one word and just try to use that. I'm contradicting myself when the law, as broad as some of this shit is written, all of these can be true. Not just one part of it, not that this, that, and the third. I just can't believe this. And you got some fool
Right,
out here
Angie.
wanting me to agree with everything he says. Or why can't I just, concede and agree? Are you crazy? It ain't even about a challenge or whatever, because that's not even up for discussion. About no challenge. Are you fucking crazy?
I put the meaning
I
in the
just don't
chat.
get it. Huh?
I put the meaning in the chat. So did Keller. Because we have two definitions, as you were correct, right? It says the definition in the Webster Dictionary for enticement would be something used to attract or to tempt someone, allure, financial enticement. That's what I was explaining, right? Okay. Now, as far as the law goes, it says in law, enticement refers to the act of persuading, inducing, enticing, or coercing another individual in interstate or foreign commerce to engage in prostitution or any other sexual activity for which that person could be charged with a criminal offense. Now, that is the enticement that R. Kelly was charged with.
And that's other, and that's then they
On record
also say, and
saying
does it also say that
I
that's
don't
one of the elements of something that they have to prove and interstate commerce?
I guess, yeah, along with coercion.
Yeah, foreign or interstate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
interstate. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
okay.
But
And I'm
why
on
would R.
record for
Kelly
not
have to
agreeing
take
with
them
that
over?
as well. So
Why
make
would?
sure that I'm
wh-
on record for both of disagreeing with both. Okay. Thank you and good night. Appreciate you.
Oh man, yeah. Good night, man. You need to
Well,
go
I
to
mean,
sleep.
okay, that's fine,
Have to take them
but
over
we're only
overseas,
we're only
over interstate commerce to have sex when he's already having sex with
trying
them
to
at his home.
trying to give people an understanding, a firm understanding of what happened, why it happened, and how it happened, as far as in the proceedings. Again, all these extra facts and all that stuff for that's fine. Nobody, after reading those text messages, nobody can say with a straight face again that everybody told the truth on both sides. Nobody can say that the parents are some upstanding individual, and I'm just not centering on Jane Doe number 5.
Right. More parents. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I'm not, and nobody's saying that the law is unfair. Nobody's saying that black and brown people are disparaged most likely in the justice system. Nobody's saying none of that. None of that. This is
Right.
legal literacy. Just like you got financial literacy, like you got psychological literacy. That's all we're talking about.
Mhm.
I
And
think
Right.
yeah, I think
my thing is, go ahead.
uh, at the end of the day, I think what it is that some people just disagree with the charges that he was charged with based on even what he was being accused of doing. And we know that they were able to prove it through this by whatever way they proved it. But what was this? Was it right? Was it what was were the charges right? Was he charged correctly according to what it is that he did? And like I said, for me, I know that's the dilemma. I don't believe that these charges represent what he was accused of. I think that they found a way to use the law to charge him, to find him guilty of anything. And the problem when you do that is then you can do that to anyone.
Yeah,
Bingo.
absolutely correct.
I could
You
agree
are
with that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's
you
correct.
are absolutely 100% accurate when you say that. When
Yes,
Mm,
you
ma'am.
say
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
so don't get it twisted. But here's the problem. Then that statement stands on itself.
mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the problem I have is when you got these crazy ass people that qualifies themselves to be legally astute. I'm going through. I'm like, well, goddamn, every live I mean, it's a fucking brick being removed. And he called other motherfuckers that's even less legally astute. Then he got Keller up there. He about to motherfucking moonwalk and talk
Listen,
crazy.
I know
I'm
I'm not
like,
the
man,
brightest
fuck
of the
this
bunch.
circus.
God damn it! I know I'm not
This
the
circus
brightest.
don't pay. This circus ain't paying me. The fuck?
And Scott, that's the point I was making with Levi with some of the stuff that he say. And I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Because he will say something when it comes to this particular situation with R. Kelly, right? And I know he does it out of emotion because that's his cousin. I know that's what he does. But then when he's talking about a whole nother situation, which the law can be there to protect him, he will contradict himself even with the stuff that he say about R. Kelly. We have caught him several times doing that. And that's why I say that sometimes, like some of the people who support him, they support him knowing that he contradicts himself when it works in his favor.
Well, see, this the thing. And I can't change anybody's point of view because, everybody's perception is their reality. But people do me the same way. And I have to, and that's the only reason why I have to speak up is because if you don't see it from like Angie said, I have a tendency to speak and believe what I say.
because it's my perspective and it's my reality. And sometimes when I might give a scenario that supports what I'm saying, if you don't even see my first vision, you're not going to see the second one. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but a lot of your arguments come from, like I said, the fact that I know you are strong. You raised strong. I'm raised like that, so I can identify with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like I said, sometimes it makes it harder for us. Like one time, I was trying to help somebody who wanted to commit suicide, and I had came to a strange realization that I couldn't even help her because I didn't even never know what that felt like. Sometimes it's hard to like figure out, or most of your foundation is based on yourself, how you grew up. What I'm saying about with Levi is he will say one thing and then directly contradict it when it applies to him and his situation and how he did something in his situation. So in one breath, he wants to defy the law, and then in another breath, he wants the law to work for him when it's something to protect him. That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
Yeah, like yours is different. When you make those stands, it's because when you come from a place where you was raised strong, sometimes we think just everybody's supposed to be like that. Just get like that. Like, what's the problem? Just suck it up and get like that. You know?
Yeah, but I don't believe that. I don't believe everybody is supposed to be like that. I believe that, but see, I'm trying to say that people are not going to put me into a delusion when I come from a place where all the stuff that we've talked about has actually happened. So to try and sit up and make me feel like all these women's had pure intent, that none of them had bad intentions when they met R. Kelly, that none of them wanted to have sex with him, none of them wanted his money, none of them wanted a record deal, none of them wanted anything from him. You're never gonna get me there. So in a
I
lot of
agree. I
situations,
agree with
I
that.
have to agree to disagree.
I agree with that, and I think that this is the problem with that. I think that the women who did that and then played victim made it bad for the people who really may have
Oh,
had
there
been
you go.
victimized.
There you go. And that's
But
what I
my
said.
thing is
They tainted it.
they could have done all of that, and he still could have committed a crime.
Yep.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. All of it could be
That's
true on
true.
both
Because
sides.
that's true, Angie. Because if the law says it's a crime, guess what? It's a goddamn crime. You're right. I'm
But
not arguing that
Right.
that's not true.
I
But
think
some
I
well,
think the lies cloud some of the lies cloud people from seeing where the
yeah,
crime did happen.
yeah,
That can happen.
and exactly. I mean, so my thing is, and even if they went there with an intention to do this, that, and the third, whatever. One is it's always going to border on, what was that one action that now makes it a crime to attempt to extort somebody. Okay, what was that one action? So you have all of that, and my thing is, if you not technical inclined with this legal shit, and you're trying to make an argument that just
But look, Angie, look, let
based
me
on
help you. Let me help you.
huh?
You
Yeah,
already know, just like you said, even though all that could be true, a crime could have still occurred. But guess what? I don't agree with that part of the law. We already know that.
right. Okay, but you can be on the record, but no, you are on the record always saying that you don't agree with the
Okay.
law. That
Okay.
is a smart person.
Okay.
Instead of trying to make everybody that is telling you what the law is, or the people that agree on whatever, trying to make them wrong and you be right, and trying to have a legal stance. My thing is this, and this is proof. This is proof positive, right? This is something that can be proved. He has an attorney, a whole motherfucking fleet of them, since day one. They came from everywhere. why hasn't any one of them come to the conclusions as you guys are having, making those same arguments and so on and so forth? Why? If it is a legal argument and it makes a difference and it can get in and it's in and all of that, why isn't why didn't the attorneys make those arguments, and then when they had an opportunity to say, hey, this was a missed opportunity for my client, this prejudiced my client, this hurt my client, why then when they had the opportunity to bring that up on appeal, why they didn't do that?
Well, she did bring arguments. Let me get on record, okay? Because she brought up my argument. She brought up the tainted jury that I've been saying since day one that the jury was tainted.
Yeah.
Okay. The ineffective counsel is like overall. She brought up that.
She didn't bring up overall. She gave a specific instance. Go ahead.
Of ineffective counsel.
It was the jury selection, right? Just about jury selection.
Yes, thank you, Carly. Yes,
yes.
not about the ineffective counsel
but
doing
she
whatever whatever made them ineffective in y'all eyes. But go ahead.
And then what's my third one? The third one was she's attacking the BOP, trying to get the goddamn BOP information, i.e. the text messages. She's on that. That might not be part of the appeal.
Wait a minute, the text messages isn't a part of the BOP. Stop going over there with Levi.
The text messages. When I'm talking about text messages, I'm talking about the BOP information. To me, that's going to tie into the text messages. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but in my mind, once they finally release their full investigation, if we ever get it, because the investigator already said he's not gonna provide everything he found out, but once we get what we can, to me, that's gonna tie into the text messages. That's what I think. Okay.
I don't know, but with the BOP shit, she ain't even mentioned that, and it was mentioned during the Illinois trial, so it was definitely an appealable issue that was mentioned. Huh?
Cause she can't. She don't even have the information. They did not give her the report.
But you still listen. You can still listen. I can't. I don't feel like explaining all of that. You can still
bring it up.
Go after that on appeal.
I remember you said that. Okay.
I thought that she said the BOP is going to be a separate lawsuit. That's why she told R. Kelly to stop talking about it. He won't be talking to nobody no more.
If she pursues that civilly, then she can pursue it civilly. But what I'm talking about is running with the narratives that they run with out here to say that they're right and I'm wrong. That's it. These arguments, they think they have a legal standing, and it does not.
Well, Angie, we already know. I understand what you be saying about the legal aspect of it, but I also can see because I had experience with the federal government with my son, so I know how they work. I can also see where the corruption lies in it, and just because Von Jean touches on some of the things that we have issues with. She's just wording in a legal matter. And when the oral arguments come, she's going to break.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Knocked off.
Right. You've heard me say that. I can't hear you, Miss Kimberly. When her oral arguments come, that she has a wider barometer. But my thing is you're not gonna you're going to argue the stuff you put in your brief. That's what you're gonna argue. Miss Kimberly, I don't know what happened. You're gonna argue the stuff you put in your brief.
Oh, the other one. I'm sorry, the Rico. The Rico. That was my third one. Rico, jury, ineffective counsel. Those the main things that I've been arguing about.
Well,
The
what was
BOP
your
is a
argument about the Rico?
she challenging the fact that it's not there's no real enterprise. That they was
Okay.
not.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
what she
All
argued.
right. So you are making
The structure of the
uh
Rico.
legal
That's what
points. Right. You're making um appropriate arguments. So you're correct. Hold on. I got you, Miss Kimberly.
Yeah,
Those are the points
Sky's
you're saying.
argument sound, but it's when Levi with some of the stuff he say, and like you said, you agree, Sky, that you don't agree with the law with what it's doing. But then, like I
Right.
said, it'll be one situation we talking about that pertain to not agreeing with the law, and then we'll go to another situation that affects him, and then everything should be by the law. And it's like, which one?
I got you. I mean, but
You know which? Yeah, which
yeah, I
one?
can't argue,
Yeah,
because everybody has a method to their madness. Sometimes y'all think I'm crazy and off the hip, but I feel sane than a motherfucker. I'm
I
like
don't.
y'all the ones crazy.
no, I just got upset with you because I know. No, the reason why I got upset with you earlier, Sky, is because I know that you didn't think that what was said was right. But I know that while you were saying not saying that it was wrong. Like I know that you don't think that type of thing was right.
Right. Okay, let me get
Yeah,
on the record clearly.
yeah,
Now, and I gotta use the right words. We speak in general when we talk about that topic. And I'm gonna say it again. When we say that, we're not specifying I believe that JoJo was not saying that to mean I mean to to her particular situation, and especially not knowing the situation. So sometimes I believe he said that not knowing the situation, because had it been an adult situation, I believe it would have hit different. But when she came on and said she was a child when it happened, of course we know that you didn't like no shit like that. You see what I'm saying? But we do have some people who come in that have a sexual assault situation, and they do try to verify what R. Kelly did and validate what he did with their own personal situations. So you will hear us say, did you get the help that you need? Or go get the help that you need? Or go get the person, have you got your accuser?
right. I've
Which
heard
is
y'all say
still a
that
little bit
before.
rough.
Yeah,
It's still rough.
I've heard y'all say that before, and it wasn't that part. It was the part when after she said that, and then he still said it. And I'm like, I don't know if but I know this is the thing, Scott. I know that tomorrow somebody will use that as content. That's why I hopped in to say, wait a minute, before this even get there. You know what I'm like? Wait, I know that's not what he means.
Yeah, but they don't
Because
like JoJo, so they're gonna
right,
do that.
And sometimes when you're speaking, you cannot be driven by your agenda, by your
right,
dislike for people, by this, that, and third, whatever, because you're going to say, you may say something that is going to be on the record.
yeah,
Over here, we're on the record. So, I mean, that's that, so it's just,
I'm more than positive that he even apologized, because he didn't say that.
right,
But
yeah.
even
He
when I
was
heard it, I knew he wasn't saying it like that. I
right.
knew he wasn't saying it like that.
I know that too, but you got to think you know this guy just as well as I do. Everything he say is going to be taken, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, so that's why I was like, wait a minute, let me, because I already know that it's just like that whole conversation that was taken out of context with Levi and Miss Angie the other week. They didn't even play that conversation from the beginning. You know what I'm like? The way that they had that conversation wasn't even from the beginning, and that's not even what Levi was saying. But they took it and spent it that way. So it's just so that it's on the record that he did not mean that way. That he does not condone that. And
Oh yeah.
let's get that out the way, because that I know that he would not condone that.
But you know what, Carla? They believe that we're all pedophile lovers and that we support that anyway. That's something that just off of default, that's how you're going to be considered when you support R. Kelly. That comes with the territory. Like they called us pedophile lovers. You ain't ever heard them call us that? That's our name. They call us
But you
pedophile.
know, but Scott,
All that.
the only time I don't be talking about no pedophile love stuff like that. I don't get down to those type of name calling whatever. The only times I have an issue with, and it don't have to be with these particular crimes. It could be for other crimes or whatever, anything. Is that when I start hearing people justify the behavior
Like what?
now,
You talking about like what?
or justify and excuse it. Meaning they'll be like, well, the girls was fast, and this, that, and the third, whatever. It's like you cannot. Well, you can, but that's just your choice. You cannot justify or excuse bad behavior, just like bad grades or whatever. It's like, unless it's some type of, like trick or something like that, to me. And with the law, they don't even see that as forgiveness. But like I said, somebody, if I don't know I'm doing something, whatever, then how can, or if I don't know if what I'm doing is illegal, that type of stuff. To me, knowledge of a crime, whatever, should be a factor, always be a factor when it comes to intent. It's not always like that,
Okay, well, let
but
me give you a rebuttal on that. Okay. Don't look at it as justifying it. Okay, because and I'm just speaking, I gotta speak for myself. When it comes down to the behavior that everybody thinks is so egregious, I look at it as, and I told you guys, I come from a place where it was customary. So it's not justifying it, but I view it as R. Kelly's the only one that got caught. Okay. Now, does that make it right? Does that make it wrong? It's up to the people to decide. But when you have, and you're seeing even to this day the same scenarios occurring, don't look at it as justifying it. You see what I'm saying? We're trying to process, why is this happening to him and nobody else? Why is he the one that's being pinpointed for having sex with a lot of women, or having sex the way he wants to have sex, having fetishes that, that other people don't have? It's almost like everything that he has done is being demonized, when some people right now are probably engaging in that sexual behavior right now. And yes, it may be a crime, but guess what? They're allowed to do it. But we want to take him down and give him 30 years for something that we already know other people are doing. Do you see what I'm saying?
well, yeah, but it's going to be magnified. One, because he is a superstar, and for two, he allegedly have a history of doing it. It's
Mhm.
going to be
I
magnified.
But I
I look
can't.
at it like this.
And three,
Can you
he
guys
had
hear me?
people that came forth. So
But did they really come forth though, Angie? Did they really come
well,
forth, or
whether
were
they
they?
came for what? Okay, I put like they agreed to cooperate.
Okay, there we go. I like that wording. Okay.
They agreed to cooperate. Yeah.
Can you
I
guys
like
hear
that word.
me? Oh, I probably. What?
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
I look
ma'am.
at it like this. To me, I look at the case like this. R. Kelly's actions were based on him thinking that he was dealing with an adult, a young adult. Okay, he got into it because he thought that this woman was an adult.
I can agree with that.
So his actions deflected that. Okay, he said and then even when at the motel, when the police officer came in, he asked Jane, number 5, how old she was. She said 18. That put the police, by her lying, that put that police officer in jeopardy too. She had a fake ID. The ID looked legit to him. He said he was 18. Then the mother clarified again. She's 18. So Ashriel put a lot of people on, let's say Jane, put a lot of people in jeopardy through her lie, her and her mother. And from then on, they continued. When, Jane was getting scared. She wanted to tell her, but it was already too late. It was already too late.
She didn't have a fake ID. Remember, her mom and her were talking about her ID and the text messages, and they were hiding her ID from R. Kelly. They wanted her to hide her ID because her ID said 17, not 18, and she needed to be 18 to get into the concert. So her mother and her were panicking, like, oh my God, you got to hide the ID, say you lost it or you left it or whatever it was that was said. But no, there was no fake ID.
Okay, so why did the mother and the father say at the motel the police officer came, looked at her ID and said she was 18?
Thank you.
You didn't say
Why?
it's because they didn't really look at her ID the way they should have. That's only obvious.
Okay.
That's only obvious.
Okay.
They were like, okay, Mr. Kelly, here, take my card. And if you need security,
Okay, but
Okay, so
again,
basically you're saying the
but
sheriff didn't
again,
do their
R.
job.
Kelly was still under
they
the
were
impression
starstruck
she was
too. That's how I
18.
see it. They were starstruck.
So you're
Okay,
saying they didn't do
listen,
their job.
but R. Kelly was still under the impression that she was 18.
Yeah, that was definitely, I think that was totally fucked up. Totally
And they
fucked
still
up.
lied.
But at the
They
end of
lied to
the
the
day, once he
police.
found out her real age, he was like, fuck it, and just brought her
It
back.
didn't matter. Let me tell you something about sexual activity like that. It doesn't matter if you did it or not. Ignorance of the law is no defense. It already happened.
Right, yeah, that's why he wound up getting in trouble for
But
taking her from one state to the other and all this other
they
stuff.
didn't charge him for having sex with Asriel.
No, he got charged for taking her across state lines to have.
And that's not true because you know why? Because California, that's why California did not press any charges because they could not prove that they had sex there.
Whoa.
That's what I'm talking about.
California
You
has
guys want to
nothing
make
to
the
do with it.
federal government think that they're honest, but they're not.
You're confusing the situation, honey. They took R. Kelly's situation with the California situation because of the herpes thing, right? They took her.
No,
They said it had to do with interstate commerce of taking her from this line to over to the state line to this line in California and had sex with her illegally because she was 17 at the time. She wasn't
So why
18
didn't
yet.
California press charges?
California doesn't have to press charges. They just threw in the California law because
They
she was in the state of
tried
California
to get
when he
California to
had
press
sex with her
charges.
and she had found out she had herpes. Remember, Juice went with her to, was it Juice or Diana or somebody went with her. They found out that she did have herpes, blah, blah, blah. She went back to R. Kelly. His doctor wound up prescribing her medicine. Like, don't you remember that? What? That's
Okay, yeah,
about,
yeah,
honey.
I remember all that. But just because she says it, how do we know that she didn't have it when she came? She had a boyfriend before that.
Because it's
We
not.
don't know.
She didn't break out. It's
We won't
not
know.
about. It's not about. And anyway, it's not about giving the herpes so much. It's more about him knowing
Well, the
that he
Now I
was
exposure.
see.
infected with
They saying
herpes and not disclosing to the girl that he had herpes. So warning her. In other words, he got in trouble for not warning her that he had herpes.
Okay,
And
why did she
you
get
know,
charged for not warning him that she had herpes?
Because she didn't have herpes.
How do you
you don't
know?
know that. You don't know that.
You don't know that.
She didn't break
That's the
You
out.
don't know
point.
that.
She didn't break out. When you
You
break
don't
out,
know.
when you have herpes, you break out.
No.
That's how you know you have herpes.
No.
You know how many
No.
people
Well, okay, how
well
do we know?
now
This,
all
knowing
Go
that
on
they have
record.
listen,
herpes? Wait.
You
listen, we
go
don't even
on
know.
record and say any
You know
of
how
them
many
women
people walk
We don't
around
that
even
their
know.
medical
knowing that
status
they
was
have
not
herpes?
provided.
But he knew he
So
had
you
herpes.
have no way of
But
knowing if
let
they
me
had
tell you
it prior
something.
to the situation.
How do we know that R. Kelly really had sex? We don't know. Only they know that he had sex with her in Chicago at his house. How do we know? Because she said it.
Yep, that's it.
We have not
That-
heard. We
Yeah,
have not
and
heard.
there was
That's the
also
thing.
video evidence
Okay,
of them
That's what
hold
having sex in
on.
the house.
Apparently, we're not having a legal conversation. That's fine because the only thing they got to support is the facts submitted in the case and the elements. That's the only thing they got to prove. all the extra shit, and his alleged conduct is what's on the table. So
Yeah,
whether
I
or not
understand.
he
Right,
said,
the conduct
whether or
was
not
knowing.
he
Right.
disclosed his status,
Right.
his STD status.
Where?
I said whether or not he disclosed
Oh.
it, that is the problem.
Right.
That's what that's what they're trying to prove,
Right.
that he did not disclose it.
That he didn't
And they
disclose it.
also reference a notification that he had is when I think they said is when Geronda said that she had herpes. I think they said they're using that as well as a date to say that he knew or he should have known that he had, herpes. I'm just
Yeah, but they
paraphrasing
didn't.
what
To
came out.
me, they didn't dig deep into that because R. Kelly. Actually, if you listen to Joranda's story, she never had sex with R. Kelly. She had sex with Bubba.
But
If you really listen to her story, she was with Bubba. And the
Well, I
only
know
reason,
that that's
and R. Kelly at the same time.
Well, let me just say this. I don't understand how a lot of sex is a crime. That's the part that I don't get. When somebody says I'm saying because he said what who made the quota of how many people a man can have sex with and how much sex he can have? How
It's not
come the
about
lay
how
people
many, Sky.
get to the top? Huh?
That's not a
It's
crime.
not about how many.
That's what you all say. He had sex with all these women, and then he had this type of sex with them. And that's what I'm saying. What gives y'all the right to define how many he could have sex with
It's
and what
about the
position he
abuse,
got to
mommy.
be
It
in?
has nothing to do with how many. It has to do with how many he had at one time while he was abusing all of them at the same time.
Why can't he have more than? Why can't he have
They don't even have anything.
more than one
You're
time?
talking about the law. It doesn't even have anything to do with that. It has something to do with what his charged conduct was. I don't know how many times I got to say that. What did they say he did that made it a crime?
Sexual exploitation.
But when people argue, they not saying that. They talking about he had sex with all these women, and and then he was having
That's
this
why
type
I
of
said
sex
this
with them.
is
That's what they argue. They not arguing the elements and the charges. Okay.
That's why I said that with some of these arguments I hear, they just need to just totally remove the law. One, people don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand that they can agree to disagree with it. Know that it is present. Know that that's what we have. Know what needs to happen in order to find somebody guilty and all of that. But you don't have that. We don't have that out here. We just have people just serving as talking heads. I don't know if anybody remember that show. Remember that group from back in the day, fucking talking heads. You know what I'm saying? And to
I
me,
got
it's just
knocked off.
a weird situation to me. I don't get it. I really don't goddamn understand it. That you know that you would think that this is me, right? Just say you can say this. I don't have no knowledge, no background or anything was that HVAC, that HVAC. I see that word all the time. So if I know that I don't know shit about it, I don't understand it. At just about every turn, I'm coming up with a negative. I ain't proving shit. In order to be better prepared, I'm gonna hit my resources. My resources gonna be what? I'm gonna do my research. I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna look into this. Whatever. I'm gonna know where I need to succeed, and I'm gonna see if I can go find it. That's what legal research is about.
Right.
Okay, that's what legal research is about. Not sitting up here and saying all kinds of all kinds of outrageous shit. And I'm telling you, some of you motherfuckers act as if the New York trial case is still open. Like, huh? And it's like we going on and on about these external factors. One, there wasn't even an internal factor in the case when the proceedings was going on. Is it now? Probably won't be. And so on and so forth. Who is going to sit here 10 and 12 years beating a dead fucking horse? You got that man, and I heard that man on that motherfucking on an interview, Mr. Kelly, saying that they took his communications pretty much and showed it to his girlfriend, and she turned on him. He running around here acting as if somebody turning on you is a crime. That's what okay. And the government did not give their connection to the BOP emails and stuff like that. The only connection they have is that it was a government employee. As far as the investigation team or whatever, they're out of it. So you can't put that on prosecutorial misconduct. But you run here thinking that like a prosecutor can't lie to somebody, fabricate evidence or whatever to get you to flip. Like, it's unbelievable.
Right,
Go
but
ahead, man.
y'all emphasizing that wrong because even Levi made the statement. He said that he didn't even know once they talked, he was able to tell him that she was saying stuff that was directly related to his private communications, that she was arguing with him verbatim, and was saying stuff to him that he couldn't figure out how she knew it.
Right.
That's the part that I believe needs to be emphasized because
when he redefined his message, that's what he said. So check this out right here. When the prosecution, did disclose the little, investigation that they've done on it thus far, they've said what was what Larry had said in his communications and what was in the communications that they accessed, and it wasn't anything that would be considered a Brady violation or anything like that. That's what they said. Now, I'm not saying taking it for face value. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just talking about as a result of
yeah, we understand that. Even L went further to say that he's also come to the conclusion that she done stole the damn money. Because when I was listening to him to the other day, he said something about the girl had the bag that was containing the money that was supposed to be in Kels's house, and he didn't put it together till later on that she actually did take the goddamn money, or he alleges or believes that she took the goddamn money. You see what I'm saying? So all this stuff is unfolding, and it's just sad because, like you saying, the trial is over, and it's just wrong,
But what I'm saying is, even if it was still ongoing, and some of this stuff was discoverable, meaning it was knowing when this shit was going on. The text messages was there, the BOP situation was there. All of that stuff could have been in play. You have to ask yourself, why didn't it play? Why didn't the attorneys use any of the narratives that you guys run with? I'm not talking about you specifically, Scott, but I'm just saying. Why didn't they use it? And I told y'all a long time ago, pay attention. Don't pay attention to what these attorneys say on those steps for the media. Pay attention to what they do in court.
But wasn't it too late? Because from what I remember, it was in the Chicago trial that they even brought up the BOP information, if I'm correct. Wasn't it after the fact that she wasn't in the Chicago trial that we were able to bring up the BOP information?
Okay, to be honest, and this is my opinion, the BOP information was pushed through these people are out here, and I'm pretty sure somebody either relayed this information to R. Kelly or maybe related to his attorney, and he was get under the assumption that his maybe it was a client attorney client information that was you know access to what have you, or maybe she. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm sorry, I keep burping, but I'm not saying this is what happened. But maybe she discussed it with him and came up with maybe it was attorney client information that was access to whatever privileged information, what have you, or something of that nature. And she pushed a motion, okay, and she pushed it during the Illinois trial. But that
That's what I'm saying. It was
information,
too late,
hold
wasn't it?
on, no. But that information was
The
already out
Yes,
here
may I
a
say
long
something?
time
It
ago.
started. Yes, it started. The initial warrant started in 2020.
Right. So it was already out here in time and for it to be at play in court. I'm trying to give y'all the answer and I need y'all to get it. You ain't got to believe me. I'm okay with it.
Okay, no.
As long as you ain't mischaracterizing what I'm saying, as long as you ain't chopping and screwing what I'm saying, as long as you ain't trying to use what I'm saying as a narrative or use me to support your bullshit,
No.
I'm okay. I
believe
don't give
you,
a fuck what you say
but
about the
I
law.
believe you. But this is my problem. If it was in 2020, are we talking about during his trial? Then that's another problem in regards to his goddamn attorneys not bringing it up. I feel
Okay,
that
but
that
I'm
also.
trying to, but there is a reason why the attorneys and stuff aren't running with all this bullshit. Okay, and I say bullshit. I don't say bullshit to minimize what y'all arguments are, because that's what the other thing Levi do. No, I'm saying bullshit as it relates to the charge conduct, meaning what the defense have to disprove, what they have to defend. Okay, that is what I'm talking about. It is bullshit. So it's a reason that they don't run with all of this shit.
But we can't say that they missed the mark.
It's unlikely. I'm gonna tell you why. We know that GX233 was there, and we know that they referenced it, and we know that they read them. Okay, we know that because they had a small exchange with the prosecutors in regards to them, and that's on paper.
Well, I'm
Okay,
speaking of the fact that if you knew as an attorney that your client's private communications with not only his attorneys but also his regular email communications were leaked into the public and you didn't bring that up, you don't know who that information was leaked to.
okay. So let me help you out with the answer, because apparently this is not working the way I'm doing it. Okay, the reason why that stuff wasn't brought up, and the reason why these narratives aren't pushed in court by a competent attorney, is because it has no there is no legal argument, and it does not disprove his charged conduct.
Okay.
Okay, if the bill, just say the shit happened with the BLP. Okay, just say that. Okay, because we know it happened. How does that say that one, whatever the elements are, that it didn't entice coerce somebody to go across state lines? He didn't expose somebody to herpes. He didn't.
Okay, I got it. So it didn't go against his charged conduct, it goes against a witness. It doesn't go, so it goes against the witness of the case. It kills her
If it was,
credibility.
In
if
other
it was
words, I think it
dismissible.
just deals with just the BOP. The BOP and R. Kelly. It has nothing to do with his case. That's
No,
why.
it does because it has to deal with
No,
the
no,
witness.
no. That's why Bonjean is doing a civil suit, because it really has nothing to do with his case. What it has to do with his privacy. So she's
Yeah,
taking.
but the privacy of a witness in the New York
No,
trial.
no. That's
No, no,
why
not a
Bonjean
privacy
is
of a
not
witness.
fighting it, because of the fact that it really has nothing to do with that. You understand? That flipping and all of that he's saying and all of that, that has nothing to do with
That
that, because
that that's
that is
neither
not
here or there. And
right.
most
There you go.
likely it
That's that
wouldn't be admissible anyway,
right.
because you start getting into consent and all of that. Okay, so if, if somebody decide to flip on your ass and take the stand, that doesn't mean that
That's
something
not
nefarious
witness
happened.
I'm not
intimidation.
talking
That
about that.
happens
What
all
you're
the
trying to
time.
say.
I'm
It happens all the
specifically,
time.
I'm processing it the way you put it down. With it, it's not tapping on the elements, and to my understanding,
Right.
it's tapping on the witness's credibility, not the
Okay. So
element. The
you're saying,
witnesses.
okay, so just saying, if you're saying that they could use the information to challenge the witness credibility, that you would be on point, and which you pretty much are, with the exception is that that information would probably wouldn't be admissible. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
um because, like, she didn't steal it. You understand what I'm saying? She
Mm-hmm.
didn't steal the information. She was just giving the information.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So she's just the receiver of it. It still doesn't mean that, and so all she's gonna say is, yeah, I seen the emails. One, how does that affect her credibility? She didn't steal the motherfucker.
Well, I'm saying it like this, and maybe credibility is not. Yeah, it is kind of the right word, and I want to say affected her testimony because, and like you're saying, it will have to be admissible, and then the questioning will have to be allowed to say, did you get this information? I guess it have to be verified. Who did you get it from? And did it affect you in any way once you got it? You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because it would have to my understanding, it would have to be, you have to get it out of her that she received it and that once she got it, she changed her testimony.
Yeah, but
Like
she
I,
Right,
never
but
had no
there's nothing wrong with
testimony.
that. That's not.
She
That's
never
not.
had no testimony at
That's
first. You
not
got to
illegal.
remember.
That's not illegal.
right,
She
I
can
don't
tell.
think, I believe it's only illegal because this is my thing. If you just happen upon something, okay. But if somebody to me deliberately gives you something for you to read, that and they know you're a witness in a case, that to me, now maybe I'm wrong, that to me is witness tampering.
No, it's not because they
No.
didn't actually say, well, listen, if you
You
read
don't know
this,
what they said though.
wait,
You don't know what
if they say to her, look, read this, and as soon as you read this, I want you to go to the prosecutors and tell them that you were a victim of R. Kelly, and that's what I need you to do. And I will award you $1,000 if you do that. That's
but that's not far
witness
fetched though.
tampering. Wait, mommy,
That
wait,
would
wait,
be
wait. That's
prosecutorial
the type of
misconduct.
witness
That'd be,
tampering. That's
yeah,
witness tampering.
that would be a form of witness tampering
Right.
under the guise of prosecutorial misconduct. If it was on the defense side, if the defense was in violation of 18 USC 1512, then then it's something different. But what I'm saying is, it is perfectly okay as long as the prosecution did not break the law with regards to getting her to testify. You can bend it a little bit, but you can't break it. Then it is fine.
Now
She
wait,
can
let me
get
ask you this.
she
Hold on.
can get stolen communications, and she can
Okay.
go off.
Okay, but hold
She can
on.
do that.
Hold on. If you got this communication from your father, allegedly, and or your parents, okay, let me just say parents, allegedly, and they do tell you, look at this information, you being played, he been playing you the whole time. Now you need to go into this trial and you need to get right with your testimony. You That would only affect the parents. You saying, so that wouldn't affect the prosecution or the defense attorneys?
I would think that
Her
that's just the
parents,
parent
her
just getting her to
parents,
be honest.
her parents can tell her that. Her parents can hey, whatever,
Right. Encourage her.
and
Knowing she's
encourage
a
her,
witness
whatever.
in a
That's
case?
fine. Yes,
Yes.
that's the
Yes.
prosecution side. Yes.
How though? So you telling me if that right now, if there's a person that's on trial
a murder trial. And I play for them a video or give them some paperwork and saying, look, it was TT right here. He the one. Look on this video. He the one did that. He didn't tell you you got the wrong person. You need to go in there and get right with your testimony. I'm not tampering with a witness.
No, you are not,
No,
sweetheart.
no. If you're on the prosecution side, no, you're not. Okay. No, you're not. They can lie to the prosecution can lie to you to get you to testify,
No,
depending
I'm
on
not
what
talking
it
about
is.
the
As
prosecution.
long as it's not violation and breaking the law, huh?
I'm talking about an outside entity. We ain't talking about on the prosecution side or the defense side. We talking about a regular person coming to talk to a witness on either side.
The law
And,
is
and,
that crazy, girl. There's
and
so many things that I don't agree with
yes,
the law as well. So, yeah.
yes.
So why
You
do
can
they have that law then?
as long as it's not extortion and stuff like that and forcing somebody to do about gunpoint and stuff like that. As long as it's outside of extreme measures like that, yes, you can say, hey, you better go and say this, that, and the third. Well, not no, you can't say it like that. You can say you
So
can
you saying
strongly give some
involved?
suggestions. You can give some strong suggestions, and it would
I can't.
not be witness testimony,
Right.
witness tampering.
But if somebody pay you and say go in there and change your mind, then it's
That's a different story.
That's a different story. That's something else. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I
On
mean,
record again, saying out.
yeah, yeah, right.
I gotta
You
go
on
on
the record
record
when you
again.
speak over here. You are definitely on the damn record.
Cause that's just because I promise you, I feel like if I were to go right now and go talk to somebody in a federal goddamn crime, if I would have called up what's his name, Young Thug or whatever they name, and be like on the phone saying something, they'd be on my fucking hip, right? In 2 minutes. I'd be like, they'd be on their way. It's just like
Yeah.
I just feel like they just let them get away with everything.
Listen, I mean,
I
and
have to
because
agree.
of
The law is
and
very, very
because
tricky.
and just because of I don't know how else to explain it. It's just something y'all know. It's like this, right? Let me tell you something when it comes to the law and being in this game on either side. You know, I don't know if those of you guys that know how to drive a stick shift, and when it's time to shift gears, you get that it's a feeling that it's time to shift gears or whatever. It's kind of like that with regards to law because it's so much that isn't written when it comes to strategy and knowledge and this, that, and the third. It's so much that isn't written. And you just got to know. It's almost like when you have someone on the stand and you're asking them questions. Now you got your prepared set of questions, right? Because you're anticipating the answer because you want the story to be
Right. The
pinned.
theory of the truth. Right.
Yeah, and you want it to be as persuasive as possible in your favor. But something comes up and you got to think on your feet. You got to think, okay, I got to change gears. I got to go another direction, or I got to bring it back in, or maybe I got to bring it back in or redirect or something like that.
Right.
And so it's a lot of stuff that you just have to know, and like you got to know what would be admissible, what would be inadmissible. That's something you just got to know when it comes to once you looking at the evidence. You know, you got to be prepared. And when I tell you that that Darrell Brooks case, as I'm going back through it, and I keep leaving them little references on my board, whatever, for people to listen to and understand how this game works.
The federal rules do apply. You're very right, Angie. They do.
Right. They had pretty much every example of the law that one lay person could possibly um, um, experience if they find themselves having to go through a proceeding. You know, So and it was and it was a lot of teaching moments in that particular case. And as I'm, as it's dropping in my feed, I'm trying to share it to point out certain things so you can get the knowledge, just the understanding of how things work on both sides. Why this, why the attorneys didn't do this, why, the prosecutors allowed to do this, and and vice versa. That's if you just want to know. But if you just want to continue to beat your chest and belabor the same point and stay stuck in cement or whatever, then you can do that. Just don't put me in it. Because I'm on the goddamn move. I mean, I'm on the Silver Surfer move because Michael Jackson ain't working. I mean, it just ain't working. I can't moonwalk fast enough. And I'm like, so it's just you just have to you just have to know. Even sometimes a witness may present a opportunity for you to come through the door. You got to be on your feet because you got to know in that moment, okay, where you can go, what's prohibited, for the line of question, things of nature. Like I know, I think Sky said that the women's sexual history wasn't talked about and things of nature. That's because
that was inadmissible. That was inadmissible. They weren't.
That's because there's a rule when it comes to, and I think I put that up when it comes to sex victims.
Yeah,
that their history.
403.
Yeah, their history. If they do any kind of sex work and all of that,
right.
That line of questioning is prohibited.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So how can you argue that when you don't have the information? That's the part that pisses me off because
you can't be prejudiced of their ex background like that because everybody has a relationship sometime in their life.
Right, but I'm saying you can't argue, you can't say that these women didn't come into the situation with herpes or any other STDs because we weren't privy to the information. That's my point.
The thing about it is,
it's
not even relevant because we're talking about his conduct.
Right. But she was.
It doesn't matter if they had herpes or not. If they had herpes and they didn't disclose it to him, then they could possibly face an indictment.
Right, but this is the part that the problem is because I understand the charge, but the people, if you listen to them, once again, their argument is he gave them herpes. He gave them herpes.
He exposed them to herpes.
He gave
exposed them.
Which
exposed them.
He exposed them, not gave.
But that's not what he say. He says, and everybody else say, he gave them herpes. And that's not the charge. So I'm saying
the argument. That's the argument out here. That ain't the argument on paper.
Exactly. But I'm saying when they say that, it's gonna automatically trigger us to defend that. But we already know the charge is exposure. But when they want to try and certify that he gave them herpes, you can't certify that. All you can argue is that he failed to disclose it because you don't know if they already had it or not.
Well, the coincidental stuff had to do with the fact that they had corroborating evidence. So that just stuck it to him even more because it wasn't just one girl, it was 7 girls.
Okay, but understand this. Weren't they all having sex with each other?
No. They were all different times.
Yes, they were.
Stephanie was not having sex.
Oh, no. See, now we're going to change the narrative.
She didn't even know.
Hold on. Didn't they testify to we were having sex? He made me have sex with these other women.
I'm going on mute. Bye.
No, not
because that's what happened. They were all having sex with each other.
All the people that was named didn't have sex all together. Some of them wasn't even there when the other ones came.
Right, they were different years at different times. No.
They testified that they were having sex with each other. Joy had sex with Azriel.
That was Joy and Dominique and Azriel.
Okay, so you have Joy and Azriel. How do you know that Azriel didn't give it to Joy or Joy didn't give it to Azriel? You don't know that. That's what I'm saying. You guys like to come up with shit that just isn't relevant.
Listen, we're talking about it was more than one girl. It wasn't just Joy and Azriel. And
yeah, it was more than one girl, but I just said, I just made the statement, which is a valid statement. Weren't the girls having sex with each other? And the answer is yes.
Not all of them, Sky. Not all of them, because some of them didn't even know each other.
Some of them. You have to remember, the only time R. Kelly got a chance, if he did, right? Let's just use that argument, right? If he did give them herpes, right? It would have been when he had an outbreak. Even though it relays dormant in his body, he can have sex as many times as he wants and not give herpes because it's laying dormant in his system. They explained the whole thing at trial.
But that's irrelevant to what is being said.
No,
the whole point is,
I'm trying to explain to you. You're trying to ask me, how is it that some girls had it and some girls didn't? It's a lie.
I didn't ask you that. I'm explaining to you that he didn't give it to all of them because they were all having sex with each other. That's what
right, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you why it didn't happen that way. Is because
it did happen that way.
Was different girls.
Azriel even said she told Joy, "You're going to jail because you slept with a minor."
To give it to someone.
What do you mean?
But Geronda didn't sleep with them.
Right,
Geronda was at the house. Geronda was there.
Dominique.
She was not there with.
Hold on. You all.
Wait. According to her, in her book, the only people that she had sex with.
I don't give a fuck what's in her motherfucking book. Okay.
Bubba.
I don't give a damn what's in her book. If you go from the timeline, Geronda was there when Dominique was there,
right, but
when Azriel was there, when Joy was there. That's four people there.
Those three did have sex either together.
Okay, then. So you can't say that those three could not have contracted the virus. And then one of those three or four went off and had sex with some of the other women and gave it to them. That's what I'm saying. You all can't argue that. You cannot do it. You cannot put.
But what about he had a doctor back in the 2000s, early 2000s, somewhere during that time, that told him he had herpes.
Right.
What about that factor? That has to do with what I just said. That has nothing to do with what I just said, that the girls gave it to each other. We already know Geronda Pace is on record saying she had herpes and wasn't taking her herpes medicine. So you can't tell me she didn't give it to somebody else that was in the goddamn circle. So what are you talking about? You all just want
the other person
R. Kelly and act like he infected all of them when in reality they were all sleeping with each other, and those women could have gave it to each other. That's just a fact.
And you have to remember, she was back and forth. She wasn't at his house all the time.
Back and forth. Shit, if you are exposed, you're exposed to it. It doesn't matter because you back and forth.
Yeah, she was exposed to it by him. Because she wound up telling him, look at what happened to me.
You don't know that.
His own doctor treated her.
You cannot definitively say that. All those people were sleeping with each other.
You
say that.
I told you.
Azriel even told you. You heard her say on the video. She told Joy, you're going to jail for sleeping with a minor. She let you know she had sex with Joy. She said it. So how are you going to sit up here and say, you can't say that at that time, Azriel didn't give it to Joy or Joy didn't give it to Azriel. You can't say that. You don't know. You all want to assume that to make the narrative sound so good and to make it sound like R. Kelly is such a person, but that's not true.
I don't even remember how far back it was.
But I'm saying you all make stuff up, and it's not true.
Nobody's making anything up.
Oh, okay.
You're going by the facts on what's on record. That's what I'm going by.
Did you hear
anything up?
When
you get that I be making up.
Okay, let's
talk about the facts that I know about of the case. And all this other stuff that you're making up, I'm getting confused with. That's all that you do is make up stuff, confuse people. You know what I mean?
Let's go to what Azriel said.
Talk about the
you
case
all believe
and
Azriel.
what's going on. That's all I know. I was not there. I wasn't in his bedroom. I don't know the girls personally.
Did she not?
I never chatted with R. Kelly. I never chatted with anybody in his room.
Did she or did she not say you're going to jail for sleeping with a minor? You slept with a minor. You're going to jail for sleeping with a minor. Did she or did she not say that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe what Azriel says. So she's admitting on tape that she slept with Joy. So can you definitively say that during that time she didn't give Joy herpes, or Joy didn't give her herpes? Can you definitively say that?
And what about R. Kelly? Why are we excluding him when they had a threesome?
That's the point. Oh God.
What's the point? The point is the man is the one who got the girls together to have a threesome. How about that?
Are you crazy?
I'm not.
So you're gonna go on
and
say that only men.
This is what happened.
That only
wasn't that on tape?
Give herpes.
The government had videos and pictures.
Okay. No.
Another guy.
No, let's make sure she on record with that.
Another guy. Wait,
she's on record saying that only men give herpes to women. That women don't give herpes to other women. Let's make sure she's on record for that. Okay.
Azriel and R. Kelly.
No. We gonna make sure you on record for that.
In feces and urine. You know what I mean? Like so
and greater than that. Matter of fact, R. Kelly the only one that can give herpes to anybody. That's based on
what y'all to each other. How about that? How about that? They gave it to each other. That's what happened.
That's what happened.
Right, they gave it to each other.
Yeah, you can't be definitive. You can't say that what she says isn't definitive. If what you're saying it's definitive. You say that's what happened.
No, I'm saying. You all believe Azriel, and Azriel said that she had sex with Joy. My question to you all is, are you telling me that at that time that they had sex, Joy couldn't have gave Azriel herpes and Azriel couldn't have gave Joy herpes? Is that what we're saying?
Whatever you want, whatever you think, whatever you think.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna do the narcissist a favor, and I'm gonna agree.
What I'm saying is that when you say all of them slept together and gave it to each other, I'm saying that what that girl named Geronda wasn't there to my knowledge. She wasn't there.
She was there. Geronda was there at the beginning. Geronda was there when.
But I'm talking about to sleep with Az and Joyce.
Stephanie. She wasn't there to sleep with Az and Joyce. Number 11 and Jane Doe number 12.
Let me put it to you.
And Lizette Martinez. Let's not forget about her. Yeah.
Let me give you the chain, Angie. And Geronda was sleeping with Dominique. Okay. Dominique was there throughout the duration, so she could be the Trojan horse too. You see what I'm saying? There's no definitive answer in regards to R. Kelly contaminating everybody. And we already know that when Dominique, her mama came to get her, who was in the room with her? Joy. She was there. She was around Joy and Azriel.
I'm just saying, when you say all of them slept together, mean like all of them slept together.
And they had a 7-on-7. I'm saying during that time period, Joy slept with Dominique. Dominique slept with whoever the other thought was.
What happened to the girl?
They was all, and not only that, don't forget the guys. They was also sleeping with other men. So you can't put all this on R. Kelly.
Right. Like the girl that sued him in 2004, right?
What girl? Who are you talking
about? Stephanie. She's being awarded $73,000, right? If I'm not mistaken, from restitution from New York.
It's Stephanie.
Sued him for $250,000 in the settlement because she got herpes, and this was in like 2004.
You saying did she get herpes?
Yeah, her name is Stephanie.
I don't know if she got herpes. I don't know.
Sky, how you not know? Well, you're not paying attention.
I don't care.
Girls.
I don't care about that shit.
I'm saying you don't care. You ain't got the piece of the info.
I can't.
I can't.
I give up, Angie. I give up.
Listen, y'all got to get this together.
Okay, look. It comes down to this.
If I'm wrong, and here's the thing, right? Let me say this, okay?
You don't know if Stephanie had herpes prior to meeting R. Kelly. You don't know that. So you can't argue with me about that.
J-Bo or one of them. Hold on, J-Bo or one of them. They used my defense when it came to intent with regards to those herpes. Like, how can you give somebody herpes if you don't know? Boom. That was another reason why I made my videos back public. So, all I did is just made them back public. I ain't do nothing to the titles or nothing like that. I just made it back public. And I'm sorry, Claude, if y'all got them feed. But yeah, she used my defense. Not saying she listened to me, but I'm just saying when I said, okay, well, with the intent, where they can use, they can strike at it, they can argue in intent.
I agree.
And say that how did he know? How did like how can he intentionally expose somebody to herpes and stuff like that if he don't know if he have them?
Said that earlier.
What I said. She ain't used not what you motherfucker said.
I said that earlier, and she just and D was like, no, he did know. Men's right, he did know. But greater than that, this is my point. I don't care because it doesn't matter, because you don't know if Stephanie had the herpes before she got there. That's what I'm trying to say. Telling me that she got herpes, what does that mean? The charge is exposure. You can't tell me that she didn't have it or not, because you don't know. Why
would he pay $250,000 to somebody because they're saying that they have herpes if he don't have herpes? If he don't have herpes, then I would fight that shit.
Are we really going
and I wouldn't be paying nobody. What?
Okay, now this is a day 101 argument. Attorneys will tell celebrities.
I don't give a fuck what the fuck an attorney tells me. I want to fight it. I don't give a fuck.
That's you.
I'm gonna pay
but the bottom line, attorneys tell celebrities.
He wanted to make sure that he could keep her quiet.
It's easier. Can I talk, please? I'll let you talk. It's easier for you to pay this person off to kill this fucking story and get it out of the public than it is for you to take her to trial and drag it out. They will tell you to pay these thoughts off so they'll go a long way. So why are you trying to sit up here and act like it doesn't happen when it does? That happens all the time.
First of all, they have insurance. They have insurance, and celebrities have insurance that take care those type of incidentals. But let me say this: this is what we're missing. Attorneys will tell a celebrity or anybody, you don't got to be celebrity, when it comes to civil cases, to go ahead and settle out of court, whatever. But you know what? Usually, the variable that determines whether or not they're settling, whatever, they know, even when it comes to it being a civil case, that there is enough evidence to convince a jury by the preponderance of the evidence that they're guilty. So a lot of times to save, instead of going through something that where they're probably going to be found guilty anyway, they'll go ahead and settle it. And here's the thing, right? And the fight, well, this is the truth. And the fact that the herpes issue, I don't even know why that is an issue at this point, because I've even heard the craziness that he ain't sleep with all these certain women, whatever that have been named. There's not a doubt in my mind at this point. R. Kelly don't have motherfucking herpes. Everybody around him got them. How he don't have them?
I believe every celebrity.
Right.
I don't believe any celebrity doesn't have them. That's my opinion.
I don't believe any person in the world don't have them. I mean, come on. There's people walking around with that shit and don't know they got it.
Because when you
dormant in their system.
And it's just like certain instances where you hear about it, I believe all the celebrities have it. But I'm just saying, when people try to say that R. Kelly is contaminating all these women, I mean, what are the odds that not one of these women already had it? I mean, come on.
You never know, especially the ones that were probably already having sex. Hey, you never know. You're right. You could be right.
But see, that's the thing.
You right there. You could be right.
They were pure virgins and they never had sex before.
No.
Then
Some of
here
them were. Some of them
Kelly
were.
and gives them the herpes. That's what y'all want us to think.
No, I don't. And I'm never saying that one of them couldn't possibly had herpes or whatever. But what I'm saying that is mighty funny. Again, you got to deal with law of probability, the law of this, the law of that, the law of whatever.
Right.
That
All the evidence.
everybody, just about everybody he done came in contact with, got the herpes.
Because they were all
And he's
sleeping.
but he's the common
No,
denominator.
they weren't, Sky. Stop.
They were. I just talk.
You
Let me
heard
tell you
that right.
something. See,
They were all
this
sleeping
what y'all
together.
don't understand. See, this what y'all think it's a narrative, but I can't. Okay, I ain't gonna say too much. Let me just tell you. When I speak, I'm speaking with it won't be firsthand, secondhand knowledge. Okay, I'm letting you know that Dominique was having sex with Geronda. Okay. We already know Dominique was there the whole time. We already know based on Joy and Azriel, they had sex with Dominique, and some of the women that they had sex with Dominique. So I'm trying to say, why can't y'all see this picture for what it is? I don't know why y'all
I can accept that. I don't dispute that. But what I'm saying, look at the time span from when he allegedly supposed to have what, early 2000s.
Early
This
2000s.
is 2020.
Yes.
That's like over 20 years.
Right.
Some of those girls were number 2 or 3 years old.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that Dominique or Geronda didn't have it, and that they didn't contaminate one of them other women. You see what I'm saying? This all I'm going on record saying. I'm not going on record saying that he gave all these girls no herpes when they was all sleeping together. I believe that they was, what they call it, cross-contaminating each other. That's what I'm going on record with.
Sky, 2004 compared to 2015. What are you talking about, girl?
What do you mean? She was there 9 years. That girl was there damn near a decade.
From 2009, and he was diagnosed in 2004, 2006, 5, 7, something like that. It was before he even got with Geronda.
That doesn't mean, okay, so let's say he had sex with Geronda and gave it to her. Geronda had sex with Dominique. Do we have to break it down like that? Dominique had sex with Joy. Joy had sex with Azriel. Can we do I have to go in? You know what I'm saying? Do we gotta go deeper than that?
Wait a minute, time out.
Geronda had sex with Bubba. Bubba had sex. Y'all saying Bubba had sex with Kels, right?
The vagina. Okay.
What?
Geronda had herpes of the vagina.
Okay.
Okay. And
do you understand what gay sex is?
Wait, hello.
Do you understand what gay sex is?
Wait a minute, girl, slow down. If they were lesbians, then that means that Dominique would have herpes of the mouth, right? That's what you're telling me?
Are you kidding me?
That's what you're telling me. Hello, they were lesbians. You don't know that?
Do you understand that girls pump? Hold on, y'all. Let me help Diva. Do you understand that girls bump coochies? They call it the scissors, and they rub coochies up against each other. Are you not familiar with that?
Oh, I'm very familiar with
that. Then, so what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So why would you put it on her mouth and not on her coochie?
I'm saying she could have had an outbreak and that could have happened. Yeah, let's go with your theory. Let's go. Let's go with my theory. Let's make her happy, Walker. Let's make her happy.
No, I'm saying that's reasonable. I'm not saying anything that couldn't have happened or didn't happen. I mean, so you think Geronda
don't have it,
you,
right?
So you saying when Geronda
and that was his wife, and I don't believe
sex,
that. I think she has it, but she ain't disclosing that shit.
I'm saying this. You saying when Geronda and Dominique had sex, they was just kissing each other. They weren't bumping coochies.
They were definitely bumping coochies. They were eating coochies. They were kissing each other. They was lesbian lovers.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So why are we trying to act like I'm far-fetched in what I'm saying? I just don't get it.
We're going to go with your theory, Sky. Okay, Sky.
But let's not even forget that. They have strap-ons. Since Kels was a freak, let's say there was a strap-on there.
Right.
And he fucking all of them with the same strap on. Yes, they all got herpes now. Boom.
How are they gonna get herpes from a strap on? Stop.
Are you
You
serious?
can't get herpes from a strap on, girl.
Yes, you can.
You can't, girl.
Diva. Diva, let me help you. No, I'm serious now. Hold on. Stop laughing.
No,
Hold
baby.
on. No,
Herpes has
no.
to do with
I
skin
need you
to
to
skin
listen.
contact, mamita.
Hold on.
It
I
has
need
nothing
you
to
to
do with
listen.
fluids. It has to
Dominique.
do with
I'm
skin
sorry.
to skin
Diva.
contact with the bumps.
Diva.
So if I have bumps on my shit,
Diva.
I'm doing a nigga, and all of a sudden he gets bumps on his balls,
Diva.
then that's skin to skin contact. It has
Diva.
nothing to do with
Diva.
fluid.
I need you to listen to me, sweetheart.
It has
Listen
to
to
do with
me.
cells on the
If
body.
I have
Did you not pay
chlamydia,
attention to the doctor that spoke
if
at
I
your
got,
ass? Girl,
listen, please
broke
listen.
that shit down in
Listen.
like 8 hours.
Listen. If I have chlamydia, syphilis,
That's different.
herpes,
Fluids, baby. That's
warts,
fluids.
and
That's fluids.
somebody has sex with me
That's
with
fluids.
with a dildo, and then takes that same dildo and has sex with somebody else,
Mommy, that
the
has to do with fluids,
probability of
babe.
them
Babe,
getting that
listen to me.
disease is high. Do you understand that?
Fluids. That's different, Sky.
What's different? What do you
It
mean?
has to do with the fluids, not herpes. Herpes is skin to skin.
What are you talking about?
It has to do with cells. It has nothing to do with fluids.
Okay, I'm done. I'm
Um,
done. I
Girl,
can't
go do your
argue no more.
research. I'm telling you.
Angie,
I'm,
you better step in and help your friend.
I'm telling you.
Angie, you
I've done
better
a lot
step
of
in and
research.
help your
I'm telling you.
friend.
It has to do
Do
with
you
cells,
understand the
skin
herpes?
to
Okay,
skin
listen.
contact.
Those
It
are
has nothing to do with
blisters.
fluid.
Those are
That's why the
blisters.
best.
Bumps and blisters. Do you understand that? When that comes in contact with a person's mouth, arm, what the fuck ever, that's the contamination.
Right,
That's
skin
what
to
causes the
skin
contamination.
contact. Right.
There's
But
no
if it's
skin
with
to
a
skin.
dildo, it's not gonna happen.
Okay, all right. I'm
I'm
done.
telling you. Because
I'm
the
gonna bow
dildo
out.
doesn't have herpes.
I'm gonna bow out. Okay,
Uh-huh.
I'm bowing out of that
Yes,
one.
ma'am, Miss Lisa. Mama Lisa.
Good morning. How you doing? I
All
was just
right.
strolling up the YouTube street, and I don't know who channel this is, and I'm concerned as what you're talking about.
Hi, Mama Lisa.
Is this Courtney?
Now, this Mama Lisa here. I was wondering what you said. I was just rolling up the YouTube streets and hit a live button and seen that your children was live. And I just want to know what I just got on a herpes chlamydia. I heard you talking about that, but what your subject is tonight?
Oh, okay.
We done talked about everything. And we on the record talking about anything. You want to put something on the record?
Well, I be just wondering about a lot of stuff. I just, back in my day, things was different. I'm up in Asian canon. And it just, I see a lot now, stuff that I didn't see in my day. I don't want to just say stuff that I think I shouldn't be saying, but I just put it like this here. They're calling right wrong and wrong right in a lot of areas.
Yes.
Things are different now. We have to watch, try to watch what we say and change the vocabulary. And I can't remember all this stuff on a lot of issues.
Yeah, I
If that
understand.
can make any sense.
Yes, ma'am.
And
It makes a lot.
people, it's a different time back from when I come up. When I come up, it was okay to go to one another's house, friends, the church mothers, and just go visit folks. But now it ain't too many people like that no more. You got to call folks, they might be busy, they might not feel like it. We didn't know nothing about having cameras all in our house and on the outside back in my day. We living in a different day. Everybody I know got cameras all around their house and they can see on the inside of their house what's going on. And I guess I'm guilty of it too, because I got one too.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
back in my day, in my community, nobody had them things, you know. We was in our neighborhood was families looked out for one another. Nowadays, you don't even hardly know your neighbor's name. When I grew up, I knew what the teachers, you know, in my elementary grade school, a lot of the teachers walked to school. They live right in the area. Our local doctor that come out to the house, make house calls. We knew where he lived.
Yes,
Our
ma'am.
pastors and can on. We knew to go over their house and get prayer. Just have fellowship with them.
Right.
It's a different day. Can't do that no more. Can't go hardly go to your pastor's house, you know, and wife. You don't even hardly sometimes know where to live.
Right. You're right.
It just everything is different now, and it changed so fast. I tell you, Mama Lisa didn't see it coming.
Right.
And technology, we didn't have all that. We go look for a job. You go to the place my mama told us. You get dressed as if you working at that place already. That's
Mm-hmm.
how you go and fill out your application. You had your hair done, you had your heels on, your nice slacks or your dress, you know, and stockings and can on, and you fill out your application right there and
Yes.
leave it there.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't take them home. My mama said you never take them home because you take them home, you ain't gonna fill them out.
You right.
But now you got everywhere you go. You know, I'm up in age and can on. I don't know this technology that like that. To work at the Dollar Tree, you gotta go online. Wait, this the Dollar Tree.
Right.
And the stuff get irritating, aggravating to my release. I'm telling you, dude. Everywhere I go, I think I ought to get paid. You go to the grocery store, you gotta bag your own groceries. You got this self-checkout thing and can on that you gotta scan your own groceries, bag your own groceries, just like what just like you ought to be paying me.
Yes, ma'am. You
You
right.
go to the gas station, you gotta get out your car. You got to go in there and pay the folks, go back out and pump the gas. Do I work here? Back in my day, you go close there to the filling station and the ding ding and the folks come out. They do your front windows, your back windows, check your tires, your oil, and all that and can on. If you need air, you just pull up there and tell them which tire, and half time they put them in all the tire, and you go about your business. It was free.
Yes, ma'am.
It just, I can talk about a whole bunch of stuff. So, Mama Lisa, you don't want to get Mama Lisa. Baby, what's your name?
My name is Angie.
This your channel?
Yes, ma'am.
And who else up there on the pound? And yeah, you know, I'm sorry I didn't speak to you and all coming in your house because this your house.
You
Can you
too.
forgive Mama Lisa, baby?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I like channels like this, you know, that you just talk about some of everything. I
Yes, ma'am.
really do. And who else is that on the pound with you, Angie?
We got Diva and we have Skylight.
How you doing, Diva and Skylight? Mama sorry for not apologizing or speaking to you all.
Hi, Mama. How are you? It's all good. Don't worry. I'm
Uh,
glad you're
uh,
enjoying the conversation.
Thank you. I don't want to take over your conversation, but can I just stay on the panel and I'm going to mute up and listen? If I have something to say, I unmute, but I ain't going to just interrupt you young ladies. And I'm glad for the opportunity to speak on your channel.
Yes, ma'am.
And
You can
I'm
speak on
glad
the
I
record.
found you, Angie.
Yes, ma'am. You can speak on the record. That's fine.
All right. If you want me to go down and get in the chat, I go down.
Are you okay?
All right. I'm going to mute up and listen to you cheering a while.
Yes, ma'am. So I okay. So I see you and y'all having a conversation about these dang on herpes.
It's nothing to argue about. I'm already knowing. I'm just trying to help her because I don't want her to come up short like these said victims in the case. I mean, what I'm saying is factual. I mean, if she wants to doubt it, I just hope she doesn't experience something that she, doesn't want to experience one day.
Well, I had put some references in the chat. Did you see them?
Yeah, it's going by so fast. Let me see. Right. But I think the Sky, the only issue that I have with what you said, because I guess all y'all are right with the herpes, but the only thing that I have a problem with is that you're saying that all of them slept together when there was some type of based on the trial, the results from the trial, that there was some kind of documentation that he had herpes as early as in his early 2000. I don't know what date now. If you go by that, then you have girls that start coming into the fold that was in the case. You got Geronda's one. Who else? Who? Stephanie.
Lisa Van Allen, all these women were sleeping together. Now, you okay? Even based on what you said, doesn't negate what I'm saying. He could have had it back then. I don't know, but I'm saying if he would even contaminated one girl, they was all sleeping with each other. And when I say, I'm not saying doing a one big 7-on-7 or 10-on-10. I'm saying even what that's part of what they're saying. He made me have sex with Bubba. He made me have sex with, you remember all that testimony when they
Yeah,
about that? So that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean when I'm saying they were sleeping with each other. Dominique slept with this one. Then Dominique slept with Bubba and Lisa Van Allen. Lisa Van Allen already went on trial saying she slept with Kels and Rashana. That's what I'm saying. You got random people bumping each other who could have already been infected from somebody else in the equation. Not necessarily. I'm saying you all trying to make Kels the key factor for every single person, and I can't go on record with that. I just can't.
well,
Knowing that
uh,
they all was hoeing around with each other, I can't.
true. I'm on the record saying that I understand all of that, and I understand that it is quite possible that one of them gave it to the other. I'm just saying it is also possible and more than likely that R. Kelly, had that got infected somewhere early on,
I'm not.
and
I'm just
I
saying.
don't know if that was was virgins. I don't think any of them was probably virgins when they encountered R. Kelly. I think they were pretty much out there.
Do you remember Rashanda's testimony when they asked her how many threesomes she had, and then she say hundreds, over hundreds? That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. So it's like you can't tell me that if he let's say he contaminated her, you can't tell me that she didn't contaminate one of the other girls that was part of the threesomes. That's what I'm just saying. I'm saying we have to be realistic when we saying this.
yeah. I mean, that's something
You
I can
know,
agree with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could agree. Okay, we're gonna agree with that. We're gonna go with what you're saying, yo, because it could happen. You're right. Yeah.
that's all I'm saying. I'm not, but I'm saying I'm not. I don't understand why we have to demonize Kels and act like, oh, he burnt them all. He took them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's just look at it realistically. Like they all was
Yeah.
transferring stuff, and it's probably not just herpes. I promise you, I'm. It's got to be some more stuff that they was giving around. All them people, random people. That's just sick, man. They better be glad they ain't get AIDS. That's all I'm gonna say. They could have walked away with the real package.
But are you taking R. Kelly out of the scenario because he was sleeping with
No,
all these
he with
people?
them. I'm talking about all of them. When I say all, I
Okay.
mean all.
So now let me ask you this.
Um,
Let me ask you this. Cause you are logical. Not I hope you remain that way when it comes to the law and when it comes to common sense. At some points, right? Most of your points.
I've been
But
nervous the whole.
do you understand this?
uh-huh.
That with all the arguments about this new stuff, that like this, and I'm calling it new because it's outside of the case. This
Mm-hmm.
BOP shit,
Mm-hmm.
the text messages. And this out here even add in the Debo shit. Do you know that if it's true and if there is something that can prove what you're saying, do you know that it doesn't free R. Kelly, and it won't, no, probably wouldn't even mitigate his damages. It will just serve to create indictments for these people, meaning the parents. Meaning, if the BOP shit, if that was considered tampering and stuff like that, all of this would just um, simply create indictments for them. And that stuff, those, separate indictments and things of that nature, I don't see where that would be admissible for even the jury to hear. And see what I was be trying to tell Levi and whoever can listen. All right. The courts do not allow and Eric, that's how I know he's not legally stupid, because what the longest period of any the longest part pretty much of any proceeding is the motherfucking evidentiary period, and so they are in there talking about what's admissible, what's not admissible, what someone stipulated to, things of that nature.
Well,
So you go down the rules of evidence. Go ahead, ma'am.
let me clarify. The like you saying the new stuff that's very new with the federal cocksucker. Now that I don't give a damn about. The only reason why that came up was because um the federal cocksucker allegedly reached out to Kels, okay,
Mm.
and the timing of it, even not even the timing, all of it looks bad. Cause why the fuck are you trying? I'm sorry, the ma'am's on. Why are you trying to? Why are you trying to contact him when you on papers? He already in jail, and you're just trying to cause something. That's why that came up. Now, where that goes, I do believe that the feds or the prosecution would try and make something outside of that, not having nothing to do with the New York trial. But I do believe that they would go and try and make a connection out of that, because I don't understand the point. Like, why are you trying to contact? The timing is just weird. You see what I'm saying? Like, why now? And what do you want? Those are my two questions when it comes to that. But really, when it comes to that, I don't give a damn. But in regards to where I'm hung up is, and you all just explained it, however, I gotta say, like I said, I don't agree with the BOP information, that part that I believe will lead to the text messages, meaning this. And this is really with anybody. And I'm gonna tell you, when it first happened, I thought the whole case was gonna be thrown out, because I believe that that is so egregious for your personal information to be leaked in the middle of a trial. Okay. And then not only your personal, but your attorney communications leaked to anybody. Okay. I don't care if you're a regular person. But then to know that this crazy lady gonna come on the internet and tell all her subscribers that she gave it to the daddy and she gave it to so and so, and being proud that she leaked the information, that to me, that whole process is egregious to me. It should have never happened. And to me, because it is we don't know where that information really went. Now I understand what you're saying, that it could be leaked and people could read it, but it's still tainting the process. And I got a problem with that, of tainting the process. But not only that, it's just wrong. It was criminal.
But let me
They
ask you
did it.
this. But you got to understand, it also will hinge on the information that was released, but what was
There you
contained
go.
in those emails
What there you
and how would it have affected his case. And see, that's another thing. It just because something happened, you got something happened to you while you in the custody of the law, right? It doesn't mean that makes you a free man, a free woman. Just
no, I
because,
get that. I get that.
yeah. So even
I'm not saying that's tied to his New York case. I'm saying that.
But you said that it should be the shit should have been thrown. The case should have been thrown out.
I'm saying this because that when I first heard that it happened, I thought when this was during the trial, I thought it was during the trial.
During
That,
well, it happened before the it happened before the New York trial, but the motion and
did
stuff
we
was
get
put
word
into the
of it
Illinois trial.
during the New York trial, or was it later?
It happened before during the New York trial. I think Diva said in 2020.
Because for some reason, I'm feeling like it happened during the New York trial. However, we heard about it late.
That's what I
At
said
that
during
time
the
that
Illinois
we heard
trial,
about it,
right?
I felt a new trial was, that's what I did feel. I felt the whole trial was going to stop based on that. However, it didn't. This is my problem with it. And I know y'all don't agree, but if it is proven what, first of all, like you saying, this is the problem, Angie. They not giving this information up. Then with how we don't even know what's in there. And I feel like based on what he's saying, Kels is saying, if it is true that this girl got that information, I know you don't agree, but to me, her being the star witness in this case, and let's say her father allegedly did give her this information, I think that, I mean, but we all saw the timeline, okay? We could say that it's not legal. We saw what happened, okay? We saw what happened. If the timeline adds up and we get to proof that that information was given to her and we find out that it was more in there than what we know, I do feel like that's a tamper witness. Like, cause to me, she taints the process, just like she taints it for the rest of the witnesses. I mean, she just tainted the whole process. But I understand how you saying it doesn't, because it doesn't directly affect the elements and the charges. So please don't feel like I don't understand.
Right, I know. I get you, yeah, but
Okay.
at least you're on the record saying you understand. And here's the thing, right? Even if you say the BLP thing was a violation of his rights, okay, one, okay, that may be the case, but is it a substantial error? See, and you start when you're dealing with appeals and post conviction motions and things of that nature, it still hinges on whether an error was made, and also whether or not it can be corrected, just by not by throwing the case out, by making a correction. And they also consider would the error did the errors unduly unfairly prejudice the defendant, right? So it's a lot, y'all. I ain't going to whip. I'm just letting y'all know I'm slurring because I'm getting sleepy. But
Okay.
so but now I'm good to go for the remainder. So what I'm saying is we can disagree with certain parts of the law, all the parts, this, that, and the third, whatever. But we have to understand how was somebody able to be found guilty and things of that nature. And if others were involved that contributed to you being found guilty,
Mm-hmm.
first of all, you're going to depend. You got to figure out on what level who contributed. Was it the people being the girls, people like that being sent in and stuff, as Levi like to describe on his channel tonight. Did the sent in to do what? Super fan or whatever. Did the judge that make an error that contributed to you being found guilty? Did the jury misunderstand the facts and contributed to you being found guilty? Things of that nature. They'll move along to the appellate process, right? And she writes a brief because she is trying to get the appellate court to apply a standard of review to her brief. That is what she's trying to do. So she's writing a persuasive document. So I'm saying all that to say this. Listen, wild theories, conspiracies that aren't even founded, saying inflammatory shit that you don't know is true or not, and calling everybody else wrong, minimizing what we think our skills, our profession, just disregarding all kinds of stuff, and then somehow, and then being dishonest by doing it, and the same thing that he tried to do to me, they did it on his ass, and he did it on me prior to they did it on his motherfucking ass, playing a snippet or something, and then saying, "Yeah, this is what it is," and remix, and then trying to call his goddamn equally motherfucking fabricating ass partners in crime to substantiate this shit and all of that. And I don't feel like battling all that bullshit just because you don't understand. And then I have to start talking to you rough and letting you know that you don't get it. And then for you to get so high and fucked up off that motherfucking dark or light or whatever the fuck y'all in taking. They say, yeah, we got you. You ain't got shit.
Excuse me.
First of all, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Excuse
and
me.
you're gonna be in the back of the line when it comes to me and this legal shit. Are you fucking crazy?
Don't get Angie. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say good night to everybody. Thank you, Angie. Thank you for having me. Good night, ladies.
All right, good night.
Good night. Good night.
Peace.
Yeah, don't get it twisted.
Good night, baby.
Just because I can translate to lay people this legal shit that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because when I speak, legalese to your ass, then I have to come back and explain. That doesn't mean no good. I just might as well tell you in layman's terms and show you. And all I ask is that, okay, and I've been asking this, if you're telling me that I'm incorrect, which I could be, this ain't what I do, then guess what? You should have something that tells me. You can't sit up there and say that Devo is now made agreement with the government, been sent in to do this, that, and the third, whatever. And I'm telling you, under a deferred prosecution, that is unlikely. One, because it's so many other avenues that they can use to do that. Two, look at where we are with regards to the the case, the proceedings. One, there's not one going on right now. Two, the case is over. We're in a different phase. We're in a new phase. And what would Devo, like, what would he be doing? Well, he can't do nothing to the old charges. Only thing he can do is come up with some new ones. Here's the problem. He don't know no goddamn R. Kelly, and R. Kelly don't know him. He wasn't there with this, and then with this alleged conduct that they charged R. Kelly with, Devo was a kid.
But I believe that could be. This is my whole thing with that. Like I told you,
it's bad for when it comes to optics. It's bad. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't give a damn about that. But I'm saying since it's new and on the table, like you're saying, the optics don't look good.
Right. The optics don't look good.
Is why and what do you want? It's just the timing. What you already got feds on you. He already, Kel's locked up, got a 30 piece.
And you already know, just like every other one, they try to connect him to Michael Williams. They try to connect him to Don Russell. So why
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't they try to connect them to him with whatever they
But
got?
the fact is still matter. They know R. Kelly, Don Russell, um, 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 Michael Williams, and the other person. They know R. Kelly. They had some interactions, either direct or indirect, through him. They were around during his alleged, uh, crime timeline per the government, right? And
Mhm.
they had some connection with regards to that. Debo is just been out there holding a sign saying all kinds of bullshit.
Right, but hold on, Angie. Now I do gotta give them.
And threatening them, allegedly threatening, go ahead.
They did say in the paperwork, Levi was right about that part, that they did say that Kels got people working on his behalf to cut up and do whatever on his behalf. Like he got a squad of people, I guess YouTubers, that's ready to do stuff for him. So either
Right, and they said that. Did you check the date? They said that in a document back in 2020. Right, they said that. That is a what, Sky? What kind of document is
okay,
that?
waiting document.
And
But
so that does not mean that everything they say in there can be proven and
that's
that is
true.
factual.
Okay,
Although we know that there's
okay,
a lot of shit that when they wrote that was a true statement.
right, but
Not saying that R. Kelly has the people, but there are people doing shit. Go ahead.
right, but let me take you to where he's at, to my understanding, to where Levi's at with it. If that was said, now, like you saying, it might not even have been proven, but if later on down the line, as of today, you could have a communication with Kels reaching back out, like, "What up, bro? I ain't heard from you in a while," or what you been on? How, you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Any type of communication that even looks like I know you, it's gonna bring that to life. It's gonna give that credence, and it might give it some legs and make it walk somewhere that it don't need to walk to. Now, if you saying that because they already got them on a 30 piece, you don't think they'll create a new trial or a new charge, then okay.
No,
That's
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if they're bringing Debo in or whatever on this wild assumption that's going on, then it would have to be some new charges or whatever. And I said that it would probably involve Debo knowing R. Kelly to probably be involved in some crimes, or because just doing it on his own and stuff like that, and just reaching out to R. Kelly, that doesn't really implicate R. Kelly, because there's a lot of people that's doing shit, and R. Kelly was just mentioned, not implicated.
mm-hmm.
Debo will probably be creating an indictment for himself. And optic wise, what I mean is that, hey, just say, Debo contacted R. Kelly. And just say later on down the line, Debo does something else.
Okay.
And it can be a close association. It's done to benefit R. Kelly. And they have some evidence that they can put a story together that may support that. Then yeah, when you're looking at it like that, yeah, that. But it's far but under a deferred the prosecution to do all to it's just too far fetched to name this guy as some type of informant and this that and that, and I don't know if I told y'all the story why I really hate mis uh misnaming people, especially that word or whatever, because for a reason. But my thing is, you can't speak on the record out here as if these things are factual.
Right.
Like
I
Levi
don't.
does that, and that what pisses me off. And because you might give an answer that incorporates bits and pieces of what he said, but it ain't exactly what you said. And it ain't exactly agreeing with him. You are the wrong. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, let me say this though.
I don't agree with that. I agree with the second scenario that you said in regards to, I believe he's on his own making this contact. However, your timing ain't looking good. It's not looking right. Because right now, what do you want? Why now? And what do you want? Like, the time is just not looking good. And let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why would somebody get a deferred prosecution? What are we waiting on?
Well, they probably have him to meet some conditions and do this and do this and whatever, you know. And in lieu of that, completing whatever that is, he's supposed to be completing. He can escape getting some fines, getting jail time, and more. And the best part is wouldn't be on his record. Most people favor deferred prosecution because they don't want it on their record.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So that,
so
okay, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
So, and that's what I'm talking about. All this, wild inflammatory shit that's unsupported that Levi does, that's fine. Okay. What's not fine is to somehow make me anything less than what I am and not stand on what I stand on just to make your point valid out here, whatever, as if he is some constitutional scholar. You got to be kidding me.
Y'all with the constitutional scholar stuff. I swear to God. But no,
Like,
I just
what
feel
is going on? And it's like, It's like I'm finding out every day. I'm like, dude, less and less and less about this goddamn legal game. You don't know what the fuck it is you talking about.
this my thing with
And
the
hold on, I'm gonna tell you why. Because you wouldn't have to fall and stoop to such tactics when it comes to debating people, getting into it with me, whatever, to prove your motherfucking point. I don't come up there with props and shit. I don't play it back and all this here. I know it. I said, I'm telling you what I said. But you're not gonna take bits and pieces of what I said and then I'll put it, try to support. We ain't finna play that. I'll bust your ass. I invite anybody to step in the ring with me. You got me fucked up. Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying it ain't looking right for me. To me, what do you want? It's just not to me. With that, like I said, I really don't give.
Uh-huh.
But what do you want in your timing, bro? Like I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why now? Like, what is it? That's just where I'm at with that. But this is what I wanted to ask you earlier too. It was something with Bonjean. Okay, why do you feel if it's not relevant and if it's not gonna carry no weight to nothing? Why do you feel Bonjean is pursuing a civil suit in regards to this BOP information if it doesn't have any legs? Like, what's your opinion on why she's even pursuing it? What's her goal? Her end goal?
One, I think because our client is really pushing it.
Okay.
Two is to get information with regards to the investigation, either to push them to complete it and to give her the information, you know,
Okay.
or to disclose the other information that they said they wasn't disclosing with regards to the investigation that have taken place thus far. So, um, and that's the way to do it, because now you are kind of forcing a legal interrogation into what the fuck happened. Okay. And you're gonna get more knowledge.
But I'm
But
saying,
I believe, yeah.
hey, why do it? You see what I'm saying? Like, if it's, you see what I'm saying? Like, if it's not gonna get us a mitigation of his crime, if it's not gonna get us, is the goal to get some of the people that participated prosecuted? I'm saying she gotta have something more than just because the attorney, I mean her client. Well, I don't know, maybe you could because your client wants you to do it. I guess that is a relevant stance, but to me, I believe she think it got more legs to lead to something.
Hey, that there, Angie.
Hey.
This Mama Lisa. Who is we talking about? Somebody was did wrong in their body? We talking about some stars or something? I'm trying to keep up here, but I don't know who we talking about.
We talking about R. Kelly.
Oh, you reckon he was innocent or guilty?
Based on the evidence they presented, it suggested that he was guilty.
But he in the jailhouse down there, ain't it?
Yes, ma'am.
What they trying to go back to court on it? Or we just talking about it?
We're pretty much just talking about it, but they have an appeal that's in.
Oh, I see. I
Mm-hmm.
see.
They are, appealing his conviction.
Well, can I ask y'all a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna just change the subject, but I ain't trying to change your subject. What you think about that there Bill Cosby there? What you think about 30 years later thing? Just one question, then I'm mute back up.
I thought that was strange. I thought that was just coming out of nowhere, but it just goes to show you what the societal norm is today, and that pressure bust pipes. It will get somebody to move, to get off their ass, and to you know look into those matters. I think that if he was promised that the information that he disclosed wouldn't be used against him, then that should have stood. But from my understanding, that was not the case. So, it's just weird to me how they come out of the clear blue sky to knock him down. A man that's have lived most of his life like that. That was weird to me.
Now it's very weird to me because my understanding, all them gals was grown.
Right.
It wasn't none of them underage, and they know what it was when it was when it was. And you don't go up to nobody's room after 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night.
Mm-mm. Surely do not.
Then gonna come back 30 years later. You know the man gave you some money. Let it go. I just didn't get that. And then, I mean, some women might be against me on that. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I'll let that time pass. You know.
Yes, ma'am. I know what you're talking about.
And I believe half of them lied. I don't know. It's a lot of things I just don't know. But some of these things I just, I mean, that's just too many years done gone. Where you been all these years?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm sorry, and y'all can go on back. I don't know about R. Kelly now. When he come along, his case, I didn't really keep up with that. I heard some and carrying on. But since that Bill Cosby, he back there in my day. So I
Yes,
kept up
ma'am.
most on that one, them cases there, and I just didn't feel it was right. I just didn't. That did too many years later, and it wasn't like the gals was underage or anything. That'd have been a different thing. But like that there R. Kelly you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
Uh,
That's what we're
all
talking
right,
about.
Angie. I'm gonna put it back on that there mute.
Yes, ma'am. So, what were we saying, Scott?
What think? What do you think she's looking for? Okay? What is she pushing for? Let's say.
You know what? Did she is that civil case? Is it did anybody get a copy of it? Is it up?
Oh, I don't know. Last I heard is that she
Kel, are you
filed.
still in there? Anybody got a copy of the civil case? Because I try to decipher the wording to see where she, the angle and things of that nature. You know, that type of stuff that doesn't take a person just some off the street person.
Because who would that?
Yeah,
Because if it's a case, who was it against? I'm saying, is it against the BO? I guess it'll be against the BOP. But then what does that get Kels? Like, to show that they have a tainted process or
yeah, this shows that it could reveal a whole bunch of stuff, right? And like I said, based on the findings, then she can use that to it could be, if it's something, it can be used to show where his constitutional rights were violated in a severe manner, that it affected his case or the decision making in his case.
oh, okay.
Um, it can just disclose maybe some kind of prosecutorial misconduct, something like that, or if it was, or she could say it based on what is unveiled, for the from the investigation. She
Okay.
can say that the councils were ineffective, they didn't follow up, or or the judge misapplied the law in the situation, whatever, because I think it came up during the Illinois trial. So it's a lot. Or she can read, but if it's a lawsuit, you know, one of the things she's trying to do is to try to pretty much get all the information with regards to that BOP situation. And see, and I believe it's a him thing that he's pushing, because he's been out here on the record with it. Um, and we see her come up with it, and then nothing happened, and then a civil lawsuit come up, which doesn't isn't connected to the criminal his charges with regards to um any of the indictments. However, like I said, based on the results, you'll be able you'll see which direction she's going more clear, until she plainly stated.
And
Because
see that
again, I can read it and see try to see what's going on. Because
because
the language she used and what she don't use is going to tell me. Go ahead.
now I'm just saying the whole problem that my understanding that I have and people on the Kale side have is why didn't you just give up the information? You're making us believe, you're leading us to believe that it's something there because you're just closing it. I feel like if she asked for it, why not give it up unless you had in something? Do you see what I'm saying? You're making it a big deal. They're making it
Right.
a deal. Why not?
And it makes it seems like there is something to hide. I give you that. I give you that. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can get it.
Because that part, I just don't understand. If it's nothing, let us see the nothing and move on about our business.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're right. Let me see. 4.2 million. What is that? You said it was. Did you say you had access
For me,
to the civil suit?
no, I don't. I just heard that it was filed. I don't know if it was or wasn't. That just came through the cherry tree. I have no idea if it was actually filed.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where is the civil, because he's suing for the BOP, because I'm putting something up. I see where he sued because he put placed on suicide watch, stuff like that. I don't see.
Oh, she said something about him being on suicide watch.
Uh,
Oh, I think I remember that. I think they said when he first went into being incarcerated, they kept him down there too long or something. Like he was
oh,
put in the general population.
right. So my thing is,
if these attorneys don't run with these narratives, and when I say, y'all have to include you in there, then it's telling you something. It's telling you that you have there's not a legal argument that they can come up with thus far. Because I'm
I,
gonna tell you, go ahead.
I'm just saying I agree with that statement.
It's easy to sit up there and say the attorney was ineffective and the attorney didn't do this and whatever. It's easy to say that when one, you don't know the law, two, you don't have the record, so you don't know what's in it. Okay, and three, you don't know what they looked at and what they did. And see, I had to stop taking y'all word for everything, thinking that y'all don't read everything, y'all got this stuff at y'all, at y'all fingertips, whatever. I had to go start reading it myself and pulling it up, whatever, because you get one side of the story or just decide to support the narratives and things of that nature, and it does you a disservice because if you want to try to beat the police, then you try to become the damn police, whatever. What I just said, shit, I'm sleepy. Lord have mercy. I know I'm crazy. Y'all strike that off the record. I don't know what I just said. I don't know what I just said.
I mean,
But
that it's I don't know. I just think they're making it a big deal. And the fact that we're going on, and I'm going on the fact that from what I heard is that she is pursuing the lawsuit. Now, if it gets to the point where she's not pursuing the lawsuit, then I would assume that it's a, you know what I'm saying, dead. It's, a dead incident, a dead topic. But I feel like she feels she's going to find something in there that they're not disclosing because they're making it appear that there's something there by not disclosing the information. But like you're saying, maybe she's trying to tie it into him being treated, like you're saying, his constitutional rights
mm-hmm.
or something like that.
And if she needs to know what was in there
Mm-hmm.
in order to to see what I'm gonna how you gonna play this, you gonna say ineffective assistance, or you gonna go after the judge, or who you gonna go after, you know what I'm saying? And when I mean go after meaning like when you appeal or when you go to a habeas corpus, how how you gonna lay out your story, what are you gonna support it, and on what grounds do you think this information is relevant and things of that nature, right? It's a lot of tiers to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It ain't just it's cut and dry. I look at the documents, I read it. Hell, I don't you can't, it's not that easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not that easy. I don't, and then a lot of times if you don't know understand, you are looking at the shit, you're looking at the results, whatever, and you don't bit more know how you got into that situation. You don't, So, I'm getting confused. I'm sleepy, so I'm saying all kind of crazy shit. But I mean, yeah, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna stay on the record. But I just I just don't know how people throw out these facts and run them as if it is factual and it's the truth when you the only one that's doing it. And I'm keep telling y'all, if his attorneys aren't running with it, aren't doing this, that, and the third, whatever, it should tell you something.
And let me,
Go ahead.
in regards to her filing the ineffective counsel, you all said that she's only talking about the jury being tainted. Didn't she bring up some other topics in regards to some like his defense and some things that they didn't present on his behalf?
on the appeal, I knew it was jury. Um, and ooh, I think I know it was jury, jury, but I don't remember.
Cause I didn't read all of that part, but I just remember hearing them say some other things, but I just don't know for certain. But I thought it was more than just the
Mm,
temperature. He was bringing up some things in regards to his defense, but I don't know.
yeah, but I hear somebody was popping. Okay, yeah, but but here's the thing, right? And I'm telling y'all, just pay attention to what his attorney does. Pay attention to the facts, what they say, what the results they get back. Listen to the people that are reading them. Ain't necessarily, they're not just me. You can get it. If everybody breaking it down, whatever, you can go around and get different perspectives. But just like Levi tells me, I ain't read the motherfucking text messages. You ain't read shit. There's a whole bunch of shit you ain't read.
But you know what? When it comes down to even reading stuff, everybody is going to interpret it differently. So I'm saying it's a forever argument because I could read the text messages, you could read them, and somebody else could read them, and we all have three different points of view on how it translates. So I'm just saying it's like a never end argument. With even
Right.
I
But
read to feel something, they read it and feel like it's the Bible. But when we all know they're trying to persuade you to believe the narrative that they have presented, and they're
exactly.
as well. But
Exactly.
a jury that's already tainted that thinks he's guilty, this is from Mikhail's perspective, we feel like they're going to believe the narrative anyway. We can't fight direct testimony of a person getting up there on the stand saying what they said. We can't fight that. We can't refute it. I mean, because if they get on the stand and say whatever it is, the jury has to go with it. The judge has to go with it. And that's, I mean, that's it. That's just the evidence. But does that mean it is true?
uh-uh.
So I'm saying from Mikhail's perspective, that's what we're looking at. But we can't, you know what I'm saying? We can't refute it. Then you have things to say, oh, well, they had tapes and pictures. Okay. But you also have Kale's people that are questioning that. They're saying it was clips. You hear all different type of stuff. The video wasn't authenticated. You see what I'm saying? It's thousands of arguments that are presented with that. I'm just saying, I don't know. I just wholeheartedly believe the jury was tainted. I don't believe the judge was fair. And I mean, you know, I'm not even
Now how she wasn't fair?
because in my understanding, when it comes to trials, especially big trials like that, they're gonna pick a judge that they feel is going to execute their quote unquote plan on executing the person. I don't believe that they're gonna pick a judge that's not going to how should I put it? Um satisfy their outcome that they want. That's just me. That's just how I feel. I believe that that's politics. You're gonna have the particular prosecutors in line, and you're gonna have the correct judge that's gonna execute what you want done. That's just politics to me. And that's it. I don't believe they're gonna judge up there that they think is going to be in opposition to what they want done in the end, which is prosecuting him. And so for those people,
Okay, but
I'm saying
yeah, okay, and they get assigned, they get assigned the cases and things of that nature, you know. But here's the thing, right? Even here's another thing. If the judge was unfair, this, that, and the third, whatever, J-Bo could have brought that up on appeal. She could have brought those concerns up on appeal.
But then she challenged, because I can't. She brought some things up, challenging the judge though. I can't remember specific.
Challenging the rulings, right? She challenged some of the rulings and
There you
things.
go. Okay.
Correct. But she could also brought up that the judge was unfair. See, when I said that when it comes to appeals, they don't review things that's not on the record
Mm-hmm.
and all of that, right? So and that is the truth. But there are ways to make your argument when it comes to the appellate process, because you're trying to get them to apply a standard of review to it in hopes of getting the outcome of the case reversed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's not no type of sophistication by no attorney or whatever to argue um other things. Is in their rights and things. And I try to take you guys to stages, because when I was talking about they can't appellate court can't won't accept like new evidence and look at it in that manner or whatever, like it's a new trial. That's with regards to evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're talking about judicial discretion and things of that nature. And the three top reasons, um, if not the only, now how it's gotten streamlined is that you can get an appeal if you got questions of the facts, the law, and the judicial decisions. You can get you can um appeal the decision. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so what I'm saying, J-Bo, his other turns, whatever, had every opportunity to run with you guys' narrative, and nothing
Well, my
so
narrative,
far.
the appeal, challenging the structure of the RICO, the tainted jurors. Now the ineffective counsel, I can't specify exactly what she's challenging, but my main two things challenging that structure, that RICO, and them tainted jurors. I know I got two things on the books.
Right. Yeah, you on the record and saying that. And it's always been that way. You come up with, you know, things that are um that are played in a court case. This is crazy. I have no idea what this and can you hear me still?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because damn, my screen went black. What what the purpose is with all this bullshit. But then he always wants to slander people. Now I'm kissing Debo's ass. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm saying,
That
well,
will never happen.
that's just that part right there is just timing and what the fuck. That's we just got to put that with, like, what are you doing and why? Let's look at it like this: you dealing with your case. Why? What? You ain't got nothing else to do but to reach out with him. Like, what are you doing? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what you chose to do. You choose to do that. Why? If you did do it, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if you did or didn't do it, but I'm just saying if you did do it, the timing is just weird, man. Like, and why? What do you want? You should be doing something else with your time. I would think, you know what I'm saying? But hey, who am I? I'm damn sure not
Right,
in federal prison.
is Debo a logical, rational
That's true. That's
person?
okay, but like you saying, but
Now, with that being said, that's what puts the stank on it. Because we already see that there's a possibility of a nefarious act. Now, can we put a finger on what exactly it is? No. But can we say something is stinking? Yes, it's stanky. And it's hella,
Well,
because who the hell reaches out to somebody in federal prison, especially when you know your case was included with his attorneys? You see what I'm saying? Why would you even want to make a connection with him when you got that? Do you see what I'm saying? Why would you create any relevance to that situation, even on your own behalf?
wait a minute. I hear people popping on and off. Wait a minute.
Okay.
I can hear you, Sky. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
In normalcy and in Chicago, when the feds come, you get low. You know what I'm saying? That's just the goal
Uh-huh.
rule. You don't go call them motherfuckers in the feds. And let me give an example. And this is what people might not even understand. With the FBG Duck case right now, going on right now as we speak, they're going over basically exposing what happened, how he got killed, who played a hand, and how he got killed. They are, Angie, right now pulling in people that text some of these, that text some of the
Mm-hmm.
offenses of the trial. So it's in all under the gauge of conspiracy. Why did he reach out to you? And you
Mm-hmm.
have these people getting on record saying, yeah, I talked to the feds and I gave a statement. I told them this because I didn't want them to basically lock me up and put me in a conspiracy. But
Mm-hmm.
they not playing. They linking
Yeah.
your ass.
Yeah, yeah. But you got to remember, yeah, and especially if there's some kind of if they got a suspicion that you linked up with this person to do something or something, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
But I can't with the wild accusations. If you feel that way or whatever, that is fine. Go run with it or whatever, but don't say just because I don't agree with the shit, I'm always different. What? How does it work? It's like you are wrong, and the shit you've been saying and come out here and say it, you have been wrong. Not only have a lot of shit has never come to fruition, it didn't even goddamn make what. And then he had the nerve to say, "I don't know why people ain't running with my theory about the damn super fan." Like, listen to that shit. You mad because people ain't running with that bullshit? You know why? Because they know that 90% of it is made up. It's made up.
This one thing. Stuff has to, for me, stuff has to have legs. And it gotta make sense in my mind. I will agree that it's stanky. And like you say, the optics, and I'm gonna say timing is not right.
Yeah.
But I can't put nothing else on it. Not right now. See, and that's what people don't understand. I collect the information. And they used to get mad at
Mhm.
me because I used to be on L channel and asking him questions and being on panels with him. But understand, I collect information. You're not gonna
Right.
don't talk to somebody because you feel he's an op or because you don't like him. No, I need to collect the information so I can understand what the hell makes sense and what doesn't. It's too many moving parts. All of this stuff is
Right.
paperwork that happened in this case. That's what people have to understand. That man has some testimony that is relevant to this case. Now, it might not be in a legal trial, but in the real world, a human common sense and adding shit up and making and understanding what's happening, he got it. So people don't want me to talk to him and ask questions. I don't get it, but I'm gonna always be me.
Right.
I'm gonna make the puzzle piece make sense, and I feel Shabazz has some information that we messed up and didn't get a chance to get privy to.
You know, because Shabazz kept saying he got information on both sides.
And I ran him off.
Ran him off. You see what I'm saying? Had people just remain cool and just communicated with the man, listen to what he's saying, you might have got a couple nuggets, you know,
Mm-hmm.
to the puzzle piece. That's what I just don't understand. Why do you run people off? You might not agree
Right.
with them, but so what? Everybody's not gonna agree with everybody, but just get their information and sit back and then use your nugget and think. Okay, well, this makes sense because that happened. Or that makes sense because this happened. I saw this video where she said this. You see what I'm saying? It's
Mm-hmm.
like, come on, people. But I don't know. People
And
do
it
stuff.
and it be those clout chasers and
Mhm.
those motherfucking people that want to control.
Yes.
Because you're the same thing with Choke. The
Yep.
same thing with the same thing with as is. And then this is so
Yep.
crazy, right? Because I'm glad that shit blew up in the motherfucking clout chaser's face because I know that I was blocked on Choke for no goddamn reason. So that let me know one of the motherfuckers saw me in the chat and put my name on the list. Yeah, block her or whatever. And he
Me
had
too.
no reason to block me.
Yep. I got
No
blocked.
reason.
Yep. And that's when
I
I knew
didn't
the
ask
game.
no question. I ain't said nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But probably, what it do, boss of us good with it.
Yep.
Got blocked. That's
Mm-hmm.
a straight up jealousy from you
Mm-hmm.
motherfucking goddamn. I saying this is when and I don't do no, I swear for God, I don't do no bragging shit, whatever, because it ain't even like that on me, because I ain't got shit to brag about. I swear for God. I ain't better than nobody, except when it comes to that moral game and principle. Then it, I have to say I have to stand my ground, and I stand alone on that. But other than that, y'all some motherfucking threatened. Y'all motherfuckers feel threatened by people and shit
Yep.
because motherfuckers, you ain't got it.
Mm-hmm. I knew the
You
game.
ain't got it. You can have a motherfucking conversation with no motherfucking body with your
Mm-hmm.
dumb asses.
But that's the
You
thing.
know why? Yeah,
Have,
all that control shit.
and don't want you to have it either. What type of
Right,
shit is that?
right.
Stupid.
I'ma know your motherfucking ass.
Don't tell me who I could talk to. Oh,
Yeah, and doing the goddamn most.
you damn right I was over there because I wanted to know
Mm-hmm.
what
And he
happened.
done dropped down in my chat before, so fuck y'all.
They done lost their man.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just like little stupid shit like that. Like get y'all motherfucking life in order. Y'all ain't helping affect no motherfucking change. Y'all ain't doing shit but talking shit. They gonna tell me. And then with all else fails, then they go to the black man struggle in the motherfucking fight. Yeah. I don't give a damn what color you are. If you break the law, you break the law. But here you supposed to receive justice, and justice is due on both sides. You want to make sure justice is done and injustice is not. That's what you need to make sure. It ain't got nothing to do with your color and whatever. We already know about how black and brown people are treated. We already know that. It's been that way.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is the
So yeah.
when during this trial, and JoJo kind of brought up a little bit of it tonight, is the criminal charges and criminal aspects looked at on both sides, and it's not. And the sad part about it is because Kels is the target. Because on the Kels side, we believe along the whole way that there was injustice and criminal charges being done against him. However, it's pointless because he's the target. And it's just like they just get away with doing what they did and how they did it because he is the target. And that's how that's and see that, but that's part of the view of it being unfair and unjust. Because a lot of stuff that happened outside of the case is affecting how we view the actual legal case itself. You see what I'm saying?
Right, right. That was a very true statement you put on the record straight
Mm,
fucking up. That is so real.
mm,
That stuff, you know what I'm saying? However, even though we see, we can confirm that, them parents is shady and fucked up as hell,
mm-hmm,
but we cannot say that some kind of um extortion and whatever took place. Now, the defense was going after some type of extortion, but I don't know what they were using, outside of the text messages to prove that, and maybe they did draft up some kind of theory and whatever. But here's the thing, right? You gotta be able to, you know, prove it.
the,
When asked, you got to have your offer of proof, ready to go.
this is the thing. It's and I got to use the word stanky because it's stanky. You have some parents who knew before anybody else the girl's age. The mama sprouted her out. She knows for sure what age her child is.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have them communicating with Kels asking for to be whatever chauffeur, a dildo deal. You're making side deals while your 17-year-old minor baby daughter is put in position with this grown ass man that you all deem to be a monster. It just doesn't look good, because it seems to me you don't give a damn that she said once again that she's 17 until he doesn't meet what you want him to do in regards to putting you on. Once again, until the law shows up or the savages show up and bust you out. And now, oh, my daughter's 17 and she's being abused, sexually abused by a man. Do you see what I'm saying? Because we
Mm-hmm.
already know, and it's on the record that she was there traveling with him and living with him prior to the feds coming. The parents knew it, and we now see that they put her in possession. So we already know they didn't have a problem with it. So it's just like when we see this shit, not adding none to it. This is what happened. And then they try to play on TV like we was trying to find her, we couldn't find her, we couldn't talk to her. You a
Mm-hmm.
motherfucker like you knew exactly where she was because you put her there. And then you got this case going on, them asking for side deals, not giving a fuck about her being 17 with a grown ass man, allowing her to travel with him. It just looks stanky, you know? And to me, also criminal. But it's like there's nothing we could do. Cause once again, Kels is the target. They not on the table. Prosecutorial discretion then kicks in. They not part of the enterprise, which I feel if there's enterprise, I believe them two motherfuckers need to be.
Oh Lord.
I've
Well,
never
here's
have an enterprise without them in it. I'm sorry. But that's just me. That's how I view it. If you're gonna make an enterprise, how dare they not be in it? Because from what we see, and when you read what Bonjean said about each one of the people, they was making arrangements and buying plane tickets and driving her to the locations. And I think they was actually more hands-on than some of the people in the enterprise. They was physically driving her to him and making their own plane tickets to get her where she needed to be. Do you see what I'm saying? And
yeah,
this
I see what you're talking about. I mean, I see what you're talking about, and but the prosecution would have been careful. It was careful not to name them as the part, the part
they
of
they
the indict. I'm sorry, of the enterprise. And remember, it's their case to bring, so
yeah,
it's their facts
yeah.
and the elements according to the law. And
Yeah.
so, and the sexual abuse, and we were talking about the abuse part of it, or whatever. Something I have forgotten, and this is a way to look at it. even if they enter that they're voluntarily there, which we know, and we voluntarily stay after the abuse and all of that, they can say, okay, this isn't abusive to me or whatever. But if you are under the age of 7, under the age of 18, or any of those elements has all that behavior has already occurred, then the law states that it's sexual abuse. You don't have to feel like you being abusive and things of that nature. The law states that you are sexual abuse, just like when that on my other live when we were talking about consent and somebody told me explain to them like this: the parents can consent, can, even if the parent consented, the law states that they can't consent to for them to having sex. So whatever the agreement could be or whatever, the is barred, it's prohibited. It doesn't make it right because the law says that that particular behavior is wrong.
And then they got the right to prosecute who they want. So the ball's in
Right.
the court. Period. That's just it.
Right. So yeah.
That is. And that's
And,
just gotta try and deal with, and it's just very upsetting, but it is what it is when it comes
yeah.
of it.
And it's like too, like when I explain that, yeah, I'm assuming y'all get it because y'all act as though y'all receive it. So with the abuse, what have you, they can be there. They can agree to be there. They can even like being beat the fuck on or whatever. I ain't saying he beat nobody. But I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But the law makes that, illegal act. Like that girl who married Jerry Lee Lewis when she was 13 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That she was happily, running all around town with his ass, whatever. It's just that the law made her actions and his actions, well, his actions, and made it illegal. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what it is, and I think people are having a hard time understanding that and looking at it for what it is, and not looking at it from it's coming from the goddamn, from me. It's what it is.
I don't think that. I think it's just it is what it is. You're interpreting the law. And a lot of stuff that we talk about and that I talk about is human behavior and just the basic facts of the case. When I say facts of the case, I'm not talking about the legal facts. I'm talking about the fact. I should say the facts of the narrative. That's what I need to start saying. The facts of the narrative that occurred. That's what I'm speaking on. And a lot of sometimes other KL supporters do that. Um, but in regards to the legal part, like you're saying, it's stuff that we can't get around. I mean, like you're saying, the law makes the age what the age is, and if certain things occur within that relationship, it's a crime, whether we like it or not, whether we believe it or not. That's just what it is. But when it comes down to the human narrative, you know, in regards to how these women actually got there, and them staying and leaving and whatever else, it's just a travesty, man. It's just a travesty. Because you know why? People believe the legal narrative. I think that's I'm getting to it now. People believe that legal narrative. And me and Keller argue about it all the time. I believe wholeheartedly they believe what happened in the documentary over what they believe happened in the case. I truly believe them jurors that saw the documentary convicted him based on that, from what they saw happened in the documentary. And then, of course, let's say they picked up something else in the case, but I believe from what they saw, was enough to convict him. I think that that documentary was that slanderous and that damaging to the understanding of Kels. I just believe it's some things you just can't forget, even though you say you're gonna be fair and objective. I just don't believe you could forget all that. I could right now, if I just sit here, I could see in between the commercials when they had him and the smoke was coming out like from around his face, like he was the devil. And I remember the red. I'll never forget it. You see what I'm saying? That picture, that the theatrics that they put in that one scene, I'll never forget it. That's what I see right now when people say survive and laugh. That's what I see. That demonic picture that they had that they came on every commercial. Right after every commercial, in the beginning of before they started it, they will put that image up. And I'm just like, wow, media is powerful.
Yeah, they do their job. They execute, what they think that the public wants to know. So, but with this shit, it's just I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. My thing is just y'all pay attention to them goddamn attorneys. The filings come out. Make sure you get somewhere where you can hear them
Yeah,
because I promise you it's gonna lead somewhere.
yeah. I'm just hoping that they view it how I view it. The appellate judges that was stanky. That I mean that doggone documentary. I'm sorry. That's another thing. That was I mean, it's so many things that were just wrong outside of the trial that when
Hmm.
we got into the trial. It's so many things that was wrong outside of the trial. That was just egregious. Like, come on. This is insane. Even the goddamn Gail King interviews. I think that was that tampered with the jury pool, you know? Because people got to, whether they like it or not, Oprah Winfrey and Gail King, those names carry weight. Their opinions carry weight. How they present stuff carries weight.
Right.
You sure right, baby. You sure right. You think I'm asleep, Mama Lisa, listening. I'm trying to, I didn't want to just leave. That's rude. I said I catch up to him sooner or later. When I came in and you asked me, what did I think? I said, well, what's the subject here? You said you can talk about anything. That's when I started just talking about all that stuff. But I see, I'm catching up now. And when you just said there, I believe it was you, Angie, that you said the media carries a lot of weight.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that was,
That is so true.
yeah.
It's
Yes,
the
ma'am.
way they put stuff out there. The first one put it. That's what the people gonna believe.
Yeah.
Right.
You remember in that there song of Tupac, he said the media is full of dirty tricks.
Yep, he did.
Yeah, I'm catching up. I'm yet here listening, Angie. Y'all go ahead. I'm enjoying this. I'm glad I found your channel.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I done already prescribed to it. And
Oh,
I
thank
push
you.
the like button and I push the button that they'll say all notifications so I can get it.
Oh, thank
Maybe
you.
next time, if I get it, and start when you start, then I don't have to butt in talking about what you're talking about that there, Angie.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Cause
you.
you say y'all talk about something, anything, I catch up. I catch up. Cause I'm gonna tell you the truth that there, Angie. I thought to click off. I say I ain't thinking about no archive. But as some say, just keep listening. You're gonna learn something. Cause I never kept up with his case.
Hmm.
But I'm learning something. I'm just listening. And, just by the loud even, I'm learning something. So y'all gonna talk. I'm yet listening.
Yes, it's a lot, and that's why I respect you for sticking around and having an open ear because a lot of people are already
convinced with, what the media has portrayed to them, and then
Mm-hmm.
their own personal beliefs, and not even taking the time to find out what actually happened in his actual trial. But the irony of his case is everything that happened in the trial. I think the trial only contains 40% of what actually happened in his case.
What?
Or do I
That
got
little percentage?
to give it 70? Let's say 70% of the trial is, I guess, what happened in the trial, but the rest of the facts happened outside of the trial. You see what I'm saying? These narratives and videos and people doing interviews, and this stuff is outside of the trial where we putting together. It's just crazy. But and that's the part that makes it difficult too, because when you're talking to somebody that's trying to learn it, they'll never be able to catch up and see what we have seen, you know. So we can sit up here and argue all day, but in this video, and then this person said that, and then this guy, you know what I'm saying? They'll never get it.
Right, right, right. And it's
You show right that there, Sky. Because if they wouldn't, if the people say like that, such as myself, there ain't been keeping up with it from the beginning, and know all about the gals and a mama and can on,
Mm-hmm.
and then watch the interviews and probably the trials and
Mm-hmm.
read different articles.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot. So I'm just trying to hang on, but I never. And what I'm not hearing from y'all tonight, I won't research nothing on R. Kelly. I didn't really,
Yeah.
agree to that. So he not interested in me, but I'm gonna listen and stay here tonight. So I'm just saying, after what I hear you share and talk about, that be it for R. Kelly for me.
Mm-hmm. And that's
Cause
most
I don't, ma'am. What you
we.
say, baby?
And I'm saying that's most people. They get
Yeah,
in and get what they can, and then move around, because a lot of people, they're not vested, and they don't have a reason to be. You know.
yeah. Do
Other
you talk about all kind of things though on your channel? You have other subjects? That's just a question, Angie.
I'm sorry. Repeat that again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I was saying, do you have other subjects, that you talk about, or you mainly just stay here on R. Kelly?
Oh well, no. Well, this is the R. Kelly sector, so we talk mainly about R. Kelly. But
Oh,
we talk about any and everything. Anybody come up and get on the record and say, you know, whatever. Some people have disputes. Some people have all kinds of stuff. So we talk about, whatever. Was it something different you wanted to talk about?
no, I was just asking the question then. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was just, yeah. So like when I just start talking about something else, ain't got nothing to do with R. Kelly, you saying that's all right with you on your channel?
Yes, ma'am. We talk about politics. We talk about other cases, other celebrities. Especially on my community board. I don't know if you're familiar with that. I talk about other stuff as well.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, but some old folks do it too. I just never did keep up with the stars and can on. Like if I see it on the news, something they done did, that's about all I'd see. Cause I never like just followed now one of them like that to be interested in them. Some people do the research and do other things and dig deeper.
Yeah, they do.
That
They do.
be really in them cases. And I watched that OJ years ago, when he was on trial, but it wasn't what I seen on the news. That was it. And I was at work, during the daytime, and they have it on some of the people in the hospital, they have it on their channel in their bed. I see what I can see and keep going. That was it. It wasn't like, So
Right.
I'm just a person that, and I ain't against what you talking about because I done stayed here. I've been here about 2 hours or so. But I'm just saying, I'm a person just never been interested in their stalls. I never, they don't, that about Beyonce having $1 million ring on a can on.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
I don't care about Oprah's $100 million mansion.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, but I'm listening. I'm
It's
staying here with you. I might learn something.
yes, ma'am. Yeah,
So
well, I mean, well, that's what I try to create an environment where we all can learn from each other. So that's why we, talk about different things, talk about psychology and a lot,
now
and
I'm interested in psychology. I like that subject.
oh
I'm
yeah, we talk about that a lot, right here.
Yeah.
I'm tripping on the whole conversation where um Diva finally admitted that R. Kelly's not a pedophile. I almost fell out my chair and ran around the crib. Like, wait,
I thought that was established because of just by the mere definition of it.
I, you would think, but you
I
still
don't
have
know. I don't know.
that that didn't process that. I mean, not only that, but he also was talked to by a therapist, and they even came back with the what you call it when they give you the diagnosis, whatever the word is, when they come back with the diagnosis, I got to use diagnosis because my brain is wearing down. Of after talking to him, that he wasn't. That was two. But like you're saying, by definition alone, that should tell you for one. But then two,
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know if it was still a.
it is Angie, because
Yeah,
they still use the word, and we could sit up here and keep saying he's not a p word, he's not a p word. They say yes, say yes, yes, say yes, and it's just like it gets to the point. Well, I've been past it because it gets to the point like when you know you're right, it makes no sense to argue with somebody that's wrong. You see what I'm saying? So,
right,
no sense. You know what I'm saying? So I let them say it, but if you want to look ignorant on the record, then look ignorant on the record. But some
right,
people do it for the sensationalization of it. You see what I'm saying?
right.
Whatever. If that floats
Which
your boat,
some
call them that.
right, and some people, won't, um, just won't end on the conversation, but just don't know how to get in on the conversation. A lot of times, you can get in on it just by doing what Miss Lisa do. Come make a statement, whatever, and then listen to others, points of view, and but don't be just and this is not to change the subject, whatever. Just to go back a little bit. My one pet peeve just around here is that the information is so broken, and you have some people that can is on a level that they can handle it because they can reconcile it and understand it and conceptualize it, whether they agree or disagree with it. And then you have some people that interject that ignorance in it, and I'm not talking about just ignorance of the law, just ignorant, period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you know drags it and takes it there. And it doesn't require all of that.
Because
All it requires is you answer the question. Why isn't his lawyers doing all that you can say, all that you say, if it is legally sound? Why they ain't making an argument?
mm-hmm.
That's the only thing. And then I be trying to have people walk themselves to the answer. But that don't help. Hell.
No, because like you're saying, if they don't, some people aren't vested in logic. And like you're saying, some people want to sensationalize and talk about it, but they already they I don't know. Do they think that what they saying is right? Because not knowing the case and then you still trying to stand on what you're saying. I mean, it's just ignorant. Like the dude, truth be told, he's ignorant is all get up to me. I was gonna use the F word. He's just ignorant to me. But he wants to get up here and talk about this case like he cracking and facking. And it's
Yeah.
like you just up here to agitate me. I think that's why you're here. You know what I'm saying? Because you're
Right,
not adding
right,
anything to this case. But it's
right,
people
right.
that think it's a joke. They think the topic is funny, but for people like me, you, and other people that's vested in this, it's like we're serious about what we're talking about. Like we're really
Right.
putting thought behind our comments. Well, some of us are, you know, the people going around saying the P word and all the other stuff. That's just ignorant. But it's we're really trying to understand what's happening. And it's just I don't know. It's some people like you saying just whew. And I'm telling you, I had to fall back and I didn't want to come up here and do what happened today. Cause I'm really done arguing about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like getting into the
Mm-hmm.
weeds. I'm done. I'm done. What's happened was wrong. And when she came with that narrative, leaving out parts of the narrative of stuff that we know happens, that she knows happened, but you see that's the part that I can't respect. When you have to continue the false narrative and you can't be objective on both sides. You see what I'm saying? So like
Right.
you could say everything R. Kelly did wrong, but you won't mention none of the other stuff that we have all discovered together at the same time that were questionable events in the trial. I mean, I'm saying the trial in the case. I can't do it no more. If the people that I'm going to communicate with going forward are going to have to be serious and they got to be logical. I can no longer go into the weeds,
Mm-hmm.
leave stuff out, act like,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? These parents didn't do what they did. The girl wasn't cooperating with her parents. I mean, whatever it is, I'm not doing it no more. So, because
But
I'm about to lose it. I'm
yeah.
really about to lose it. I'm at my wits end. Because what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. At a point you have to concede to something that you might not have initially agreed with. When you get new information, you have to reanalyze it and then you come back and make a new assessment. But for those people that keep regurgitating the same stuff from 2019, nah, bruh. I'm not gonna be on the panel with you. I'm not doing it. I can't because I'm getting too upset, and it gets to the point stuff is stupid. So I gotta make sure my mental health maintains itself when it comes to this trial.
Mm-hmm.
These people are
Right.
crazy, absolutely making up stuff and putting stuff in and want you to believe. And I don't know. I just to just 100% demonize Kels, that whole game is over with me. I'm not doing that either. If you're not willing to give some accountability to everybody in this case, be fair. And say, well, maybe that could have happened, or I could see it that way, or so. I'm not doing that no more neither. That just 100% demonizing him. I'm done with that too. Not
And but another thing that people should understand, right? And I put this on the record, like there, I and I believe as well as others understand that there is a lot that contributed to his situation.
yes,
There are a lot of people that played roles in it, and all of that. That just say that's on one part. Things that contributed to R. Kelly's situation.
yes.
That can be deemed those actions can be deemed either legal or illegal. But or it can be deemed and they have the decision to decide to prosecute or not to prosecute that those people in that pot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So but they decided to start with his behavior, meaning his charged conduct. So the things that they allege he did, they went ahead, went to court, whatever, got a decision, what have you, and it can be looked at that they proved, everything except that one from that about that girl, that lady, you know, and so that portion of the case is over. Once decision is made, it's over. So we're opening the doors to something else um if they approve the oral argument, or or what have you, right? To try and my thing is to spend all this time talking about external factors, the stuff that was in that pot, external factors after the case is over, and you don't know if it would have been admissible or not. I know, but you don't know if it's been admissible at not or not. Then come out and put it out there. And it's like, my goodness, you need, it's like, um, you need to do a live every goddamn day to communicate all the bullshit you put out. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's like, you can't, and I'm just, my thing is, I just don't want to lose the work that we've done as far as the knowledge about the law. I be feeling blessed when one person come up here and tell me, I learned this, that, and the other, whatever about the law through you, Miss Angel. Now I know how to look at this and do this and whatever. I like when I see Miss Mo and Carla and all um those folks that is in our psychology and sociology community, knows and knows how to apply it to the law. See, they fill in that gap when I can't, because I only got I have a master's in psychology, right? And it's just there, and it was just an accompaniment to my law degree. That is it, okay? So, when I have those people around, they bridge the gap for me, and then when I have people like you, Sky, and others, y'all bridge that gap. Except when you're going crazy, but y'all build that gap to when I'm trying to convey it to uh the people that don't give a fuck about nothing else, but kills shouldn't be in that predicament or whatever. There are people that be in the streets that really is disconnected, um from the law, what have you. And then we do all of that work, and then you got somebody trying to say the work you've done shouldn't be validated or shouldn't be looked at as like, even though my record for being right is like, I don't speak in absolutes, but I'm really trying to think of a time when it came back that I was wrong. It's like, it's crazy. And and my thing is, I take people for face value, and I'm not, and I know Levi's fighting for art. That's not even a question. Okay, what my problem is that you don't utilize all the resources to support your argument, to build your facts and things like that. Because let me tell you, social media sleuths, and especially when you dealing with online crimes, or which falls under white collar crimes, but when you're dealing with online, those social media sleuths will go and find the evidence you need, and it just whatever. They got that legal shit, the parts that they need to know, down to the science. So they know what to get you. They know how to present it to you, how to persuade you, where you be like, you got a point. You could do something. They send it how they send it. You could do something with that evidence. You know, and it's they don't just send you all kinds of bullshit all the time. You know what I'm saying? So, and those people are directly responsible for help people with the defense of others to find them innocent, as well as to find people guilty. Okay, those social media sleuths, people that's sitting around just like y'all, just like not really me, but just like y'all, just people sitting around this motherfucker with knowledge and logic and understanding and what have you. Those people are resources.
Yeah, because they sit on YouTube all day. Now let me respond to Miss Mo.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Diva, we ain't got no beef. Okay. And Diva is not
Hold it
reason.
down for a minute, Sky. Hold it down real quick. I use the restroom.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Miss Diva is not reasonable when it comes to the anti-kill sector because she's a victim speaking from a victim's perspective, and she tries to insert her own personal situation into the trial, which is completely irrelevant. And in regards to being hot-headed when triggered, you could label it as hot-head, but even when I'm hot-head, I'm very rational and logical, and I'm always on point. So I have to disagree with you in regards to saying that we aren't far apart. We're very far apart. Two different people, two different levels. Never do the two meet. Okay. In regards to Kels being an angel, we don't want you to feel the Kels is an angel. Okay. The accountability and see what you like victimization and you like women being victims, you celebrate that. I don't. We're not the same. When it comes down to accountability, accountability starts with you. Okay. It doesn't start with somebody else. So why would you put accountability on R. Kelly before you put accountability on yourself? So in regards to the women in the trial in R. Kelly, each person has to put it on themselves. Like let's say it was a situation between me and you have to be accountable for you and I have to be accountable for me. You don't take the accountability and displace it and put it on somebody else and then sit there and act like you've gone unscathed. That's not how that works. And we don't want it to just be on the thoughts and the trial and the bad parents. Each person has to accept responsibility, but that's what you all choose to negate. You all don't want to put any of the responsibility on the women in the trial, the thoughts or the bad parents. You all want to demonize R. Kelly and make sure that he carries all the weight. And that's what we're not going to do on this side. Far apart about the call for accountability. Oh yeah, we are. She has a completely different perspective in regards to accountability. She's like you. She doesn't feel that the women should have any accountability in the case at all. She believes R. Kelly caused all of this, and R. Kelly is the one who's accountable for their behavior and his own behavior. Oh yeah, when they you're right. When they go low, I'm going to paradise. I'm going beyond hell, but that doesn't mean that it's illogical. I'm still, I'm still, I'm still, I'm still I'm still on point when it comes to this case. Now, people might not view and accept my point of view of this trial, but I'm still arguing my same points. Now, just because I add a few cuss words and a few insults with it does not mean that I'm being illogical or irrational. I'm, it's par for the course. Now, if they want to talk to me on a low level, then we can do that. You know, if they want to sit down and have an educational conversation with me, we can do that too. It's however they want it. With the parents and a few other people's behavior in the case. Yeah, but I'm saying wholeheartedly, it appears you just wrote it a second ago that we're not going to start with the accountability that you're going to look at Kels to being the one that's accountable. Because I believe you said it before, since he's the quote unquote adult in some of the situations,
that's how you all view him, as being the one that's responsible. But that's not how we view it. Each case, each individual actually has to be looked at differently. Each situation has to be looked at differently. We can't say because Kels is the target of the trial, that because he's the one that's the defendant, that he bears the sole responsibility of what happened, when we have found out that that's not the case. I mean, you can't be intellectually dishonest when we've seen interviews, we heard people talk, we've seen paperwork, we've seen the evidence that's showing that while the case was presented the way it was, it's many factors that happened after the case and outside the case that has basically changed the narrative of what happened. It didn't change the legal narrative, because the legal narrative is what it is. But the actual factual narrative of what really happened is different. Yeah, but a few of the supporters feel how they feel because of their experiences with law enforcement. Well, I don't know anybody that does that, especially not more than the people that are SA victims. I mean, because when it comes down to bad experiences with law enforcement, bad experiences with the law, bad experiences with attorneys, acts of violence, sexual abuse, whatever trauma you've been through, like I said earlier, the only thing you could validate is that those certain things occur. So if there's a problem with law enforcement, yeah, you do have some law enforcement that profile colored folks. They wrongfully incarcerate us. They profile and arrest us. I mean, we can go down the gamut. Everybody has I should say, an argument against somebody. But when it comes down to, I'm just saying, particularly in this trial, we have a lot, and you hear them speak, a lot of sexual abuse victims that feel that they have some type of special insight to this case because because the case involves sexual abuse. And the reality of it is that their personal experience has absolutely nothing to do with the trial, outside of saying sexual abuse does happen. Other than that, they can't validate that Kels did something or prove that Kels did something because of their own personal experience. It just doesn't correlate like that. I've spoken multiple times about my concerns with the parents and a few. That's true. Lots of artists who don't trust the police, rightfully so. They throw out everything about the law and assume the case was a setup. Well, that's not my reason for believing the the case was a setup. I believe in regards to the setup part, just living in Chicago, that's just how it is. If you beat a trial or beat a case in Chicago, that's just not gonna stand like that. And with him being acquitted of that trial from '02, I knew. I don't know why he didn't know that they was gonna come back after him. But me and it seemed like a whole bunch of other people in Chicago knew that they was gonna double back on him. Now, why he didn't know that, I mean, I don't know if he was living his celebrity lifestyle and thought that because he had money that he was exempt. I can't answer to that, but most people in Chicago know if you beat a case in Chicago, you best be on your P's and Q's because they still investigating you. It's never over until they win. Now, in regards to the particular Jane Doe number 5, that was completely and absolutely a setup in regards to her particular situation. But overall, I just feel like that's just how the law in Chicago works. They're not gonna let you go until they win. And in regards to different parts of the law, I don't throw them out. I just don't agree with them. I don't know if you were here during the time. Well, you probably weren't here. I was talking to Angie. I'm already on the record for not agreeing with certain parts of the law. And that's just how it is. I understand it. I understand everything that Angie has taught me. And I only know this stuff because of Angie. I wouldn't have knew any of this stuff outside of her. There's nobody talking to me. I mean, I did talk to my own attorney and ask a couple of questions. Um, but overall, in regards to this case and things that are happening and can happen, will happen, and have happened, that came from Angie. So while some people think that I throw it out or don't know what it is, I'm a very smart person. I'm very trainable and I understand a lot. But when it comes down to me disagreeing with certain parts of the law, I mean, it is what it is. It's kind of like has to be accepted, you know, whether people like it or not. I don't agree. We're all influenced by our life experiences. Your experiences from the streets and your city influence your stance a lot. Scott, everyone does. Well, it's your experience from the streets and your city influence your saying. I mean, but not only that, I mean, it's all everything, like you're saying, my entire life experience. But and it's not even just street and city influence. It's the culture of Chicago. Like I explained to Angie, whether you guys like it or not, R. Kelly's behavior is customary in Chicago. And the way we view it is he's the only one that got caught. You all want to demonize him and act like he's a rarity and what's happening with him is a special occasion or something. But from my point of view, R. Kelly's the only one that quote unquote got caught. Because even to this date, I pull up stuff. I was pulling up stuff more in regards to women actually being physically detained and kidnapped in Chicago. I put stuff on my in my Instagram showing the people that follow me on Instagram instances of police actually finding women chained to beds, chained inside of abandoned buildings, banging, trying to get out. Like people really detaining them and sexually abusing them and sexually trafficking them, you know? And that's a reality that some people can't understand. I mean, if you don't come from that culture and you might have a country lifestyle and you probably some of that stuff might sound far-fetched, but in a city where I come from, I mean, it's just reality. And it's not made up. I mean, you could see, you could look on the news and see that that is not made up. I'm not making it up. You see the acts of violence that go on. You can see where they got every other day they reporting a lady missing or a child missing or a child being abused, a person going to jail for mishandling a child. It's not made up. It's facts. But but we did talk about that tonight when it comes to celebrating victimization. I don't. I have sympathy for individuals. However, when it comes down to remaining in that status and not being as far as recovering and being resilient and but just celebrating the victimization part, that's the part that I don't agree with a lot of people. I feel like it comes to a point where you have to seek therapy or seek some type of self understanding and you have to move out of that position and get back into your life. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. You can't wallow in self pity and have a pity party and think that's going to help you. I don't agree with that stance. You haven't heard people say that because they know the government is this and that because of what happened to their son or brother. Government. Oh yeah. I mean, but that's law enforcement in general. But like I was saying, even with them, all they can say is the law is unjust, or the law se- uh uh wrongfully prosecutes colored folks. I mean, me and Andrew talked about that earlier. But I'm saying on both sides, all you can come in and say is that certain things happen. You can't validate that it's happening in this case because you're not a part of it. I've learned so much from the sector, especially the law, because of Andrew Brayton. Yeah, to hear that behavior is accepted as a general fact of life, there always breaks my heart. I mean, and it's not that it's accepted. Don't think that it's accepted. Let me be clear on what I'm saying. I'm saying the behavior is customary. And not just in Chicago. I mean, I've heard of many people from many states saying that older guys date younger women. And in a lot of situations, these younger women, we've had girls come on the YouTube and state that they went after older men. I mean, it's just the black culture. So it's not just in Chicago. You know, I don't want to just have our city on there as being alone in that, but I bring that up because Kels is from Chicago. So of course he's going to be affected by the culture, but let's not also negate or try to eliminate his mental health issues and also his sexual abuse. You as an educated person, you understand that those two factors play a part, you know. Well, let's say this, they can play a part, and most likely they probably do play a part, but we can't take the mental health and the sexual abuse off the table. Those two, they have to be involved somewhere in his situation. Celebrating victimization gets us nowhere. We can still advocate for justice for victims and point out things that are harmful to society. That's true. That's true, Miss Mo. But my question for you and people who are on the OCOB committee is, why demonize Kales as an act of teaching women to prosecute a person instead of giving them a little bit of redirection and letting them be accountable for their actions, or either saying, why are you dating us? Why are you going after a celebrity to satisfy your needs and your goals in life? Why not you set some goals, execute the goals, and and win on your own? Make yourself a better person. Why are we not discussing that with these women? That's the part that I don't get. I see you all bash Kales, but I don't see anyone saying, young lady, going to live with a man that you're not married to and engaging in sexual acts in an uncommitted relationship, um, neglecting your children to go do such acts is not beneficial to your family or your overall health.
Is that Sky talking there?
Huh?
You Sky that's talking,
Yes.
right, man?
Yes.
Okay, this Mom Lisa. I sure hate I got to get off the line because I'm just it's getting good. I'm learning something. But Papa gotta go to work and I gotta fix his breakfast, you
Okay.
know?
Glad you
But
came.
I sure hate, but I hit that prescription and I hit all so I can get it all.
Okay. Well, we're welcome. We look forward to seeing you again.
All right then, and I thank y'all for letting me come up and speak.
Okay. Take care.
Uh-huh.
So that's my thing. I want women to win. We all have traumatic situations. I even had some traumatic situations myself. And I'm gonna tell you guys, when I went to go talk to the therapist, my therapist had to continuously tell me, she told me, focus on the serenity prayer. Okay. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the knowledge, no, the wisdom to know the difference. Okay. Focus on you. I can only control me. I can only control what I do. I can only control what I say. I don't have the ability to make somebody else believe what I want them to believe, do what I think they should do, act how I think they should act. And she had to get me to the point of accepting that, and also getting to the point of being okay with them viewing me however they wanted to view me. I don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying, but when it comes down to accountability, you can only control you. You can only be you. And it starts with you. I'm not gonna deflect and because I used to and I knew it was wrong. I used to say like, oh, they made me do that. He made me do that, or she made me do that. They made me say that. There ain't nobody made me do that. I did that on my own, subconsciously or intentionally. And I knew I did it, but we have a tendency to try and put things off on other people. And that happens a lot in this Kale's case. But people need to accept their own responsibility for their bad choices. These women in the trial made a choice. We already defined what R. Kelly did wrong. Okay, we had a whole trial stating what R. Kelly did wrong. But when are you all gonna have a moment of silence and talk to these victims? I've never heard anybody, not one person. These women have been on multiple channels. I've never heard anybody say to these women, well, where were your parents? How come you were allowed to travel with Kels when you were 14 or 15 years old? How come you weren't in school? Your parents didn't support education. Did you all, do you believe in God? Do you have a spiritual base? I mean, they've never challenged any of these women. They have taken what they said for face value, and that's it. They don't ask what made you go after R. Kelly. What made you seek after him? Do you think that was the best decision today? After going through this trial, would you still do the same thing that you did before? That's what I'm talking about. Because to me, if you're truly trying to help these women and you want to be an advocate for these women and you want to say that you support these women, what are you doing to support them other than saying you didn't do nothing wrong in this situation? That's leading them to believe what they did was right. And guess what they gonna do? They gonna go and do it again. Celebrating. I said, I'm one of the few who advocated for greater empathy for RSK because of his mental health and trauma. Okay, well, that's good to know. Because those are two factors that cannot be taken off the table. Kitty is the only person that left her kid. No, 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 no. Uh, what's that girl's name? The one that was wrapped up with the Savages. Um, oh God, what's her name? Y'all know her name. The one that was doing the interview with the Savages, where Tim Savage was telling her what to say and not to say. I could see her face. The one that got the long criminal background, longer than the Bible. What is that girl's name? That girl right there. She's the one. When I say that, she's the one I'm specifically talking about. Um, what is her name? Oh God. I can't think. There you go, millionaire. Ashanti McGee. Bingo. That girl right there. Come on. And then let's not forget now Jasmine. Let's not forget her. Now, even though she wasn't in the trial either, but she was another one that was trying to get close to R. Kelly, left her child with her mama. I'm just saying, come on, y'all. You all can't support this stuff. I don't believe you. Off camera, I think if I had a conversation with you all individually, I don't think you all would believe or support any of that behavior. You going across town, that young lady went across town on some type of, they said on a mega bus, left her infant child with her mama, trying to come up and get into the likes of Kels with no money. Staying with random men because you ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Pitiful. I can't believe you all would support something like that. I think his mental health and trauma should have been bigger part of the defense. I agree. I totally agree. But we did see that, was that Living Weather? Um, Living Weather, I can't even say his name right. I'm gonna call him Lemonhead. Lemonhead, I believe that he did take that into account, and I think he used that as a mitigating factor because he did mention something about um R. Kelly's childhood, and I do believe that he used that as a mitigating factor. But he also was the same guy that came in and charged him with the doggone conspiracy that he wasn't even guilty of. So, did he really help him? Oh yeah, you're right, man. Now I forgot. Yeah, you can't forget. We know the thoughts now. We know the thoughts. I know the thoughts surrounding the case. And all of their behavior was stanky and ridiculous. But I'm just saying, each case, each scenario has to be looked at differently. But I mean, that's what we came out to. A lot of this stuff I understand because of Angie, and I just don't agree. I don't agree with the prosecutor discretion. I mean, it is what it is. The ball is in their court. They define what a crime is. That's just something we have to accept in regards to the case. But I don't have to agree with it, and I don't. If you get a chance and go back and you watch, me and Angie had a discussion. Uh, I'm on record for the parts of the law that I don't agree with. I mean, but you all are familiar with it. I've been on here now. Nothing I'm saying today is new. I'm saying the same stuff I've been saying. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that I don't agree with. Um, so I'm not, I'm not changing my stance on nothing. But I just wanted to make sure Angie knew in regards to, I understand what she's put down in regards to the law. And I always try to explain to her the Kale's perspective that a lot of this is not necessarily law based. A lot of our conversation is based on the factual narrative of what actually happened and not necessarily what happened based in the trial. It's two separate things because in the law, they portrayed a certain narrative that they used to convict R. Kelly. However, in the real world, um, and outside of the trial, we found out that a lot of those things are not true after the fact. So it leaves us in a place where, well, I shouldn't say leaves us. Well, it does leave us. It leaves us in a place where we're upset and busted and disgusted because now we're at the appellate process where some of these things can't even be addressed and some of these things can't even be changed. But it's a matter of having to deal with it and praying that the topics that Bonjean can address, we get a victory from them. But the main things that Bonjean,
Hello, hello.
hey Angie,
I'm back. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say this: the main things that Bonjean has brought up, that I brought up, was just the challenging the structure of the RICO, the tainted jurors, and then discussing the part with the ineffective counsel
and I definitely have to go and read and see everything she's saying on that. But she gone.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I just
You
saw.
here too? No, I was just putting up my flashing this stuff. Yeah.
And then the last part was, uh, hopefully we find that information that Bonjean did file the civil case in regards to the BOP information. Cause I truly believe, like, I don't think we're gonna be able to rest without it. I think she almost has to file that because it's like we need to know what is in there.
Yeah. And you know what? I understand because any good attorney would wanna when they open up a situation like that, they want to put it to bed one way or the other, either on the criminal side or the civil side. And so we do know that the civil side can produce a probe, investigation to get to the bottom of exactly what the hell happened,
Yeah.
you know. And again, right? I don't know, outside of using that to get information on the investigation, um, you can also use that for purposes of, optics to show that, hey, one of Mr. Kelly's rights, one of his fundamental rights while he was in the BOP was violated, this, that, and the third, whatever.
Yeah.
You don't really know what type of pressure campaign she is mounting, right? Putting pressure on, lawmakers, to do something about these antiquated ass laws and stuff that can get you, you know, hooked up or whatever. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, her role is twofold,
Mm-hmm.
and she's doing it outside the court and inside the court. So,
And you know what? That part she's bringing up with the and that's nothing I'm not arguing about. I ain't arguing about with the herpes. Not again. I mean, they pulled me down into weeds so bad tonight. It's pitiful. I'm not doing that again. Arguing
talking
about
about what?
the herpes. I'm not.
Oh yeah, I'm tired of them herpes.
I'm tired of it. It's stupid and dumb. But she was challenging, I guess, the law that was applied, and I'm not even about to go into that. I mean, if she wins it, great. But I'm not even finna take time to understand it. I'm sick of it.
I'm trying to see. Let me see if I can find. I want to find that civil case, but oh man, damn! I should have over again while she while she was up here and while her sound wasn't all fucked up. And it's unfortunate that we couldn't get it directly from Debo because of our issues. But
What, his case? You talking about his case?
well, when he was reading, he was on Sylvia's, and he was reading something that I don't know if it was in his file, in his court documents, or where it came from or whatever. And when I looked up on the screen, um, I only saw Kel's Tears name in it, and I couldn't really understand what he was saying. But Kel's Tears, and I know he said Diva's name, and I don't know if Diva's name was in the paperwork or whatever. Some kind of way, uh, uh, the people, the I guess the people from the prosecutor, I don't know, mentioned them as it relates to Debo, and I don't know what that was about.
Hmm.
Um, and
Which
she was saying,
I did.
huh?
Diva say because of a video that she played. She did get. I heard that part sneak through.
Right, right. And then I tried to look on Debo's wall because I thought he put the paperwork on his wall, and I don't know if he took it down or whatever. And it's a shame that I can't get the story from him. I'm gonna have to stand on my decisions with dealing with him over here because he just came at JoJo and I for apparently no reason out of nowhere. Just flipped on a motherfucker. Then proceed to be on a bandwagon talking about, behind the scenes, me and I was joining on Levi to set him up and all of that with the people and whatever. That's a goddamn lie.
You talking about recently or way back?
Yeah, since he been able to get out on the internet.
Oh, really?
When that day, I think that day when you said he was over there calling your name too.
Oh, around that time. Okay.
Yeah. And then just saying little shit and talking about I'm on the EBTs and all that bullshit or whatever. Like, dude. And then you wanna sit up here and act like, you ain't do none of that shit. You went trolling in the chats and shit, fucking with people. I don't get down like that. I don't have no bipolar ass activity going on in my goddamn life like that.
And he crossed me out too. I ain't never crossed him out. We fell out because I went on this channel and I was asking him about basically falling back, getting along with people. I don't even know if it was for a rally or we was trying to do something. And he went off on me. That was one. Then two, yeah, you were over on that girl channel saying my name and calling me out my name. That was a double cross. And I was done then.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, ain't no, going. I'm not doing that going back and forth shit with you. I'm not finna, lie on you and stuff like that. So, and continue to say all kind of bad shit or whatever. But you up here talking about some shit or whatever, trying to, I don't know, and as if at any time in my life you have more than me or whatever. Are you fucking crazy? I let you run with. I let you motherfuckers run with whatever. And then when I get time, you know how I do. Come and fuck you up. Drop that proof on your ass.
But then that
yourself in the motherfucking corner. That's how I do. Like, stop playing around.
But see, people they don't see what they do on their end. They see your rebuttal, and then they think you stone cold crazy. Cause the clapback be so hard and be so real and be so direct. They like, oh.
Yeah, they stoop to the lowest, honey. They be scared than a motherfucker. I hit them with one or two motherfucking lines, and them motherfuckers is off. They be like, oh, we gotta do this, I'm like, God damn. Because let me tell you something. Like, when the shit you come back with be the truth, and the proof on their ass, that shit rattles them motherfuckers.
But see, then you life shaming. You see what I'm saying? Then you life shaming. You victim bashing, all that. But see, that's what I don't like about this stuff. Don't back me down and walk me down where I gotta defend myself. Because I put everything on the table. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't care.
There go Courtney. Yeah.
Hey, Courtney, what's going on? Where you been, guy?
Nigga, I've been on these third shift. What shift is this, Angie?
Girl, we back on first shift. We had to do overtime.
Right, we on OT.
I want some of that money. I want some of that money. I want some of that money.
How that girl say that shmoney. That's money.
That's your money.
That's your money. And then some of that shmoney. But yeah, and it's so baby, I'm trying to tell you, my words be tearing their ass up. They be coming up with all kind of fake ass shit, whatever. Fictitious shit or some shit they can't put it together and or whatever. And then baby, they be hot, cold mad at my motherfucking ass. And I still be winning. I ain't got to be up here all night. I ain't got to reveal, God please.
Truth hurt.
I'll wear your ass out.
And that's
set
why
your motherfucking ass up. And then
don't come down the road unless you want to go over some rocks, and they just don't get it.
Unless you want to go over some rocks.
Yeah, so don't do that. And it's so unfortunate. I can't get that information on the record from Devo because I was like, well, damn, how they names ended up at the feds with regards to Devo. What the fuck happened in that situation?
I'm concerned because
I was confusing. I don't know, and I don't know if he took it off his wall or whatever. But when he was on Sylvia's, he dropped it on his wall for Sylvia to read it, and I don't know where it is. Like, damn. But
but
I
see,
sure want to know. What? Let me look again. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. What's up, Courtney Love? Let me go look again.
I'm in here with y'all.
You hanging?
I'm hanging.
Mm-hmm.
you know what they do? People do a lot of because you talk to this person or they got a problem with this
That
person.
shit.
They got a problem with you, and I think that's what happened between him and that because he got problems with people that I was talking
Right.
to and associating with. And I've said a long time ago, I got on record many disclaimers saying I'm not in the blog of beefs. I'm not in none of that. I'm not in it.
I own no
And
motherfucking
if
team.
it's a
Like, what
problem,
the fuck?
then we got to deal with it. So this,
Yeah.
I told Angie what it was the other day. See, it's called pre-existing psych issues.
yes,
Now,
You
if you don't
crazy.
understand that, I
yeah,
don't know what to tell you. But see, my thing was, I've been listening before I came in. I was listening about 15 minutes. My thing was, when this stuff got clankety clank, and I'm talking about 5 years ago, because everybody know I've been around.
hmm,
I couldn't understand how how a motherfucker couldn't see. You keep on messing with that one, you gonna get into it with that one.
bang,
You
Mm-hmm.
you see what I'm saying?
hmm,
Mm-hmm.
You can see it. I guess it was for some of us that was sitting back. But baby, all I gotta say is I thank you, Angie. I always do for this channel
Uh,
because you keep blazing them and blaze them. So all you gotta do,
that's crazy.
blaze their ass. That's how me and Skylight got along. We got them
Mm-hmm.
on. We got them on in the beginning.
hmm.
Had to.
You
And
gotta,
then my thing is too, Angie made a good point, and we make good points. You got to remember, regardless to for us, that's for Kels. It was some things that we didn't know.
yep,
It was some things that we didn't know, but it was one thing for certain and two things for sure. And I know how everybody feel, but when we came up with those topics and them slogans and this, that, and the third, I think that stuff was relevant to what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where were the parents? Where was this person? Because regardless to if you was on the opposite side or the side, we both was on the side of the law.
yeah, that's true.
Right.
We was on the side of the law.
I still ask that to this day, and I even wanted to talk to some of these quote unquote victims, but I said I stop and think that it's no point because we definitely not on the same page. And when it comes to Angie's word causation, cause and effect, it's gonna be insulting. So I fell back on a lot of that stuff, and I just said let them be what they are and what they gonna be,
Mhm.
because it would
Yeah.
you know it's not gonna be a healthy situation. We're not gonna agree on things.
Mm-mm. My daddy used to say this: "Woe the wicked web we weave.
Yes,
First we practice to deceive."
yes,
If a nigga can't figure that out, I feel sorry for you.
yes,
Hmm.
Right. Right. And and this whole case is I mean, it's so emotionally charged on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Because you have people that have experienced all this, shit on both sides, right? People have been falsely accused, and people have been, victimized. People have been rightfully, convicted and accused.
and people have lied about being victimized. And just tonight, probably was like a perfect example when you have like this, for instance, Jojo. I know that he didn't mean and definitely didn't hear the girl was 9, but he definitely didn't mean that
He ain't mean that like
that
that.
the people enjoyed it and whatever. But when you just start saying shit out your trap because you emotionally charged by the person that's sitting across from you, meaning Diva, you know what I'm saying? And you just going in and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So
But
so I know because that's just not the type of person he is. With regards to, and I ain't taking up on, him, but I'm just saying what's right.
mean that like that. And
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he didn't
yeah,
mean it like that. Even if she, wasn't 9, it was just the heat of the moment, and just just a dislike, for her. So
but also
I ain't excusing it, but that's just what it is.
he made a good point because what she does, and I haven't talked to a lot of them in a while, but she will go back and reference herself in the situation that happened to her, and like from what I would see would be re-triggering the situation, but it's almost but you want to attack him for making a statement about it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but she does a lot of referencing of her own experience in this trial. She kept doing it tonight. This is what happened to me. This is what, this is what I experienced. I can relate because of this. But it's like,
But we tried to tell her early on. Remember, she was on the panel with us.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, remember she was up on the panel.
You're so
This I'm talking about 4 years ago when they
yep,
was ready to stab and cut us
yep.
up. And
Hey,
we was
Oprah.
trying to explain to them that we empathize with them. But
Yeah,
these girls was not that situation.
yeah.
These girls was not to
Thank
me,
you, Courtney.
just to me.
You was
Remember we had to fight with Diva Divine and Tears, and it was a few others
yeah,
that don't come on no more. How they want to say, we condoned
yeah.
sex trafficking and
That
pedophilia.
foul
And
up.
that wasn't the case, Sky.
Yeah,
We always acknowledge their pain.
yeah,
We always, but these girls we seen it play out on
yeah.
TV. These girls wasn't walking home and a suspicious car pulled up
No,
and coerced a child in a car with candy. Coerced a child in a car with I'll take you and buy you any pair of shoes you
no.
want. This wasn't that kind of coercion.
Thank you. That
That's why we want to call Larry them out all the time. We knew the difference between the thoughtology and the realness of abusing a child.
right.
Nigga, and we understand the thoughtology of you at 13, 14 years old, Geronda Pace,
Thank
infatuated with R. Kelly, with posters, because I used to read the Right On magazine.
you.
You
Yeah,
looking infatuated with this man, did anything that you could to go on MySpace, because MySpace, I don't know if anybody's familiar, but my children were young at MySpace. I had parental control on MySpace. That's when MySpace was out and pumping. Now that's where you go to get really sex trafficked. And she was not lying
Mhm.
about Bubba. And I know I'm full, but if you let some of us go, we can go back down that lane and understand the trial and tribulation and the unfortunateness of this case.
yeah.
But they want to out talk us, out slick us with that goddamn law that didn't mean a goddamn hill of beans to me.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I understand, we understand the law. We understand morally and ethically. But to me, that wasn't that kind. Them girls jumped off the porch and the parents was holding their hands too.
Thank you. And
And that's what it was.
see, that's what the conclusion came to see from our point of view. But you let them tell it. Them women were virgins and they were harmed and abused. R. Kelly enticed them and seduced them into his grasp, and then he
Mhm.
left sexually and physically, and then gave him herpes. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and then my thing, it's one particular person that loves to dry that herpes, and I understand STDs, but some motherfucker gave it to him.
Thank you.
And that's flat out.
But regardless,
Somebody gave it to him.
yeah, we had that discussion tonight. We talked
Yeah,
about
Yeah.
we've had it. Yeah, but I just like to let when we do get that opportunity to come up here
yeah.
and talk intelligently
Let it
and realistically, that we understand the law. But I'm telling you, this wasn't the case. This wasn't the case,
because
and there wasn't a law in it.
he was like, "What do I feel?" Did she ask me what do I feel is abuse or something like that? She asked me something like that. But I basically explained to her what we just said. If you have a person that is doing something that kidnapping you, doing something to you completely against your will, like detaining you, sexually abusing you, hitting you, like bringing harm to you, really unwanted behavior to you, that to me is abuse. Because I tell them all the time, if a person would have pulled up, if they'd have found some handcuffs or some proof that these women were detained in his house and they weren't physically able to leave and he was really starving them and doing stuff, I would have been on the other side. But that wasn't
But but
the
but
case.
Scott, what you're not understanding is when it comes to law, the bar
Mhm.
when it comes to proving abuse
Now
or other stuff
ain't
isn't
worry about what
isn't
you're talking about. I got what you don't. You ain't got to.
okay. Right, okay.
I got.
Oh, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it depending on the definition, it might not have to be, violence or whatever to be determined abuse. And so it definitely ain't gonna be like what level, what measure that
Yeah.
would determine.
Got me
But
straight
but I understand what you're saying.
when it comes to once the age is established and certain things that occur happens, it's a crime. I ain't even gonna argue with you on that. We just kicking the bobos, just saying.
Yeah, we got
I
that.
understand. Why you a child? You have to be careful on the record out here, cause honey,
Oh,
baby, they will take it and say,
yeah.
"Oh," and then get confused by
And
it.
then, and then one time, y'all, we even had, I think we were Sky Channel, and we even had a conversation of, I think our topic was well, we had some subtopics back there, and we was talking about get the help that you need. But when you get the help
Oh, yeah.
you need, they tell you that stuff don't hurt you no more when you talk about it. That's the help that you need. You
Mm-hmm.
see what I'm
Well,
saying?
let me
And
say this.
I read your
I
wall a lot.
understand. I understand, but let me say this, and I'm not speaking for Diva. I don't know or whatever the situation, but I do believe just by have listened to her and when she talk about this subject and things of the nature, I do believe that certain conversations and especially when it gets explosive, I do believe that's triggering for her. Because seems like she reverts back to that little 9-year-old girl sometimes if you listen to her. That's just the that's just what I excuse me, I got something in my mouth. That's what I've observed, of her psychology when she starts to sometimes when the conversation gets that it goes in that direction and it gets heated, you know. So we can't say what should trigger you, what shouldn't. how deep the abuse should be and whatever for you to feel a certain kind of way. You know,
But we
quite
have
natural. And I definitely understand because I dated somebody that was of age when I was underage. You understand what I'm saying? I don't feel like I was abused and taken advantage of, whatever. The law says I was. I
but
don't
if
think I was.
Skylife recalls, we had a long panel, a couple of them over there with her were hashing it out and trying to see eye to eye, not about R. Kelly, but just about uh uh that happening to her. And I don't know if she remembers or we recall. We had a very interesting conversation one time. Remember, Sky? And she had explained to us, what happened to her. And some of them have
Changed the
back,
story. She
huh?
got a different story today, so maybe she has two separate incidents. She changed
Oh, okay. Well, I
that.
missed that live, but I know that what I'm saying, because I was listening to y'all. I missed that live. Sometimes most of the time I be in there and I be knowing,
But
but I've had a conversation with her for a long time. Remember
yeah,
we
she
was
said,
on your panel, Sky? We was going at it.
oh, you said you right. She said what happened, and I'm just telling you so you know.
Oh,
Told us today is not the same story that she
that
told.
she told us.
Yeah, so it must be two separate incidences of abuse that occurred. Okay, that's what I'm telling you, so you know.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
this me Miss Mo real quick. Okay, see this what Miss Mo do, and Kelly does it too. I can't just put it on her. You all jump to C. Sky Life is an A, B, C. You gotta phase me into things, okay? I'm cause and effect. So as wouldn't alluding to his interest in supporting their career be coercive. Okay. She got the girl there and she already got the conversation and the agreement going. Miss Mo, how, let's start with Jane Doe number 5. How did she get in the presence of chaos? That's where you got to start with me, okay? Because if you look at that particular situation, and I know Andrew finna die, but if you look at the text messages, you see he let it be known that he wanted to get down prior to any agreement of looking at nobody's music career. Now I don't know if you're talking about one of the other thoughts in the case. You possibly might be, but in that particular situation, it was clear he let it be known that he wanted to have sex with her, and then he stated that he would meet with her to see her do an audition. Okay.
And the mama reiterated that. She said, "Oh, girl, he wanna fuck."
Uh-huh.
The
Sure.
mama reiterated that.
Yeah. Yeah. See,
And
that's what.
even if it was coercion with the music, I pay attention. I thought the majority of them people, I'm just saying the majority of people who didn't make it, got a bad deal. When they do those interviews, at least they had a CD out. I can see if he coerced them, how she's saying it, and they made the CD, and he made millions of dollars and just had her all locked up, fucking her. That wasn't the case. She
Yeah,
didn't want to sing.
I know
That was a given.
Uh-oh.
because
Yes.
for the simple fact,
Maho.
up here. Okay, so for the simple fact that these women went into this situation for their own particular agenda. Okay, that's why I don't see the coercion.
Because it's a coercion based on the elements, not the coercion, meaning that they went into the situation, because you are allowed to go into any situation, you know, and expect not to be harmed or injured, even though you walked up into it. You volunteered. Go ahead, Miss Mo, get on the record.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right.
The day shift is here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Y'all I got up to get some water last night and I just heard Diva's voice and I heard Sky's voice, and I said, I'm not doing this. I put my little thing in the chat and I rolled right on back over. I said, I will go and
Uh-uh.
rewind tomorrow. Because I said, both of my girls are going at it. I said, I'm not going to be able to, I cannot play late night counselor tonight.
Okay.
I'm not doing it again. I pull me
Listen, I
in.
need I needed counseling too. Shit.
You got so much trauma from this sector, it don't make
Yeah,
sense.
girl, I got trauma, honey. I when I tell you, they done gave me PTSD, child. I
Yes,
be, honey, I be walking and when them planes, them little planes be flying over, honey, I be snatching around and looking crazy and shaking.
exactly.
They got me, honey. They done gave me PTSD.
Yeah. Well, I just want to, because Sky was reading part of my comments, because I've been commenting since I got up. It was been moving around here and there, but okay. So the reason why I say that it is coercive, and be clear, I agree with or at least I totally understand the parent aspect. I think that is totally inappropriate, on so on and so forth. I'm putting that to the side though. Just speaking to the coercive piece of it. To me, it is coercive to kind of dangle the music industry carrot. And I felt like, at least when we got into that hotel room, based upon her testimony and him telling her, well, I need to have certain favors done, or I need to engage in certain, sexual things in order for me to even hear you sing, right? To me, that is coercive in nature, because most people, that is their dream. And for this, for Jane Doe number 5, but quite frankly, anybody quite that had any sort of musical interest would have loved for R. Kelly, that level of a songwriter, that level of a hit maker, to have even written one song for you. You know what I'm saying? Even to listen to your voice one side, to give you any sort of training or anything of that nature. I mean, even K. Michelle, she has had her issues, but even she says that is the greatest, her greatest musical inspiration, and she doesn't take any of that back because of who he was and what he taught her to even be able to do just by being around. So I think it absolutely, when I wrote that, and even as I'm saying it now, I think it's definitely seen as coercive, because whenever you're dangling this kind of carrot, that's exactly what you're doing. It's coercion.
Okay, let me respond. So you is I hear what you're saying, but it sounds as if you're double talking, because you mentioned that is the greatest gift to have a record, or to be on a record with Kales. If you are looking at that as a gift, then you're already bought into the situation. He doesn't have to coerce you because you're already there. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then furthermore, how did these young ladies even get to R. Kelly? There's something that got them to this place of even being in his presence. So what does he have to coerce you to do? Because you already wanted to be there. None of them said that they didn't, that he went to them by gunpoint or threatened them to be there. They all said that they willingly went. So why do I further have to coerce you when you already wanted to be there and you made the means, mode, and method to get there?
No, I think the coercion for me is not coercing them to actually arrive at the hotel or wherever, and I don't want to just focus on Jane Doe number 5, but I think she's the most obvious one. I don't think he coerced her to come to the hotel at all. I think that was arranged. And I think that there was some conversation and some planning that were absolutely, both of them were on the same page with her getting to the hotel and why she was going to the hotel. I think where the coercion comes in is the sexual favors that took place once they got there, once she got into the hotel room. That was coercive to say, hey, I need to have you do X, Y, and Z, or I need to do X, Y, and Z to you in order to be able to properly hear your music. That's the thing. I'm still course, because here's the thing. You know for a fact you're not getting a deal, you're not getting a song at all just by sitting there and flipping your hair. He's gonna need to hear you sing. So I think that is what I see as coercive. It wasn't her getting there. It was once she was there, she was saying, well, I don't, I'm not really here for X, Y, and Z, even though I do not necessarily support what the mother influence may have been. She even said, don't be grown, so on and so forth. And then all of a sudden you get there and the person that you want to hear this music says, well, the only way I'm hearing music is if you do A, B, C, and D, or let me do 1, 2, and 3. That's coercive, because that's the whole point of me being here. There should be no coercion, at least the way that I see it. You should have been able to come there, even if you went to the hotel. Personally, I would not have sent my child and I would not have gone. But even if you did, you should be able to walk in the door, maybe have a little conversation or whatever. Let him, either you're gonna let me sing the song or you not, and then you're gonna make a decision and then it's over. It shouldn't have been any sort of incentive or hey,
okay, Miss, I hear you. Hold on, Court. Let me hold on. Give me 1 second. But you're messing up the timeline, because in the timeline, especially with Jane Doe number 5, that's the first thing he told her. She knew before she even left the house. Her and the mother knew that he wanted to have sex. So for you to say that he later on like popped up on her and gave her some ultimatums in regards to having an audition is incorrect. The mother knew out the gate. He told her, I want to fuck. Thinking that he's talking to Azriel, talking to the mother, told the mother that. So she knew before they left the house his intentions. So at that point, if you know his intentions, how is he coercing you when you get there? He's acting on what he's already told you he wanted to do. So when you show up, you're basically showing him that you're consenting to what he already explained to you he wanted to do.
Oh, no. I don't agree
No,
with
it
that.
don't
And
work that way, Sky.
it
It don't
doesn't
work
work
that
that
way.
way at all
Hold
for
on, it
me.
don't
Hold
work
on,
that
but wait a
way.
minute.
Go
Hold on,
Well,
ahead.
it don't work that way
hold on,
on
wait
the
a minute.
psychological
Hold on.
side or the
Yes, it
legal
does.
side. Go ahead.
Nowhere in the text messages does it
Let
say
me
that that I told him. One thing she said as I'm trying to turn it around, but never does she say I've changed his mind and you safe to go. That never occurs.
But but Sky, here's the thing, and we, us as females, we've all been there, right? Where the guy might want to, he liking you, whatever
Ain't
the
no
case may
might.
be.
He already told you, Miss
Hold
Melissa.
on, hear me
Hold on,
out.
Sky. Hold
Hear
on.
me out, because I'm also trying to break down, and this has been my crusade, and why I even got into the R. Kelly sector. It was helping us to better understand the concept of consent. Just because somebody says, come over, hey, we want to do X, Y, and Z, guess what? By the time I drive over there or you get over to my place or what have you, I might have changed my mind. You don't give advance consent to anything. So it's not going to be some situation where just because I might have said on the phone, yeah, we can do X, Y, and Z, or yeah, I'm giggling along, or even the mom saying she's trying to redirect it to kind of say, no, and then what we know is, or at least I ain't gonna say no, what we heard in the testimony is that at some point, once Jane got there herself, she is the only person at that time who can give the okay in real time, which she really doesn't have the authorization to give. So when she said, she was kind of saying, no, I'm sweaty or what, some sort of, Calla will have the details on it, but she gave some sort of excuses at times to say like, no, I kind of don't want to. And he's saying, well, this is what it's going to take in order for me to hear this music. If you want me to hear your music, then this is what you're going to need to do, which then led to there being some sexual activity. So you cannot, there is no such thing at all. And that's the same thing as you. I might have said, okay, I'm going to Walmart because I'm going to buy X, Y, and Z. That doesn't mean that when I pull up, they forcefully make me buy something that now I look at it and I go, that ain't what I was really looking for.
But that wasn't a testimony. That
it was.
Well, I didn't interpret it. I didn't interpret it like that.
No,
I didn't mean to
Okay.
cut you off. I didn't. Let's
she said,
Angie, and this is how she made a good point. You made a very good point, and I also looked at coercion in a sense of, like you said, most. We can use the word most. most cases of child molestation, because see, we can agree to disagree that we had so many words intertwined. We had molestation, pedophilia,
Mm-hmm.
we had
Mm-hmm.
and all I saw in my eyes was
Yeah.
the most was statutory rape. But let me move on. Okay, the majority of the time, if you really look at it and you talk to most women, if you ever talked in a group and you talk to most women, and women tell you of their time, their bad time that they had with a sexual encounter that's living a healthy lifestyle, they'll tell you the way that they were coerced was, if you do this, if you they offer you first and then you take, but you never get it. You never get it. Even if it's that one time or even if it's over a period of years, that coercion is always to you to keep you there. So he didn't have to do that to keep them there. Is that making any sense to anybody?
What do you mean to keep? What do you mean to keep?
Okay, when you
You mean after? You mean
I'm
after when they kept going back to
we
him
on
or
the day
continue to
shift.
stay
I'm
with him?
outside.
No.
I'm okay. I'm outside. I'm outside right now in my neighborhood, and on my
Mm-hmm.
corner, it was just 10 kids up there
Mm-hmm.
getting on the school bus. My job right now is to make sure ain't no red truck that's somebody riding past. Now, right now, that school bus just left, and there's one child right here that I can see. Now,
Mm-hmm.
if I was to go up there and, did you miss the school bus? I'll give you let me take, and you never, whatever I offer, you never even get it. Is that making sense? If she got in the car and I said, I'm gonna take you to Tim Hortons and get you a latte and a nice donut, but I make the wrong turn, and then I do whatever I do to the child or let her go. Or if it was going up in age, 15, 16, where the brain, because we always talked about where the brain is developing. And I see this girl, she's 15, she's going to school, and I coerce her and into giving her stuff, and I make good on it. Now I make good on this in this scenario, but I keep doing that to keep her to skipping school over to my house. That ain't what that looked like to me. Is that making sense?
Okay, yeah, right. But
But
here's the
it's still
thing. Y'all are
coercive.
confusing
But that's
and
not what they did to me. You see, that ain't what R. Kelly did to me in this case.
But this is what's happening. Y'all are confusing and conflating the Merriam-Webster dictionary
Mm-hmm.
definition of entice with
Okay.
the legal definition of entice, and as as it is applied in this case. That's something
Uh-huh.
totally different. Go ahead, Miss Mo.
All right.
Oh no, I was just saying. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, and I agree that those would be kind of two different scenarios, and I get your perspective on why you're or how you're looking at it. So I
Mhm.
appreciate you sharing that. But for me, the whole point of that particular element of the case is, did coercion take place? It's not, did coercion make them stay? Did the act that they're charging for, and Angie, maybe you can break it down more, but
Mhm.
the way I have been understanding it is, all you have to say is, did coercion one time for any reason related to the act that's listed there, did coercion take place? And for me, that's why I check the coercion box for that particular element, because I feel like what they're saying is, if any sort of coercion took place, which I see as the, hey, let me dangle this carrot, yeah, it took place. So yeah, that's why I check that box.
I ain't see that.
I
I
don't
ain't see that. I
necessarily
saw some
believe
tricking
I
going on.
don't
I ain't
necessarily
see that.
believe that. I think the reasons why they stayed are very different from the reasons why they remained there. And I think there are other pieces to that. And I don't think that all of their reasons for staying was because he coerced, enticed, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I think
Okay.
other things came into play.
Okay.
You wouldn't agree that I mean, even in your narrative, you stated that he's R. Kelly. He's the king
Yeah.
of B. That was reason enough for them to want to be there with him. Did they offer him some money? Did they? I mean, what makes you think he's just going to listen to you, especially after he told you his intentions? He wants,
Yeah. He
and
didn't coerce anybody. They went
but
on their own.
are we supposed to
Yeah,
act?
Courtney, but hold that thought right there because we kind of went over this earlier with with inducement and I mean enticement. I'm sorry. So because it's on the same line. So but listen to this, right? Listen to this.
Millennials, would have had
Huh?
some millennials going. He would have beat that
You
case.
breaking up a little bit, Miss
Yeah.
Courtney. You breaking
I'm
up a
telling
little
you.
bit.
Yeah, okay, I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
No, I'm
I'd
just
like your
saying that
dialect.
your device was breaking up some. What I'm saying is this, okay? You guys keep referring to and now we're on coercion as the simple definition of it, the simple act, the simple behavior, if you would Google what coercion means, like coercing somebody over to do something by whatever means or whatever the definition is. What Mo was saying and what I've been trying to explain is the elements, what's in the charge. It's not about just coercing somebody over to have sex or to be in whatever act or knowing that you're going into that particular situation and you still go and then therefore you are responsible for being coerced. You know what I'm saying? In a sense, that's what you're saying. And
No, that ain't what I'm saying.
no, not you.
Oh, okay.
But
That's
but
not what
but what I'm trying to
that,
illustrate is that the law says that okay, you might be a willing participant. You might, or whatever, or you may not be willing. The fact is, if this particular behavior happens, then a crime has been committed.
Mm-hmm.
So regardless of whether or not she knew what he was up, what he was interested in, not no singing or whatever, and she still went. That does not say that there was no coercion or there wasn't this and the other when coercion is applying to something totally different,
so
right?
that backs us up against the wall. That it not even just being a kill supporter. That backs us up against the law wall with the law, Angie, as being an ethical person and just the scenario that I gave. So if the child, since everybody want to keep saying these was kids and they was underage, so if the child was coerced, who after this just off the record put a stop to this? But y'all, it seemed like in the beginning, just hear me out, y'all didn't hear us saying that. Okay, so if this went on all these years, who was to put the stop to it? Them goddamn parents. So it
Right,
looks,
right,
it looks,
right.
it look, but it looks to me. I understand the law. You broke it down, Angie.
Uh-huh.
I ain't trying to take you down no other road, but it's still on the flip side of that. Whatever we come up is, the coercion, the sex trafficking, the RICO, whatever these charges, these 56, 100 charges, who still was there to protect them? Y'all don't even see that when we ask
Well,
those questions.
everybody understands that. Everybody,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you're a parent, you understand that, and you
Uh-huh.
and if you I mean, you
So then y'all,
understand that. But
so then
this is what, huh?
then it's safe to agree, and then I'm gonna fall back. Then it's safe to agree to hear when we said some of the things that we said, and I think it got lost in translation when we was trying to fight for the freedom of somebody who was put in situations.
You see what I'm saying?
Let me say this.
But I fall back. I fall back because see it starts to get the water gets bloody again with me. But I understand though.
Okay, well, let me say this because this in this particular situation, it comes down to this. And
Can I respond? Hold on, Scott. Can I respond to your thing about coercion of him just being, or maybe it was Courtney?
Well, hold on, let me say this real
I
quick.
just don't want to miss that thought.
Okay, let me just say this. It comes
Mhm.
down to Jane Doe number 5 knew he wanted to have sex. And I'm gonna ask you, once he came, she got there, he went into the act of trying to kiss her. Why didn't she leave? If she wasn't willing or didn't want to do and engage in the act, why didn't she leave?
Because when you coerce
Okay,
a
but
person,
that's a good question.
yes, it
Whether
is.
she left, whether she knew, whether whatever, the law is very clear. Once that act occurred,
But
under those whatever those circumstances were, i.e. the elements, that's when the crime was committed. So
right,
it doesn't matter. It's not about her intent, how she felt. She initially. I don't know how plain I can put this. If she would have showed up with butt naked with a bow on it, say touch him, sticking him, this, that, and the third, whatever. If she was under 17, if
but he
she
didn't
was
know that.
exposed,
See, that's
hold
what
on,
he
hold on, hold
didn't
on.
know.
If she, and I'm not saying this is all one crime, but I'm just giving a combination of things. If she was exposed to herpes, if she was this, that, and whatever, then
Mhm.
they're talking about his behavior, his charged conduct.
Mhm.
Everybody's been trying to make this, not everybody, but y'all be trying to make this a case about parental responsibility. This is
Mhm.
not what this is about. I
Now
understand it.
we ain't making that we ain't making it about that. We making it about this situation, and you watch this play out. This ain't just happened. This happened every time, and we don't look at it like that. That's what we saying. So
Right.
some of these laws need to be changed. That's what we
I
saying.
get it.
But
I
he,
get it.
That's what we
No, go ahead and
saying,
say what you're
and
gonna
I
say, because I
think
know
that
you
has gotten so lost in translation in this
right.
that ain't what that is. What
but
we trying to say because
but see, this is
somebody
Okay.
did that to my daughter. We knew we you know you it's even we ain't saying cooning. Jojo, and Levi, they can understand what I mean by cooning. When I say cooning, I could tell you, I could tell you, right now, I don't know if it would change, but it wouldn't if it was my daughter, and my daughter was 16 years old. I bit about know what she's doing, and I bit about know that she's sexually active because I still possibly is doing her laundry. I buy
Mhm.
her all her sanitary napkins. And if she came in and she told me, "Oh, mama, R. Kelly, R. Kelly gave me his telephone number and he want me to sing." First of all, I'd have told him you don't know how to sing. That's what I'd have told mine. Even if and if she could, she wouldn't have been around them. That shit was a bunch of shit to me from the get-go. And I'm gonna fall back, Angie, because I like the conversation. I'm gonna fall back, but it just was a lot of trickery and a lot of skullduggery going on. And I do agree with some of the instances the law was broken. I do agree with that. But the way that law was written and the way that they got that all mangled up, some of that didn't go down like some of
Right.
the laws
Go ahead,
wasn't
Mo.
broken,
Go
Angie.
ahead and get on the record. What you gonna say?
Sure. Sure. So I actually agree that I don't believe that she specifically Jane Doe number 5, Geronda Pace, any other Lizette Martinez, any of the individuals who met him under the age of 18, and quite frankly, for my personal morals, even older than that, I don't think any of them should have been uh in a neglectful environment that would have allowed them to be there without oversight. That's 100%. We're on the same page with that. I don't think that I think there was some neglect at hand there, and quite frankly, potentially pervasive neglect in some of the cases that just cannot go overlooked. None whatsoever. But I think what the first thing I want to get to is the concept of just by him being R. Kelly, his presence, his name, all of that is automatically coercive in and of itself. I don't agree with that. The same way that I don't think that you can have advanced consent, I don't think that you can have advanced coercion of the crime, right? In that I don't think a human being should just by nature of their being be automatically deemed coercive, because if that's the case, everything that he would do in life would be seen as well as coercive because he's a celebrity and people want to please him. I don't think that can be the case. So no, I don't think just by sheer virtue of it being R. Kelly who they went to meet, that would mean that that's coercion. That's the reason why, for me, it was when he starts making the claims or statements, hey, I need X, Y, and Z in order to be able to hear your music. That's coercive. Him just being R. Kelly, to me, is not coercive in and of itself, and that would not have been sufficient. If that were to be the case, or if that would have been the argument from the prosecution, I would have flat out said, I don't think that they're going to meet the standard there that they would need to meet in order to say that that coercion did indeed take place. So I'll say that first. The other piece of this is, well, let me start with another thing that I have not said before. I am personally not convinced through those text messages, and hear me all the way out because Scott gonna show off on me. I don't believe that through those text messages that we can definitively say that she knew all of what the conversation was that the mom was having with R. Kelly. Now, I think the mom, based upon what we saw, I do believe the mom is relaying some stuff to her, giving her the truncated version of whatever it is. But I don't know, nor do I remember her testifying that at any point she truly got the full scope of what that conversation is. So to say she knew 100% exactly what he was looking for, exactly what he was asking for, and what level she was expected to go to based upon the text message exchange we see her mom giving her a little bit of, oh girl, this is what's going on, that's what's going on here and there, all inappropriate, I personally believe. But I don't know that it is appropriate to say that she knew word for word and blow for blow. She was not sitting beside her mom, clearly having those conversations, or else we wouldn't have had any text messages to view about what those conversations were. The other piece of it to me is that you keep talking about, they get there and that she knew and the parents were, the parents should have been involved. Again, having the morals that I have and the beliefs that I have, I agree that parents absolutely should have been intervening and making different choices. At the same time, there should have been nothing that the parents should have had to intervene about. Similar to what Angie said a little bit ago, you should be able to go anywhere you want to. You should be able to change your mind at any time that you want to, and nothing should be happening to you regardless. Like, it should just be a thing. So the fact that there is something that the parents, you all feel, should have intervened, should have taken action, I feel should have intervened, should have taken action, suggests that something did indeed take place that shouldn't have happened. And that's my concern. And that's what these charges are about. What did take place, not what didn't, and not who should have, and not who should have taken additional action, or that they were negligent. Be clear, I agree that there was negligence, but I also agree that there should not have been any of the behaviors taking place by R. Kelly, and that's what he is being held accountable for. We cannot say that he is now not responsible for a single thing on the planet that he is accused of, recorded of, on the record saying he took part in, just because, well, her parents were negligent. And if their parents are negligent, then that means that everything you did to her is by proxy a crime for the parent, but not a crime for you.
Okay, so let's start right here. Okay, this you all are trying to spin it and take it where it's not going to go. The bottom line is this: exactly what I'm going to repeat to you is what was told to the daughter. R. Kelly the mother told this to the daughter. He wants to fuck.
Yes, ma'am.
However, I am trying to turn it around. So you want us to sit up here and think that she doesn't understand what her mother is telling her that R. Kelly wants to have sex with her when she tells her daughter that? I mean, how many more
No,
words?
nobody said
Hold
that,
on,
Scott.
Angie,
Okay,
let
you
me
can
finish. Let me finish.
right. Okay,
Okay,
okay.
hold on. How many more words do you need her to say when she's telling that to her daughter? She knew exactly what her mother said. She knew exactly what R. Kelly's intentions were because her mother told her. You don't need to say more than that. That's cut and dry and direct and to the point. So, and also understand when he's saying that, he is saying that to an 18-year-old. He is wanting to have sex with this 18-year-old. Never does he say, in order for me to see you audition, I want to have sex with you. He said he wants to have sex. The mother is pushing the audition. That's two different things. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Don't try to mix up what happened when he clearly said out at the beginning, I want to fuck. She told her daughter that, so her daughter knew exactly what his intentions were when she got there.
Okay,
So
but
how come? So
let me answer
but
that.
wait.
Okay.
So while she's giving all these directions, shimmy, entice him, sit on his lap. Can we not infer that she should have said or could have said, if he tries to have sex with you, leave? Because
Oh
if she
yeah.
didn't want to have sex with him as an 18-year-old in R. Kelly's, she would have left. She went ahead and had sex with him from what she's saying. So where's the coercion? And you can't say that because he's R. Kelly, there is no enticement. She's enticed by the fact that he's R. Kelly. That's why we're where we're at because he's R. Kelly. No other reason. He's not right around the corner. He is R. Kelly.
And it ain't the traditional way that you coerce children.
But then I just go over enticement
Yeah,
and
we
how
did,
it's
we did,
applied.
we did,
Yeah, but
we
I'm
did.
trying to get
So,
Miss
so
Miss
what are we talking about? The enticement and coercion in the in the in the instances that you just read. Why are we talking about enticement and coercion there? Why are we talking about that with regards to these particular situations
because she
when
brought
it
up the
does
word
not apply?
coercion. Asked us about isn't the coercion
I
when he
put it in the chat.
stated that he wanted to have sex with her in order to do an audition, and that's not what happened.
That's not what it's about. That's not what the
Ask me.
listen. That's not even what where the coercion, inducement, enticement, whatever is applied with regards to this law and his behavior. That's not where it's applied. It
That's
has nothing to do
ask
with
me.
her. Hold on. It has nothing to do with her willingness to go somewhere, even if she know what's up, and getting involved with the man
I
twice her
thought
age,
it was
almost
part.
twice
I
her age.
thought that was the part of the RICO. When you read it, the United States versus Robert Sylvester Kelly on about 1991, he did this and co-op. That's in the RICO. I
Listen,
thought that
oh
was in the
God.
RICO, Miss
It's not
Angie.
about how she got to the hotel. That's what we're saying. It's not about how she got to the hotel.
But
That's
I'm asking Miss Angie, ain't that where the coercion is in the RICO?
No, it's not. The coercion
It
is
says
not in the
it
RICO.
when
Has
they first wrote.
anybody even read the indictment? I'm going from one channel, one panel to the next. Has anybody even read the indictment?
mm-hmm.
Has
Mm-hmm.
anybody even read it? Because it tells you, it's pretty much spells it out. And if you go in order, when you read it, it's in order.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah, it
tells
is.
you where it is applied. So it has nothing to do with the fact that she goes to the I mean, and Scott, if you continue to go with your okay, she we know from the text message that she knew what was up, the mom was into it, they still let her go, and so on and so forth. I will agree with everything you say. When they get to the conduct that he's being charged with, that's when the crime begins.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
how she's getting there, this, that, and the third, we can all agree on that. It doesn't matter. They're only talking about his conduct. They're
Right, but
talking
his conduct is only occurring because he was lied to, and he's thinking she's 18.
And
fine, fine,
There is
okay,
no
fine,
conduct.
fine.
No. No.
Again, that's dealing with how they got into it, how it occurred, how she got there. They're talking about his charge conduct. Listen, if I agree to go to a place where they throwing knives, okay, and okay, I go there and I know that behind the door that I'm gonna walk in is one of them little knife catchers or whatever that shit is, a bullseye or whatever. And I walk in there, and boom, I get hit in the head with one of the knives and shit. All right. And that person was drunk and shouldn't have been throwing it like that. I'm just making up shit. He is going to be responsible
Yeah,
because
but let me tell
that's one
Skylight
that
what Miss Angie saying. See, now Miss Angie done broke that down to us. Now what Miss Angie is saying, that the conduct, all of that at the Dolphin Hotel, and we know that was some skullduggery and problematic. But what he being charged with is when they still was agreeing to take her on over there to California. You see what I'm saying? But he's
right.
still
And
he
nobody
but
is
okay,
agreeing.
but we no,
Nobody is
but how
listen.
but we just trying to say, how did, even though his conduct, Miss Angie, how did he even get, he still took her over there with on the pretenses of thinking that she was still eight in that month and 2.5 weeks. It was, that's all it was.
Well,
That's all. We got to get the
Yeah,
people
but
back on
There
track
was
that's
no
now.
the that's the
Come
pretense,
on,
no.
come
matter.
on back in here.
let
Come on back in here.
let me just say this, because I gotta hop off.
Come on, Sky.
Let me say this. It comes down to the whole Rico is built off because he's a celebrity.
There you
I,
go.
I'm
There
not
you
going
go.
to agree.
Get back to the Rico.
I'm
Get
not
back to the
going to
Rico.
agree that he was coerced. He coerced them. They already wanted to be there because
Oh
it was
my
R. Kelly.
God. Stop
They had
using that word coerce when you say
okay,
already want to be
nice,
there. That
whatever
ain't got nothing
word.
to do with it.
Okay, whatever word y'all want to use. They wanted to be there because he was R. Kelly. Okay, so however you want to slice the cake, slice it. They did not. He did not have to persuade them to do anything that they didn't want to do. Okay. The problem is that she was underage and he didn't know that she was underage. Okay, so
If she would have
I'm
been
still on
35,
record.
I would have felt the same.
Okay, I'm still on
Okay,
record.
let me read this. So because this is one of this is Racketeering Act 2. This is sexual
Mm-hmm.
exploitation of a child, Jane Doe number 2. I don't know which one that was. Okay, listen to this. It's not that I don't understand. Listen to this. In or about and between May 1999 and October 15, 1999, both dates being approximate and inclusive. Within the Northern District of Illinois, the defendant, Robert Sylvester Kelly. So right there, this is simply how to break this down. Right there, they're saying within the Northern District of Illinois, between May 1999, 2000, I'm sorry, May 1999 and October 15, 1999, are Robert Sylvester Kelly. Check those boxes off. We know we got Robert Sylvester Kelly. We know they're in the Northern District, and we know this is between May 1999 and October 1999. Together with others, okay, that
With the
means,
others.
well, hold on. That means together with others. So whomever they are naming, or not saying naming, but
Not
well, I say naming but not charging in
mhm.
That
this
you said the
racketeering act.
uncharged people.
Hold
Remember?
on, hold on. In this
Okay.
racketeering act number 2. So we're talking about the RICO. Okay, so I'm gonna kill two birds with one stone. We're talking about the RICO. We're gonna deal with the RICO, and we're gonna deal with the inducement, enticement, and all that particular statement. Okay. So again, we got Robert Sylvester Kelly, North District, Illinois, May 1999 to October 15, 1999. Okay. Together with others, did knowingly and intentionally employ, use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce a minor, to wit, Jane Doe number 2. Okay, whoever that is. Check that box off. That's whoever that is. An individual
Yeah, we got
who,
that.
hold on, whose identity is known to the grand jury. That means the grand jury knows who she is. Either she went there and spoke to him, or the grand jury was disclosed that by the way of evidence in order to secure this indictment. It says to engage into sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing one or more visual depictions. Okay, so we got, here is the did knowingly and intentionally employ, use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce. It's that word, that line, that little that mention is to be applied to the where is to the engaging in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing one or more visual depictions of such conduct. Okay, which visual depictions were produced using materials that have been mailed, shipped, and transported in interstate and foreign commerce. Okay, that's what one of the conditions to qualify as a RICO in violation of Title 18 USC Section 2251A, 2251D, effective in 1998. That's the publication of it. And two. So the employ, use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce a minor. Is it okay? You came over and therefore you voluntarily came over, your mama done brought you whatever, you ain't tell me no on the phone, blah, blah, blah. That means I ain't coerce you or whatever. No. First of all, this is a child adult relationship per this indictment. So it is going to be looked at because remember the authority figure that played out in the sentencing guidelines when they were talking about that is this person as in an authoritative role, and then check the box there, you can get extra months on your sentencing. Okay, so it's going to be already assumed, inferred that this person is in a role of an authoritarian. So automatically, the employ, use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce a minor because a minor can't coerce you, can't persuade you in this particular situation. Okay, so that's the language they're talking about for in order for them, and he's allegedly did those things, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce this minor to produce this visual depiction that was what transported and shipped via interstate commerce and foreign commerce in violation of 18 USC blase squaze. Okay, it's not about enticing them, persuading them, whatever, to come over to get into the crime. It's not about that.
Right,
Okay,
I
it's
understand that,
about
but if we get
just
that.
those following lines.
Yeah, but we I get that. We get that. Okay. The
But
bottom
them the
line
wrong
is
words
still
for that.
right
Them the
because it
wrong
still
words for
doesn't
that, Miss Annie.
apply. He's already guilty because she's a minor. Just like you said, they're already going to infer he's guilty because he's the adult. But in all actuality, that is not the narrative. Now, I don't know for number two, for Jane Doe number 5, that's not the narrative that actually took place. But since the simple fact that they using the minor, he's already done. We can't argue that.
But
But
that
we know that these women went into this situation, engaged in this sexual activity. We talked about this earlier. Did whatever they felt they needed to do to stay in his stay in the position to, I guess, get the record deal or do whatever they wanted to get from him. I don't know. But I got to get off of here. I'm still on the record with what I was on the record with earlier. But I understand what you're saying in regards to the law when it comes to them being a minor. It's already a done deal. They're gonna already infer that he's guilty because he's the elder person in the situation, and they're not even gonna look at how she got there, why the sex occurred, or anything else like that. I get that, but I'm about to
and
get out
we
of
don't
here.
agree with none of that.
Right, and
How you gonna make that up like that?
but I catch
Well,
y'all on another note. But
okay, but I was just explaining, Miss Courtney. All right, thank
okay,
you, Scott. I
That's
was just
take it.
explaining that when that people are automatically stopping and using the Webster Dictionary definition of enticement, like we went over earlier. On that same line is coercion. It's in the same on the same sentence. It's in the same statement.
Right,
So
but what we saying, we get that, but we saying for the woke people, they could have wrote that we the way we when we when we first read the indictment and the way we read it, and we watched them add each one on, but it in the wording of it, it don't sound like a law. It sounds like a whole bunch. I mean, it sounds like on, or it just doesn't. That's all I was saying in my argument. And I do, and then it just doesn't. Now, can I ask you a question? If they didn't have Jane Doe number 5, they have had a Rico still
Yes. Cause I mean they got Jane
with
Doe
the
number 1 and they got Jane Doe number 6.
look.
Yeah, she was just Jane Doe number 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, because I did before this gets started. Okay, because I think I did ask you that. But that's just that's just what I mean when I pose the argument on when we fast forward it now. But even if you give it to any nigga in the street, they look at that and say that Rico is bogus. They do.
Right,
They really do.
but what
But I
we're
think it's
doing,
because they're looking at it. They're looking at it
Really
from a
do.
different perspective than the
right,
law.
Mm,
right, exactly, exactly.
mm,
They're stopping right there with the words persuading, enticing, do some whatever, and then they
I
go to.
wasn't stopping right there.
Well, what I'm
I
saying is,
was
then they
stopping.
go
I was.
to defend or explain that particular language, and it's not what you think it is because it's not referring to how you got into the situation. It's not referring to, well, I he told me to come over, or I told him I was coming over, or I agreed to this, I agreed to that, whatever. No, it's not applied in this particular situation. Each is different. They're not talking about, they're not talking about that. They're not talking about that in that particular way. So you don't apply it in that way. If you read it line by line, like I
Mm-hmm.
did, and they incorporated the actual way the law is written, as well as the facts, because I told you that when it comes to these court proceedings and just the law in general, it's about facts and it's about the law. Okay, and then if it goes to an appeal, it's about questions of fact, questions of the law, and questions of the judge discretion, and trying to get the appellate court to apply a standard of review to your argument, i.e., your brief or your oral argument. That's what I mean. That's pretty much in a nutshell what the deal is. So what you're gonna need to, in order to explain, I'm not explaining, understand what happened, you're gonna have to start substituting those Webster dictionary words for the legal meaning of those words, so you can understand how they were able to do what they did. So when they deliver jury instructions, they're not telling that jury to listen. They're gonna tell them to listen to all the evidence presented in the case, but they're not gonna tell them to give any weight to how she got
But is it
into the
okay?
situation, or parents being not being responsible, or so on and so forth. They're only talking about the evidence as it relates to the facts and the charged conduct in the case, the evidence.
You
That's
have
what
to
it
apply it to the crime. You can only apply it to the crime, not all the stuff
crime.
that surrounds the
Right.
crime or what you did. Because essentially, what a lot of people say, and I don't think they intend to, but the way I hear it is a lot of times they literally end up pretty much saying when they defend him, he did it, but her parents shouldn't have allowed him to do it, is essentially what it comes out to be.
Right.
And that's not a great defense, if at all. If anything, it confirms that a crime did indeed take place, which is
Exactly.
very concerning. Now, the other
Yes.
thing, before Sky jumped off, she had posed a question. I think it was posed to me about, well, the mom said to her, he's trying to do X, Y, and Z.
Mhm.
Again, Nothing matters prior during all that conversation anyway, as far as this crime would be concerned. But if we do want to go there, here's the thing. She could have, her mom said he's trying to. I'm talking him down. She could have been under the belief, seeing that I trust my mom. My mom takes care of my business for the most part. She says she's talked him down. She could have absolutely showed up there thinking my mom has already shut that part of the situation down. Right. But again, what we will, that's something that we will never know. Only mom and Jane Doe number 5 know that, because all we saw in the text messages was the mom saying, hey, he's trying to fish for this sort of thing. But I'm telling him no. So we still cannot assume that she went to that hotel room under the belief, because we never saw mom ever say, look, I tried to talk him down, but he said, no, you still got to do that. That never came through on the text messages. All
Yeah.
we saw was her saying he wants to do this, or he's trying to be flirtatious, or whatever the case may be. And I'm telling him no. So again, she could have easily showed up thinking he already knows I'm not down for it because my mom already told him. So it still does not add up that you can say she 100% or definitively knew that he was going there. So that means that when she gets there,
Right.
that he was already down for the cause. And again, even if I text, and let me, I said this kind of in the background, but I would not have cared if Jane Doe number 5 was 35 when all of those exchanges took place. She still has the right that when she shows up there to give an audition, that she should be able to do that without being told, hey, I need to do X, Y, and Z with you. Because that's a Bill Cosby through and through. You see what I'm saying? Like, people,
Right.
they were, most of them that I know of, all of them were definitely adults, even maybe young adults, but adults 100%. And he still, when you put in this sexual favor or you put in these extra components to it, that should not be there. I should be able to rehearse. I should be able to sing my song for you. I should be able to dance for you. I should be able to do all of that without you placing a caveat in place that I have to then do X, Y, and Z with you in a sexual way in order for me to be able to present you my talent. That is inappropriate, and that is a violation of the law. That is quid pro quo. You cannot do any of those things at all. You should not have a cat. Either you want to listen to my mixtape or you don't. Either you want to see me perform or you don't. There should have never been any suggestion, insinuation, claim, any of that that says, well, I can only do it if you provide a sexual favor or let me provide a sexual favor on you. That should have never taken place. That's where we differ. I don't think that there's
Right.
any acceptable lane that allows him to make a claim. That's the same way if we're at work and you want a promotion. Your boss cannot take you in that office and say, "Look, if you want to, I want to give it to you, but you got to do X, Y. Let me do X, Y, and Z first." Those things are totally illegal. You can't do that. And we would think that was inappropriate, even if you knew that one of your people went along with it and said, well, girl, I needed that promotion, so I went ahead and did it. It would still be inappropriate that she was even propositioned to do something like that. You can't.
And again, she, even if you're gonna say she agreed to it by her going over there, right? Which is, implied, right? It's still against the law. The action is still against the law, whether she agreed to it or not. I don't understand why, we have this disconnect when it comes to that. It's
Well, you
still
ain't, well,
against
Miss
the
Angie,
law.
you ain't got no disconnect with me. Only thing I'm saying is no Rico. Why he couldn't? But I think I'm not saying it right. When I say no Rico, they just jump past all the other charges. Because I thought when you bribe the government official, if I went down there and I bribed the government official, and I want to get a license, and I know the disclaimer when you go in there, this carries up to the maximum of 5 years. He ain't get that. He got there. They want to give him 100 years for that. That's what I'm saying. Now I don't know about all them other ones. Let me just say me. I don't see. I didn't see no Rico. Now I see state charges. I don't disagree with that. See state charges. So my
but when
question
it
was, how
comes
did they
to
all over that?
when it comes to charging, right? They have
Yeah.
discretion to pick and choose
Mm-hmm.
whatever statute your circumstances, meaning your what you allegedly have done,
Yeah,
is that
yeah, I
designated,
get
right?
it. I get it.
So
Okay,
they
when
don't
he
have
had
to
sex,
pick the lowest one.
when he
Mm-hmm.
had
Okay,
sex
they
with
can
Jane
go
Doe
along
number
with whatever
five.
they want to go along with.
Yeah, but I understand when he had sex. I sit here in my my living room watching it. When he had sex with Jane Doe number five, then once he took her across them state lines, it was just a wrap right there. It was just a done deal. We yeah, but he didn't know at that time that that girl was not 18.
Right, and I
He
understand all
Yeah.
still
that.
didn't know in that 1 month, in them 2 weeks. So that was 6 weeks.
But he
I,
did know that she wanted a music career. He did know that she was, and it even set up documentation on his behalf for her to travel. What? For her music career. He knew that those things were at play, yet there are all of these sexual behaviors that then come in because he's saying, hey, if you want to get that, come along with me on the road and continue to do all these sexual favors along the way because that's the only way that I can process your music and see if you have true talent. That is a problem.
she
It's
never said that in the Gayle King interview. She ain't say that. I don't know what kind of lies. I can't remember the lies she got up there on that stand, but in that Gayle King interview, it was some validity to her interview. You
Yeah.
trust and believe that. It was some validity to what she said. Because she tried to tell us, even though we know we can't charge the parents, and we all agree to disagree, and some of us agree with the negligence on the parents. She said it in there.
Which is also some validity to what he said in saying who would sell their children to me, who would give their children to me. That's human trafficking. That's confirming that there were things that took place there. That's a problem.
I really don't believe R. Kelly meant it in that sense. That goddamn Gil King drove him up in the corner. I don't see that. I see where you're going with that, and I can agree. But I can see some other type of behavior going on. I think that unfortunately that whatever this scenario came and partook upon R. Kelly, it was a beast and it fed it it was a tragedy to me.
Sky, yes, there was. There was the
Hmm.
document. I'm talking about the document. I
It
see
was a
Sky
tragedy
still
to
in
me.
the chat. I'm talking about the document to say that she's in the custody of Valerie Payton and that the belief that she was with the music, the record label or whatever the case may be. That was the agreement, is that she could travel with him to learn the ropes or whatever, or start to establish if the music career would be a legitimate career for her. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about there. I'm not saying that they had like a legal contract or anything, but that's the written agreement that he had, which occurred again and confirms at that point. I know she's not 18 because 18-year-olds don't need permission slips in order to travel with me and to perform or learn the music business, as he said, so on and so forth. So that's what I'm talking about when I say that there was uh the whole thing was steeped in her establishing or at least exploring the music industry.
and does anybody understand with the majority of these charges that it's kind of make it kind of easy
The
for you
body.
to understand that the crime did not start until the physical activity,
Yes.
not the driving over there and
She
the thing
said
and
she
the
said she did not have sex with R. Kelly until she turned 18.
But under
okay,
oath,
but
she
what I'm
said
saying,
different.
but okay, what she said in court.
Under oath.
She was under pressure. Them
Hold
feds put the girl,
on
them
now.
feds put the
Wait,
pressure on
hold
her.
on,
And
hold
It's the
on,
with
cause
the promising
that
her
caused the
all
trouble.
kinds of lawsuits and
hold
all
on,
kinds of things.
cause
Oh
y'all
no.
trying to take liberty with the
Y'all ain't even
narrative.
about to get me to think that the feds
Uh-uh.
didn't play dirty on this. You know
Hold
them
on.
feds went in there hard in the paint and
See,
told that
hold on.
girl if she didn't say, because some of that stuff you could tell that she was told what to say. And she was
Wait,
told to constantly say, I don't recall.
wait. Let me get on record because we're not gonna take liberty with the narrative now. Okay, there was no conversation of quid pro quo that you're gonna have to do this in order to do an addition. He told her out the rip, I want to have sex. Her mother
Yes,
was pushing
ma'am.
the
Yes,
audition.
ma'am.
Once the young lady got there, he tried to kiss her. She didn't leave. She engaged in the sexual activity. Now, going forward to the spot where you're talking about Valerie Payton, Valerie Payton is Juice's mother, who was R. Kelly's friend. That's not no Sony executive. She is R. Kelly's friend, and the only thing that was in that letter is she is given the legal guardianship of her. There's nothing saying she was given legal guardianship to pursue a music career. There was no stipulation given. That's what I'm saying. I can't allow you to add that in there as if that's legit. That's not what happened. There was
That's,
no agreement at any time for me to do a record for her or for them to have any type of music career established. It
He
never
said in the
happened.
Gayle King interview,
yeah.
he told them they couldn't sing off rip.
No, I'm saying it never happened in this letter that she's trying to state. That's R. Kelly's
Yeah.
friend. Valerie Payton is Juice's mother. That's not no Sony executive. That's R. Kelly's friend. The parents consented for their daughter to go with R. Kelly's friend under legal guardianship. It
But
don't
they
say
were under
nothing
the
about
impression
I'm
that it was
giving I'm allowing my daughter to go to pursue a music career. That was written nowhere. That
no,
never
no, no,
occurred.
no, no, no. No. I'm not saying that they wrote that out. No, no, no. I'm saying that agreement, the fact that she needed a guardian to be there, period, suggests that well, it doesn't suggest, it confirms
That was the
that he knew
overlay
that
for the
she,
underplay for when they sent her ass back.
Yeah, that was after
No,
the fact.
That was the
but
overlay. All that
the
paperwork,
whole,
Angelo came up with that.
wait a minute. The whole purpose of their meeting was for her to audition for him. So that
No,
is,
that no,
yeah.
that's what they saying. He wanted to have sex.
Yeah, that's what.
He wanted to have sex.
okay
He didn't say anything about no audition. The mother didn't even say nothing about no audition. She told her his intentions of having sex. And when she got
right.
there
No,
and,
She
R. Kelly
did.
I'm just
engaged,
speaking to your statement about she wasn't going there to seek no music career or whatever. And I'm saying she just her purpose was to do an audition.
that's what she's saying her purpose was, but R. Kelly's purpose was to have sex. And for her to get
That's
there,
what they
and
lying
but hold
about.
on, but
That's
hold
what
on.
we
When
saying.
she got there and saw that R. Kelly engaged and tried to go for a kiss, she should have saw at that point, okay, my mama didn't talk him down, so I need to leave. She didn't leave. She engaged in a sexual act.
She
So
knew what she was going for.
I'm saying we can't twist up what happened and try
Versus
and
the
add to
law.
the
And I
situation
already said,
of what occurred.
however you said the encounter occurred, how they got there, who said what on the phone, the mama, what the intentions was, and all of that. Coming from out there, her door, coming into the door of R. Kelly, into the arms of R. Kelly. I'll give you all of that. I'm trying to figure out what's the disagreement, what's the disconnect.
And
What's the
also,
problem?
can I use another example?
Because the disconnect is the narrative of trying to make it as if the
No,
young lady
Rico.
didn't know his intentions. I'm talking about Jane Doe #5. I ain't talking about none of the rest of them. It's the intentions, his intentions at the beginning in regards to what he wanted to occur.
We know
I'm
she
saying
was.
we're
Whether
trying
she
to make
knew or
it as
not was
if
irrelevant.
he
That's
agreed
irrelevant.
because Miss Mo keeps saying he said that he was going to give her an audition, but he wants to have sex with her first. There was no conversation of that. He never
Yes,
said,
it
"Hey,
was.
you're gonna have to have
Yes,
sex
it
with
was.
me in order to get a
He
contract."
said he must come. He said he must ejaculate first before they said all of that in
Thank
court.
you.
It's in the transcript.
Yeah, that's the testimony.
They said all of that.
Also,
And
if
we
we
said,
use
and we said we could go
He
back,
already
Sky.
said he
Them
wanted to
was
have sex.
lies.
I
Them was
told you.
lies, Angie.
I told you you can abort the law. Just don't worry about using it. It's fine. It's good. What you gonna say, Miss Mo?
okay, so I think we have to be very careful here because if we use the same line of logic, somebody who goes to goes over to a bank can say and robs it can say, "Well, I didn't intend to go over there for that. This just happened. Once I got there and I saw the money, I went ahead and went through it." And we're supposed to say, "Well, you didn't go over there for that, or you went over there for a different purpose. So that means you're not culpable for the ultimate action that took place." Once you said, "Give me the money out of the back," that's where the crime occurred. What happened prior to that, your thinking prior to that, what you actually thought it was going to be a situation, the crime itself is what we're talking about. And there was, like we said, we have to, you're saying that like I'm trying to twist stuff up, which is not my intention at all. I'm just saying, based upon what we know and the evidence that was presented, this is how the circumstances came to be, that he did know at some point she was 17. He got the permission slip taking place. It was under the guise that she was a music executive. We now know that she was not at all a music executive, but it was presented that way, and it was presented so that she could potentially further explore a career in the music industry. And even it doesn't matter all of this other stuff that we keep bringing in. Now, let's be clear. It matters to me as Mo on the street and a person on the street because there's some grimy stuff that took place, I feel, in order to get all of these situations to align. 100%. That part, we are, if we were to be talking on that level, we would be probably arm in arm in saying, yeah, this is some BS. But that's not what I'm talking about. Each crime isolated in and of itself, and all these other factors as to how she led up to it and who this person really was or what have you. That's the whole point of the RICO, is to say there was a whole lot of scheming and plotting here to make sure that crimes could take place. So yeah, it was music related, and or at least at some point there was still this music element in there. Now, how her mom and what her mom said to her and how all of that happened and then everything else in between, when are these crimes taking place and when does he have knowledge? That's what we're responsible for.
Okay, so
That's
let
what
me say this:
crime.
the only reason why there is a music idea or even conversation is because that's what the whole indictment was. They're saying that he used his celebrity, his image, his likeness
Yeah.
as a celebrity to coerce and induce these women to have these sexual acts. That's what this is about. That's
No,
where the
He
whole
had to do
thing,
none of
where the
that.
music comes in.
no.
There was no conversation of, if you had this, I'm gonna give you a record deal if you do this, and yada yada
Yeah.
yada. He stated at the beginning with Jane Doe number 5 his intentions. Okay, when you look at the overall indictment, that is where they came in and said, because of his celebrity, that's why he was able to pull all this stuff off, because he had this prestigious image that these women wanted to be around. That's
No,
what they said.
no, ma'am. The whole indictment is actually about him having a network of individuals to help him commit crimes, not just the sheer fact that he is a celebrity. Now that could have been an element
Where the
as to what
network
they
at?
applied to him, but no, the whole thing is a RICO is saying you have a network of people
Where
who are
they at?
working in tandem with one another in order to help you commit crime. That's what
Well,
RICO
Angelo
is.
Okay, right,
Dare
but
him
he
as
had no
one of them.
network in the situation of Jane Doe number 5. There was no network. That was him and her and the mother.
And the
There was
daddy,
no
and the
No,
network.
daddy,
that's
and
it.
the
That's
daddy.
Okay, but
inaccurate.
they're talking
Miss,
about
hold
the
on. Let
people
me let
that
me let me let me
made
finish
phone
my
calls and
thought.
booked
That's
flights and
not
stuff.
true. That's not true because there's also the booking of tickets. You see
The
the text.
mother did that. Her mother
Let
drove her to his
me
location.
finish. Let me
She's
finish,
the one
guys.
that booked the tickets. That's what I'm saying. If anything, she would be part of the enterprise when it
Let
comes to
me
her
finish.
situation.
Let me
Man, wait a
finish,
minute. Then
guys.
there were people watching her, like the twins and all of that.
Yes, all of these people booking
The
tickets. Her
driver
mom
and
did not book
all
all
of
of those
that counts
tickets.
as a part of the enterprise.
That's the network.
All
That's
that was later
That's
on, people.
associated in fact.
I'm
Associated
talking
in fact.
about
Man,
at
no,
the
that was
beginning.
that.
It
That was
was
the
three
setup.
people.
That was the setup. That was the setup.
It was three people.
That
R.
was the
Kelly didn't have
goddamn
nobody
setup.
book no ticket for him. Even in the conversation, when she in the text message, it says he wants to know, can I travel with him? And the mother said, okay, you can travel with him. There was no enticement, coercion, persuasion. She's telling her mother she's gonna travel with him.
Oh Lord.
Are you
Okay.
serious?
That's what it says. Read the text
I was tired
messages.
of going over the same damn
That was
thing.
in the
Oh
text
my God.
messages. She stated that.
No, no, no,
Read
no.
the indictment. That's all. Just read the
Yeah,
indictment. I don't know what else to say. Oh my God.
But I'm
I
gonna
think
hop
they
off
were
of here
right.
because I feel like I got my point on the table, but I still stand where I do. But I'm saying there is no music agreement. That none of that ever occurred. There was no quid pro quo. None of that occurred. That's all I'm saying. All right, y'all have a good day.
All
All
right.
right.
I mean, I appreciate that perspective, but I could not be. I mean, I just based upon what I have read, I couldn't disagree more. I don't think, because to me, that's exactly what was described on the stand in the testimony. That's exactly what the additional evidence supports. And even now, let's call a spade a spade. You don't gotta like the girl, but the girl can sing. The girl absolutely can sing. That's a fact. And she's still trying to pursue a music career even to this day. And you saw so many of those text messages between her and her mom talking about the music. And she's not saying, Mom, I don't want to sing every time her mom brings up the audition and what to do and this, that, and the third. She's not saying, Mom, I hate this. She's saying, okay, I'm on the job. Yeah, I'm up. I'm going to get focused. I'm going to do this. He wants me to, he's saying that I could do this. He's saying that I could do this. All these hoop dreams are being sold to her, and therefore this thing is still all intertwined with the carrot dangled of you can be the next Aaliyah, you can be the next, whoever the new female star is, and I can help you do that, but you got to go through this kind of rites of passage, which aligns again with what Javante Cunningham said took place years before that. She doesn't know as from a can. I mean, Jane Doe number 5 from a can of paint, and she's giving the same exact mo over again, that she's saying, y'all, you got to do X, Y, and Z certain things in order to have this music career, in order to be a backup singer and a dancer and all of these things like that. The same MO continues to reemerge itself over and over again. So I don't know how we can get to a place of understanding on that.
Honey, I don't know. I'm so confused.
I am too.
It's like we keep talking about the inducing enticement. Keep saying they think it's inducing enticement for him to have sex, for him to, and it's not that. It's just
No.
read straight down the charges, read the facts and the elements, and it tells you what it pertains to. It
Yeah.
doesn't pertain to getting somebody to come over to your house.
No.
Not that type of. And I mean, I understand where you would think that. That's not what they're
Yeah.
talking about.
I see Mr. New Black up here. How are you, Mr. New Black?
Hey, New Black.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Doing
All
all
right,
right.
what's good with him?
I'm good. I'm good. Miss Walker, I hope I'm going to be.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I said I hope Miss Walker don't cuss me. So.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
What is he about to do?
No,
Only thing I said.
go
I'm sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was
Oh,
listening.
only thing I said was Damn, that's what I'm trying to make it this long. Only thing I said was on the show. I
He's breaking up for me.
Yeah, you're in the matrix.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking
I can
up.
hear you now.
Okay, I'm gonna leave out and come back in then.
I can
All
hear
right.
you now.
Yeah, you seem bad clear now.
Okay. Anyway, I was telling Levi earlier on his show. I was like, Levi, you and JoJo, y'all gotta know how to deal with Miss Walker. You know what I mean? Y'all have to know she's a woman. She's a black woman. You know what I mean? She didn't pay no 40, 50, $100,000 to go to law school. You know what I mean? To get this certificate, and she's not gonna let y'all just tell her how to do her job, and y'all ain't paid nothing. So I'm like, then black women are emotional. And I was like, whenever a black woman can't beat you or get over, I'm not gonna say get over, but beat you intellectually, whatever. What they gonna do? They gonna yell at you? They gonna cuss at you? You know what I mean? So y'all gotta know how to deal with y'all sisters out here. You know what I mean? Cause
Intellectually, hold on. That's the problem.
I know that's why I said this walker gonna cuss me out.
He tried it. He tried it.
Intellectually. That's the problem. That's why they have to resort to the trickery and the okay, like not using everything I say, but want to center on a piece of something I said, or saying, "Well, but you do. Why you just can't agree with me?" Who says that?
Yeah.
Why I just can't agree with you because you're wrong. And don't get mad at me because you don't understand nothing about the law. You don't know where to go. You don't know what to use. You just pissing in the damn wind. Basically. And trying to build and trying to say I'm wrong when I have a track record of being right. You, on the other hand, have a track record of being wrong. Your record's so bad, they bringing up when you said the man's gonna get on Valentine's Day, Christmas, Hanukkah. They even going to that. You don't hear them out there doing that on me. Are you serious?
Another.
You don't hear not one of his arguments being materialized through the goddamn the people's defense team. You don't hear none of that. Okay, you don't heard my shit, my theories and stuff. That's been very similar, if not dead on. You don't heard my answers come back before the response come back from the prosecution or the judge, and we in line. He ain't got shit right. He's still trying to determine if somebody is innocent or guilty, and it ain't even about that. It's about what you can prove, unless she's arguing actual innocence, meaning he did not do that, did not do any of that. And again, like we had an argument up here about that, he didn't even understand that. You can't argue actual innocence in crimes that involve physical activity and crimes that have alleged evidence to support the goddamn elements. So no, you can't argue that.
Yeah, I also told Levi and JoJo, don't cuss me out, Miss Walker. You know how y'all just be talking, having fun on the show. I don't take this shit seriously. But I said, I said JoJo and Miss Walker supposed to be like, that's supposed to be his woman or whatever, right? I said, JoJo, that's your woman. You gotta know how to deal with your woman. You know what I mean? As a man, you supposed to be like, hey, I'm not. She gonna be like, Miss Walker gonna be like, hey, you coming over tonight? I'll make you some something to eat. You know what I mean? I want to spend some alone time with you. But JoJo supposed to be like, no, I'm not in the mood. You know what I mean? Because you don't respect me. You yell at me. You cuss me out. So I'm not finna fuck with you today. And that's how you gonna put a woman in that place.
New Black, don't start that this morning. Don't start that.
Miss Walker, I just be joking, Miss Walker. I just be joking.
That's not going to happen.
Gosh.
Go ahead, Mo.
I said, please don't start New Black. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
No, that's how you deal with women.
New Black, stick with yours. You have, a great situation going on for you and all of the ones that you have. Leave that over there. Don't bring that over here.
Yeah, don't bring it over here. I would have to start
a
get
somebody
live, and your name is gonna be in the title.
Yeah, you're gonna get somebody. He's gonna get somebody hemmed up. He's gonna get somebody. He's leading a lot of people astray right now.
Right. So I mean, that is crazy. He know I'm gonna stand on principle and what's right and what I said. What happened?
I think he dropped
Oh,
off.
okay.
His
He
connection was
already,
so
Jojo
bad.
already knows that. But
He just
he,
trying to stir
here
you
you
up.
go.
He's trying to stir you up.
Yeah, be trying to, push your buttons and start shit. That's what these men do around here with me. They like to start shit
Yeah.
because not most of them, some of them are narcissistic, male chauvinistic, and the whole goddamn nine.
Yeah. And
And
that's a big
I'm
part
like,
of it.
wait a minute, I'm not. You ain't gonna tell me. That's like me. I promise you, that's like me going on their job, telling them how to do whatever, what they do.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, and then I'm gonna stand on it. Hell no.
Uh-uh.
I look like a damn fool. And all I'm saying is there are ways to prove who's telling the truth, who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah.
Let's see if it gets fleshed out through the legal process. Whose narrative
Mm-hmm.
gets pushed. Let's
Yeah.
see what happens
Yeah.
and how it happens. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
I'm willing to do it. They wouldn't even pull up and just Google deferred prosecution or whatever and see what it tells. I did it in the blind because I knew I was right. I knew what I
Mm-hmm.
was saying was going to be supported by something I found.
Yeah.
Because that's just what it is. You can't take. He wants to take the fact that Debo had conditions when he was under,
House arrest.
under care, under authority by what is it, the probate or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of the name, the word. Oh, supervision. I'm sorry. When he's
Mm-hmm.
under supervision, either supervised, whatever, they're gonna have conditions. Certain, like, can't talk to this person. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
can't talk to somebody in your case if you got a
Yeah.
case with somebody.
You know,
Maybe
you could have internet at some point or something like
right.
that. Mm-hmm.
Internet. If you on the motherfucker threatening people, of course you can have internet.
Yeah.
So stuff like that. That's going to be listed. Okay, but when you got a deferred prosecution, not saying those things can't be listed, but the details and the conditions, especially if you got an agreement,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what deferred prosecution is, an agreement. It's going to tell you, spell out what you can and cannot goddamn do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's just it. They get overzealous in their desire to, to see somebody, whatever, get, if you say what they deserve or whatever, or pay back or whatever, and then they just go to the extreme, and that's fine. You can wage your war, you can start your propaganda campaign,
Yeah.
replete with narratives and all types of shit. But don't try to tell me I'm wrong. I'm not making no sense. I'm kissing that. I'm doing this, whatever. When that is not the case. When you don't even understand the law, and I'm giving you resources for you to sit down and pay attention. If you are sincere about help, but
Mm-hmm.
yes, but they got this man on the phone crying and shit, talking about, the girl done read my emails and done flipped on me. And acting as if that's a goddamn crime
Defense.
committed by the prosecution. They don't give a damn how a person flip on your ass.
Yeah.
Long as it's done within the confines of the law, they don't give a shit. She done got hold of some emails, and got mad and then stole your money.
Yeah.
That's the price you pay for, doing whatever. That's just it. So the solution would not be found in that. And they spend so much time on bullshit instead of going somewhere and finding the solution. One that passes all the checkpoints. The legal checkpoint is number one. That's number one.
Yeah. And that's the reason why for me, I enjoy Jennifer Bonjean's motions. I always do. And I think
Yes.
a lot of times they show great brilliance. And the reason
Yes.
why I think that is because to me, what she does so well is she finds ways to work within the law or to
Yes.
highlight inequities in the law. And she uses that as her means to see if she can get her clients, a new
Yes.
trial or
Yes.
or even in Bill
Yes.
Cosby's case out of
Oh, yes.
prison and that sort of thing. But she also stays within that. She's only going to go but so far as
Mhm.
just all of these conspiracies and speculation. And
Yes.
she's not just going to lob stuff out there that, with all
Right.
due respect, I feel like a lot of R. Kelly supporters just want her to lob out street talk and, well, we think it should
Yeah.
be, and this and that, and conflating things, or even, for instance, the whole thing about the text messages, the fact that they are adamant that those need to be reintroduced or presented in some way, shape, or form. She does not spend her time on some of these futile arguments because she
Right.
understands and knows that I still need to be doing things that are aligned with what the courts and what the system will allow.
Right. Right. I
For
mean, no, they
whatever
won't.
reason, they think that they just have lost that there's some linchpin somewhere that she just hasn't caught on to yet, but it's coming any day now. And I think what you have said, and even what she has showed through her motions, is that that's not going to happen because those things are not applicable. They're not appropriate. And they're outside of what the court will allow. And I've said this before. I think Sky and Levi and the people who, quite frankly, you could just tell they really do advocate for R. Kelly. And I think it's awesome that he
Mhm.
has people like that. But I think
Yep.
those people would be better served if they would take more of a Bonjean approach of truly
Right.
leaning into and accepting the rules as they are,
Yep.
instead of trying to go down la la land and
Mhm.
trying to push things or trying to make things quite frankly, to make these confessions of his crimes, be something
Yeah.
that can be, oh well, they'll cast away. Well, because it's this and because it's that. No, if they would lean into truly just accepting the law as fact, accepting the evidence that was presented as fact, there would be many more loopholes that many of them would be able to find in order to truly be able to give
Right.
some plausible arguments in his defense. And that doesn't
Right.
happen because we keep one confessing over and over to him committing the crime just in passive ways, right?
Yeah.
That's number one thing that needs to stop, because quite frankly, I would not want, if I was his defense attorney, I would not want those text messages within 100 miles of this trial. And I'm going to
Thank
tell
you.
you why. Because it over and over again corroborates that she was in a relationship. It over and over corroborates that they were having sexual activity during
Yeah.
times when they should not have been. It over and over it acknowledges rules being set and all these other people, and it pretty much does so much to corroborate that a RICO did indeed take place and that violations of the law took place. If I was his defense attorney, I don't care what those text messages said, that might, the one or two things that might help me, I would never want them introduced in trial, because they could be they could quite frankly be the nail in the
Can
coffin
can
as
can
far
I
as I
say
see.
something?
I
Can I
mean,
say
and what
something?
happens is it really confirms the damn elements and
Yeah,
supports the facts that they submitted in the case. That's
yeah.
really what it does. It cements it. So it's just crazy. Go ahead, Miss
And it makes
Courtney.
yeah, one before you say that, Miss Courtney. Also, it also presents. I don't personally feel this way. I've tried to say this repeatedly, but nobody wants to hear it. It also puts Jane Doe in a situation, Jane Doe number 5 specifically, in a situation where she looks like a person who was even that much more vulnerable because of the parenting that she was experiencing. So quite frankly, I think it could have swayed a jury in the opposite of direction of what they're thinking, because it go, if anything, you look at this and go, oh crap, she had a parent who wasn't even looking out for her. Oh my gosh, this is awful, right? This is awful
Right.
parenting. And then she gets down the road and things start happening to her that are spun out of her control. It makes her look like even more of a vulnerable victim, quote, fingers there,
Victim. Yep.
if you will. Go ahead, Miss Courtney.
I don't think that all of us that's for Kels. We don't think that way. I don't think that way when it comes to Miss Bonjean. I think that Bonjean is doing an excellent job, and I think morally and ethically and lawfully he deserves a fair chance to the bitter end, to the bitter end. And I don't think I disagree. We don't all think that way. And I think that when it comes for me, at least she's putting the information out so the public
Mhm.
can we can have our own opinion on about the text messages. I'm not saying put all that in there. I'm just saying just let the facts still be known and let the public still come up with whether a person want to say now I don't whether they want to say free R. Kelly, he's not innocent. I just still say that we thank her for her releasing the information that she releases and sticking up for him and making it easier for him in there. Well, we just ain't gonna give up on the man.
Yeah, and I don't think you should. I really don't. I think that the people who support him or the people who have questions about the law and why it's structured this way and wanting to advocate for, greater fairness and equity and standardization of the law, I'm all for that. I just will hope that we get, which, at this point I've kind of given up most of that hope, but there's still a glimmer there that there will
Yeah,
be
but
some time where people will at least just accept the facts as the facts, not twisting up the timeline, not trying to make excuses for the behavior that took place. Like I respect the people who can at least acknowledge, yes, the evidence supports that these things took place. I don't agree with the sentencing or whatever, similar to what you said.
well,
And
that's
here's
me.
the reason why I don't have a problem with that at all. And even Miss Carla sometimes will say it, like she's conflicted with certain things. That's the discussion that I can have, but the people who just have to who try to flat out and say none of it happened, no herpes, no coercion, no this, everything is no,
Well,
even though
it was some work.
but then they
It
acknowledge the evidence that says it did. I just
It
go with
was
that.
it was some gossip. It was some gossip on the streets and solidified on a big platform that girl had herpes before she even met R. Kelly, and
Who?
that came out of Summer Walker's mouth. That was on BuzzFeed, all of that because they was groupies. They was sure enough confessed groupies.
Summer
And one of them
Summer Walker knew
played
Asriel?
a role. One of them played a role on Love and Hip Hop. See, so some of this stuff we still we what we saying we under like y'all saying we got to understand the conduct. But what we trying to tell the people on the other side, y'all got to understand the conduct too. It was some other conduct going on that was condoned. That was condoned.
Summer Walker knew the Jane Doe number 5?
Okay, no, not Jane Doe number 5. Uh, 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 not the singer Summer Walker. Dang, what is the girl name? She was the one that was on Love and Hip Hop, and
Hey
they
Michelle?
introduced her as the side chick to Lyrica Anderson, a husband.
Oh, okay, okay.
Her and that girl that R. Kelly that accused R. Kelly of giving her herpes, they
Faith.
were best friends. They were already Instagram groupie hoes. That's
Faith?
documented. That's documented, and that's facts. Anybody could see that part of that. Yeah, they fell out on Instagram Live
Faith
over
Rogers did?
Faith Rogers was friends with Summer Bunny. Summer
Okay.
Bunny.
Okay.
Summer Bunny. Yes. Yes, ma'am. It's some of us that was die hard in it, and some of us can recall because on what 6 years now. But I agree to disagree with some of the things that you're saying. But we do I feel that Jennifer Bonjean is doing an excellent job
Mm-hmm.
because you never know. It might be some people who would have said, I don't want to even deal with the case. At least he got somebody fighting for him. So I don't think that's necessarily true about everybody that's over
But
here on
here's
the
the thing,
side.
though, Miss Courtney. Let me ask you this. So here's the thing: the way and Angie, correct me if I'm wrong. The way that I understand the law that he was convicted of related to faith was the sheer
Mhm.
exposure of an STD, which you're not allowed to do. And I've been saying this in the chat. I said it overnight before I rolled over, and I said it again today. Consent cannot occur where harm or trauma exists. So when you're talking about, her falling out with Summer Bunny and all, okay, they can do
Okay.
that and they can even be groupies. But he, according to the law that he was convicted of, even if she was a group, even if she was laying it low, spreading it
But
wide,
according to the
hold
law,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
according to the law,
hold on, hold on.
okay, all right.
So even if she was, or quite frankly, even I'll go a step further, even a
Mhm.
prostitute cannot be exposed
Mhm.
to a STI or any sort of uncurable disease. You cannot do that knowingly. Even the sheer fact, even if he picked up a prostitute, we know what a prostitute is out there
And
to do.
he
That
can't
prostitute,
either. Somebody
okay,
got him
hold on,
on
hold
top.
on.
Not only on top of that, Greenberg, before all the chaos was coming in the kill sector, we was doing the research. Maybe Miss Angie can correct me. They were saying that the New York law stated that was a misdemeanor. That was a misdemeanor according
Yeah,
to
but
New
that
York
was
law
put
in
in,
19 such and such.
but it was put in as a component of the RICO. My point is this: is that it doesn't.
I don't agree with that.
Why is it even a factor for you, at least? Because I'll get you to speak for yourself. Why is it a factor for you of
Yeah.
what her background was, or if she was groupies, or if she was sleeping around with all of the celebrities, or what have you? When the point of the crime, or the crime that's on the table, is he cannot expose her to the condition, even if she still had it. Here's the thing: even if one person, I have it, you are still not allowed to expose somebody else to a condition like that. That's what the law is
I
saying.
think
You
that that I
cannot
think
do it.
that they I think that they bent it and took that law too far. When over X amount of the population has herpes. We not saying who gay. We saying that herpes is a common STD that you do not lose your life for, and you shouldn't get no goddamn 30 years for it either.
And I'm
I,
gonna
I
argue.
rest my okay. I rest that.
I accept your
Yeah,
opinion
you
on
don't
that,
get
but I will say
nobody
this:
30
for
years
me,
for that. You
I'm
can
gonna tell you
expose a
why they do.
baby.
And again, that's up to the law. Now, as far as how much they want to give you for it, that's a whole different conversation. But what I will say is this: what we do know is herpes can cause a host of things, including cervical cancer, which is terminal. Okay, it can cause all kinds of other. It can make you infertile as well. I mean, with all due respect, many of us as women, that's their life dream, is to have a child and whatever. And to find out later on that you might not be able to because somebody
No, it
exposed me to
doesn't.
something,
No, it
that's a
doesn't. No,
lifetime
it
worth of
doesn't.
pain
No,
right
it
there, is
don't.
it not?
No, it don't. No, it don't. It don't
What do you
make
mean? No,
no, it
what
don't.
doesn't?
No, it don't.
What?
It herpes doesn't that's a low risk. That's a low risk. The highest risk
Yes.
is you giving when you get pregnant, you cannot have the baby vaginally. You must have a C-section. But that I got you got to show me the numbers on that. Oh,
Herpes, yeah,
you
herpes
got
is
to
a
show
derivative of a HPV.
show me the
HPV is
connect. You
part of
got to show me the
what
big.
causes cervical cancer. Yes, they're all in that same thing. Yes, it can cause cervical cancer.
Not at
It's
all.
what?
Yeah,
Not at all. Not at
yeah.
all. Not at all. I'm not saying it can't. I'm saying the risk. I want to know the numbers. The risk of that is human to human contact. That argument should be more greater than cervical cancer. But still, that STD, herpes, and y'all are so fixated, on that herpes charge. That is common. That's common. You can carry herpes and only have one outbreak in your life and still can pass that on. You
Miss
can have
Courtney,
her
You're not.
Miss
ain't no,
Courtney, the history behind it,
that ain't no crime
the risk
like that.
factor, huh?
I'ma fall
I'm
No,
on
no,
back,
Kim's
Miss
the
side.
Angie.
history,
I'ma
the
fall
history
back.
behind
I
the
don't
herpes
believe.
and
I mean,
all that.
I ain't
That's
about to. I don't
fine,
want to go. Yeah,
but we,
okay. I can
but
get with that, but you can't get me to see that you gonna give nobody 30 years for that. No.
but he
Mm-mm.
was charged federally. He wasn't
I
charged in
still
state.
I believe what Greenberg now was trying to fight for. What the law said over there in New York. It was a misdemeanor. That's what I believe.
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
if he was
believe that
charged,
was that you could have. If that's the case, everybody who passing that shit along the feds need to go knocking.
I'm on
That's
the
that's
hold
that's
on.
that's my thought. That's
Let
just
me.
my thought process on
I
that.
understand
I'ma
it.
fall
And-
back. I'ma
Okay.
fall back on that one.
All
I'll
right.
fall back.
Okay. I'll say this. Two quick things I'll say is when it comes down to how many years he got. He didn't get 30 years exclusively for any of the individual charges. He got 30 years for the accumulation, the cumulative effect of all of these charges in together. Also, I am currently on the American Cancer Society website. Angie, if you may allow me to, I'd just like to read a quick paragraph here.
mm,
It says conditions that can cause cancer. Human herpes virus. It has it listed there. I'm going to skip down to where it says they call it HHV is a rare, slow growing cancer that often appears as reddish purple blue tumors, so on and so forth. Then it goes on to say the infection makes them divide too much and live longer than they should. These types of changes may eventually turn into cancer cells. And then it goes on to talk about how you can get herpes and that sort of thing. So it is a possibility that herpes can result in you later on down the line. And here's the thing: we don't know whether somebody's will or not, and that's the
So
reason why I
what do
feel.
he get later?
Hold on,
So
Miss
what do
Courtney, let
he
me
get later on?
finish.
So what do he get later on down the line? Somebody gave it to him.
And somebody should have gone to jail for that,
Shit.
and somebody should have
And
been
I
held
rest my
accountable. But these
case.
girls
Somebody
didn't
gave
do
it
it.
to him.
Yeah, and those people should be held
Shit.
full account to it. He should have called the cops and he should have gotten them arrested. The same way that we want those girls to have the know or wherewithal to be able to leave a room and do this and make all these decisions about what was going on. He should have been able to do the same, and he certainly had a network of people who could have helped him to do the same. He did not. And if we find out who that person is now, I think that person should be held accountable. That's just me. My point is the crime is structured because there are risks associated with you exposing someone to that could cause significant changes in how they navigate their lives that they should not have just thrown upon them. That should not be forced upon me, and nor should I even be exposed to a risk like that at all. That's what the law is about. The law is about the sheer exposure of it. Whoever gave it to him, however it came to be, whether she was a groupie or not, is not what the law is interested in. The law is interested in you possibly introducing something or exposing someone or even making it a possibility that the person could contract a condition without their knowledge and consent. That's what the law is about. That's the concern there. And I agree. Nobody should have exposed him to it. It's absolutely deplorable that anyone would do that. If they, especially if they did so knowingly. We could agree on that.
yep. Go ahead, New Black.
Oh, he's back.
New Black.
Is he on the road?
Yeah, he is.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
hear you
can hear
now.
you now.
Oh, this okay. I remember two things in the show. Some young lady saying, I know. Damn, what was it? Okay, it was something about the woman didn't deserve to get sex or whatever because she wanted to do music. That was the first thing. I disagree with disagree, and I'll tell you why I disagree. Because for one, Nobody. If you want to give a man a mixtape, fine. But for a man of R. Kelly's stature, should not take out 10 minutes of 5 minutes, 1 minute out of his time to come and listen to you perform. You know what I mean? No, you have to pay a fee. You have to pay a fee because for one, you're nobody in the music industry, and then for two, if you want to do a feature or something with a music celebrity, then you got to come up with some money. You know what I mean? But if you want to just drop off a tape, drop off the tape and get the fuck on. That's how it should have went. You know what I mean? And then for two, as far as this young lady just said, nobody should be exposed to this and that. You're right, but at the same time, when you take them clothes off, you're gonna get fucked. You know what I mean? This has nothing to do with the law or nothing like this. Everybody knows that if you're gonna engage in a sexual behavior with anybody, then protect yourself. If you don't protect yourself, you at risk for not protecting yourself, and you're liable to catch any damn thing. That should have nothing to do with the law. That's just human common sense. You know what I mean? Once you take the clothes off, and you don't say, "Wait a minute, baby, let's put this condom on because either I might get an STD or I don't want to get it pregnant." You know what I mean? A couple of things could happen. So if you're not smart enough to protect yourself, then how does the law have to say anything about that? That's between what happened in the bedroom between two people, willing adults. Should be in the bedroom between two willing participants, whether a man, woman, or whatever. You know what I mean? That's between them two. That shouldn't have nothing to do with the courts at all. You know what I mean? So that's what I want to say right now. I'm glad Ms. Walker ain't cussed me out. And for what I was saying earlier, I was telling JoJo and Levi, like, y'all gotta know how to deal with y'all women, the women out here, because women will run over y'all. You know what I mean? It's a verse in the Bible says, "Don't give your strength to a woman." And men act like they don't know how to preside or control a women. You know what I mean? Women just gonna run over them and call them nothing ass niggas and punk ass bitches. And it's like the respect level gonna be gone if you don't stand up and be a man. You know what I mean? But I just want to tell Ms.
Who
Walker
did
that
that?
earlier. Who
Who
did what?
did that, Miss Walker?
Who who did what? Oh, you talking to Ms. Walker? I'm
What you
sorry.
say? I'm talking to you. Who talks like that?
No, I didn't say Ms. Walker talks like that. I'm saying that for the most part, black women in America talks like that to men. You punk ass motherfucker, you punk ass nigga, you nothing ass nigga. Tell your mama to suck your dick. Most women I have encountered, when they get upset, when they get angry, they lash out. Black women in America lash out with the tongue. They say things like that to men. So I was telling JoJo, you have to be a man at all times. You cannot allow
And
Miss
they
Walker.
do
Don't
too.
don't
They
don't beat me
lash
up.
out too.
But
Right.
Them niggas
this
got a
is
mouth on them that you would rather a nigga hit you in the eye than for him to say what they said to you.
well, I'm not
Come
talking
on
about
now.
violence or nothing like
No,
that. You know what I
I
mean?
ain't condoning, I ain't advocating it either. But no, that niggas got mouths too.
Well, are you okay? I just said, I don't know if you're a Christian. I don't know your name or anything like that. But like I said, it's a scripture that says, "Do not give your strength to a woman, because a woman will knock down many kings." Before you know it, you won't be a king anymore if you give your strength to a woman, because women are emotional creatures by nature. So you should not give your strength to a woman. You know what I mean? At all times, be a
I
man. If you,
I agree.
at
I
all,
agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, but don't
there's
just
no
say
buts
that.
about it. I mean, it's no buts about it, man. If you agree, then you agree. Leave it alone. But you can't be
Okay.
like, but. No, ain't no buts. Everything in life has a but. But if you agree, you know what I mean. That's fine. You know what I mean. That's how our women are supposed to treat us, and then we're supposed to be a man that woman should be able to look up to. You're supposed to get up in the morning, exercise. You know what I mean. Take care of our bodies. Also, because when a woman looks as a man, she's supposed to see God inside of that man. But if she don't see God inside of you, she gonna disrespect you. You know. But go ahead. I'm gonna finish this right in the chat. You
Mr.
know.
New Black, Mr. New Black,
Yes. Yes.
you always stress me out.
I
You
stress you
stress
out.
me out so much. And again, I love hearing what you're saying. And your perspective. That said, the whole thing about it should be just between a man and a woman, I think that's what the law is expecting, even in having the law. That law specifically is assuming that everybody who engages in sexual behavior should be responsible both parties. And what they do is they're saying, hey, if you choose not to be responsible with your STI status, if you choose not to do what we expect you to do as common sense, as you called it, then guess what? You have now put somebody else who's going about it the right way at risk. And therefore, we feel that that is totally negligent on your part. It's inappropriate. You're playing with people's lives. And therefore, you are now accountable to the law, because when we gave you the opportunity to be responsible for yourself, you did not do so. The other piece of it, the context of that scripture that you just quoted, I'm not going to go there because we're not going to get into the Bible wars, but you know, the last part of that verse is also talking about something that's relevant to this particular case, which, now, of course, they're talking about drinking, like saying kings shouldn't drink at all. But it says that it's lest they forget the law. Do you remember the last part of it? And pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted. So they're already in that same exact verse talking about the fact that there are situations where people can misinterpret the law. People cannot hold people accountable for the law because they're not acting in sound judgment. So again, all the context there needs to be applied, but at the same time, I do think that the law does give us plenty of opportunity to take care of it and be responsible amongst ourselves. But when we don't, and then you put somebody's life, their happiness, their physical wellness in the balance, somebody needs to be able to hold you accountable for that, because you should have gone about it in a responsible way. I'm going to tell you right now, there are plenty of celebrities, especially males, that have STIs or that we believe have STIs, and people would still lay it low, spread it wide, and have a great time, and would openly consent to risking it all just for one night with Usher, just for one night with a R. Kelly, or whoever the person is that may have that condition. He could have still probably had just as many women if he would have had them sign an NDA that they're not going to disclose his health status, but that he told them before they engaged in it that he did have a potential condition, and that by engaging with him, they could potentially expose themselves to that. He didn't do that. That's what the law has a concern.
How many people do that? Oh my God.
It is very prevalent, and it's not appropriate. But here's the thing: if I choose to press charges on you because you did it, I'm not wrong, and it's not that the law is wrong because they're holding me accountable for something that I did. It is very common, but that's the reason why we have a major STI problem, especially in the African American community. It is absolutely an issue, but just because it's an issue, similar to the whole perspective that sometimes Sky comes with, where Chicago's a dangerous place, bad things happen all the time. That is not a plausible reason to say, well, then don't hold people accountable, please. No, you can't do. You see what I'm saying? That's not, for me, a good enough argument to say, well, because people get abducted all the time, because people get human trafficked all the time, because people get exposed to STIs all the time, then why are you holding anybody accountable? Let's just take that off of the books, and especially take it off when it applies to R. Kelly. That's not how this is. You still have the ability to move forward if you want to file charges, or if you don't. And the government certainly still has the ability to hold you accountable, even if that person does not choose to press charges about that. That's just what it is. That doesn't mean that you throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Well, I personally, I feel like, I know not everybody's gonna feel this way, but I don't feel like no white solution is gonna be good for black people. No white solution is gonna be good for black people because, for one, yeah, because I mean, it's like at the end of the day, it's all about money. It's all about money. You know what I mean? What happens between a man and a woman, they could discuss that. That woman can ask that man, and that man can ask that woman whatever questions they want before they do what they do. That's between them two and God. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, God should be the judge of everything, because if that woman knows the right questions to ask that man, and he also knows the right question to ask that woman, then the judges or the courts shouldn't have nothing to do with that. Like, I was telling, like, a lot of people don't understand Dana, but Dana, he right as far as a child support system or whatever. I got a 21-year-old son. I never paid child support a day in my life for him. I'm 44 years old. You know what I mean? And I that's because I did the right thing by asking this woman, getting to know her mind before I blessed her with my seed inside of her. Because I tell my son, you don't give a woman your seed. Your seed is worth something. You know what I mean? The ass may be fat, the face may be pretty, but you don't get caught up in your emotions and just give your seed to any and every woman. You know what? Because they'll see you to grow and it'll come back and backfire on you. You know what I'm saying? If that woman get upset, so he be like, "Oh, Pop, you were telling me some good shit." It's my job to tell you how to be a man when you grow up because you're 21 years old now. You know what I mean? I don't want to see you get one of these wretched women out here pregnant. You know what I mean? Now you got a baby by you. Now they trying to throw you on child support and mess your license up. You can't get to work. You know what I mean? They throw the white man on you. Don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Say your problems. Get to know her mind first. Once you know her mind, and you know she's not about uplifting white supremacy and threatening you and trying to get you shot up or whatever with these streets. Man, no, you don't want to have no chance that one for the rest of your life. Enjoy the moment for what it is, and as soon as if it don't work out, get the fuck on. It's up to her to treat you right, but at all times you gotta be the right man that presents the manhood and God. She got to see Godhood inside of you. You know what I mean? She don't see God's hood inside of you. You know what I mean? She gonna treat you like a goofy child of Satan. You know? But yeah, that's my
You
morning
like
thing
your
for the morning.
perspectives. Be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, I know you're probably not gonna agree with the court thing or whatever, but like I said, I mean, me and my son mother, we had plenty of arguments and fights, and me leaving and me catching her with other men. I'm fine. I'm not gonna chase you. If that man can treat you better than me, he can do you better than me in the bedroom. Congratulations, stay with him. I'm not gonna put up no type of fights for you. I'm gonna find the next woman, and that's gonna be it. And she gonna come back eventually like, that was a good ass man. I need to get him back. To this day, I ain't touched this woman since my son was 3 years old. I'm not giving you the pleasure because you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. So you supposed to be my husband. You a motherfucking liar because you supposed to be my wife, if anything, but you couldn't withstand a storm. So you grow old by yourself. You know what I mean? And now you got another man trying to take care of my son and your other kids. So hey, that's on you. I'm not gonna be your husband. No, you gotta prove to me that you wife material. And then I'll put a ring on your finger, you know?
What do you
But they don't
consider
like it.
wife material outside of your, I say, extreme views that's aligned with your current lifestyle? What do
Wife
you consider wife material?
first thing, I would say health wise, someone that takes care of their health. That's number one. Health is wealth. Then I would say two, submissive. You know what I mean? Submit to your husband because at the end of the day, that husband he's how to protect you. If anything happens, it's that man's job to protect you. So that man must have to know some type of martial arts or you know what I mean, some type of form of protection, so it'll you know what I mean, protect you and your children and family. You know what I mean? So submissive, you got to submit to that man because he's the one that's putting his life on the line to save your life. You know what I mean? So you can't be calling you no motherfucker, you punk ass bitches, and you no good. No, bad bitch, I'm gone. I'm gone. You know what I mean? Because God has to be in a relationship. So I would say, yeah, the two things, health and being submissive. You know what I mean? It's not about the money. It's not about none of that. It's a plus if you have the money because you're supposed to be that man's help meets his obligation in life. But if you don't have the money, guess what? I'm so much of a man, I could put you in a position to make plenty of money, and it's gonna be all legal stuff. So it's not about the money because that man could direct your path into making some really good money. 'Cause he has to have a sharp mind. He has to have a mind full of wisdom. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So so when you talking about y'all arguing and fussing and calling each other names, so do he get to call you names and you just get to sit there and look stupid, or
For one, I don't agree with men calling women out their name, bitches, hoes, unless it's certain situations. Now, we in the bedroom, we fucking like bend that ass over, bitch. Smack that. Who ass is a
oh,
bitch? That's
oh,
different.
oh,
That's that's different. You know what I mean? That's role playing. But outside of that, in the public, you should never disrespect your woman, and she should never be disrespectful to you, regardless of how y'all feel about each other's opinions and idea,
But that's what
whatever.
I
You know
was
what I
saying.
mean?
You got they mouth. You got men out here, they mouth, ooh wee. I just said it. You would rather them hit you
Those
than
are
for them to take
so-called men.
but
So-called men. Every
plenty of them.
male,
It's a plenty of them.
every every male that professes to be a man is not a man. A lot of males act like they are men, just like a lot of so-called females, also a lot of so-called women act like, you know what I mean, they're not really women. They're professing to be women. You know what I mean? Because women don't, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. But no, men supposed to be men at all times. Respectable. You supposed to, like I said, you supposed to see godhood inside of that man. You're not drinking. You're not drunk. You're not smoking under the influence. None of that. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to see you a specimen of God. Like, man, you know what I mean? It's like men be wondering, like, man, they be calling me like Black Panther. How can I get my woman to, give me oral sex and swallow my kids? I said, well, bro, first you got to stop putting all that poison in your body. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Because because you sitting here eating donuts and ding dongs and drinking Hennessy and smoking this. You know what I mean? Then you expect your woman to swallow you up like this? Like, bro, no. You supposed to be able to spit God into her mouth. It's like, oh, this tastes so good. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what you do? Like, you supposed to eat things that's good for your body. But if you don't know that, ain't no woman gonna want to do all these freaky things to you behind the closed doors because you sitting here indulging in everything that's, you know what I'm saying, toxic and it's like, you got Hennessy shooting out into the woman's mouth like, it's like you was drinking Douce and Remy last night. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
So yeah, but it's like men gotta know how to be men. You know what I mean? When you're not a man, then a woman don't treat you like you're not a man. You know, because she don't look forward up to you as a, you know what I mean, a man. You know.
Based upon that, Mr. New Black Mayor asked a clarifying question. So, what then would you call a man? And we don't have to use R. Kelly, but just a generalized a man who does know that he has an STD or a STI, and again engages in sexual behavior with other women, knowing that he did that. Because what I hear you saying is that men should be individuals of integrity. They should be honest. They should be loyal. They
Right.
should be responsible. So if that's the case, what do you think of those men then who do not?
Those men that do not. Well, first of all, if you know, like I said, health is wealth. Every man should be able to take care of his body first and foremost. You know what I mean? But if you're not that strong in that field to know that you need to go to the doctor, if you have a STD or your dick is looking like a Hershey's bar, if you don't know that, it's like, you got to know your body. You got to realize, know your body inside and out. Like, okay, something's not right. Let me go to the doctor. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, okay, well, even though it's looking like a Hershey bar downstairs, I'm not, and this woman wants some sex. You know what? I'm going to push her off on hold and I'm finna go take care of my health right now because something is not right. You know what I mean? You just don't give into temptation, you know what I mean, like that. But I mean, a woman has to pick a better selection of men too. It's on the woman too. You got to hold the woman accountable too, because a lot of these things is her fault. You know what I mean? So don't let the woman just get off that easy because she's just so thirsty. Oh, this is R. Kelly, or this is Ursha, or whatever. Stop being so thirsty and talk to him like, baby, when was the last time you had a checkup? When was the last time you been to the doctor before we do this? Because I want to fuck you, yeah. You a handsome motherfucker, and you a beautiful ass bitch. I want to fuck you, but I need to know when was the last time you been checked out. You got to ask questions, the right questions. And if they don't answer these right questions um, to your
Satisfaction.
benefit, satisfaction,
Mhm.
then hey, go look for another dad. You know what I mean? But you got to learn how to ask the right questions at the end of the day. It's simple,
So
you
what
know.
was your conclusion on the men that do it, that expose people?
Well, I don't
I heard
agree
you. I
with
heard you
it.
put the onus back on your. You threw the. You mentioned it very quickly, and then you threw the onus back onto the woman to ask the right questions. What do you feel of these men who are not, ex, you know, disclosing?
I don't feel like I mentioned this already. I said every male MALE is not a man. So it's like first you have to know how to be a man, and then you won't do things like this. You got to be a man first. I mean, you know what I mean? That sums up everything in a nutshell. You got to be a man first. Health as well. You got to take care of your health. And if you're not taking care of your health, then it's like that woman, she just picked a clown to lay down with, you know what I mean, in a bedroom. So, I mean,
So the
you got to be a
onus
man.
is on the woman then. The man is only responsible for eating fruits and vegetables, and the woman is responsible if he chooses to expose someone to a condition, correct?
Everybody, yes, correct. Correct. To answer your question, yes, correct. Because everybody has a choice to protect themselves or no. Now, if you just don't do ask all the questions that you should ask, then you're taking a guess on this man is clean. So use kind of wisdom and common sense. I don't know what this man got. He handsome as fuck. He know how to sing, know how to dance, but I'm still gonna make him strap up anyway because I know he got a lot of holes. It's like it shouldn't be on a man. That part should be on a man. You don't know what he got. You're taking a chance. You shooting you what shooting craps with your pussy. You know what I mean? You might crap out. You might crap out because you know what I'm saying. You didn't do the right, take the right procedures to get to know the person. You know, and do what you need to do as a woman. You know, so it all goes back to using common sense. If that you would never know that man has STD if you would have told a man to use protection. You know what I mean? And I mean,
So
yeah.
you should. So the woman who you feel should really not be in charge of a whole lot. They should be taking their lead from a man, which is totally fine. Your perspective on that, but then it that changes only when there's a sexual encounter in which the woman should then be telling the man what he should be doing at that point. Which I don't know why he would listen because based upon your perspective, you really shouldn't be heeding to what a woman says anyway as a man. So why how would that even balance out?
Well, I didn't say a woman's supposed to tell a man what to do because a man's supposed to know already what to do. And I mean, you said so much. Okay,
Yeah.
the man already supposed to know what to do because he's supposed to be like God. God is perfect, so the man's supposed to be trying to resemble God in everything he does. But I mean, like, well, okay, you said so much. Say what's your main question so I can answer it right away. One question, because you say so much, it's kind of get me you know,
Okay. I
lost in the
think
sauce a little bit.
your argument in this particular scenario about exposure to STIs is that the man should be responsible for his health and his mindset and following
True,
God and that
true.
sort of thing like that. And the woman is responsible for asking detailed questions regarding his STI status and sexual history. And then
Yes.
she should also be responsible for telling the man to wear protection when engaging
No,
with her, and that's her responsibility, correct?
no. They both should be asking each other their statuses because that man don't know where she been, that woman don't know where he's been.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
both man and woman should use some type of common sense. You know what I mean? Before I raw dog you, give you this dick raw or you give me this pussy raw, we need to go get a status and see what's going on before we just go bareback each other and everything because we're taking a chance. You know what I mean? I got two wives, and every time I go see my two wives in my country, in the country I live in, I always take them to the doctor because guess what? They're like, "Oh, baby, I miss you so much." Well, yeah, okay, cool. We gonna see how much you miss me because we can finna go to the doctor. You don't know who I've been fucking with. I don't know who you've been fucking with. You know what I mean? So I'm finna go make sure that pussy is clean before before I bless you tonight. You know what I'm saying? Oh, haven't been with nobody. You don't trust me. Hey, it's not about me trusting you. It's about me being a man. You know what I mean? So we going to the doctor get checked out. Then if I accept your gift for me coming to fuck with you again from my country, America, back to this country, then I'll go ahead and accept you. You know, that's how it is. That's how it should go. Everybody got to be accountable, be held accountable. You know, but the man supposed to be held accountable to God. He's supposed to look up to God, and that woman supposed to see God inside of that man, and that way she can respect you like you're a God. You know.
yeah. I
I
mean,
hope that
this
answers your question. I hope that answers your question. I explained the best way I could.
And let me
I
take a
think,
moment, hold on, because I didn't greet everybody or whatever. Let me take a moment to shout out
yeah.
everybody that came in, especially all the new people I ain't never seen in my life that was jumping on out, taking a leap of faith, and what hitting that link to get on the record. So appreciate that. Appreciate everybody that's in the chat getting on the record. Whatever new black is definitely having people rolling about the out looking at my goddamn window and goddamn getting on the record in here because they trying to figure out what is going on. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, everybody. But y'all go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, but everybody just got to be held accountable. You know what I mean? It's like common sense ain't no so common in this generation. You know, it seems like like my son, for instance, not yesterday, a couple of days ago. Like I said, he was 21. I went to go buy him a car from the car lot, and he was trying to buy this little bullshit car for like $1,000. You know what I mean? I'm like, look at this car. Do you really want to be in this car? I'm like, pops, come on now. I said, yo, let's save her. Um, Look at the car. Look, I told him like use expression. Do you really want to be seen in a car like this? It's black. It's not in a good shape. You know what I mean? You got condoms all in the back seat of the car. He's like, come on, Paul, let's just give it a test drive. I'm not getting in that car. I might get a STD get in that car. Look like somebody been fucking in the car. I'm not getting in that car. Now, if you want to get your goofy ass in the car, then go right ahead. But I'm not buying you this car, and I'm not getting test driving no car that's been look like somebody been fucking all in the back and condom boxes in the back. You know what I mean? I would suggest you not get in that car either because there's no telling what you're gonna catch if you jump in this car and try to test drive it. Next thing you know, you're gonna go to the doctor's son. They're like, "Oh, you got an STD. Well, how did you get STD? You need some condoms? No, I don't need no condoms. You just rode in a nasty, filthy ass car." Well, you gotta use. You can't just allow yourself to
You
just
crazy.
get it on
You
any and
crazy.
every.
You
I'm
crazy.
joking.
You got
I'm joking
you
now.
killing me with them damn STDs, honey. You are serious about that? Take them to the hospital, hauling them Africans down there to that hot ass hospital in damn Africa. Saying that
Yeah,
ain't
but
that shit. I'm profile. I'm stereotyping damn hospital, and profiling. But I'm just saying, it's hot now over there in
I
Africa.
joke. I joke with him like that because I know how to I know how to relate to the youth a little bit, better than his mama do. You know what I mean? And it's like you gotta use. I use comedy and wisdom or whatever, but in the end, he didn't buy the car. You know what I mean? The car didn't want to start up. I'm not gonna because this is like my third car I bought him. You know what I mean? He always getting took by the police and getting a lot of tickets on his cars. Like he's young. He's 21 years old. I've been buying my son cars since he was like 17 years old, trying to get him in the habit of learning how to drive and be responsible, so he can make his own money. And it's like he had a little job or whatever, but it's still like he thinks like a child sometimes. And it's like I got to try to get to him the best way I can, But in the end, I didn't buy the car because I was telling him like, you know what? Guess what? If I get this man this $1,000 right now for this car, you know what he's gonna say? I just got over on a fucking daddy and a fucking son. Both of them some fucking goofies. My name will not be spoken evil of. Like the Bible said, don't let your name be spoken evil of. My name not gonna be spoken evil of. You're not gonna get my $1,000, even though it's nothing. You know what I mean? The car by me living and my son living in Chicago, why would I get this man $1,000 for you to drive around in a car that's barely running? And now Chicago is so dangerous that car fuck around and stop on a block that you know nothing about, and now you could possibly put your life on the line. I'm not buying a car. The man told me it only need a tune up. Well, you tune a motherfucker up, and then you call me when the car's running, then I might be able to buy it then. But I'm not buying it right now and putting my son, who I love, in this car. You gotta use wisdom and discretion. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, you'll go for anything. Oh, it's only $1,000. It's a small problem with the car. No, we're not doing it over here. No, we're not. If anything, you can go through Lyft. You know what I mean, and tell them you want a certain type of vehicle. And then they'll give you whatever type of vehicle. They're only gonna charge you like $200 or $300 a week. You know what I'm saying? Plus insurance. But I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. But
Mm.
that's just a way. That's just you have to have a mindset to know how to deal with people. You know what I mean? If you don't have a mindset, then you don't just gonna fall by the wayside. You know, you got to use wisdom and discretion with everything you do. You know.
But women need to get their discretion through largely through men, correct? According to your
You say what
philosophy,
now? You say what? Say that again. I'm
women,
sorry.
based upon your philosophies, women need to really rely on men for wisdom and guidance, correct?
Well, that's God's law. Yes, yes, I agree. But
Yeah.
you have
So
to.
again, to get back to the STI, I guess I'm just trying to understand your philosophy a lot better because I'm still very confused because it becomes this cyclical system where the man is supposed to, again, the health and wealth philosophy, that sort of stuff, and being close to God and that sort of thing. But then the women are supposed to follow and look to the men for advice, knowledge, wisdom, safety, security, all of that good stuff, right? So
Yes.
I'm still confused as to why, though, when it comes to the STI exposures, that the men are not expected to be the ones to lead with wisdom and to provide health status information, or to lead in making sure that the health status process is fully assessed, that's actually now becomes a woman needing to some sort of way have the wisdom that she, according to you, wouldn't have without exposure to men who would give it to her. How would she then have the wisdom to be able to successfully navigate that process and know that a person is not exposing her? The other part of your philosophy that I feel falls apart
Let me hold on,
is
hold
that
on. Let me stop. Let me
hold on.
please. I'm
Let me
gonna
just
forget
get
what
this
I'm.
off because then I like to sit back and listen to you. I really do.
Okay,
So
I was
then
gonna
the other
forget what I was
piece
gonna say, but okay.
okay, but I just want to finish my statement. Then I wanted to sit back and listen to you. I think the other part is expecting that conversation or those disclosures about one's status will be honest. That I think that's a big caveat in there. And then the other piece is expecting or believing that all exposures to sexual activity are consensual and that it's all just women throwing themselves out there to pretty much have a good time. So I'm very interested to hear how this all works together and how the women are supposed to have. It seems like sometimes that the women are supposed to have levels of wisdom and knowledge and quite frankly even kind of be able to lead in certain circumstances where things could go bad, but whenever they could go in a positive direction, they should let the man lead because the men are the only ones who have the appropriate levels of knowledge to navigate our system. So I really want to hear more a little bit. I'm just trying to understand you a little bit better. Honestly, I want to understand your philosophy and not to have it confused in my mind of where you're coming from. And I'll leave it
Okay.
alone after that. I'll listen to you.
Okay. In the beginning, like when the man and woman first meet each other, you know what I mean? Okay, you could look at that man's uh, in a physical form, and you can look at him as far as a height and this and that. Everything that matches up. You know what I mean? He's a Christian, a Muslim, that matches up to your expectations too. But you still have to ask the right questions as far as how that man thinks or whatever. You have to see some type of godhood inside of that man. That's the first thing. If you don't see that in him, then it's like you have to pick the right type of man to lay down with. Okay, back to the STI thing, STD thing. You know, the man and the woman, like I said before, I don't know if you were on here, but everybody should ask the right questions when they're dealing with each other. When was the last time you've been to a doctor? What's your health status? Do you have papers? Some places even give you papers saying you are negative to this, you negative to that. You know what I mean? You got to know to look for these type of things or whatever before you just, you know what I mean, bust it wide open and allow him to go inside of you raw dog. It's like I hope that answers your question. I believe I said that before. You know what I mean? As far as him saying, okay, well, I don't know you, you don't know me. Let's go get a physical together. Let's go get checked out together. You know my status, I know your status, and that's it. And then once you know that, then it's easy to navigate from there. What y'all want to do? You know what I mean? If the doctor say, okay, you have herpes. If the doctor tell a man or the woman, okay, you have herpes. Now it's up to you to decide if you still want to lay down with that man or not. Now it's up to you to decide because that takes away all the guessing or whatever and surprises, whatever, or HIV. You don't have to worry about none of this because now you can look at him and say, well, damn, last time we got tested was on this day. So now 6 months later, if you get something, okay, well, who the fuck you with now? Who the fuck you been with? Because we just went to the doctor together 6 months ago, and now my pussy is burning, or now my dick is burning, or whatever. You know, and it's like now you can know that you've been somebody's been unfaithful, unclean, or whatever. You know what I mean? I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, that will answer you. I mean, do they answer your question? I hope I explained it right again. Because I know sometimes I ramble, but I hope I hit the bullseye target this time. Like I thought I did it before, as far as both people understanding who they're dealing with in the beginning before y'all do anything. You know, as far as in the
Yeah.
R. Kelly case, the woman, the girl, the young girl, she was too thirsty. Her parents were too thirsty. They wasn't asking the right questions. She wasn't asking the right questions. And he also wasn't asking the right questions. You know what I mean? There's no way I would allow her to be in my presence if I know who I am, I'm a multi-million-dollar Grammy Award-winning superstar, and I'm letting a chick from 63rd and 47 be around me that quick. Like, no, you got to prove that you're worthy to be around me. I know who the fuck I am as a man. I know who I am. So you got to come up with a fee. If you want this record deal, I need this. I need this. I don't give a fuck about your pussy. I don't give a fuck about how big that ass is, how nice them titties is, or how cute you is. None of that. There's plenty of other women out here that got all of that. But if you want this record deal, if I know I'm worth hundreds and millions of dollars, why would I let a chick that's not worth anything in my presence, you know what I mean, that could possibly bring me down in the future? You know what I mean? I don't get nothing in the beginning from her. Like, no, there must be some type of fee being paid. It must be. Must be a fee being paid. It's 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. Okay, if you want this hit record, you know you're gonna make your money back because I'm R. Kelly. So if you know you want this hit record from me, like your daddy, no good father wants this record from me, y'all need to pay me some money first. You know what I mean? I don't need y'all money, but I don't want y'all in my circle if y'all not gonna pay me for my time. My time is worth something. You know what I mean? That's how I made millions and millions of dollars. So if you don't want to pay nothing to me, then go talk to Jodeci or Usher or somebody else. Somebody else that's not even singing no more. But you're not gonna be around me being broke, and then you fuck around and trick me into a situation. Yeah, I done lost all my whole life and my freedom in society. No, it's not gonna go that way. You have to be a man at all times. You know.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know nobody nowadays that just give nobody no chance to have a hit record, and they didn't pay no feature price or nothing. I was like, what? No, you gotta pay something. Not gonna be around me with empty pockets. And you think you supposed to just come up and even if you ain't got no money, the least you can do is probably throw me that ass. That's even if I'm a horse man like that. That's the least thing you can do because you come in empty with empty pockets. Come in empty pockets. So why should I even give you a chance to be around me in the studio?
Are
You ain't
you
got no
serious
money.
right now? Are you serious?
I am very serious. Yes. If you ain't got no money, first thing I'm gonna want is some money. If I'm R. Kelly, first thing I'm gonna want is some money. Okay, you don't want the money. Okay, what can I get from her? You know what I mean? This hit record is blessing her, but why should I be a blessing to her when she haven't even been a blessing to me in the beginning? I'm being a blessing to her by allowing her to be on this hit record with me. So we got to go back to being a man again. What can I get from this woman? I mean, if you already know, I mean, the mother already know I want to fuck. So okay, is we gonna fuck us? That's what I want to do anyway because she ain't got no money to give me. So okay, we fucking did right. I mean, that's if you just settle for the less. You know you're gonna get the pussy anyway. You know that already. That's like the least of your. That should be the least of his worries. I know I can get hit that any damn day. I know who the fuck I am as a man. But I mean, shit. When you think low or you don't think highly of yourself like that, and you know you capable of getting 50,000 or whatever for this feature, then you just settle for some ass or whatever or some mouth or you know. But you gotta think better of yourself like that. I'm not. sticking my dick in that until she give me something for this. Because it's only right. I'm risking
That
too much to even be
philosophy
around her.
is that philosophy not counter to what you just talked about with wisdom and health is wealth and all of these other things? Like, do
I'm talking
you
about as far
see
as
why?
R. Kelly situation or any other musician situation. Go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting you
So
off.
R. Kelly is not expected. He should not have done the use your philosophy of health is wealth and
Yeah, health is
wisdom and
well.
God and being godlike. So because he's a celebrity, he should just be able to
I
use any sort of sexual
I never
favors as payment for his time.
I know I never said that he shouldn't go to the doctor before he blesses her with the sex or whatever. What I'm saying is, in this situation right here, as far as the music industry or whatever goes, you're risking too much by being around her, letting her into your circle. You know what I mean? You let her in your circle, she could possibly ruin you. Or this is a woman; she wake up with emotions every day, like any other woman does. So what if she just wake up one day and say, "Oh, you raped me"? Call
No,
911. You
no,
raped me.
New Black, not to interrupt you. Why do you keep
Okay.
writing us off or painting us as some women as some emotional creatures? You can answer that
Well,
whenever you sure.
okay, Miss Walker, that's not a bad thing. When I say women are emotional creatures, yes, women are the weaker and emotional creatures. That's a fact. You know what I mean? It's been like that
Uh,
since the very beginning of time. It's been like
women,
that since the
if
very
they
beginning of
are,
time.
but you can't paint all the women as you know like that. I mean, you have some men that are just as emotional as women, as in your eyesight.
Yes, you are right. But as
Yes,
women
so you
in their
can't say it's
nature,
all the explanation of
no,
us
I
or
don't
the
speak in
understanding of us
absolutes.
is to understand that we some emotional creatures. Huh?
No, I don't want to speak in absolutes because there's some
Yeah.
thugged out, gang banging chicks out here. But
Oh,
women in their nature, in a woman's nature, not all
Mhm.
women, but in their nature, they are emotional and they are a weaker part of the man. You know what I mean? And that's how it was designed. You know what I mean? But it's some exceptions to the rules. There's some women out here that's thugged out, or you know what I mean, that'll go and carjack a nigga real quick. Get the fuck out the car, you bitch ass nigga. Wait a minute, I thought you was, you know what I'm saying? It's some women out here that's like that. But overall, in a woman's nature, you know what I mean? That's what it is. I mean, it's even if you think back on Adam and Eve. You know what I mean? God told Adam what to do. He told him how to control the garden. But then when shit went left, God said, "Why the fuck did you do this?" He said, "It was this bitch you gave me." He said, "But it's not about her. It's about what the fuck I told you to do as a man. I told you what to do. You gonna put it off on her? What God has put inside of a man, it's like the man, a weak man, a so-called man, will turn around and try to put it off on a woman like, it's your fault. You know, no, it's your fault, man. If the shit go left, it's your fault as a man because you didn't know your strength as a man that God has put into you. You want to turn around and put into the damn woman. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not supposed to go that way. Go ahead.
mm.
I'm sorry.
Well, you good.
Oh, yeah. It's like a lot of men take their strength and their power that God has given them and turn around and give it to the damn woman, and then they wonder why shit went left because you didn't be a man and lead accordingly. That's why it went left. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you get what you at. You get what you allow to happen.
You like your perspective
Hmm.
on relationships kind of become. I don't know what I don't know what influenced your perspective or what but
It
I mean,
it
my
sounds very
father,
definitely.
my
Moorish.
my father
Huh?
was my
I said
father
it
was.
sounds very Moorish.
Yeah.
It sounds whorish.
Well, that too, but I said Moorish.
Oh no, my father was a minister, a pastor in Chicago. So I learned, you know what I mean, how to do. I learned how to the books of the Bible, you know, all the way from Genesis to Revelation and 66 Bibles. I mean, I learned all this as a child growing up, you know. So it's like you gotta put the Bible is the most read book in the whole world. Whatever country you're in, it's only mostly three main religions: Christianity, Muslims, and Judaism. Those are like top three religions in the world. So you always have to be able to have to go into the Bible and find your place in there, you know. But yeah,
I get it. I get it.
I
I
was
get it.
I had fun. I had fun earlier. They messing with Miss Walker. I was like, Levi's Miss Walker in here. He was like, nah. I think she left. I was like, damn. I'm gonna feel bad for what off of this. I'm gonna mess with Miss Walker right there. And she's like, don't worry about it. She
Uh-uh.
gonna come back and play it back.
Oh
She's
yeah.
like,
Oh,
she
I'm
gonna
gonna play it back. I'm gonna catch you.
yeah, she told
I'm
me.
gonna see what you done said. You saying
Yeah.
about me?
But I
Yeah,
told
but
JoJo left too, I think, in a show. And I was like, JoJo, you gotta learn how to deal with Miss Walker. When she come up, baby, I cooked some dinner for you. Or JoJo, come on over here. I left the door open for you. Whatever. Like, nah, Miss Walker, I'm not coming over today right now because you've been very disrespectful to me. I'm not finna give you no dick today. I'm gonna
ah,
chill and relax, and I'm gonna stay my ass at home. And then she's gonna get upset. This motherfucker just told me no. No woman likes to be rejected. No woman likes to be rejected. I was like, y'all gotta know how to deal with women. It's so easy. You know what I mean? But y'all
Lord
don't get
have
it though. Y'all
mercy.
don't use your man that got. You know?
Lord have mercy. Oh, well, I told you I'm not his
It was all in
woman,
fun though.
and okay, I don't know why people don't believe us, but that's okay. Everybody got time for all this. But
It was all in fun though.
but even when it was like that, uh, he JoJo just goes out. JoJo first line of defense is to go off.
Mm-hmm.
It's he don't never pick the second option. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes um even with me, sometimes I be in situations where I'm confronted with say, okay, and you could be a bigger person or the better person and just, let it go, this, that, and the third. And then I don't, a lot of situations, I don't never pick that option. That option don't never come cross my mind. The first option I'd be like, okay, I'm finna set it off. You know, so and sometimes everybody's not wired like that. I wish you have some people, and I find this a lot in Muslims, but you have some people that are so calm. I mean, the house could be blowing up, people could be shooting at you, and they just, walking down the streets like, okay, no problem. I'll make it home safely, or well, I'll make it somewhere safely, and it's like, and they can remember to react that way to most situations. I don't be thinking like that, you
Yeah.
know. So, but
I had
other
to leave
than
off that show because one of the guys got to getting disrespectful. And like he was like, Levi was like, Black Panther, you got the flow, you can talk. And some guy emotionally like jumping up and talking over me. I'm like, you know what, bro? I'm gonna just leave. You know what I mean? Because if you're supposed to be a man, you're supposed to practice self-discipline. You didn't have. I done waited on whole Levi show a whole hour. Levi said, "Dad, you been on here a whole hour. You ain't say nothing, bro. I know how to practice self-discipline. You know what I mean? And I've been hearing
oh,
these guys jump over each other, cut each other off, and cut each other off. I'm like, God damn, these fucking men are like bitches nowadays. Like, they ain't got no restraints and shit. Like, what the fuck is going on in this show? Like, then when I get to talking, I'm like, bro, the man just said I could talk for, you know what I mean? You cut me off. Like, what type of shit is this? I'm like, I know how to, in a Black Panther party, they have told us to stand in position, stand up for like 4 or 5 hours. You know what I'm saying? Protecting a family or whatever. You don't ever leave your post until you're told to leave your post. You know what I mean? Because if you leave your post, somebody could lose their fucking life. So our feet could be hurt or whatever. We got to learn how to practice self-discipline sometime. And this man was just like, oh, no, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, God damn. Like, what, you raising a single mama house or a single parent house or what? Like, so emotional and you just so quick to just like you ain't got no goddamn control at all. Like leave out, let me go because I can't deal with this. Thank you for letting me on this show. Get the fuck on. I ain't seen no shit like that. I expect for women to do shit like that, but not a whole man. He's like, well, yeah, he like I don't care off the titles. I don't care about my mama was Eastern. No, he said my mama was not an Eastern Star, but what's the other Eastern Star? I forgot what it was. We had it mixed up or whatever. I'm like, wait a minute, men can't be no damn Eastern Stars. And he gave his mama another position. I said, this guy tripping.
You
Something
talking
wrong
about
with this guy.
Mason? Mason?
Mason, yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah.
My mama was a Mason. My daddy was. He had it mixed up, I guess. But you said it backwards. You said it
Mm-mm.
backwards. And I'm like, this guy here. Then he gonna try to come get down on me or Jay down on me. Like, well, I don't care nothing about no position, this and that. That ain't. We on here to help R. Kelly. Y'all can't help R. Kelly on here because y'all, for one, you ain't got no self. You can't even practice self discipline. You gotta talk every time another man talk. You gotta jump in. So how you gonna help R. Kelly? You can't. You incapable of helping R. Kelly. Then he gonna say, you ain't no real Panther, this and that, bro. I have carried the leader of the Blue Black Panther Party, Hashim Nzinga, to his resting place in Atlanta, Georgia. I carried him to his resting place. So how the fuck you gonna tell me I'm not a Panther? But I'm like, you know what? He don't even know who he talking to, dealing with on the phone, you know. But blessings to him. Just let him go his way and you know, go with mine. You know?
Who was this person that did that? Who was that? Mr. Levi was saying that?
No, not Levi. It was a guest on his show. Or
somebody on the panel.
Show.
Okay, somebody on the panel. Well, I'll tell you this, Mr. New Black. I always appreciate you sharing your perspective. That said, I find many of your perspectives about women to be very one-sided, myopic, and short-sighted at the same time. Like I'm shocked at times the things that you say so in such a cavalier fashion. And also I'm shocked that you even like women because you see the perspectives you have on women. None of them are very positive, it seems. But I think no, I don't. I think that again, all things bad that happen in the world seem to be a result of women or their influence, and all things good that happen in the world seem to be a result of the women with the wisdom of men who, drink their smoothies or whatever the case may be. I just feel like it's interesting though, because it helps me to better understand certain perspectives related to this particular case and how how I can still respect a perspective that I don't agree with or that I feel like often contradicts itself. But it just is always very interesting to be able to better understand like how various viewpoints came to this sector, why they believe what they believe, and then how, if at all, they have grown or expanded their knowledge and perspective as a result of them being here. I think one thing I will say about you is you're very consistent. And say what? Angie. Angie, you're breaking up for me. Can everybody hear me? I don't know.
I hear you, yes.
Yeah, Angie's breaking up a little bit for me. Is she breaking up for you?
Yeah, you sound Matrix, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you're done, but I don't want any woman on here to
Angie
think.
Now? Angie. I thought I heard her come back. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't want any woman over here to think that I'm being one-sided or whatever. I understand that's your opinion. That's fine, but I can only try to change your mind and help you look at things differently through the Word of God. You know what I mean? Because there's been so many men in the Bible that have lost. For instance, I don't know if you know the story of Samson and Delilah. They laying down one day. You do know the story?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, that concurs with what I was saying as far as that the man giving his strength to the woman. You know what I mean? She told him, "Tell me how you so strong," and he should have never told her, "You don't give your strength to the woman." 1 second. 1 second. Oh, anyway, don't give your strength to the woman, and she fuck around and cut his hair. You know what I mean? That destroyed him. So if he would have just kept that to himself and just threw her off or just said, no, that's not your business or you don't need to know that, you know what I mean? Then he would have still been in power or kept his life, you know what I mean? So there's been other stories in the Bible also, you know what I mean? But it's also of with men. Well, yeah. So kings and men or whatever lost their lives or their place in God's society. You know what I mean? Because they didn't use wisdom and understanding. You know,
Yeah.
because as soon as that
There's
woman
also
get mad at
devils
you,
and
as soon as
there's
that
also
woman gets, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, you go ahead. I think it was cut off a little bit. Go ahead.
No, as soon as that woman, most times when that woman gets upset with you, you know what I mean? If they know their strengths, your strengths as a man, then you're now putting your life in that woman's hands, and you never know what that woman could do if she's an emotional woman like that. So that's why you shouldn't do that. Put your strengths into the woman. Um, I'm done talking. I'm gonna put the phone on mute and listen to the show now, and yeah.
Yeah, we'll keep talking. Yeah,
Okay.
so I think what for me, of course, I think that it's really important to provide full context to some of those biblical scriptures that are being quoted, and that's not just with Mr. New Black. I find that happens a lot in the Black community because we have to think about even the
Hello.
scripture. Yeah, Angie, can you hear? I thought
I
I
heard
heard her.
somebody say hello.
Yeah, I thought I heard. I thought that was Angie, but she must be.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, she's coming back in now. You coming back in a little bit, but you're still breaking up a little bit.
Okay, I don't know why, cause I'm still showing I'm here.
You're back now.
Y'all
You were sounding
y'all
more.
sound like y'all were in the Matrix. Okay.
Yeah, you were breaking up for us as
Oh,
well,
okay.
but I think it must have been something on your end. Um,
Yeah.
but Mr. New Black was still just enlightening us on his philosophies, and I enlightened him on my concern for his philosophies, though I respect them. Uh, and he mentioned again the same Bible verse, but I was talking about how it's really important when we're referencing these Bible verses and these perspectives that we bring full context into it, because we have to think about, Book of Proverbs, that's King Solomon. King Solomon's mother was Bathsheba, who had a lot of issues, and also explains why he would say about giving your power to a woman and that sort of thing. Also, many times you have to think of the full context of the story in which a scripture exists and not just to take it out. And that's one thing that we even do if we take it outside of the religious parts. We do the same thing with this R. Kelly case. We like to try to take one piece of it and take it outside of the context. We like to take one piece of it and remove all of the pieces of it that make that whole situation make sense, or make it more, or make it valid and or reliable, and then we try to say, see that this is the reason why. But you can't do that. You have to put the full scope of information as well as the full context of why those sorts of statements are being said. uh and I'm not going to get into a Bible lesson or anything else about that, because I personally took the time, and I'm not saying that other people have not. I'm just saying why my perspective is the way that it is. I took time to read the Bible through and through multiple times, several times, from top to bottom, to get the full context, because a lot of the scriptures that we use and throw out at people and lob them at people as an attempt to get them to see things our way or just do things without question, when you look at the full context of the story and the situation that was taking place and what it was being applied to, they're often misapplied when we use them in our day-to-day. And so again, I respect Mr. New Black quite a bit. And I get why he has his perspectives, but I've just been sitting here floored oftentimes at some of the things he says, as well as the amount of contradiction that sometimes comes in his own philosophies. But obviously it works for him, and it works for, other people who may believe what he believes. But I just have a hard time accepting that women are overwhelmingly significantly weaker and more vile in his perspective than men, and where women are still at the same time expected to be of lesser intelligence and needing greater guidance and wisdom from men. But at the very same time, whenever anything's going wrong, it's because the woman should have better assessed the situation and should have been more knowledgeable of what to do. But the men are supposed to be the ones that we follow, but they also don't necessarily seem to have to take any onus or take any lead on preventing many of these occurrences from taking place. They're just acted upon. And so that that it's very interesting. I always have an interesting time when I hear Mr. New Black speak. But I've just been very my jaw has been in the floor for the most of this conversation.
Mr. New Black bring a new perspective to a lot of stuff that I didn't even know what was going on in this world. I was like, huh? They do that? They still do that? In
Yeah, I mean,
2023? Like, huh?
and I even follow, if Sam, it reminds me a lot of Nature Boy. I know that's not necessarily who he's saying he follows, but a lot of those perspectives and ideas are very much the same sorts of things that Nature Boy, who is now incarcerated, and has been for some time. Like he had a lot of those same things. Now, mind you, he developed a cult where he just smashed up a bunch of other ideologies and threw them together. But a lot of it aligns with what Mr. New Black says, just from a different perspective. So it's also interesting to me how worlds and philosophies and things can combine, and the people who live by some of these things. Um, but then you also see how he derived at that is one thing, but at the same time, there are other people that don't have Mr. New Black's perspective at all, and they derive at a very similar approach in that R. Kelly should not be held accountable for his actions because the women are more culpable. The mother is more culpable. The daughter is more culpable. The daughter should have left at a certain time, and the daughter should have done this. And we put a lot more onus on the woman or the women who are involved in this case, as opposed to giving that same burden to R. Kelly and then holding him accountable the same way we readily go running to hold these women, the mother, and everybody else accountable for their behavior. So, always a good time on our channel by Angie.
Yeah, it's always. It's never a dull damn moment. No, now I don't think New Black perspective um is is similar to Nature Boy or headed in that direction. I believe that New Black's perspective and how he lives his life is aligned with whatever he has adopted as a doctrine when it comes to women, based on maybe his religion, his faith, and what he believes in, as well as the societal norms out here. When you see these men that have women that agree to be in a 3 and 4 way relationship,
Mm-hmm.
as if that's normal, really normal, but it's kind of normal now because celebrities have made it popular and cool. I think that's the popular and cool thing to do. So and I just and I believe that he believes that is that's his need for right now, to live that lifestyle with the 2 African wives and so on and so forth. However he has that structure, it's almost like how you have these let's say these entertainers, and they'll be like, it could be their main girl, it can be their wife, even whatever. And then they'll be like, yeah, that's my bitch right there. And then the lady referred to herself, yeah, I'm his bitch. And all that kind of crazy stuff. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, my mouth be like, huh?
Yeah.
Like, huh?
Yeah.
I just, mm-mm.
I
That is,
never said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know if you. I thought you was done. I was just trying to
no,
jump
go
in. You was
ahead,
walking.
Black, go ahead.
I was just gonna say something to the sister that said something about women are less intelligent. That's not my word. Those were not my words. I mean, women being less intelligent. You know what I mean? I just said that it's a man's job. It's this is responsibility to be the kinship, the headship of the world, meaning his family, his wife, his family. He's supposed to be the head's crown. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that the woman is not supposed to. Yeah, I am saying the woman is not supposed to lead. Those are my words. The woman is not supposed to lead the man. That's not God's divine law. You know what I mean? And as far as Miss Walker is saying, Miss Walker, I don't even know who Nature Boy is. I heard that name before, but I don't keep up with a lot of this nonsense or whatever that's going on TV, like living with the Kardashians or growing up in Atlanta
You
or
know what with the Kardashians?
I
No,
don't, yeah, all these little
I didn't
crazy
say
shows.
I didn't say your life was kind of set up like Nature Boy, but I'm pretty much. I said I don't think it's like Nature Boy, and I don't believe you're headed in that direction. I said that, you know.
Oh, I was just saying I don't know who he
Can I
is.
clarify my Nature Boy statement? So I follow a lot of different sectors, but Nature Boy, and what I said is there were a lot of similarities, is what I was pointing out. And here's some of the similarities. He also taught and led with a lot of the health is wealth doctrine. That's really how he got started, as far as what goes into your body, how that affects your wisdom, how that affects men being the lead, women also having kind of this inherent negative draw, needing to demand being the wisdom, being godlike, the believing that you are a god, that sort of stuff. Like there are a lot of similarities to his philosophy, but that's why I said he also took pretty much Nature Boy took a lot of pieces of everybody else's religion and beliefs that he liked and mashed them together to create kind of his own. He believes in polyamory, he believes in all kinds of things, and some of those things that Mr. New Black said align with that, which the reason why I brought it up was saying you always hear a little bit more once you learn about, or if you follow Nature Boy, it's not worth it now. Again, he's in prison, and we think he probably will stay there for a while, even though he has a very interesting case that's going to come up. But the whole thing is, it's interesting to see that that's where Nature Boy pulled those components from, potentially, or from people who were actually preaching a doctrine that aligned with their belief, and he just went, "Oh, I like that part. Let me take that and run with it." You know what I'm saying? And then add some other things to it. Then he added astrology, and then he took that out, and then he added this. He the no drinking and all that. He put different components of other people's religion together, and it was enlightening for me to be able to see that Mr. New Black, portions of Mr. New Black's belief system were potentially taken by Nature Boy, or influenced Nature Boy as well. He's a piece of work, which we won't even go down that rabbit hole. I don't think that Mr. New Black is as malevolent as Nature Boy. I think Nature Boy absolutely had outright negative intent. I think that Mr. New Black's intent is positive, or attempted to be. I think at times though, it just doesn't align with my philosophy of what positivity would be for as a woman.
It sounds like this Nature Boy cat. I never heard about him like that or met him or anything like that. But it sounds like you say he took a bunch of books or whatever. He sounds like something that I would do. I read the Quran, the Bible, the Apocrypha, the lost books of the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good to just study all books. You know what I mean? Don't just be limited to one or two. You know what I mean? So it's good if he did read from different books and don't drink and don't smoke. You put all these stuff in your body and you expect your woman to do this and that. You know what I mean? It's a good thing. You know what I mean? It sounds like a good thing anyway. So I would love. I'm gonna have to go check him out one day and see what he was about. Or you say he's in prison now,
Yeah.
so I mean, I
If
guess.
you ever do and you return here, I would be very interested to see what your perspective is on him, because I do think a lot of it comes together. Even the whole thing about women should be swallowing stuff, and how that's
No,
connect.
that's not what I said.
You were saying some stuff. You had made some insinuations about
Oh
their
my god.
situation. I'm not going to get into it, but like you just do have a lot. Now, here's the thing. To me, it should have been a good thing, but again, as I talk about, he's in prison now, and he's been locked up in every country and every place that he's been because of really some outlandish and very, very harmful behavior. I know for you, I'd be very interested to see what you think about the women and some he still has his three. Well, now it's still four, but he has his four wives that still continue to support him from jail and are expected to be indicted if they haven't already, because he had them continuing to work on his behalf, continuing to intimidate witnesses, and he had them fly a drone with illegal narcotics to the prison that he was in. uh, and they continue to support him. So I'd be very interested to see where you would see any similarities or differences in his whole approach and philosophies, which have changed millions of times over the course of many years. When he just kind of goes as the wind blow, and if he reads a new book, then all of a sudden he applies a little piece of that book that he wants, or that video, or that person. But if you ever do run into it and we're on again, I'd be very interested to see what you think about him, because a lot of your philosophies align. and
Okay.
they are where our paths diverge as far as our perspective, but I can still hear it.
Okay. As far as that swallowing thing goes, I was bringing up an example of a guy asking me, how can he get his woman to start doing that more? You know what I mean? I was like, well, you're putting all this poison in your body. You eating donuts and Twinkies and Hennessy and smoking a ton of weed, a pound of weed in a day. Don't a woman want to be going through nothing like that when she's, you know what I mean? It's like what comes out of your body should be something delightful and tasteful and tastes like God. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's an example I was giving you as far as a woman because he wanted his woman to be more of a freak and do this and that. I was like, well, you first of all, you gotta start with you. You gotta start putting all those toxins and chemicals in your body. You know what I mean? Ain't a woman gonna want to smell like be sucking death or whatever down from the tip of your dick or
Oh
whatever.
my
You know
God.
what I mean? That's like that's insane. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be drinking like some healthy stuff, fruits and vegetables, black seed oils, shit that's healthy for you. You know what I mean? And then it's like when she does it, she's like, ooh, I had a woman, oh, this dick tastes so good. I'll be looking for sort of sucking your dick because I love when I make you come because it tastes so good. I can tell you, it's like it's supposed to be a treat for her, not something that's dreadful and disgusting and she can't, this man want me to say this. No, she like, oh, I can't wait to make this man happy tonight because I know he been working out, he been eating good, you know what I mean? It's gonna taste so good, you know what I'm saying? Women, that's what I ain't gonna say all women, but that's what some women think. They look forward to pleasing a man, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
but that could
but
be because that is what their personal sexual desires are. That doesn't necessarily mean that that is a result of, or that can be modified through drinking fresh juice. You know,
not
or
just
whatever.
fresh juice,
Or
fresh vegetables, fruits
I'm
and
being
vegetables.
I'm being facetious when I said that.
Okay, I got you.
You know, I'm just saying like I think the part that I find a little troubling or maybe just is confusing to me is how you can think that there could be some influence and that women don't have their own sexual desires and women don't have their own like their own reasons for that. You still have some people, it might just be the texture. Some people it might just be the whole concept, the fact that you know, like I don't know why we're thinking that men have some level of control or influence on what her sexual desires might be. It also could be that he also is just generally not a great lover. There could be a number of reasons that have nothing to do with what you're saying. But I get that, and I appreciate the fact that you did give him some advice that was of the best of your knowledge, and that advice started with him maybe taking greater care of himself. But I'm floored that there are individuals who believe that women do or do not do that as a result of taste, texture, and that we're doing that as a midnight snack.
Uh,
And that it can be influenced. I think that's wild to me. But again, I think it's a very interesting concept that you have there, and obviously it works in your circle. So by all means, do you. But I think many of the women I would imagine who are listening to this or in the chat are feeling or receive that in a very similar way to me as I did.
New Black is off the chain with it.
New Black is wild.
Yeah, New Black is a wild, wild boy. I'm like, and he be saying it so calmly, like it's
Yeah.
normal.
He says it in a very matter of fact way, like, yeah, this is just common knowledge. I thought everybody knew. And
Yeah, like it's very calm, you know, like it's
yeah,
a walk in the park.
yeah,
Like New
yeah,
Black. Oh my God.
yeah, yeah.
But I appreciate all kinds of all different kinds of perspectives and things because it makes for an interesting conversation on and off here. You know, the
It
Black
does.
enlighten people about his way of life, and I don't even know what to say. He
I
is
don't
one of the few
either.
people that leave me speechless.
he does the same for me, and I try to ride with it, and I just want to hear it, but at the same time, he the only person who done got me to cussing before on here in the chat. But now I hear it for what it is, and try to accept it. But as you can even tell, sometimes I'm just over here like I can't even believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe anybody believes this, and here we are. Every single time he gives us exactly what we think he's gonna give.
Yeah, New Black be like, and when he say he gonna bring them women over there and make them drive them trucks, I hollered. I
Yeah,
was like, New Black is wild.
he is very
He
much
said he
so.
gonna put them women to work. They gonna drive them damn trucks. I'm like, oh,
Listen, and if that works for them,
mm-hmm.
you know what? Go head on and truck around America and Africa too. I don't know, but some of the stuff that New Black says would be an automatic disqualifier in my world.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm like, how many women that be signing up for this stuff?
Exactly.
Like, huh?
Yeah.
I, that's surprising. But you got a lot of women that sign up for.
Yeah. And that's the experience that they want. But again, they do so consensually. They are happy in that. There's no trauma on the backside of that because that aligns with their belief system. But if trauma, harm occurs, it's not possible. And many times the law does not, that's the reason why the law does not allow those things to happen because the outcome of it is not positive. It is trauma filled. And now you have a lifelong circumstance there to deal with. So
Right.
I'm going to go ahead on and let you go.
Okay, later.
I'll talk to y'all later.
I appreciate you. Okay, ma'am. I sure
Let's
do
go.
appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye, honey. New Black, where are you? New Black. New Black. Yeah, y'all been having all this man talk, honey. What is this? Let me see. Mm. But y'all, I don't know what's going on, New Black. But your mama is fixing to shut it down. I done had y'all hostage for 11 hours. That's crazy. Y'all be breaking records. Y'all be breaking records. I'm talking about, I be having people that be willing to hit that panel that can stay on here for hours and to talk. Ain't that crazy? That's crazy. Mm, 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 mm. Y'all be on the record, honey. Y'all come on here and get on the record. Oh yeah, open minded. Yeah, that would be interesting to have y'all men share y'all perspective. Maybe I'll make out a list of things and y'all can share y'all perspective on them. And I'll see if how shocked we will be at the end. Well, that would be interesting. Interesting. Well, anyway, y'all. Oh man, so he's outside trying to get his third wife. Y'all leave my new black alone. The new black good people. He just a wild boy. He just a wild boy. I ain't never heard nobody that is that detailed and concerned about how his juices taste when they flow out his body until someone's mouth. It's the first time I ever heard of that. Uh. Hmm. Mm. Anyway, y'all, thanks again for coming on through. Make sure you do something good for yourself and somebody else. We pulled a third shift and we did overtime. We did overtime. So I will holler at y'all later. And again, thanks for coming on out. Peace out. Love you. See y'all later. Oh yeah. Y'all make sure y'all drop y'all link in the chat so people can go subscribe to your pages. Sir Miguel's page is Conversations with Sir Miguel. Right now, JoJo's page is Speak on It. But when I think about it today, I'm gonna post them all to my community boards and make sure y'all look out for that. Okay. Okay. All right. Good morning, y'all. Peace out. You too, Star. And Star, I sure do appreciate you. Know what? No matter whether I'm up or down, whatever, you are always here somewhere, and I sure appreciate you, honey. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of y'all. All right. Love y'all. Y'all have a nice day, nice week.